Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ. Kind of back together again. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend and Mother's Day. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy back from the Utah vacation. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I thought we were back to full strength today until we get the latest call out ever in the history of the morning show from Bobby Belt at 5:16 a.m.
Very, very late. I see on the CarPlay, the Apple CarPlay thing on the truck, it just pops up, and I see Sean, so your name. I didn't see the Bobby one yet. I see your name, and then I also see that it's on the text as Gavin Spittle. I was like, oh boy, I thought you were calling out because it was. I was like, oh, that's very late. Sean's not going to do that.
No,
we're not calling out that late. Oh, that's a Bobby thing. Bobby would be the one to do that. And I hit play, and it goes through the list. It says from Bobby Belt, and it says, I'm throwing up. I was like, oh, man, he is. There's old Bobby.
There it is. I know it's late, but I've thrown up twice in 20 minutes, and I'm sweating like crazy. I don't want to miss, but I feel awful, and I can't get to the car right now. I'm going to have to take a sick day. Whew. So there it is.
There it is.
From Bobby.
There it is. He throws up more. His esophagus has got to be wrecked. I've never seen somebody throw up as much as Bobby Belt.
Just unhealthy.
It's very unhealthy. He's an unhealthy guy.
Unhealthy.
Very unhealthy. Takes some vitamin C with rose hips and bioflavonoids and, whatever you got to take.
And I'm like, how did zero the symptoms come last night? You weren't feeling everything with the sleep. You get up and you start throwing up. Yeah. Can't make it to the car.
I tell you, I feel a little queasy right now. I might be next. But I took
Hanta.
Oh, yeah. The Hanta virus, right? That's right.
Oh, it's the Hanta?
Hanta. Well, I don't know. In the movie Outbreak, they called it Hanta virus.
Oh.
I thought it was Honda virus for like 10 years. Maybe it is Hanta. I have no idea. I just went with Dustin Hoffman. But no, I took all my vitamins this morning. I didn't eat. And those just wreak havoc, right? Just wreaks havoc on your stomach. So I had to force down a protein shake.
Pepe, surprised by Robert?
I've said this before. He's the only person in the history of the universe that goes to sleep and gets sick. And he never has symptoms, before sleep, but he goes to sleep 100%, and then he somehow catches a bug or something as he's sleeping. If I were him, I would stop taking naps, stop sleeping. I'd be worried sick, but no pun intended. But yeah, not surprised at all. And Bobby he had some kind of ache and pain Thursday, Friday last week as well. So
that was back. That was sciatic.
Yeah, something else.
Running to the feet. He's just dramatic.
There's a drama. There's a level of drama.
When we first started, you're like, oh, ask my ex-wife, and she'll say, Choppy's got this and that. But no, you're probably the toughest one on the show in terms of showing up. This guy is everything that your ex-wife probably said that you were. It's just, I always ask myself in my own mind, I'm like, all right, what percentage do I believe that? I believe it, but I also 20 to 30% of me is always like, what have you created in your own mind?
Oh, I believe he threw up.
Yeah.
But I also believe that he may have convinced himself.
I can't get to the car. It's so dramatic. It's so dramatic.
Yeah, I believe he threw up, but I also believe he convinced himself to throw up. I got something's wrong. I'm not feeling well. I've got a vom here.
Yeah.
And I think he did. R.I.P. to Bobby's butt.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I just said, send me the number for the guest at 8.
That's it. He didn't, not even a feel better.
No. Not so irritating. 5:18 as we're going to try to get everyone back together again. RJ from the Utah trip. How was it? Give us a little quick summary. It sounded like you were raving about it last night.
It was fantastic. We had a blast. It was something that doesn't look like this is of Earth. Some of these parks.
The Mormons. Oh,
well, the Mormons. Right there you go. We went to the 5 national parks in Utah. They call it the Mighty 5. So we flew into Vegas, and then we drive east. So we start at Zion. And then we go to Bryce Canyon, which doesn't even look like it looks like it's on Mars. Everything is red. They're called hoodoos, which are basically like, they look like standing people made of rock. And then you go to Capitol Reef, and then Canyonlands and Arches. Those are the 5 parks that we drove over into Colorado, flew back from Denver. I can't say enough of it. Like, it looks so spectacular. Like, the pictures, I don't even want to post pictures of this. It doesn't.
You'll post it 4 months later.
Maybe, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. It will be not do it justice. Just the spectacular view of these parks and like the mountains and how they're formed and just the awesome stature that these things hold and how crowded they are. Like 300 million people go to national parks every year. 300 million. I mean, I don't really know any of them, but apparently
any of the people.
What?
The people or the parks?
No, yeah, well, there's 60 parks, but like I don't know a ton of people that say, "Hey, I'm going to a national park today."
Right.
But apparently, like 300 million visitors a year that go to these things. But, dude, like if you're going to do this trip, this is an absolute rubber stamp. Do it. Like if you have any interest in this, and it's not like you don't even have to be a hiker. Like, you don't have to hike. You can just rent e-bikes and just go through these things.
RJ's trip tips at 6:40. We got best and worst of the weekend as well, but we got a lot happening yesterday in the association.
The 9th pick in the NBA draft belongs to the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh. Well, the Sims did not work.
No.
On Tankathon as the Dallas Mavericks fall 1 spot to pick 9th instead of 8th or better.
That's a bummer. It's a bummer. You know, I was hoping they would get back-to-back number ones.
Yeah.
You know, hope moving to the top 4. Big miss on the NBA's part, allowing Washington to get the top pick, even though they completely tanked the season. But it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's all right. You're still going to get a decent player. But I was sitting there and I was like, all right, just move up to 4. All right, just move to 5. I didn't even want to be greedy.
We're so spoiled around here with moving up now.
I didn't want to be greedy.
Like,
I didn't want to be greedy.
It's 4.
Let's go to 4.
Yeah.
Let's get to 4. You know, you can still get an impact player. They'll get a rotational. They'll get a good player at 9. But yeah, let's get to 4. Let's get to 4. We can get our choice of the best of the non-big 3 in this draft. You get your choice. But no, 9, bummer.
And that automatically means, you know, the Bulls and the Grizzlies and Utah moving into the top 4. It ends up with Anthony Davis and the Washington Wizards with the number 1 pick, followed by Utah at 2. Danny Ainge looking old there. And there were more prospects attending this than I can ever remember. I'm used to seeing like 3 dudes, but it's like they were going through the top 7. They were all like they're seated at the lotto. Yeah. Wiz, Jazz, Grizzlies, Bulls, Clippers, Nets, Kings, Hawks before Dallas.
Man, you got to have a Z in your name to get in the top 3 this year. That is a who's not of the NBA.
Hideous.
Awful. I have nothing for any of those franchises. Like none of them. The Bulls have been dog-ass since Jordan. Outside the one little spurt with Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
The Grizz stink. You know, the Jazz, boring. And then the Wizards. The Wizards have never been good. I don't know how an organization goes that long without being any good, but they have. Somehow.
Good thing from a standpoint of franchises we don't care about.
Right.
Hopefully you can care about them now, and it'll make things more fun.
There's 3 legit players at the top of this draft. Like 3 legitimate players. If Peterson decides he actually wants to play basketball.
Creatine.
But that's right. But AJ is fantastic, and Cam is really, really seasoned. So they're going to get, those top 3 are going to get somebody good.
The Mavericks have a new general manager that we need to talk about. Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News was at the Lotto and interviewing the Mavs' new GM, a former ESPN draft analyst. How do we feel about that? That is coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, but we got controversy in these games.
Bryant off on the 3. Wembanyama.
Goodness.
He goes the rebound.
Oh, that's an elbow. That's an elbow by Victor.
And we got a tie-up with McDaniels. Naz Reid was the guy who took the elbow. Everybody stays on their respective benches. Officials in quickly to separate.
After review, there is wind-up, impact, and follow-through above the neck of an opponent. It is unnecessary and excessive, the contact by Wembanyama. It meets all the criteria and has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2. Wembanyama's been ejected.
The explosion in Minnesota as Victor gets ejected early in the second quarter for the elbow to Naz Reid. And it looked like San Antonio was still going to pull this out. This is series over. They're up. And then Ant Edwards goes off in the fourth quarter, and the Wolves get the victory. Wow.
Wow is right. I didn't think Wemby had it in him. I didn't think he had it in him. Now, if he was like a couple inches shorter, it's just in his chest, not above the neck.
Right.
Or, if Naz Reid was, half a foot shorter, he would have missed him completely. But,
let's rule.
Before vacation, maybe I'm like, this is soft. Post-vacation, I'm like, throw him out. That's fine.
What did vacation do to impact?
It just softened you. It was with all the hippies. Right? Free love, man. I was with all the hippies there.
A lot of Jazz jerseys rooting for the lotto.
I didn't see any Jazz jerseys while I was there, but I don't.
You and I usually have the same exact reactions to these things. I don't have a problem with it.
He wound up, man.
And right to when you watch that slow mo. It is a UFC elbow to the throat.
It's a throat punch. What am I going to do? I can't be sitting here saying, oh, that's ridiculous that he wouldn't have gotten thrown. Would Bill Laimbeer have gotten thrown out? Okay, maybe not. That was like the Old West, though. That was like the Wild West. I don't have a major problem with it.
I don't either. I know a lot of people are going to say, come on, playoffs, second round, let them play, flagrant one. I mean, it's hard to watch it in slow-mo and say that he should not have been ejected. Pepe, did you understand, agree, or take issue with Wemby tossed?
No, I mean, the play was basically over, and he threw the elbow. I mean, hit him right in the jaw, dude. I mean, I get it's the playoffs, you don't want to lose the best guy on the court, but you got to make a call there. You can't set the tone for the rest of the series there. I like the call. It's fine.
Will they suspend him?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
No. And I don't want him suspended.
I don't either.
Come on. Now,
he basically was suspended for this game. It was early enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I know people are like, well, now the question is, what's going to be the status for the next one? No, get him right back out there on the floor. Maybe the NBA tries to sit on this to increase some of the drama, but no, get him back out there for the next game. Or is there an automatic? I don't think there isn't any automatic for the type that he issued, the type of foul to get him in trouble. Automatically for Game 5? No, right?
I don't think there's an automatic penalty where you have to get suspended. Maybe because it was so early in the game. You're still talking the first half of the game.
Yeah, no way he's out, and no way he should be out.
I don't think so.
So we are tied now at 2 in that series. Officiating in the NBA playoffs has gotten crushed by the teams themselves. Austin Reeves with the referees. Every other night, someone is destroying the NBA officials. It's like we're in the NFL playoffs now with all the controversy. And the Spurs head coach after the game said it's gotten to a disgusting level with the way that Wemby is not getting calls. So everyone is bitching and moaning about the referees and the officiating these playoffs.
The Austin Reeves LeBron meme is great. Where he's just sitting there like a proud dad, like shaking his head. Yes, exactly. Yeah. People have been having problems with NBA officials for 30 years. I mean, you go back. The Mavs know Bennett Salvatore. I mean, you go back, but you're way beyond that with what was his name?
Jerry Crawford.
No, yeah, with
Steve
Duncan.
Javi.
Yeah, with Duncan, right? So he always had problems. The NBA always had those guys, I'm going to go in there, and they brought me here to get this thing back to L.A. for Game 7 in the Sacramento Lakers.
Donaghy, of course. Earlier in the day, the New York Knicks humiliate the 76ers and the city of Philadelphia with the New York takeover, 144 to 114, broomsticks. And people are talking 75 to 80% Knick fans in that building. Like, do you think of the New York fan as that much stronger than the Philly fan?
No, but I think both fans will quit on their team real fast. Like, not in like their bandwagon. It's just like, you don't deserve my time. and Nick fans gobbled up all the Philly tickets.
Jake DeGrom says, I am he yesterday in Arlington, and we need to meet the Mavs' new general manager. It's all coming up with Dramatic Bobby out. It's Sean and RJ back together again right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me make sure you got your DFW security. I felt like I saw a
From the beginning, the true color of trust for the last century and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on in a high fly ball to deep right field. Suzuki back in the corner at the wall. That ball is history. It just barely clears the leap of Suzuki. A 2-run homer for Evan Carter, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
And that is all the insurance that Jake DeGrom and your Texas Rangers would need. Evan Carter with the 2-run homer in the 8th inning on a full count. Bobby would love that as the nickname to make it 3-0, and they take 2 of 3 against the red-hot Cubs. 3-0 behind DeGrom yesterday on this radio station. This is Sean and RJ.
And as Bassick said, maybe the best start of the entire year for him. Maybe it was. He was fantastic and did not need a whole lot, did not need a ton of pitches. Could have kept him out there. Didn't need to. Didn't need to push him to, that 100 number or even anywhere close to it. He was fantastic. And this team they are going to be built around pitching. We can hope all we want that the offense is going to, miraculously come around, but we all know it's not deep down. As much as we want to convince ourselves otherwise, this is going to be built around pitching, and that guy is Jake DeGrom. Holy cow.
2.62 ERA, 7 innings yesterday, 10 strikeouts, and that is part of the Rangers' combined 20 consecutive scoreless innings thrown against the Cubs offense.
Dude, and this is not the Cubs offense is not a bad offense at all. And to go out there and just basically shut them down for the final, not basically, to shut them down for the final 2 games of this series. 20 straight scoreless innings is pretty awesome. You don't see that very much.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel text line. Earlier in the game, they get their first run, second and third, 1 out, and Josh Young gets under the slide. Is that just... didn't have enough evidence to overturn it? Did you? I thought they were going to overturn it and he was going to be out.
I thought they were too, but it's the right angles and not enough evidence. Which, we've talked about this a million times. If you don't have, you can't see it in one play or in one replay, 2 replays. Do you really want them out there 3, 4, 5 times? But I think it's not enough evidence, and that was the right call.
And this was a pair of 6-run games to start the series. They lose on Friday with Kumar Rocker's white undershirt, 7-1, and then they get the 6-0 shutout victory on Saturday with Josh Young and Foscue home runs. That stops the Cubs' 10-game winning streak.
I still cannot believe that Rocker did not know that rule. It can't fathom.
What's crazier? Him not knowing that rule or Wemby not knowing a flagrant 2? I think it's a flagrant 2. Wemby asking, I think Harrison Barnes on the sideline, what's that mean? What's that? And Harrison's like, you're out of here.
Yeah, I could see. I
that's insane. That's insane.
That he didn't know?
Yeah. He didn't talk after the game. Everyone's dying to say.
Right.
And I think he'll probably be pretty blunt and honest about it. But Wemby did not talk after the ejection. He didn't know what a flagrant 2 was or what it meant.
Yeah, I think the only thing you can, unless they've, and I don't think they've changed the flagrant 2 rule since he's been in. Like, it's been the same. It's been consistent.
Well, flagrant 2, you're gone.
Yeah, you're gone. It's been consistent. I don't think there's been any changes to it. So, yeah, I would think that's a little bit crazier. But Rocker, as a pitcher, didn't pitch it like he's not coming right from high school here to the major leagues.
Did they do this even in high school?
Yeah, I think they can. Yeah, they do. But people don't wear white arm sleeves. They know better.
Yeah,
like nobody wears a white arm sleeve.
Mike Bassick explaining on RSN what happened with Rocker.
The umpires are having a meeting because Dave, you mentioned it in the open. You cannot pitch with white sleeves. No. So they got to the mound. Rocker did, and they said, yeah. No white sleeves.
We saw this
because they don't want it mixing with the ball.
Right. It makes sense. Then again, it doesn't make sense because you can have a white jersey without white sleeves.
Well, it's like with the glove too.
Yeah, glove.
I think white glove as well.
Right. You can't have a white glove on. You can't even have white stitching. You can't have a lot of white stitching. We saw that. They talked about this. Bassett talked about this with whoever was Elmer Rodriguez. What was it? The kid that made his debut for the Yankees. He had a glove that had like some white stuff on the back of the glove, and he went out there and he pitched the first inning, and the second inning he comes out, he's got a completely different glove because you can't have that. You can't have anything that would be deceptive to the hitter. A hitter can ask you to take off a chain necklace if they want to. Like, they can ask you to take it off. You're not supposed to have anything, though, on your pitching arm. There's no white sleeve on your pitching arm.
So the Rangers win 2 in a row, and they're second place in the American League West. The Athletics are leading the division by 2. We're a half a game up on the Mariners. The Astros losing Carlos Correa for the year. They're 9 back, and so are the Angels. So the Astros and the Angels are tied at 16 and 25. And there's a lot of divisions in baseball with the majority of the teams having a negative run differential.
Yeah.
There's only one team in our division who is in the green. That's Seattle by only 2 runs. Same thing in the Central. Detroit's in 4th place, and they're the only team in the green at +4. 3 out of the 5 teams in the American League East, negative run differential. 4 out of 5 in the National League East. 3 out of 5 in the NL West, and then the NL Central, they're balling out. 4 out of 5 have a positive differential.
The NL Central somehow, which has been...
Every team is at least 3 games over 500.
It's been the worst division in the sport for, like my entire life, essentially. Not quite, but for this to be the best division in the league right now, and it is, it's pretty remarkable. Because the American League really stinks. The American League this year... It stinks or balanced, however you want to say it, right? It's either stinks or balanced. But you only have 3 teams that don't have 20 losses in the entire American League. Whereas in the National League, you've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams in the NL that are still that have fewer than 20 losses. And you only have 3 in the AL, and 2 of them are in the AL East. The AL's not great.
And you were out for this last week, but I proclaimed in our 15 years doing this show, this stretch of consecutive games coming up for the Rangers, because all the insiders kept saying 40 games. Mm-hmm. Got to survive the first 40. Well, you are through 40, basically. And RJ, this is the most optimistic, easiest, best stretch that I've seen in consecutive series in our time together covering the Rangers on this station. You got 3 against Arizona starting tonight. Now, a lot of other Tolos said they're looking at you the same way. I don't care about all that. I'm just looking at the Rangers' opportunity consecutively here. Arizona in Arlington for 3 tonight. The Astros, we talked about how many games under 500 they are. Colorado, the Angels, 9 games under. Houston, again, 9 games under. Kansas City, St. Louis, Cleveland, Kansas City, Boston's already fired their manager, Minnesota, San Diego, the Marlins, Toronto, Cleveland, Detroit, the Angels, Houston in a row.
That's a great stretch.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a stretch that takes you to middle of June that
Middle of July
that you've got to take advantage of. You got to come away with this after this stretch with like a 4-game lead. They're like just the reality.
We need to combine all those teams and see how many games under 500 they are. I mean, they're guaranteed under 500. But the best.
Houston alone is going to make them combined under 500.
Yeah.
Awful. So they are getting all their comeuppance, all the good they did for really since basically about 2015 because they were good then. 2015, 2016. Since then, all the cheating, all the crying. All the luck they got, they're finally getting it.
All right, the Dallas Mavericks, you missed the hire Masai Ujiri. Your initial thoughts on that?
Love it. He's fantastic. He is as good as it gets in this industry. He is somebody that the league has looked highly upon for so long. And for the Mavs to make a smart move, at the end of the day, they made a smart decision here. They could have made a dumb decision. There's a million guys they could have gotten. They got somebody who I think universally is looked at as, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. Like the days of being run like a Mickey Mouse organization, which you could argue they have been for the last 2 years.
Fortune favors the bold.
The Mavericks hire a new general manager. He is a former, we went from a shoe salesman to an ESPN draft analyst.
Yeah, why not?
Former Blazer assistant general manager Mike Schmitz is going to oversee the day-to-day. One of the questions that did not get asked at the Ujiri press conference, and this was after reports that they were hiring a general manager, you're here to run the show. You're here to fix things. So do we point to you? Do we point towards the general manager now? And how are you guys divvying up? Is he carrying out your orders? What type of freedom does he have? These are all questions I have for the Mavs' new leadership now, because he served in the front office. He got hired in May of 2022. He was an ESPN draft analyst since 2017. Think, was it John Hollinger?
Yeah, John Hollinger.
He went to join Memphis. This guy also worked at Yahoo Sports. He was a beat writer covering the Suns. A meteoric rise that can easily be made fun of down the road if things don't go right.
Right, but every media member is a wannabe GM. We all think we're a great GM.
Yeah, but what draft analysts have been hired in, like Jeremiah went backwards. I think he was a Ravens scout, and then you have Mayock,
and then Hollinger, obviously, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, Keith Law. Keith Law was one, but he went sort of backwards. He was in the scouting department with the Blue Jays, and he went into media. So there's a couple guys.
People seem to be respecting him. Now, you had a lot of his colleagues talking about what a great dude he is and what a fantastic eye for talent, but he is being given a lot of praise for his eye for talent. Chris Murray, Donovan Hanson in Portland. These are some of the names he's being given credit for. He was suspended for 2 weeks in April after the NBA found that he and the other assistant GM there had illegal contact with a player 2 years before they drafted him. They were scouting him in China 2023, but you're not supposed to be contacting players before they say they're going to get drafted. So he got suspended.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a major take on that. It's like I assume a lot of these guys have some kind of content that probably is not on the up and up. It just happens. I mean, look, Nico was outside the box. It worked for a while, and then in a fall off a cliff moment, it happened. This is another risk, but this is another guy who's got a really good eye for talent, as everybody has said, and I love the posts that have been out there, like of all the hits that he had on loving or hating players, and it seems to have worked out. I guess you could do that with everybody. You could cherry pick with everybody, but this looks like the Mavs have done something nice here.
Reporters caught up with Mike Schmitz yesterday at the draft lottery, where the Mavs unfortunately ended up at 9. What type of players the new GM looking for?
I don't think any, position narrowed down right now. I think we're looking for, someone who can kind of fit our culture, have an impact at a high level for many years to come. And I think that's the beauty of this class is it's very deep. There's a wide variety of players at different positions that bring different skill sets. And so, we're going to bring those guys in and really vet the market and, get a really good player out there.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, will join us at 8 o'clock. He was at the draft lottery interviewing the Mavs' new leadership. RJ Choppy has your next vacation planned. He'll lay it out for you next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee, and we got a little special, boys and girls. That's right. You head on over to Just Love Coffee. They got a custom coffee bag just for us, Sean and RJ.
About time, baby.
About time.
Get our names on some merchandise.
Yeah. Got our names on the merch at Just Love Coffee.
Fantastic flavors, the scratch-made food. I still can't forget the spread from their homemade kitchen in the back that they brought in for the entire radio station. We got 2 different locations, Grand Prairie and Arlington, and let us know the first ones who stop in to get the brand new Sean and RJ flavored at Just Love Coffee. Tell them Sean and RJ sent you to the official coffee of 105.3 The Fan. It's Just Love.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, we'll react to Rangers-Cubs series.
Hello there, everybody. Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
RJ Choppy, travel agent, is here to serve as he is back from his week-long vacation to Utah. Bobby Belt calling out sick last second. This is Sean and RJ with Pepe running the Odyssey app, Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Jake Rietma already coming in here to get your travel guidance as you are now Mr. National Park, I guess.
Yeah, I am. Like Smokey the Bear, baby. Let's go. Me and him. I thought this phrase was Utah, give me 2 from Point Blank. But apparently it's not. I do have some tips if you're going to do the Utah Mighty 5 National Parks, which are fantastic.
So is this replacing the usual choppy Mexican resort vacay? Like next year, the next 5 years of your annual vacation, you will go to more parks or more beaches?
You know, El Mencho really threw a wrench into this whole thing.
Peyton wasn't scared.
No, he wasn't.
That was fine.
Yeah.
Safe for me.
Yeah.
Only one car on fire on the side of the highway.
That's good. Okay, that's good. That's a win. No, I don't know if it's replacing, but we might do an alternate. Might alternate here because we had a lot of fun on this one. But the reason I said that Utah give me 2, it appears I want you to know this, Rietma, because I know Rietma's going there this week.
To Utah?
Yeah, he's going to a bachelor party. This guy goes on more weddings. I've never seen somebody.
Oh, so you're going right back to Utah for his bachelor party? You're the only one who laughs at all his little sports imitations in the commercial breaks, so I'm sure you're part of the trip.
I don't think it's his bachelor party. He's going on one.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going on one.
Because his girl had a time in Nashville.
Yeah.
So I was thinking it was Rietma's turn.
But they don't do refills on chips and salsa. You go to a Mexican restaurant, and it says on the menu, no refills.
They bring you the first one free?
They bring you the first one free.
Is it a big batch at least? I mean,
it's a normal-size basket and a normal-size saucer of the salsa. And I'm like, come on, man.
Come on, man. Nothing's free like that anymore.
We got to step our games up. That's absurd. But this was the number one, because we put this out there. I was like, where should we go? We're thinking of doing a national park trip. We were thinking of Yosemite and Yellowstone and Glacier and all them. And everybody, the number one Tolo recommended was the Utah 5. And it's fantastic. Now, they do come with their unique set of challenges. So if you are going to do a national park road trip, specifically the Utah ones, I got some tips for you here.
All right.
Step one, you fly to Vegas. We flew to Vegas and we drove, and you basically drive east and you go across the whole state of Utah. And then we decided to fly out of Denver because it was easier to fly out of Denver than Salt Lake. It's just cheaper too. But number one, if you do imbibe, buy more booze than you think you will need. Because once you leave Vegas, you will not see a liquor store for 5 days.
Really?
They are impossible to find. Impossible to find in southern Utah.
Now, is a lot of that based towards like religion?
Probably, yeah. It's very strict. They have state-run liquor stores. I've never seen this. They're not like individual mom and pop. Like they got a lot of these are like state-run liquor stores. It's very weird. But if you were gonna go and you like to drink, buy your booze in Vegas because you won't find it beyond that. Number 2, learn to put a man in your mouth. Big Al.
Okay.
Albuterol, which is the asthma inhaler. Albuterol.
Oh, that's right. You have asthma.
I was not prepared. That elevation, you get into some of those places. We finally ended up in Colorado. We were in Breckenridge. That's at 9,000 feet. 9,000. We're at like 500 here. 9,000 feet. And then in parts of Utah, it's like 8,000. It's the top of the Grand Staircase, which is like Bryce Canyon, Zion, and then the Grand Canyon. I'm just sitting here wheezing. So albuterol. Thank goodness I had it. Number 3, 5 letters, E-bike. Don't drive your car in. especially at Zion. It's too crowded. Get the e-bike, skip the line, ride the sidewalks. It's fantastic. And it's the only way to go.
Now, you're going to come back from this and...
Get my kids one?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, these are the ones...
Remus said this is his bachelor party, by the way.
Oh, it is his?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Do we get the invite?
No.
The e-bike is awesome, but these are the pedal ones. These aren't the ones where you just, hit the button. You got to, pedal on these a little bit because they don't want you to be able to just go with the autopilot, essentially, on there. But it is the only way. When we got to Zion, there was a line 50 cars deep to get in, maybe more. And there's no parking, and there's a sign that says hour wait from this spot just to get into the park. So we just we parked the car outside, rented e-bikes, went in. We had the e-bikes for 4 or 5 hours, something like that, and we just had a time. And you park the e-bike, that's what everyone's on. You park them, nobody steals them, nobody steals your stuff. It's cool. Number 4, this goes for any trip. Size up your hiking boots. Size up, baby. If you're a 12, get a 13. If you're a 9, get a 10. Size up.
Little tight?
Little tight. Because you want your toes will be hurting, especially on the downhill. So size up your hiking boots. Number 5, the walking stick. What a game changer. Now, I did not need to use the blade.
You were happy.
I was happy. I didn't need to shiv anybody. Okay?
No mountain lions over there?
I didn't see any mountain lions. We did see some tracks. It scared the hell out of me. I was like, we're out of here. But I didn't see any mountain lions. But, dude, the walking stick, when you're walking downhill, is a game changer on your knees. Game changer. It's not going up. Going up is fine. It's going down that hurts.
You have pictures of you with the walking stick.
Oh yeah, we got pictures. Yeah, we'll post them here in the next 4 to 6 months. I got a picture. I'll during best and worst that I'm going to give to Aiden that he's going to have to post up here because Sarah rode a stallion. Big time stallion.
Congrats.
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't me.
Oh.
Wasn't me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Pony.
Oh, baby. Yes. She was like genuine.
jackass.
She's like genuine over there. Genuine. But, so, number 6, pack a lunch. Grab some pepperoni, some turkey, Hawaiian rolls.
Not a lot of cart girls out there?
There's not any cart girls out there, man.
Concessions and stuff?
There's no concessions. There's no cart girls. Pack a lunch. It's fantastic. It's the only way to go. I lost 8 pounds.
Wow.
I lost 8 pounds out there.
Yeah.
Because we didn't eat. There's no food. They give you one bag of chips at the Mexican restaurants. Number 7, Starlink Mini. The Starlink Mini. It's because you have 0 cell service. Starlink Mini looks like an iPad.
Yeah, we were like, we're not hearing from Choppy at all.
Yeah.
Then it seemed like you got a flood of our messages. Very, very unusual.
Yeah, I get a flood. They all came in at once because there's just no cell service. But that Starlink Mini you get for $200, and it gives you cell service everywhere. And I would say probably 75% of this trip was without any kind of cell service. My phone said SOS 10 hours a day. It was crazy.
Was it nice? Nice little break? Refreshing?
It's actually kind of scary because when you're driving, you don't.
Your kids are asking you where's the food in the house, the whipped cream. They don't know that you're gone out of state.
They didn't know I was gone. They asked me to make haircuts for them. Can you order me food? But I had no idea. I thought I knew what the middle of nowhere was. I had no concept of middle of nowhere until I've been to this part of the country. I don't know how anybody lives out there. You'll pop up. You'll be driving for hours, and then you'll pop up with this little town of 8 homes, and you're like, "What do you guys do out here? You can't farm. It's rock. Are you just farming rocks? What are we doing?" Mm-hmm. And then finally, chapstick, hand lotion. It is so. My hands are still cracked. I still got dry hands. It is so dry, so bad. Hand lotion, chapstick, just grab a bunch of it. Grab a ton of it. You need it. You probably need sunblock, but not really. I didn't think so. The UV wasn't bad, but it was so dry out there.
Well, what was the weather?
It was nice. It was cold in the mornings, like really, really cold, especially the first two stops at Zion and Bryce Canyon. Really, really cold in the mornings. The last day at Arches, which is the park on the far eastern side, that was super windy. And then when we got to Colorado, it was snowing. It was 15 degrees. But for the most part, during the day at these parks, it was really, really comfortable.
You got to Colorado?
Yeah.
Were you there during the incident?
At the airport?
Yeah.
We flew out that day.
A guy gets onto the runway.
Yeah.
Gets run over by a Frontier plane, causes a fire.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has to evacuate and get off.
Yeah.
What the heck?
I think it was. I think I was. I obviously it was a.
It was before you were there.
It was after. It was like later that day. We flew out at 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think this happened at night. I assume he took it was on purpose, right?
I don't know.
Trying to take his own life.
I think that's what they're saying. Yeah.
It's like that is.
Like, what do you run to get smushed by the tire?
No, you run to get into the engine.
Yeah, it sucked him up. There's a picture out there of the aftermath of it. It's pretty gruesome.
My.
I've not seen it. I've heard of people who work on the ground getting sucked into the engine, at the gate. Never on the runway when a plane is going, full on. That's just terrifying.
Why would you pick that as the way?
I don't know. How could you be on that plane? I don't know how you ever get on a plane again. I couldn't get a window seat ever for the rest of my life. And I love a window seat.
So you're not going to get a window seat?
No, if I saw it. I said if I saw it.
Oh, you saw it.
If I saw it.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
So what's the next park?
Everyone says Yosemite, Yellowstone, and Glacier are the top ones. All the people that we met on this trip were like, you got to go to Glacier. You got to go to Glacier. Because I've done the Smoky Mountains before in Tennessee and / North Carolina. But I think Yellowstone. We got to see the geyser. We got to see the geyser.
There it is. RJ Choppy planning your next vacation here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is out sick. This is the FW Sports Station, and we have breaking news. The Dallas Cowboys Week 1 opponent is a familiar game. See if you can guess what it is, and we'll tell you about it. Cowboys breaking news on your home of America's team after this.
After we get you over to Underdog.
place on Thursday, but of course you get leaks beforehand, and we have some breaking news from Adam Schefter. The first Sunday night game of the season, September 13th, and this is kind of par for the course. Cowboys at Giants to open up the year. Yes, again, Jerry Jones, the Cowboys, and the G-Men, Sunday Night Football.
I am so sick of this game. I cannot.
Why is this prime time? What makes this anywhere close to a prime time game?
The Cowboys.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And New York. There's hype on both. We had a segment before. Bobby bailed on us 10 minutes before the show today of who's getting overhyped between Christian Parker and John Harbaugh. They're going crazy over John Harbaugh, getting rid of the music in New York. I guess we'll save that for tomorrow, but they got a lot of hype in the NFC East as well. Everyone's writing these articles that everyone in the East is going to make noise.
A lot of hype on it. There is. And
it's fun. It's fun, giant hype, too.
It's fun. I think it's fair. I think the hype is fair for a lot of these, right? I mean, not that they're both going to be like Super Bowl contenders, but I think it's fair. Like, it's fair to be excited. If you're a Giants fan, this should be the most excited you've been in 15 years. And if you're a Cowboy fan, you should be excited because you got a quarterback, got a really good offense, you got a defense that you think could be league average. There's excitement. I get it. I am so bored of this game, though, man. I mean, like, you got to play it twice. I don't need it on Sunday Night Football. I don't need it on Thursday Night Football. I don't need it on Monday Night Football. Put it at noon where it belongs because that's where the Giants belong. Until further notice. But I understand why the NFL wants this because this game's going to get 40 million people watching it.
And if the Giants end up, less than 500, it doesn't have as much hype.
Right.
Week 10 or 11.
10.
Right.
I get it. Look. Again, at the end of the day, this game is going to have more people watch it than any NBA Finals or World Series game. Any of them. But even Game 7, Game 7 might get close to 40 million if it's Dodgers Yankees, right? Might get 40 million in Game 7. But for the most part, you're not getting 40 million people that are going to watch anything but the NFL. This will get 40 million people watching.
I just AI'd Cowboys Giants. They will have played 13 times to start the season. After including this matchup, the most frequent Week 1 pairing in NFL history, according to Giants Wire. The Cowboys have won 11 of the previous 12, with the Giants' only opening win coming in 2016. So this is the matchup they put up there the most.
11 of
their previous 12. Most frequent Week 1 pairing ever.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense that they're most frequent. It seems like it happens every year. It seems like it happens every year, and it's always on Sunday Night Football.
Yep. So the Cowboys on the road to start things off. The Spurs were on the road, and it looked like they were going to steal one.
13 to shoot. Now Ant takes the handoff, rises up, and gives the Wolves the lead. A right side triple. 5:10 left to play. Anthony Edwards, 34 points. Timberwolves up 98-97.
Wolves Radio with the call. A game-high 36 for Anthony Edwards. Victor Wembanyama, of course, with the controversial flagrant 2 elbow to get ejected. He's gone, and San Antonio is still up in this game. They're about to take a 3-1 series lead that devastates the Wolves to get this W without their superstar player, but Minnesota able to come back after Wemby is gone, and you and I, we're okay in agreeing with the call. We're not disagreeing with the call.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm not like going to plant a flag, whatever, but I just, you throw an elbow, you wind up, you hit somebody neck higher, neck up. That's textbook.
And Anthony Edwards coming back to play in this series so early. The Timberwolves took 38 shots off of drives. Their second most in any game under their head coach. 30 of the 38 came after Wemby was tossed. So they're like, we're going right to the hole, right to the bucket.
Take it to them. That's what you got to do. You get a gift. I mean, Wemby gave him a gift. Like, that series is over. Series is over because the Spurs probably win that game. If he doesn't get knocked out, with 3 quarters left, they probably win that game. And now we're sitting here, and I still think they're going to win. They'll probably win it in 6. still. Assuming he doesn't get suspended.
Yeah, he had 19 blocked shots across the first 3 games of the series. 19 blocked shots.
He's a freak. And again, I understand, like if you're saying this wouldn't have happened in the 90s, like they wouldn't have gotten him tossed. And I don't know. I don't know that he would have gotten tossed in the 90s, but they're not like that. They're not in the 90s anymore.
And Ant plays all 12 minutes in the fourth, scoring 16 of his 36 points. And he said, I had to do it for my mother who died of cancer in 2015, and his grandmother died of cancer 8 months earlier. He wears number 5 because they both died on the 5th of the month. He had portraits of them next to him the nights that Minnesota selected him with the first pick in the 2020 draft. And he said, I had to go ahead and win this for them on Mother's Day. Knicks take care of Philadelphia as Sixers players, Tyrese Maxey included, complaining that their arena got overrun. I think Josh Hart with the devastating quote saying, I used to think this was a sports town. Oh, my God, this gave me satisfaction.
And
this was incredible.
I think it was Maxey who said that like, it was
Timothy Chalamet sitting courtside.
Chalamet, that it was louder there than at the Garden, which is a little shot at Knick fans. But, of course, you're getting at the Garden, you're getting those stockbrokers who are just there to be seen, right? They're not like the diehards who can't afford to go there. They can afford to go to the game in Philadelphia when the Sixer fans are jumping ship and selling their tickets.
It's like Cubs at a Ranger game. Like yesterday, what happened with Jacob deGrom leaving was so disgraceful. The Ranger crowd is so bad, and they're so unaware. Bassick is politely trying to coach up the fans, and he goes, now I'm just throwing this out. It's so different from radio, Mike. I'm just throwing this out. You know, when a guy's pitching this well, and he's walking off the field for probably his final batter, you know, sometimes it doesn't hurt to stand up and
have some awareness.
Let him know how much you love him.
Have some awareness.
And Dave Raymond's like, yeah, you can do it at home too. And Mike said, yeah, sure. I immediately texted Mike. I was like, that was very polite of him.
Very polite.
And the crowd did not oblige. That was awful.
They weren't paying attention.
Or they don't know.
Or they don't know. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know that he was going to come out.
Well, they don't know to get up and stand. Or you know, that would be too much for them.
How do you not know? You should know. Like, you should know, like
10 strikeouts, 7th inning, walking off. You get up. 2 strikes, they should be up. They didn't get up 2 strikes in the World Series games. The Ranger crowd, man, it disappoints.
Most of those were Cubs fans, too. So, you know, you probably had 50% fans who were like, well, I'm not going to stand up for the opposing team.
You know, I would expect, like, when I see a great pitching match, like a dominant performance like that, I don't know. Because you saw the pitch count. You knew he wasn't going to come out again.
Yeah.
You know, he's in mid-90s already. He's not coming out.
And even if he did come out, you can still give him the standing walking off.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going back out there. But the Ranger crowd probably didn't realize. Well, he's going to just throw all 9.
Yeah.
You know?
Nolan would have done.
And this guy. Thank goodness that Bobby bailed on us last second this morning so I can talk about more basketball.
As Cunningham will inbound. Fever down 3, 1.3 remaining. Mitchell gets a clean look. Can't hit. And that will do it. Dallas escapes in an offensive shootout. 107-104 the final in an opening day thriller.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it was a thriller, but look, I was excited for Caitlin Clark-Paige in their preseason matchup. I think Paige had like 20 in the first half. Her and Caitlin Clark were going back and forth. And then I tuned into this for the final quarter. I was like, I'm going to see. I want to see Fudd's debut. I want to see Clark versus Paige. And it wasn't like the two best players, you know, had this epic matchup between them. But Indiana had 2 great looks from 3, but Dallas ends up with the victory. The Wings get the W over Caitlin Clark.
Man, all I could think about while you were texting about this game was, you know, thank God they got the CBA worked out. We got to see this. Thank God. Thank God it's back, you know, because this really is. It's almost an unrivaled.
Oh, here we go.
It's almost an unrivaled league.
Here we go. I thought the sarcasm would be missing with Bobby out. I was the only one.
I'm team unrivaled, baby. I'm all in on women's basketball, but 3-on-3. I had the 3-on-3 that to hoop it up.
So the Wings beat the Fever, and I do have to give Bobby a little bit of credit while kicking him in the balls all morning long for abandoning us last second. Man, I think this Caitlin Clark thing is going to be one of his all-time great victories, as he's been crapping on her now for a year or two. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the shooting percentages and stacking her up amongst the actual best players in the league, no one's taking her. I don't think you're not taking her over Paige. Obviously, Asia Wilson is the best player in the entire league, but this Caitlin Clark narrative from Bob, I think it has some legs.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you got to look at this.
Shaving legs.
Yeah, I
hope
this is like a Corey Majors 10-6 prediction. It's not real. It doesn't count.
What do you mean?
Because Corey would think they're always going to win 10 games. He always picks 10, right? He always picks them to win because that's what a good fan does. A solid, wholesome fan always picks the team to win 10 games a year. Bobby doesn't like Caitlin Clark, so he was always going to pick her. So it doesn't really count, right? You can't give him credit on this one.
Okay.
By the way, she's getting a little lit up.
Who?
Caitlin Clark.
For the crying?
No,
the flop,
losing, and then joining Morgan Wallen on stage.
She should have gone into hiding after the opening loss.
Should have gone into hiding after the opening loss.
Well, Morgan Wallen said he can't get anyone, at least when he was in Vegas, he can't get anyone to come out for the start of his show intro. He's like, Vegas, they're all too cool. Like, everyone bailed on him.
Oh, really?
So now he goes to Indiana and brings out Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree with Bob that the hype factor around her is not matching up with the actual play on the floor. Here we go. I'll read what Bobby wrote about this as I was live texting the group. I know Sean's best of the weekend at 7:40 will be filled with thrilling Wings basketball, but my best involves hilarious fever lows. Caitlin Clark, what are we doing? She's a 26% three-point shooter since the last few games of her rookie season. This mid-ass Tony Kukoc with longer hair and an even uglier jumper. Hey, Tony looked good last night at the lottery, a silver fox. She has an even uglier jumper. She's supposed to be the savior? Nah, that's Paige, who's actually a talented basketball player and not some Brandon Jennings chucker who will be in Shanghai in 2 years. That was Bobby.
Good. That's good.
With the WNBA write-off. Let's unleash.
She's volume. There's a volume to her because she's got she has all these historical records, right? Like the fastest to 1,000 points.
Yeah.
Fastest to blah, blah, blah.
Just showed how crappy the league was beforehand.
Right, but there's a volume aspect.
All right, let's unleash Choppy on hockey.
DL pops it into the middle of the ice, and they score! Mikhail Granlund drives right down the center lane. It's 2-1.
That is the call last night on Ducks Radio. And RJ, you were missing, I believe. Well, you definitely were missing Jim Nill, end of season press conference. All the stars fall out, and here we are with the rest of the hockey playoffs. Colorado has a goaltending issue and a decision to make
Wedgie.
With Wedgwood.
With Wedgwood. What are they going to do with Wedgie? It is apparent, though. Going into the weekend, it was Colorado looked unstoppable, and Carolina looks unstoppable. Like, they look so good. The rest of the series, Vegas got things tied up. Last night Anaheim won. They beat the Golden Knights. Montreal goes up 2-1 on the Sabres, and the Sabres are the 1 seed. They were the higher seeded team in this round. In this series with Montreal. So they have home ice advantage, but now they've lost it, and the Canadiens win Game 3, 6-2. So Buffalo is in a bit of a problem. And Carolina's going to be sitting around for 10 days before their next series.
And I am already looking for, I feel like I'm hoping that this NHL offseason gives us an NFL-type electricity with all these big names that people are throwing out there. The biggest of the big names.
Well, McDavid is one guy. Now, he's still got another year, I think, on his deal, but we
can get traded.
He can get traded.
On your deal.
And everyone is speculating that he is going to ask out, right? That's what the thought is, that he is going to ask out. They're going to move.
I'm seeing Kucherov deals. I'm seeing everybody. I'm getting odds sent to me from Vegas on everyone.
Everyone. Stars can make some moves. I mean, like when you go to
what's going to happen with Robo's contract?
Robo's got a deal. He's restricted, so they can match it. They can move him. I think they can move him still if they wanted to. But there is a lot of intrigue as to what is going to happen this offseason in the NHL. You get your cap going up, and you can make some moves.
Mavs get a new GM and the number 9 pick. Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, will join us at 8 to talk about it. But a part of our childhood passed away over the weekend. An absolute legend. Choppy has it in part of your Rangers Diamond Cavs, commercial free in the Expressway, along with best and worst of the weekend after this. And this is GimmeTheVin.com. Let's go ahead and make the start of your week absolutely fantastic, where you can sell your car for the most money with one fast offer and zero hassle. GimmeTheVin.com wants to buy that vehicle, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, your SUV, your minivan, your supercar, or that exotic. You can say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and the private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for that car, because Gimme the VIN puts it right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell it for more. It is as simple as going to GimmeTheVin.com, putting in your car's VIN number or license plate. You then get an offer in minutes that's well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. Selling your car never felt better than at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Tolos, you can change your child's life by donating.
FanDuel.com/adopt.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Osuna struck out his first time on a fastball, and he swings here and grounds one to first base. There's a play at home. Josh Young slides, and he's safe. The tag was missed. Carson Kelly missed the tag, and the Rangers have a 1-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about reliving our childhood? That's what we're going to do in part here on Diamond Cavs on Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. Rangers get the series victory 3-0 over the Cubbies yesterday. This following a 6-zip win on Saturday, and the Rangers take 2 of 3 from Chicago behind 7 strong from Jake DeGrom, and then Jacob Latz coming in with 2 innings. And after the game, I found this very, very interesting because they were talking about this in the Post. You know, what do you do with Latz moving forward? And even Evan Grant asked, are you going to name him your closer? Because you can't go 2 innings every night.
Yeah.
But this is, I mean, you talk about a guy with starter stuff, and Skippy is even like, nobody in the bullpen, the ball doesn't come out of their hand the way it comes out of Latz. It's like it comes out better. He's got more, right? He's got 3 strong pitches, a good fourth. But you can't have him go 2 innings every game. And that's part of the problem, that you're not going to be able to have that. So they're not ready to name him the closer or anything. But I think what I took from that yesterday, it is clear that out of the bullpen, he is the one that's got the best stuff, which I think we knew anyway. But to hear it confirmed, pretty good. Pretty good to hear it confirmed. So now you see what they're going to do because, again, he only threw 20 pitches. That's not a ton of pitches. So he made quick work in 2 innings, to get through those those 6 batters.
And the Rangers bullpen, one of the best in baseball, one of the storylines of the season, and you don't have like your true, obvious, outright shutdown closer.
No, they don't. Mason Miller isn't here.
Yeah.
Right? Edwin Diaz isn't here. They don't have a true closer, but they got a lot of guys they can use at the moment. All right, so sad news happened around Major League Baseball over the weekend. Longtime Braves manager Bobby Cox passing away, 84 years old. I had forgotten he was the Braves manager before he was the Braves manager. Like, he was the Braves manager like 10 years before he took the job again. Like in the late 70s, early 80s.
What?
Yeah, he was there with the Braves.
So he took the job a second time?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Wow.
But he was such a steadying force. 30 years behind, 25 years with 2 different stints with the Braves, and he had 4 years with Toronto. Named Manager of the Year 4 times. Only Connie Mack, Tony La Russa, and John McGraw have more regular season wins than Bobby Cox.
15 division titles, 5 pennants, 1 World Series. 1. That's a shame.
Yeah.
And then he's got his Hall of Fame induction, 14 straight division titles, the longest streak in the divisional era.
91 to 2005. And then he also had he was 1-4 in the World Series. And that is I don't say asterisk is the wrong word.
Yeah.
That is the kind of the sticking point on his resume. Because like we talk about this. If he was in the NFL, how are we looking at Bobby Cox?
Is RJ frozen on the fan cam?
Yeah, his video is messing up all morning. I tried to reset it, now it's just frozen on a very different look on the fan cam.
Okay.
Different? Am I picking my nose? What am I doing?
No, you're not. You're just looking straight, but it's like you're about to talk, so your mouth's slightly open there. I sent a picture in the group chat, but
so I look like Dan Graziano. That's just eyes wide open, looking straight at the camera.
They're not wide open. They're like in the half blink.
Oh man,
in the half blink. Yeah, could be a better shot.
The fan cam's loving it though. By the way,
they're loving it.
Yeah, they like it a lot.
What do they love?
They just think it's funny because he's
probably the best look I have.
This is just childhood stuff. Yeah. Like. We didn't have cable, so I'd go to my grandmother's in Easton, Maryland, and Friday night, Saturday night, my parents dropped me off, go have fun, and I put on TBS, and it's just Smoltz and Glavin and Maddox and Ted Turner.
Yep. 705, right? Everything was
705 and David Justice and Terry Pendleton and Rafael Belliard, and it just like the Braves are part of your childhood next to your local team. We had the Orioles broadcast, but the Braves they're the Cowboys. They're America's team.
They had
because they had the national brilliant. I think I'm going to give Ted Turner credit for this. I believe, but this is a Jerry Jones type move. Let's be the national broadcast.
Yeah, and the Cubs did the same thing on WGN. You can watch them. The White Sox did too. The White Sox were on WGN. That's how everybody knew who Hawk Harrelson was. You know that you could put it on the board. Yes. You get Harry Carey with the Cubs. So those three teams you can watch every night.
I love what Freddie Freeman, he was recalling some Bobby Cox memories. Quote, "You do things a little different over there. Freddie was there. His first year was Bobby's last. This is the Braves way. This is what I was taught. There's still things that I do. I can't wear a hat backwards. My sunglasses, like tomorrow if a cloud comes over, you won't see it go across my LA. I guess Bobby was like, don't cover up the brand. Don't cover up the team name. The glasses will be on the back of my hat. That's Bobby. The Braves were required to wear their uniforms to batting practice.
Really?
The clubhouses never blared music. He was strict, and you saw the winning that took place.
Wow.
Protect Leo Mazzoni, man.
Yeah.
If things come in threes, find Leo. Choppy is, I'll just tell you, Choppy's rocking in his chair since he's frozen. And we don't want Leo to be frozen soon. But you got Bobby Cox, you get Ted Turner. Protect Leo Mazzoni at all costs.
Man, it was that was a Mazzoni with the rock.
Yeah,
that was a fun team. Like they were always good. They were always good.
The tomahawk chop, man.
Mm-hmm. Especially in the old place when they moved over to whatever that first one was called. I called it. It was Turner Field.
Fulton County?
Turner Field. When it was Fulton County Stadium.
Fulton County Stadium.
That's when it was like. That's when the chop was going real. And then they moved over to Turner Field. And I remember I went to that Turner Field because it wasn't that far of a drive from Knoxville in college.
Well,
and we called it Turner Circus. It was the first stadium I'd been to where you could do anything there but watch baseball. Like you had all your food in the outfield. You had your bars. You had this thing in left field beyond the foul pole where the kids could run and do like a 40-yard dash. And I was like, man, you can do anything here but watch baseball. There was just, it used to be parks you would go to, and it was just ball. That's it. Talk the ball. Or seam. Or ash, pine tar. Some tar. Watch tar. All right, it's Bobby Cox passing away at 84 years old. Diamond Cavs here at 105 through the Fan.
He won National League Manager of the Year 4 times, was ejected 162 times, and won more games than anyone except La Russa, Connie Mack, and John McGraw. There was just this video compilation of Bobby getting ejected that people loved over the weekend. 581 winning percentage, trailed only the Yankees for the highest during that stretch. 581 to 582.
The bunt is back, maybe. For the first time in like 2 decades, it's being used as a weapon again. The stats show.
Bassick predicted, I think, yesterday, I think it was with one, was it? I can't remember how many outs. He's like, Evan Carter, look for another little bunt here from Evan Carter. I don't think it happened, but we've seen that little swing and bump from Evan this year.
Here's the thing. Nobody knows how to field it. So all Moneyball is about finding inefficiencies in the market, right? That's the whole thing. Well, and Bobby has talked about this. We're like, people became so pass happy in the NFL, defenses became so light to catch to stop the pass. Sooner or later, offensive lines were going to be so much bigger than defensive lines that you were going to start to be able to run the ball again. Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of happened like that in Major League Baseball. Teams don't know how to field the bunt. They don't. The only time you see bunts in high school still, and you'll see it a little bit in college, but like you don't see it at the major league level at all. Teams like completely just freeze up on how to do anything.
Well, I know that you're sprinting in and you're off balance compared to a routine grounder, but it's still a ground ball.
Still a ground ball. But what you're doing is you're asking generally who is fielding the bunt. Right? It's either the pitcher or the catcher. A lot of times, right? You're asking the pitcher, and I hope Bassick isn't listening, you're asking the pitcher to be an athlete. Okay? It's not always the best thing to do. Granted, most pitchers in Major League Baseball were also the best shortstops of their team.
Right.
But there's also some that have been, especially nowadays, they have these things called POs, pitcher only. You get into high school and you're a PO, that means you don't do anything else. You don't hit, you don't field, you're a pitcher only. And you lose some of that athleticism. Like, you want to be athletic when you're, and some of these guys just aren't. And these hitters know which pitchers are athletic and which ones are not. And they know which ones they can bunt on. But the bunt is on par with 2015. The difference is back in 2015, pitchers were hitting. Pitchers bunt at a much, much higher rate than anybody else. So these are actual position players that are bunting. And year after year in sports, like I said, the running back is back. And the same for baseball. The rules make it so speed wins, and the poor teams, right, the teams that don't have a lot of money, are utilizing the bunt to their advantage right now. And if you love to see the bunt, you love to see this. If you hate to see the bunt, you're going to hate this. But that's the reality of it. The Rays are doing it.
I think it's cool. I like it. It's more action.
It's more action. And if you have to find a way to win, like if you're the Rays, this is how you got to win. This is how you got to win.
What happened to the analytic disgrace that this was? I don't know, buttons for losers.
Yeah.
I remember RJ Choppy's shame bunters. Small ball.
Oh, yeah. I like big ball. Big balls, right? I don't like small balls.
Oh.
But, the Rays are looking at it like, hey, we're going to get base runners. Because they figured out mathematically somehow that this is better for them to win. So the bunt is back.
And that's the other thing, right? You talk about run defense not being as prepared in the NFL. Well, just getting balls in play.
Yeah.
It kind of exposes maybe some fielders who have some dust on them from all the home run or nothing over the years.
I mean, you get back. We heard this in Little League. If your pitcher's walking everybody, the defense is back on their heels. They're not on their toes. They're going to be a little slow. The first step's going to be a little slow. Well, if everything is a strikeout or a home run or a walk, same concept, right? Well, now you drop down a bunt. You got guys charging. Players are accustomed to fielding a ball, step, and throw. Not barehand a ball and then throw it kind of half underhand to first base. Like, that's not the norm. That's a more difficult play, and they're utilizing it to their advantage. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ 105. The fan, you want Trevor Bauer? You want Mizorowski?
Mizorowski.
All right.
The Miz.
This was cool. This was Friday. His first inning fastball velocity, unmatched in the history of the sport. He hit 103 miles an hour 8 times in the first inning. He had 10 pitches in the first inning that were 102 miles an hour or higher. That is insanity.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody can fathom this. And this is why offenses are bringing back the bunt. Pitchers are too dang good. You can't hit. How do you hit 10 pitches that are 102 miles an hour or faster in an inning?
He's got a 2.45 ERA. He is first in baseball in strikeouts with 70.
And you got some massive.
24 years old.
Like Skeens is 6'6". Schlittler's like 6'7". This guy's like 6'10". You got some massive pitchers that are bringing the heat, man. Like, it is fun. It is a lot of fun. I hate to,
Him versus Judge. I was just tuned in for it. Judge with a line out to right field.
Yeah, the love of the velocity that these teams have, these pitching coaches have, these franchises have. They're enamored with velocity. I could see why when it's 102. I could see why they love it. Because you can miss. If you have a 102 mile an hour fastball, you don't have to have pinpoint accuracy. You can throw it just about anywhere, and it's going to be something difficult to hit to time up. But what are you doing with him? You're just waiting. 102 miles an hour, 104 miles an hour. You're throwing 10 pitches that fast. I'm just waiting for your arm to pop. I think we're all waiting for that.
102, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, 103, and 104. That's what he did in the first.
It's crazy. So that's Miz. That's kind of fun. Trevor Bauer, he wants back in again. He floats the idea of pitching for free in the major leagues.
All right,
no
Aiden's here. Let's see if we can get you unfrozen.
Come on, unfreeze me, Aiden.
After Reitman stops talking his ear off. Let's see. We can get this done.
Man, he will pitch for free, he said. It's over. It's not going to happen for him.
Yep.
They just don't. The teams have made it clear he is not worth the trouble. And it's not like there's really anything even to be worried about. He was completely exonerated in the court of law. So if there's no legal recourse that he would not be able to play, it's just they don't want to deal with it. And there are people out there in the sport that say nobody really likes him in the sport. He's kind of a diva. And is he even as good as he was? Surely not as good as he was when he last pitched in the sport. But now we're talking about his velocity numbers, his spin rate numbers in the leagues that he's in may not be as good. Every single team in the sport follows the NPB, which is the Japanese baseball league. They all follow it. They all follow the Mexico league, right? They all keep an eye on how these guys are doing in these leagues. They would have had him if he was that good in the league. They would have. The reality is that he just, may not be that good anymore. What do we got here?
We're getting ready for best and worst of the weekend. Hand one of those to Aiden, please. Let's see if we can get Choppy unfrozen. That's Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers, and the schedule eases up.
Yes, it does.
For the Rangers and the Diamondbacks starting tonight on this radio station. Bobby Belt is out sick today, just when we thought we were getting back to full strength. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
That's where you tell us what you got into. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And I will start off with best of the weekend. As Choppy, you missed this entire craze and my search and turning in my man card in the pursuit of these squishies that you now see on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, or at least mine, because I guess RJ is still frozen. Are you aware of these, sir?
I have no idea what this is.
You have no idea what this is. This is the latest craze. My wife has become hypnotized. It's her entire feed on TikTok. It's like a sensory thing.
She's off Labubu.
She's off Labubu.
Okay.
Labubu is dead and gone.
RJ is back, by the way, for now.
Hey! I mean, we only have 6 cameras in here. You could have pointed a different one at me.
That's right. So I was looking to get my wife these squishies for Mother's Day, and I had a bunch of Tolos. You guys are awesome, fantastic. Thank you for reaching out. But Mr. Garcia said, I'll meet you in the grocery store parking lot. My son, Pokemon shows and all this stuff, people are buying them up off the shelves. So we meet in the parking lot, and I buy up 4 different ones, and it made her entire weekend. She was in love. She's blown away. So I've handed each of you one of these little squishy things. They smell awful. It's like paint.
They smell like the Nito. They smell like Nitos.
That's what this is all about. That's what this is.
Oh.
So you know what this is already.
I don't know. I don't know the fuzz ones.
Yes, she wants, it only can be Nito brand squishies.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the other brand. So people are sending me CVS's and convenience stores in Rockwall, where we're going to be on Friday, Pay.
Mm-hmm.
I got a guy in Lubbock. I mean, I got guys everywhere. It's like drug deals going down. So this is what the hype and the craze is all about. It leaves an awful film on your hand.
It does.
I don't get it. I don't like it. But my wife and a lot of the country are all in and obsessed. Pay, initial thoughts.
How much you want for it, Sean? I'm all in. I like it. I get the craze now. I really do. It feels great. It kind of, when you squeeze it, it holds its form for like half a second, maybe to a full second. But I like it. I could see me just like sit on the couch watching TV, just squeezing this thing.
At our social
really
gathering,
like
she's bringing out a basket of these Nitos.
Are they just the fuzz balls? Or are they all?
No, they have a ton of different ones.
Because Sarah's got one that almost looks like a Pikachu character kind of thing.
There's blocks of cheese. There's pieces of pizza.
And then she also
ice cubes.
She also has one that it comes in a dumpling.
Yep.
Thing.
Are they Nitos?
I don't know if the dumpling one is or not,
dude.
But
you could sell these things.
She's got the dumpling, and she's got the one that looks like a Pikachu guy.
Yeah, Pepe, you're not gonna be able to afford it off of me.
Dang it!
I'm ashamed to say that this box and 3 others. Now, this Tolo, he was kind enough to throw in an extra box for us to play around with up here. 4 of these stupid little things, $100.
No.
That costs $100.
No, this and 3 others.
Oh, people are saying
they're getting them for $5 to $7 to $12 and upping the market price. And I was like, all right, well, how much you want? He goes, well, my kid's selling it for $25. And I was like, all right, well, how much you want? And he's like, well, my kid's selling them for $25. And I was like, I'm about to pay $100 for these things? Are you kidding me?
My whole life, I was thinking, okay, what's that $1 million idea that I can come up with to just sell to people? And it was right here. It's just a squish ball, man.
Bro,
right in front of us.
They smell. I hate this grime left on my hand.
People are saying that the amount of the toxicity level in these has got to be unreal.
Yes.
It has to be.
Yes.
It has to be. It is, but you know what? I mean, everything has got toxicity in this thing now. Right?
Yeah. So I had to get it for the wife. That was the best of the Mother's Day weekend as we all celebrated. Pepe, give us your best and worst.
So,
and by the way, the worst was the on-again, off-again rain yesterday. 2 different cycles, like 4 total of rain, sun. I'm like, all right, we're going to have baseball practice. Then rain, then sun again. So back and forth 4 different times with the weather yesterday.
Same thing. We were lucky to get 1 game in. We lost, so we were done anyway. But we got our 1 game in right around noon. And I don't know how we played because the sky is all around. Like, it was like raining everywhere else except for Grapevine.
Pepe, best and worst.
So my best, I'll start with my best because my worst might lead to a divorce here. The best is I ordered my suit for my wedding on Friday. It'll be a tan suit. I ordered it. All my groomsmen ordered it. And because they ordered it, I got a deal with this company that if 5 groomsmen order their suits, mine's free.
Oh!
Free dollars, baby. That's what I like. That's what a free suit. You know, they had to pay over $200 for this thing. Could not relate. I got mine for free.
Did you select that many groomsmen just for you to get your free suit?
Of course I did. Yeah. I had 4 and I was like, wait a minute, I need 1 more to get the free suit. I'm putting in my brother. My brother's finally getting in it.
The adopted one. The adopted brother?
No. I had 5 to begin with. We had 1 groomsman who couldn't make it. He does baseball stuff for another team, so he wasn't able to do it. But my brother's in now, so I do have 5. The 5 I originally wanted in, so I got the free suit there. Now that I bring this up, we're probably going to talk about suits and stuff in the meeting after the show today, which I got torched for.
Now, real quick, if this is the company I'm thinking of that I use as well, horrible experience with them.
Oh, God.
really bad.
Really?
Oh, yeah. If you notice at my wedding, one of the guys had a different suit because they ran out. Sullivan.
I did notice that.
Kevin,
notice that.
Yeah, he had a different suit up there because they ran out. So, very shoddy.
I just figured he's the guy that always wanted a salmon-colored suit.
That's right. So
I just texted you the name of it, Sean. So hopefully it's not it because I got the suits for everyone. So we got it. But so suits coming in here in a couple of weeks. So hopefully everything fits. I don't have to get anything tailored. But we're less than a month out from my big day. But that leads to my worst here.
All right, this is not the company, so that's good.
Okay, good. All right, we're saved. Mackenzie doesn't have to stress anymore because she's already stressing now. It seems like
this one is not in a warehouse.
All of a sudden, Mackenzie wants to change our first dance song. She said it's too slow.
No.
Everyone's going to be sad during it. We have this big intro planned where all the groomsmen and bridesmaid runs down the aisle and everything in the reception area. So, that's going to be fun. But she says our first dance is way too slow. I don't know if I like it. It needs to be more uppity. I'm like, well, first dance, I don't want to be, like playing rap songs, first dance. I want it to be emotional. It's just us two. Everyone can watch, see us kiss and everything, dance. I can twirl you a couple times. It'll be over in 90 seconds. But she says it's too slow.
But what was it? You got to play it for us. We got to know what it is.
No, I can't because if we go with it, it's on so we're doing betting slips, right? For everyone to be on, over, under, best man speech.
You're such a degenerate.
Yeah,
You're just
and so
me. This is amazing.
One of the options is to guess the first dance song. And so we'll give you options there. You have to pick which one you think it is. So I can't give it away now because if we do go with it, then you guys obviously will know the answer to that. And you guys get a prize if you get the best betting slip.
Is there multiple choice? Or
it'll be multiple choice. Yeah, so you'll get some there.
I don't have to just pick a song out of thin air.
Yeah, well, we'll see your best option there. We can pick. And then Mackenzie said she's cutting me off from sweet treats from here on out. No more ice cream, no more cookies unless I can hide it.
She said
she saw pictures of me in Mexico and she was worried.
Yeah, I saw pictures of you
She
too.
was worried. I swear to God, that's what she said to me. She was worried. I was like, worried about what? Like I was in Mexico? No, your weight. I was like, my goodness. If I said this to you, backhand, front hand, foot in the dude, all over the place. So, RJ, I'm going to need the divorce lawyer you have because here in a few weeks, whenever I get married, I'm going to divorce her right there after. So there it is. But yeah, she's already stressing over this whole thing.
So no sweets.
No sweets. Well, I got to find a drawer to hide some candy or something in. I got to have my sweets here and there. Everyone does.
What about the Bobby burritos?
Oh, she doesn't know about that. I haven't told her about that.
Yeah, that's
now that she's going to listen back to this segment. She now knows about.
Are you eating different dinners? Are you going straight fish and just straight lean and mean protein?
No. Today is taco night with queso. So, we're going good. Tomorrow's burgers. We got everything lined up on the menu. Chicken wings.
She said worried.
Yeah,
I'm getting worried.
I
thought it was over his white pasty skin, like it was a tan issue.
Hey, my legs are tan. My legs are brown over here. They're really good. It might be a suit thing because I got the suit, all sized up over a month ago. Yeah. So if I get the suit and it's a little bigger or I'm a little bigger than the suit, we're going to have issues.
Choppy, best and worst from Utah.
All right. I am a horseman. I was so worried about not getting on this horse because I had a weight limit, 220. That's what it said, 220.
Was there a scale?
I did not see it. There may have been one inside the shed, but I did not see one.
Were you just terrified the whole build
morning,
up?
The whole morning.
In anticipation? Because you ate two things that told us you were over the attempt to cut the weight. The bagel with cream cheese.
I had a bagel with cream cheese, yeah.
And then the double patty pastrami burger was the nail in the coffin.
That was the nail in the coffin. I was like, you know what? I'm just giving up. I tried to lose 8 pounds before the trip that week, and I was like, I just didn't do it. I was like, all right, screw it.
Needed Kevin Hagelin's Souza.
I did. I needed Souza, right? But I get there, and we didn't have an appointment.
Were you legit paranoid looking around for a scale? You had to be, and then you said there's no bar to go to because you're in the middle of nowhere. What would you have done?
Well, I probably would have I would have rented an e-bike and gone around the park because this is at Bryce Canyon. This is a really cool spot. So we get up there, and I wore a hoodie, but it was kind of a tighter hoodie, not like a big baggy one. I didn't want them to. I wanted them to see me be as svelte as I possibly could be. I wore tight jeans, right? And they were baggy jeans. I wanted to look slim.
Yeah.
We get up there. And we go up to the front. We don't say a word. We don't say anything about weight. Don't ask about weight.
Was she stressed?
She was a little bit stressed. We said 2. And
you standing back of her while she orders?
I'm standing behind her.
Are you?
I'm down below, so they have a higher vantage point, right? They got the higher ground. I am petrified. We get up. We start to go up to the guy who's going to let us go into the corral to get onto our horse. And he asks, have you ridden a horse before? And I said, never. I've never been on a horse. I have no idea what to do. He looks me up and down. And this guy was easily 260, so he couldn't have said a word to me.
Yeah.
He looks me up and down.
Were there other people there on this excursion bigger than you?
No, I was the only guy. I was the only guy in this whole thing.
Wow.
And he looks me up and down, and he says,
Brokeback,
you're on Patsy. And I said, oh, just like Lee Harvey. That's what I said to him. I don't think he found that funny. I don't think he was a conspiracy theorist at all. But I get over to Patsy.
Patsy.
Because I'm a JFK guy, right?
Yeah.
So I get over there. I get on this horse. They hand me a whip. They said, Patsy doesn't like to move very fast. You're going to have to whip her.
Oh, my.
She said, you can't get this horse going. I get on the horse. This horse is licking everything. He's starting to move.
Licking?
She's licking the bar. The horse starting to move. I'm like, why is my horse moving? I'm freaking out because I'm too high. I'm thinking I'm too heavy. The horse knows I'm too heavy.
Yeah.
And
you thought the horse had asthma.
I thought the horse had asthma. She could not move. Like every time I tried to get her to go, she didn't want to go. Wanted to go nowhere.
The picture you sent out on Instagram of just the horse, you on top of the horse, that was funny. That was entertaining, and that looked like a very thin pony.
It was a mule. It was a mule, okay? It was a half horse, half donkey, okay? So it was a mule.
I was like, this thing is done. He's going to give this thing scoliosis.
Yeah, I thought for sure, because this thing was struggling to get up these hills. But there was a 1,000-foot drop. You're on the edge of a cliff.
That's where I would have gotten off.
I was so scared.
No one has ever been tossed off that thing?
As far as I know.
To the left, it looked like about 3 feet was the fall-off drop on the cliff.
It was petrifying. And then we come to a stop because every now and then the horses would just stop and pee. All right? And Sarah was right in front of me, and she was on her horse. And Aiden's going to put this photo up on the fan cam. Okay? Sarah's horse, when they pee, the tallywhacker comes out. Like folds out.
Oh my God! Why did you take a picture of it?
And I took a picture of this from behind, and Sarah's having the time of her life on this horse that has just a juggernaut of a wiener.
Bro.
I mean, this thing is massive.
That's not part of the tail?
That's not part of the tail.
Too much info.
I mean,
wow.
I've never seen something so impressive.
Come on, man.
And
I don't know if you can show that on YouTube, man.
If you've never seen a lady horse urinate, it's like a flood out of their butt.
Does it squat down?
No, it just flies right out, and you're getting sprayed. If you're too close, like some of it was
on the horse.
If the horse behind me or got in front of me at one point, and it was a lady horse, and this thing urinated all over, and like the splash from the ground up, incredible.
But it sounded phenomenal. It
was great.
3 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours on the horse. I cannot wait to ride a horse again. It was awesome. Like, I felt...
They say you're supposed to be hurting the next day. That's what Bobby said.
You know, honestly, I hurt more from the e-bike. Yeah. I hurt more from the e-bike. Now, maybe we weren't on it long enough.
Yeah.
Right? It was only an hour and a half, 2 hours. But I loved it. That is the only way to do Bryce Cannon in Utah is on a horse. It was tremendous.
There it is. Best and worst of the weekend. Was it worse because of where the Dallas Mavericks ended up in the draft lottery, or the best because of their new general manager? Mike Curtis, Mavs insider from the Dallas Morning News, was at the lottery. He joins us next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The ninth pick in the NBA draft belongs to the Dallas Mavericks.
And the letdown was felt throughout the Metroplex, and we have someone joining us here on Sean and RJ who was in the room for all the coverage. Mavs insider for the Dallas Morning News, Mike Curtis, here on DFW Sports Station. Mike, good morning. Thank you for the time. Could you feel the disappointment from the Mavs' new brass sitting right there a few feet away?
Yeah, they were, first of all, thanks for having me. They were right there in front of me. It wasn't as noticeable as I thought it was going to be, honestly. I thought I was going to see, like, head drop. I thought I was going to see somebody put their hand on their heads or something similar to that. But I think Masai Ujiri and Mike Schmitz, they're pretty confident they can find someone in that 9-ish range if they choose to keep the pick. There's a lot of things that can happen between now and next month's draft, so we'll see what happens. But we did talk to Orlando Blackman. He did have like a smirk / grimace on his face, but
because he was the ninth pick, right? Was he the ninth pick?
Yeah, he was the number 9 pick too. So I think that's the way he reconciled it. Like you can get a really good pick in this draft. It's going to be really deep. I'm just curious to see how the pieces fall.
Give our audience an education, if you could, on Mike Schmitz and your opening impressions of talking to him yesterday.
Yeah. So yesterday was our first time talking to him since he was named general manager. Obviously, he's replacing Nico Harrison's day-to-day role. My first impression is that this is a guy who's all about basketball. He knows talent. He's always been known as a talent evaluator. The NBA draft is his specialty. I think he's going to be able – he can point out, obviously, the top 10 through 14 picks and notice talent. But where I want to see him kind of flex his muscles is what is he going to do when Dallas is on the clock at 30 and 48? Because they also have those 2 picks in this upcoming draft. And it's those picks that kind of show how good you are as a talent evaluator. You want to get a guy like a Pascal Siakam, which Masai Ujiri found in the 20s. You want to get a guy like OG Anunoby who can be a contributor on a playoff team, a really big contributor at that. I know New York thrived without in these last 2 games, but you want a guy who can be like a diamond in the rough, who can pay off in the long run.
Mike Curtis joined us here at 105 to the Fan. Do we know the kind of style of play of a team that he would like to have?
Not at this moment. He didn't really get into the minutia of what kind of team he wants to play, what kind of team he wants to have, but he does want to build around Cooper Flagg. He didn't identify the type of position that he's looking for, whether it be point guard, forward, wing. We know they definitely have a need at the guard position. We saw last year they need an additional playmaker, someone who can get their own bucket and get their teammates involved. Shooting would be a added bonus because this team was near the bottom in three-point attempts last year, obviously. And when you have like your only consistent three-point shooters, Max Christie and Klay Thompson, and you're depending on those guys night after night, you got to have somebody else who can space the floor. Obviously, Kyrie Irving's going to help a lot with that, but they need to hit on this lottery pick, and I think that lottery pick needs to be able to shoot as well.
Mike, is this GM hire a big gamble? Like, you know, when Nico was hired, we were kind of making some shoe salesman jokes. Well, this hire could come with he was a draft analyst. This is an ESPN anchor guy who's now supposed to be running the Dallas Mavericks. Is he well respected throughout the league? How do you think the rest of the league is looking at this?
Yeah, I think he's well respected for his basketball acumen. That's a given. What I'm interested in seeing is how does he work well with people? How will he work with the coaching staff? How does he get along with obviously the players? From what I noticed yesterday, he's very personable. I walked up and chatted him up for a couple of minutes after we spoke to him. Obviously, he came from Portland and he was assistant general manager there. But what I'm curious in seeing is what does his leadership style look like? Because when you're a general manager, everyone's looking at you. Obviously, Masai Ujiri is going to be the top guy, and he's going to have final say. But on a day-to-day, Mike is going to be the guy to lead this franchise with day-to-day basketball operations. So that's what I'm curious of seeing. And
yes,
I mean, he's only in his 4th day, so he still has to get back to Dallas and get himself settled, which he spoke about yesterday. But I'm curious in seeing how he kind of handles this new role.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you as the follow-up. How is this going to be divvied up? Because when the news breaks that Ujiri is hired, I'm like, okay, he's the general manager, his handprints, fingerprints all over this team.
Sure.
How do you think this is going to be divvied up with a GM hire?
Yeah, I actually asked Masai that yesterday. We got to speak to him briefly after the number 9 pick was announced. He wanted to kind of delegate all media responsibilities to Mike.
Yeah.
But I think, the way he explained it to me, that the roles are going to be, it's going to be collaboration at every level. I think Mike is going to have the leeway to go out and scout players, go out and make recommendations, say, hey, I think we should explore this trade. But I think ultimately Masai is going to have the final say. Obviously, Patrick Dumont was heavily involved this last year. I think he wants to be able to let the new front office do their thing and not have as much say-so. So I think Masai is ultimately going to have a final say on all basketball decisions, but I think Mike is going to be able to be in a position to have a little bit of influence as well.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, was at the Lotto in Chicago. Mavs ending up with number 9. And after that, some Mavs fans were not happy with the way they ended the season, Mike. A little bit too much winning. Can you recall the end of the Mavs
just
season?
Saying that out loud, too much winning.
Well, I mean, the Mavs fans have a right to be upset that the tank, quote unquote, was not executed as much as it could have been to end up at 9.
Yeah, I remember the end of the season vividly. I remember seeing Cooper Flagg kind of tap into this new gear and try to score as much as he could on a nightly basis. Obviously, they were gunning to get him that Rookie of the Year, and I think he really made a big impression during those final 10 games or so. But I'm looking at the schedule now. They won 3 of their last 9. There was that win against Portland where you have Marvin Bagley go off for 26 and 9. I think Brandon Williams had a really big game that game as well. He gets up when he goes back to Portland because obviously that was his first NBA team. You got the win against the Lakers, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people at that point, they were riding that home losing streak.
Yeah.
And they wanted to get some momentum going and some morale boosters. And then obviously the season-ending win against Chicago. So when you look at 3 wins like that, I mean, a lot of those 3 were morale boosters, but in the end, it may have hindered them from getting what they wanted ultimately in the NBA draft. But you can never tell with these things. It's a lottery. Who's to say that if they even lost those games, would they be in the same position? Maybe they stand pat still at 8 or 9. Maybe they jump into the top 4 like Memphis and Chicago. I know they benefited from that last year. I think it was last year when Chicago had the coin flip, and I think because of that loss against the Lakers, or they lost at the buzzer, that was the difference in them getting that was the difference for the Mavs, especially getting the number one pick. So you can never tell with these things, but I think the fan base has a right to feel how they feel.
Let's talk about some of these prospects. Everyone is hyping up this draft, especially with some of the new tanking rules expected next year. People have been lining up for these prospects for a while, Mike. Let's talk about some of the talent that could be around the Mavs selection.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, with number 9, I think there's 2 tiers in this draft. Obviously, you have the top 4 with all the big 3, and also with Caleb Wilson. But then you go to the next 4. You have this tier of guards who can really fulfill what the Mavericks need. They need another guard to pair to Cooper Flagg to kind of alleviate some of that ball handling pressure. Kyrie as well. I think Kyrie's a guy who can play away from the ball. So at that number 9 spot, can you get a guy like Mikael Brown Jr. from Louisville who may be available? Will Braden Burries at that spot be available? I think it's really going to depend on what happens from 1 through 8. And if there's any movement, if there's any opportunities to kind of move into that selection, or kind of, I don't think they'll move down, but you never know with the new front office what they want to do trade-wise. But I think at that pick, Mikael Brown would be a really safe bet. Obviously, I think a lot of people saw the clip circling around. Locked On Mavs was here, and they were able to talk to him, and he said he liked Dallas. He said it's one of his favorite cities in the NBA. So I think the big thing about him, he's a guy who's able to come in and kind of man that lead initiator role. He can shoot, which is really important, but I think a lot of concerns revolve around his back and how he wasn't able to kind of be as effective late in the season. So we're at the combine, and he's going to go through all his evaluations. A lot of these guys are going to get interviewed by several teams. Ultimately, when the team gets back to Dallas, they're going to have pre-draft workouts. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how this thing shakes out too.
If those 4 guards are gone and they get to 9, do you think is Phylon too big of a drop from a tier, or is that a trade down type guy, or is that an option?
No, I think he's definitely an option. When you look at what he did at Alabama, like 22 and 5, that's really good production, especially from the three-point range. I think he shot 40%. Can create his own shot. I think he has splits like 50, 40, 80. I think he also has really good defensive potential. So I wouldn't be mad at that pick at all. I know some people probably prop up some of the forwards before him, like Axel Lindeborg, who played played at Michigan, just coming off a national championship. A name that I'm seeing a lot that Mavs fans I'm not sure would be happy with is Native Mint out of Tennessee, but I don't think that's a bad pick at number 9 for the Mavericks, especially when your positional need is a guard.
Mike, they are glowing about Kyrie teaming up with Flag. I got destroyed by a lot of Mavs fans last week for some of my Kyrie trade ideas. Percentage chance that Kyrie Irving starts the season on the Mavs next year.
That's a really good question. So, based on what we experienced earlier this week, or at this point it was last week, during Masai Ujiri's press conference, I think Masai definitely wants him back.
Yeah.
That was one of the things I wanted to kind of take out of that press conference. What does he think about Kyrie Irving, especially as a fit next to Cooper Flag? And when I asked him that question, before I could even get out the rest of my question, he said, "Oh man, I dream like you dream," even though obviously I'm not dreaming of anything dealing with the Mavericks, but you could tell the passion in his voice and the passion on his face that I think he wants to see what it looks like with Cooper paired with Tyree. Obviously, he's been in this game for a while, so he knows talent and he knows how pieces fit together. And I think he can see the value in having a veteran who can get his own shot, who can create for others, who can still finish at the rim. We got to see what Kyrie looks like, because obviously he's gonna be coming off a year and a half without playing basketball, so that's going to be the big thing. But I think Masai and Mike, they're going to take this summer to evaluate what they have, especially with these veterans they have coming back to the roster.
Mike, thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work.
Yeah, anytime, fellas. I appreciate y'all for having me.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, here on Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt out sick today on DFW Sports Station. Why RJ says tonight is the most important start of Nate Eovaldi's season. Why is that? Next on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on in a high fly ball to deep right field. Suzuki back in the corner at the wall. That ball is history. It just barely clears the leap of Suzuki. A 2-run homer for Evan Carter, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
And how about that? 20 consecutive scoreless innings against the Chicago Cubs. They take 2 of 3, and behind Jacob deGrom, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, and the Evan Carter 2-run home run with the insurance, 3-0 over the Cubbies as the schedule all of a sudden softens up with the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight right here on The Fan.
And this is what you love to see from Jake deGrom. 7 innings, no walks. Don't give him teams aren't going to string together when deGrom is on enough hits in a row to do damage unless he gets a little wild and he gives them free bases or hit batsmen, whatever, right? But generally it's not going to happen.
His pitching arsenal is what?
I mean, he's got your fastball, your slider, changeup. He's your typical.
But doesn't it feel like it's basically fastball, slider?
It feels that way because he uses it a lot, and it's a great pitch. I mean, when his slider is on, it's one of the best pitches in the sport.
I'm wondering how many all-time great pitchers, starters. Mm-hmm. We know Mo went
Rivera as a closer did one thing, right? He threw one pitch, basically.
Yeah. How many guys relied on as few pitches as all-time great starters as deGrom?
Boy, I'm bad at this because... I'm
Holland, if you're listening, text in
a way like that
because it feels like it's 2 pitches all the time.
It feels like it. It's probably not.
Tim Wakefield had the knuckleball.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. All-time great.
Oh, well.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Rest in peace.
So, do you consider so a lot of pitchers throw 3 fastballs out, the cut fastball, the 2-seamer, and the 4.
Yeah.
To me, that's the 2-seamer and the 4-seamer. It's just to me, I just look at it as the same pitch. It's not. Right, one is
I look at it as the same.
Right, one's got run, one's obviously the cut fastball's got cut.
Like I'd like to take all-time greats and see their top 3 pitch disparity. I'd like to see the deGrom fall off to pitch 3 compared with fastball slider compared to the others. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
How many people have been able to dominate by using so few? By the way, Cowboys, Giants. Opening night, the breaking news this morning, Sunday night football, I should say. And we'll get into the rest of the Cowboys' opponents at 8:40 and below the belt with Bobby out sick today and the return of Choppy.
Brooks Baseball is a site I used to use. Let me go pull this up. It's always
I can do it as a research project.
All right, yeah, I can do that. But he was fantastic. And when he is on his game, he is very nasty and very difficult to hit. People saying Randy Johnson was fastball slider only.
Yeah.
And he was. I mean, that's basically what he was. And he was wicked. And guess what? He also tipped every pitch. He tipped every pitch, so you knew it was coming. You still couldn't hit it.
That bird didn't see it coming.
The bird did not see it coming. Who was on the mound tonight? Nasty Nate Eovaldi. He has pitched 2 gems in a row.
Owns the Yankees.
And I mean gems. What he did against a pretty good New York lineup was just fantastic.
Twice.
But that's the thing. I don't think the Yankees have hit him since like 2017. And I'm pretty sure he was on the Yankees in 2017, and I still don't think they hit him then. That's
the next underdog play. Like I was kicking myself for not going. I wonder how much they're going to shift and adjust the next time Nate sees them.
Yeah, they did not. And there were some good signs with him in those starts, your swings and misses and contact, low barrel. But that team, I think, goes into the game against Eovaldi having already lost. And you could say getaway day. Some Yankee fans are saying that the game here, they had already won the first 2. It was a getaway day. Now, I mean, the game in New York was in the middle of the series. He just owns them. So that's why tonight, to me, is such an important start for him. Because, he goes out there, he tosses another good one, a really good one, 6 innings, 1 run, 7 innings, 2 run, whatever. It's like, all right, you know what? You got your ace back. You got, one of your aces back. Now you got 2 legitimate top, whatever you want to call them, 15, 20 pitch, top 15, top 20 pitchers in the sport. Both of them combined. if he does it, it's like, all right, did he just run into a team that he always dominates? Right, and he always dominates the Yankees. That's why I think tonight's such a big game.
Sounds weird to say biggest start of the year, just so we know that the Yankee thing isn't fluky.
Yeah, it's just so it's not just you against the Yankees. Yeah. Other than that, Eovaldi has been. This has not been the best year for him. Yeah, there's a lot.
We were worried before the Yankees start.
1,000%. 1,000% worried. And now it's like, are you worried anymore? No, I'm not worried right now. After the last two starts. But I don't want to see him go back out there and be the guy who gave up 6 runs against the Athletics. Gave up 6 runs against the Orioles in 4 innings, or gave up 5 runs against the Phillies.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness to him,
Yankees 3rd in baseball in all the runs scored. Rangers are the 3rd worst, and when you look at Arizona, they're 22nd.
So it should be an offense that he handles.
Should be.
It should be. Now, granted, the A's have a really good offense, and he won 7 shutout innings against them. Then again, Seattle, who is hit and miss, he gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. Only 2 of those were earned. But then he followed that up with 6 runs in 6 innings, all earned, against the A's before his back-to-back 15 innings and 1 earned run against the Yankees, and that 1 run was just a solo homer. I think Judge hit that one. So, Eovaldi, this to me, big start for him.
Rangers Diamondbacks tonight on the station, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Our first Mavs mock draft at 9. I cannot wait for that. I'm excited. I'm excited for a player at 9. My YouTube expert eye has picked somebody out. 9:20 red zone and 8:40 the rest of the Cowboys opponents.
I am fascinated. I want to guess.
Oh, man.
I want to guess who this is.
Okay. You going to guess now?
Do you want me to guess now?
No. Okay, so last night was the Netflix roast of Kevin Hart. Any interest
Is that what that was? Okay, I saw that.
What'd you think? I was at the Improv, and I just ran into Kevin there, and Tom Brady, and Cat Williams, and Meek Mill.
I thought it was.
I just got lucky on a random night in Addison.
Whoa! I figured it was I figured it was an award show or something I was missing out on, and I was like, oh, what is this?
Yes.
That's why you post those videos.
So I grabbed a couple of the sports clips, and I'll start off with Tom Brady here. Peyton, do you have interest in these? Like going and watching the full thing on Netflix?
Yeah, I mean, like the Tom Brady thing, I think last year, the year before, like that one I was interested in. But if they keep going through like Kevin Hart, I saw the clips, but I wouldn't like sit down and watch the whole thing. I'll see the highlights and stuff on Twitter, but that's about it.
All right. So did you not think the clips that we're about to play are funny enough?
I think this first one's hilarious.
All right. Well,
I love a good roast. The Jeff Ross with Greg Giraldo was on them.
Yeah. Well, they got Jeff Ross on there and stuff. This is Brady roasting Kevin.
Have you even left the forum? Or have you just been here screaming into that mic the last 2 years waiting for daddy to come home? Well, unlike your real dad, I actually showed up.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
And I brought you a jersey.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
That's newborn size. That fit you?
Give me the
All right, sit down. F***ing hobbit.
That's so good. Oh, it's amazing.
Yo, Tom went in.
That's amazing.
Tom went in.
And you know what? That's really good comedic timing. Like he paused.
Yes.
The timing was really solid.
The delivery was harsh.
Yeah, that's good.
Didn't sound like he was reading it.
No, that's solid.
Shane Gillis was there for Draymond.
Oh, baby.
Draymond was there. Tom was like, Draymond's here. He'll probably be kicked out of here in 10 minutes. And then Shane Gillis got up for Draymond.
Now we're going to talk about Draymond Green. Draymond Green is here. Yeah. Welcome.
Booze.
Draymond Green has 4 NBA championships the way Ringo Starr has 11 #1 albums. Draymond's always taking credit for the accomplishments of his more talented friends. See, Jeff, it's not just you.
Jeff Ross.
Draymond is the first player to make 4 All-Star teams for just setting picks. Thought that would get more. You guys, you don't know ball.
You don't know ball.
You don't know ball.
I thought it was hoop. I thought it was net.
And then finally, it took me a little bit to try to comprehend this one, but this is Tom Brady throwing America's team under the bus as a Fox broadcaster.
And it looks like we actually have some real Eagles fans here. Yeah. Not like Kevin, who only shows up at the big games when the Eagles are playing well. You know, Kev, we actually have a name for those people. They're called Cowboys fans.
Bandwagon shot.
Man, you can't do that. As a Fox announcer.
I know. Well, the bias is out the window. He's a Raiders owner.
Right. But as a Fox announcer, you know, you're going to do a lot of NFC games.
Yeah.
And when you do NFC games, it means you're going to do Cowboy games.
I guess the big headline was Kevin Hart and Cat Williams squashing their beef. I was not aware of what their beef was. The Rock showed up. John Stamos was in the crowd. So I'm going to go home and watch this.
All right, I'm gonna watch this thing. We still have Netflix. Does Stamos look?
Yep, he looks good.
God, he looks good.
He's
100 years old.
Great looking man. Great looking man. But Tom Brady was up there. Jeffrey Ross. They said that. What are some of the other things that jumped out? They're like, Draymond, I'm not going to insult you because you're very angry. You're violent.
Wow.
Very violent. They said Shane Gillis looked like a bao bun, like a dumpling, like a big puffy white Asian dumpling.
Yeah, he looks like a dumpling.
So they were going back with a lot of Epstein stuff. People were getting outed for being at Epstein's house.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it got a little vicious.
Wow. We got more Epstein info from that than we did from the actual files.
Actual release.
Wow.
It's Sean and RJ. Bobby Bell, last second sick this morning on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on, and starting off your week with us. Bobby's going to be upset because he missed the breaking news during the show that the Cowboys have their week 1 opponent. Let's talk about the rest of the opponents with the schedule release on Thursday. That's next in Below.
B-Bell.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt. Dramatic Bobby out.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do.
That's right. We got the text message at 5:16 a.m. that Bobby had thrown up twice and could not make it to his car. So, Roberto missing. Maybe tomorrow we'll finally be back to full strength.
Hey, yeah, it'd be nice.
RJ back from Utah. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. NFL schedule release is set for Thursday, but you know we get nonstop leaks beforehand, and the first one is official. The Dallas Cowboys will start their season on Sunday Night Football at the Meadowlands against the New York Giants on September 13th.
Will we get another leak before the show is over? Not the Cowboys, just NFL in general.
Before the show is over?
Yeah. I feel like Schefter's going to save one for, like, Get Up or the start of First Take or something.
Right. Yeah. That could happen in 20 minutes. But you have all these other accounts that somehow get their hands on some of the information. So Cowboys at Giants for the 400th time.
I am so bored with this game opening the season.
But does it change because the Giants have juice? I'm excited to see the Giants.
I'm more excited to see the Giants this year than obviously in previous years. It's happened so often that it's like I'm desensitized to the game at this point. And the Giants haven't been competitive. I think they're going to be more competitive this year, but they just haven't been competitive. So that's kind of where the boredom goes. Also, I love division games late. You know, I'm trying to think who they played, and obviously the end of last year didn't matter. You know, but there was a time where they played like Detroit like 2 weeks before the season was over. Like, why? You know, play Eagles, Commanders, Giants last 3 games.
Well, sometimes it don't matter, like you said, and then you lose the
juice of them. Yep,
the juice of it earlier in the season. Warren Sharp, NFL analysts, and others are trying to talk about how hard the Cowboys' schedule is. He has them with one of the 5 hardest schedules in the league: Cardinals, Dolphins, Panthers, Rams, and Cowboys. And he was kind of crapping on the Cowboys' prospects last week when we were going through his analysis. We really haven't dived completely into the opponents. We'll know the order of them on Thursday. I wish they also did that. I know that people put it together because they know what division you're going to face, but I kind of view this as draft picks. Like I don't like having the opponents before the schedule. I like just being hit with all of it at once, but I know it gets figured out. So, Cowboy home opponents, how tough is it? Giants, Eagles, Commanders, of course. Arizona, Baltimore, Week 3 in Brazil, Jacksonville, San Fran, Tampa Bay, and the Titans. So the easiest games on your home schedule right now, Arizona, Tennessee, and then whatever the Giants and maybe Commanders are going to be.
And Arizona always beats you.
Yes. Crazy.
Always.
I'm not a fan.
They always play you tough. So,
is that a tough home schedule?
That's a very tough home schedule.
Away opponents, obviously the NFC East, and then Lambeau, the Armpit, Indianapolis, when you get the matchup of the Downs brothers, at the Rams and at the Seahawks. Peyton, you just made a face.
I mean, I think 0-4, 0-5, just like that. You already got 5 losses.
Hey, they might not win a non-division. I could see them not winning a non-division road game.
A non-division road game, so that would be Green Bay, Houston, Rams, Seahawks, Indy.
Yeah, I could see them going 0-5 in those. Now, Green Bay, a lot of that matters when. If that's in September, it's a gift. If that's in December, I mean, don't even make the trip. Dak's thumb can't handle that. Houston's nasty. Cowboys don't play well on the road anyway. I mean, the Cowboys' numbers, road versus home, is crazy. The Rams...
Well, Cowboy fans there in Houston.
That's true. The Rams I actually feel halfway decent about the Rams. More so than, like, say, Seattle. Seattle seems like it's going to be a tough place to play.
Yeah.
Green Bay, obviously, that's weather dependent. Houston, I mean, a lot of this is what is C.J. Stroud? Like their defense is sick.
How much you going to score? Like, one of my problems in making the Cowboys true contenders is not just the over 500 thing, not just on the road thing, but against elite defenses. Houston in this matchup will be all three. I don't have faith the Cowboys are going to light up any Houston defense. I have no faith in that.
No, I don't either.
Going to have to be a lot of Caleb Downs pick sixes. Scoring defensively. But look, the easiest, and again, we always get surprises, right? Indianapolis was the biggest surprise in the league last year, but the easiest games on your schedule are Arizona, Tennessee, maybe Indianapolis you throw in there outside of the NFC East. There's 3 games, so like 2.5 games where you feel great about getting a W, but then, like you said about Arizona, they always manage to beat you.
Tampa could be anything. They could be. They were what 6-1, 6-2, and then they got basically everybody hurt.
Yeah.
Jacksonville was a 13-win team. All right, how much is their fall off going to be? I know they're going to have a first place schedule, but the way Trevor Lawrence played the second half of the season, he played pretty good.
This is kind of brutal.
Their defense was solid. San Fran, they
own you.
Baltimore. Don't know.
Have the highest over-under win total in Vegas.
Yep.
That'll be a Brazil game, too.
Mm-hmm.
That factors into anything.
Yeah, this is tough.
Right?
This is tough.
Now, the good news is the NFC East has to play similar out-of-division opponents.
And so Philly will have the first place schedule. So Philly will play, their NFC North team will be Chicago, and they'll play... I'm thinking here. They'll play Carolina, right? Carolina won the South. And then they'll play somebody from the AFC on a rotation. That's tough. That's a tough schedule.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. As Warren Sharp pointed out, last year the Cowboys played the number 3 easiest schedule. They won 7 games. In their 8 games against teams with a winning record, they went 1 of 8. In their 7 games versus teams who made the playoffs, they went 1 of 7. 3-1 in games decided by 3 points or less. And this year, they played 10 teams projected to have a winning record. Number 2 biggest increase in schedule difficulty and the number 4 overall toughest schedule. That's not looking good.
No. Now, the good news is that the Rams, the Bears, Tampa, Seattle, all those NFC teams also have among the tougher schedules.
Well, we don't play the Bears.
No, you don't. But you got to worry about them for the playoffs, right? And as the NFC, Green Bay, Minnesota, those are all on there in the NFC. The only NFC teams on the easiest schedule, one bad is Philadelphia's got the 6th, and San Fran is right there. Detroit's got the easiest. The rest of them are all AFC.
It's Below the Belt, brought to you by Window Nation. Pepe, are the Tolos worried about this?
No, not at all. 469 says if they get 10 wins, I'll be happy. Another 469 says 13-4, easy for the Cowboys. Whoa. Not sure what they're on this morning. 940 says if they win 9 games next season, it'll be a good season. And the 901 says no playoffs for the 3rd straight year.
You remember last year, though, we had a brutal stretch in the middle of the year that we thought was going to be brutal, and they started like
that was the highlight of their year.
Yeah, they started like 3-0 on it
until Detroit.
Right. Yeah,
but that was the highlight.
Yeah.
Of the season. All right, so continue to let us know as we know it's going to be Cowboys Giants Week 1 at the Meadowlands. Some draft fallout, and this kind of connects to college. Andrew Brand. Last year they said round 6 and 7. Got wiped out in terms of quality because of NIL. And there's a thought, Choppy, that this year that seeped into rounds 4 through 5. Oh, no. Because you get guys like Riley Leonard saying, I'm making less money in the National Football League than I was in college. Like, the $1.5 million from Riley Leonard at Notre Dame, he said that was overinflated a little bit, but he said he made more than 10 times at Notre Dame what he was making the previous year at Duke. After being drafted by the Colts, his contract was 4 years, 4.4. Signed a nearly identical deal at 1.1 annually. Guys are getting that in school. Right. So rather than come out, roll the dice of a 6th or 7th round pick, like Diego Pavia. Mm-hmm. Now, Diego played 14 years, so he had to come out. But if he had any eligibility left, you absolutely stay at Vanderbilt, make college bank versus getting lucky and trying to have lunch with the Baltimore Ravens. And now they're saying that is seeping into rounds 4 and 5.
That's why Trinidad Chambliss wanted to come back. That's why Joey Aguilar wanted to come back. And then the courts ruled that he couldn't because he was going to get $3-4 million at Ole Miss or Tennessee, depending on which quarterback you're talking about, and they weren't going to get drafted highly enough in the NFL draft. There's two schools of thought. Quinn Ewers decided to, he could have gone back, right? He could have gone and played more. He could have got $4, $6, $8 million.
Yeah,
he could have. And he decided to start his clock. So you either start your clock in the NFL, bet on yourself, take $1 million a year, which, basically what he was going to get, right? 4 years, $4 million. Start your clock, get the free agency, become the starter and play. Or it's stay in school and take $4 million. And I mean, to me, I'm taking the $4 million, right? Give me the guaranteed $4 million in the 1 year, and then I'll worry about my draft stock next year. But I understand the thought. And I think Andrew's got it on. That's a great point because you are going to see a lot of kids just take the money. And, there's less pressure in college.
Yeah.
It's probably more fun.
And if it's not working, I'll just go to another school. How many? Yeah. It has blown me away how many big-time quarterbacks. You think you're this stud, you're going to go to your first school that recruits you, you're staying.
Right.
How many stud quarterbacks on their second and third school, the Heisman Trophy winner, number 1 pick?
Right.
He wasn't at his original school, Fernando.
What do you think is more fun as a 20-year-old kid?
Yeah.
Do you think it's more fun to be in Austin, Texas, and Athens, Georgia, and Miami, Florida, or do you think it's more fun to be playing for Cincinnati?
As what?
As what?
You're the rock star in your college town.
You're going to start. You're going to get paid. You're going to be in school. You're going to have 20-year-old girls all over the place.
Yep.
Right? And you're in college, and you're a 21-year-old guy. Or you're going to want to go play for the Jaguars, and you're going to make more money
and hold a clipboard.
I think it's an easy decision for me.
Below the belt on your home of the Cowboys, brought to you by Window Nation. We'll see if Bobby is back tomorrow. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Aiden and Peyton running the Odyssey app, the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube.
This is a great point for the 325. So if you're an NFL team, would you not trade your mid-round picks for veteran players?
Mm-hmm.
Are you not more likely to do that?
Right.
I think it's a fair point. That may creep into third round, too.
Of course, we were all over Cowboys mock draft situations. I was down. I was not happy when the Dallas Mavericks dropped to number 9 until I started my expert YouTube film study. I have the Mavs pick at number 9 as we kick off the final hour of Sean and RJ after this on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
goodness.
Engulfs the rebound.
Oh, that's an elbow. That's going to be an elbow by Victor.
And we got a
Easy,
tie
go.
with Daniels. Naz Reid was the guy who took the elbow. Everybody stays on their respective benches. Officials in quickly to separate.
After review, there is wind-up, impact, and follow-through above the neck of an opponent. It is unnecessary and excessive in contact by Wembanyama. It meets all the criteria and has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2. Wembanyama's been ejected.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt out sick with the last-second text. Aiden is getting it. Alec Medford is watching film out there on Mavs prospects. And we got Peyton Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is DFW Sports Station. That was the call last night on NBC, and we're okay with it. How many people on the fan text think that the San Antonio Spurs, probably Spurs fans, got screwed as Wembanyama threw the elbow to the throat and then didn't seem to know what a flagrant 2 meant? Asked his teammate, what's that mean? What's going on? Come here. Whisper that to me. You're out. You're gone. You're ejected. It still looked like San Antonio was going to pull off the upset without Wemby for more than a half, but Ant takes over in the fourth quarter, and we are tied at 2 in this series.
I'm fine with the ejection, flagrant 2. It's textbook, man. So it's above the head. If Wemby was shorter, it's in the chest. He's not shorter.
Well, not technically above the head.
Right. But if Naz Reid was taller, it's in the chest, right? Or if he was shorter, he misses him completely.
The fact that it landed on the neck, you got to go.
I got to go with it, man. I got to go with the ejection. I'm cool with it.
Tolo's fine. I think San Antonio got screwed. He definitely should be back, I believe, for Game 5. But this, of course, took over this one.
Yeah, 469 just says F the Spurs. Not a big Spurs fan there. 817 says flagrant 2 was warranted for that. 210 says that call was as soft as some of the NBA players. So there you go.
As Bobby this morning. Okay, we got mock drafts for the Mavericks at number 9. Let me give you a quick scenario. I thought of it while Mike Curtis was on with us at 8 from the Dallas Morning News. And I really wish you could pick 5, 6, 7 because that would make my question a lot more difficult. Con Knippel wins Rookie of the Year, but you get the 4th pick. You have to lose Cooper Flagg's Rookie of the Year. He doesn't win it, but you get pick 4. Versus having Flagg go off for 40 and 45, win it, but cause you to win more games than you should and end up at 9.
Yeah, so they had gone 1 pick higher. If they had finished 1 spot better, they would have gotten the 3rd pick, I guess, 4th. I think that's how it worked.
Well, you never know how it's going to end up. But.
Right, but I think the team that was ahead of that, I think it was the Jazz, right, that finished 1 game better than them in the standings, or won the coin flip with them, and they finished 3rd.
You got to trade Coop's Rookie of the Year trophy for pick 4 again.
Yeah,
I have my answer, but it'd be a lot more interesting if it'd be pick 5 or 6, but they couldn't pick there.
No, they couldn't. Yeah, sure. The hell, Coop doesn't care about the Rookie of the Year. He wants the player.
His girlfriend might.
Oh yeah.
Someone said he'd been talking to Dirk. He's been talking to Dirk maybe more than we know, as they're on a little vacay with the pictures that came out. Pepe, you trading
Turks and Caicos, right?
You trading Coop's Rookie of the Year for the 4th pick?
That award does nothing for me. You know, MVP different, way different. Rookie of the Year, it's whatever. You know, trade it, give me the 4th overall pick, whatever, and let's start this thing over again next year. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, they won their final game. They won 2 of their last 5. And Mavs fans are not happy. Huge shout-out to the developmental minutes for Chris Middleton.
There we go.
Got huge wins in March and April. What a great season to get 9th overall.
Yep. Real quick, does the Rookie of the Year allow him to get a higher contract or a faster second contract?
I don't know.
I know like some of the MVPs do, right? You're eligible for supermaxes and stuff.
Yeah.
And that could take away from cap space, I guess, right?
I mean, this actually is the right draft as well to end up at 9 versus what next year's supposed to be.
It's deep.
So Kevin O'Connor with a 2-round mock. DeBonsa, did you see his look yesterday? They zoomed in on him after the Wizards got the top pick. Oh, you'll notice it. Just type in AJ. As the top of the order ended up, Washington 1. This is the third time that an Anthony Davis team is picking number 1, by the way. Just funny. Utah 2. Grizzlies 3. Chicago 4. Clippers 5. Nets 6. Kings 7. Hawks 8. If you're thinking about trading around with some of those teams. So Kevin O'Connor has AJ going to the Wizards. I guess there's some talk from the Wizards GM. Most of the time, you get the number 1 pick, and they're like, we're thrilled, we're happy. You got the DeBonsa jersey already printed up. I guess the Wizards GM was talking about possibly trading back or entertaining the idea. That set off Twitter yesterday, so that's interesting.
I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You've got 4... I think it's 3. I'm not big on Caleb
Wilson.
Yeah,
you're not.
He's good. I think the other 3 are better.
Okay.
I think Caleb Wilson's very, very good. I'm not essing on him. I just think the other 3 are better.
If you think AJ and Darren is 55, 45, 50-50.
And then Cam Boozer, who may be the most ready.
Right? They shouldn't love him.
He's
YouTube scout.
Yeah, he may be the most ready, but the least upside. But if you're cool with any 3, move down.
Darren Peterson to the Jazz at 2 from Kevin O'Connor. Cam Boozer to the Grizz at 3. Caleb Wilson.
And who's this from?
Kevin O'Connor. Yahoo. Caleb Wilson, Bulls at 4. Keaton, Illinois.
Keaton Wagler at Illinois.
Keaton Wagler is going to go 5. So this is via Indiana. This is the devastation yesterday. The Pacers basically traded this pick to the Clippers. The Pacers price paid for Zubac, who they were trying to get to replace a local guy, the big who went to Milwaukee.
It was, Miles.
The full paid price for Zubac at the trade deadline, Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, an unprotected first, a future second, unprotected first in 2029, and number 5 overall. Devastation for Carlisle, as he could have had pick number 5 to go along with the return of Tyrese next year. So Wagler to the Clippers at 5, Flemings to the Nets at 6, Acuff to the Kings at 7, the big man from Michigan, Mara to the Hawks at 8, and the pick that I am more than okay with and totally fine considering his back doesn't disintegrate, as Chuck Cooper's team was a little bit worried about last week when he joined us. Mikal Brown, Mavericks number 9 from Louisville. Here's the write-up. The Mavs didn't get lucky in the lottery once again, but they could still find the perfect point guard running mate for Cooper Flagg. When Brown is in the zone, he has an unstoppable pull-up jumper, an ambidextrous finishing ability, and the quick reads to rifle passes before the defense has time to react. He had a 45-point breakout performance in February after a back injury dogged him all freshman year, then ended his year later in the month. Now, Cooper's like, these backs... Right, we talked about it with Tyron Smith and other prospects. How much better do they actually get? And Kevin O'Connor finishes. The absences muddy the evaluation and leave real questions about his consistency that may not get answered until he's fully healthy. If it weren't for that time missed, though, he might even be available. He might not even be available before this pick at 9. If he lands with Dallas, it's hard to imagine a better situation. Kyrie could serve as a mentor. Brown could grow alongside a future MVP candidate in Flagg. I went and watched this kid yesterday.
He's a good player, man.
He looks like a star to me.
Yeah, he is a
stud.
I've seen people say he's like a Darius Garland or a McCollum, CJ McCollum
he's
type.
More explosive than CJ McCollum to me. I mean, his kid had nasty finishes.
He can play. He can play. Obviously, you got the injury worry.
Yeah.
And that's a big worry. Because, I mean, you're taking somebody who's, 19, 20 years old, already hurt. Already with a back? A little scary.
ESPN also gave Mikal Brown to the Mavericks with their pick. Brown has a lot to gain in the pre-draft process. He needs to answer the lingering questions around his freshman year. After coming into the season viewed as a top 5 candidate, an offensive talent with dynamic shot-making prowess and passing vision, and teams feel he's capable of much more than he showed at Louisville. His reputation is built on his showings with USA Basketball over the past couple of years. It wasn't A.J. DeBonsa who was getting all the USA Basketball hype. It was this kid, and that kept him in a top 10 discussion. So here you go. Mikel Brown, and yesterday, Mavs beat reporters caught up with him and asked how he would feel if he got picked here.
Surreal, because I think Dallas is the best city in the country. Okay. It's my favorite city in the country.
Ooh, let's go.
So, I mean, it'll be great. I mean, I just love the vibe of Dallas. I have a lot of family in Texas as well, so that would be great. But, you know, every time I go to Dallas to play, I mean, I just love the city. I love the vibe. I love the people, you know, the fans.
If the Mavs don't move up, ESPN writes, walking away with a young starting caliber point guard prospect to pair with Flag long-term would be a consolation prize. I went and watched some of Braden
Burries from Arizona.
He was impressive, too.
He's a good player. They got a lot of...
If you get Mikel Brown at 9, I'm like, that is a deep-ass draft.
You are just fine at 9. Like, the whole idea that it's panic set in, they dropped the spot... You are going to get a good player. It might be a project, right? It might be, and there's plenty of projects there. You're also going to have an opportunity, if you wanted to get somebody maybe more win now with a lower ceiling, is Yexel, Lendenborg from Michigan. But there's plenty of I love LeBaron Philon from Alabama. He is, like, he could shoot the lights out of it. He's a good player. He's tough. If you get him, I'm fine with that. But, man, I'll tell you, like...
What about your boy?
Nate's really a polarizing player because he is either going to hit or miss. There is no in between. He's not going to be an okay player. He's either going to be really, really good or really, really bad. He could shoot, and he could shoot at all 3 levels, and he can get his shot off because he's 6'10", and he's going to play a wing. But he's a little slow. Like, that's...
Slow?
He's not explosive.
Okay.
But, you know, like when they got him, and obviously he's at Rick Barnes, so everybody was comparing him to Kevin Durant because he's 6'11", and he could shoot. He's got a really good mid-range. And KD is not, like, super explosive, right? So there's that. But he's not KD, and he's weak. He's super skinny.
Who do the Tolos want? Franklin LaFranco, fan text. Are you good with Mikel Brown? You want Burries? You trying to move up or down with the new general manager who was the ESPN draft analyst and Mike Schmitz?
People are saying Brown, no, with the back. They don't want to do that. Yeah. But a lot of people are saying they do love his game. They're taking Yaxel. Is there any way that A-Cuff falls to the Mavs? I would doubt it. I think the guy that could fall that you might have a chance is maybe Kingston Flemings. He might be the guy that falls. I doubt it. I think they're both gone by 7. This is a really good draft, man. Like you are. I promise you, we are not in a bad position at 9.
RJ's got more draft research for the Mavericks after they end up with 9 yesterday at the Lotto. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Is the President of the United States about to help out your NFL Sunday? Red Zone with football and politics. Next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you on over to Trump.
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee with the new Sean and RJ blend that is out.
Yes, the Yirgacheffe Ethiopian brand. Let's go.
Let us know if you're able to get it. Grand Prairie, Arlington locations, and you can wake up with us by putting us in your body.
Yeah, baby.
Every single morning. Bobby Belt out sick. We'll see what his status is for tomorrow. Crosstalk with KNC at 9:40.
He's out sick because something was in his body that he didn't want.
Man. 2 throw-ups. Couldn't get to the car.
Could not.
At 5:16. Latest call-out ever in the history of the show.
We've had some late call, not call-outs, but, late arrivals.
2 a.m.
Late arrivals.
Yeah, late arrivals.
And we've had a 2 a.m., but never 5:16.
Yes.
It's like once you're awake, you're awake.
In case you missed it, and as Peyton said, he's the only guy that goes to sleep and gets sick. You go to sleep fine, and you sleep.
That's true.
You get sick while sleeping.
Alta.
Mental.
Anta, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. In case you missed it, it's official. Cowboys at Giants to open up the season. Sunday Night Football on Sunday, September 13th. So Cowboys and Giants will do it again. TMZ was late, but they're trying to keep it alive. T. Rainey just sent me exclusive Diana Rossini picture wrapping her arm around Mike Vrabel during a chat at a 2022 Super Bowl party. So there it is. And, of course, we were wondering how freaky Vrabel was after she was showing on that pier in Tennessee.
Let me tell you something.
I love everyone now is going to make Madden video game shots, and they're like, I've been holding on to this. I knew it back then. Tecmo Bowl. Tecmo Bowl. They're making Rossini. They're making Rossini pregnant in the video game shot.
Listen, having an affair is one thing. Having an affair when you're deep in pregnancy, that is an entirely different level of affair/relationship. That is completely different,
twisted.
I mean, and you'll hear you'll hear of of guys where the girl is pregnant and the guy steps out. I have never heard of a girl who's pregnant have an affair while they're pregnant. I can't think of any. I just can't think of any. The guys, you hear about it, right? It sucks, but you hear about it. I've never heard of this happening from the other way around. I am way more than 50% that he's not on the sidelines week 1. I'm way more. More. I just the more that comes out.
The story stopped in the photos, but then it reignites the fire every time.
It keeps going. You're getting audio clips of her saying you got to kiss the guy. The guy should kiss the girl more often to get her warmed up. And Vrabel sitting there saying, let me take some notes.
Oh, close your eyes.
Close your eyes. Take some notes.
What do you think, Pepe? Is he coaching the Patriots?
I don't see how you can, man. This stuff, I mean, it has, because he's a father too. Like, it's not like he's just some single guy going, okay, I've done this before. Like, he's a father. This stuff has to mess with his head. No way you can prepare a football team. Plus, if they lose week 1, what's the first question he's going to get asked? Did Diana Rossini, is that a distraction to you? Like, he's going to be asked this question nonstop throughout the entire year. I mean, they just came off of a Super Bowl appearance, man. And so, yeah, I'm doubting it more and more every day.
How about, though, the internal struggle of her naming the kid Mike, apparently after her brother, but do you try to talk your husband out of it, or you try to explain to your family why you're not going to do Mike, or was she happy to name him Mike? I mean, that's sick.
That's twisted. It is twisted.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even name
after an ex.
Exactly.
I'm not naming my child after an ex.
You can't. Not even someone not even an ex, even somebody you had a crush on.
These poor kids.
I do
feel legitimately that
I feel bad for their husband.
Yeah.
Her husband.
They're lucky that these spouses have not let loose.
She's with Mike Vrabel. She was cheating on Vrabel with her husband.
Right.
That's the reality.
Yep. Okay. Is President Trump here to say enough of all these NFL streaming deals that are causing us to pay nonstop. Here's the president sitting down and being asked about football streaming.
It's a tough. You got people that love football. They're great people. They don't make enough money to go and pay this. It's tough. And they could be killing the golden goose. I mean, they have that stupid kickoff thing that you can't watch. It's unwatchable. I hate the games where they, they have the new.
He can't let go of this kickoff.
He can't.
He cannot let go. And someone has not told him that it improved the kickoff game last year.
No, nobody.
How much it helped. He can't stand it.
He hates it. He hates it. It's just like it. Now I'll tell you this. It does. Now remember, we don't use there's no more flashes. Remember back in the old days when the kickoff of the Super Bowl was just flashes everywhere?
Yeah.
Right. It doesn't happen anymore.
You mean like cameras?
Yeah. Like nobody's flash is on. Right. Your flash isn't on. It does look a little weird in a big game. The kick. It looks weird.
Yeah, it looks weird.
It still looks weird to me.
But what matters is
it's definitely improved. Action.
Yeah. Are you getting more returns?
Right.
Let's continue with the rest of the president's answer on full measure. That stupid kickoff thing that you can't watch. It's unwatchable. I hate the games where they have the new phony kickoff. I don't think it's any safer. I hope college football doesn't do that. But they have to be careful because, others have tried this and all of a sudden you don't have a sport anymore. Probably will.
Government will step in and do something.
There's something very sad when they take football away from many, many people. Very sad. I don't like it.
So do you think the government will step in and do something?
But I don't like it. I don't like it. They're making a lot of money. They could make a little bit less. They could let the people see. You have people that live for Sunday. They live. They can't think about anything else, and then all of a sudden they're going to have to pay $1,000 a game. It's crazy. So I'm not happy about it.
Yeah. So
you were going off on YouTube before you left for the vacation. Right?
Yeah, it's not. First of all, I think he misspoke. It's not $1,000 a game. It's $1,000 for the year.
Yeah.
Right. To be a football fan, if you want to watch every NFL game,
he also may have just been exaggerating to make a point.
Maybe have. But if you want to watch every NFL game, your package to watch all the games, the Sunday ticket, that's like what, $400?
Yeah.
All right. So you got $400, and let's say you got $20 a month for Amazon for Netflix. And then you got $20 a month for Peacock. And then you got $20 a month for Amazon Prime.
Suckers and losers.
And then you have to buy ESPN Plus. I mean, I don't know, 20, whatever your ESPN package is. And then you multiply all of those by 4 months. I mean, you're at near $1,000.
Yeah.
And the NFL has like their antitrust exemption. And part of that is like they're not supposed to be going out and getting individual games like pay-per-view stuff. So that's kind of the problem. And it sucks because to me the NFL should always be on regular over-the-air broadcast. The other sports they go to cable. They're not Americana. Football is like
baseball is,
but each game doesn't matter.
So you're saying the other leagues should get to benefit off those deals and the NFL can't?
The NFL is you
don't like being told what to do.
I don't.
Now you want the National Football League to shrink their wallets?
No, they're not shrinking their wallets. The NFL is a public service.
Oh.
It is a public service. You take
Sounds like they're being punished for being too successful.
I'll tell you this. I don't think the other sports should be allowed to put their playoffs on cable. Right? Big games.
You mean like FS1 and stuff?
Yeah. FS1, TNT.
Yeah.
The NBA going to the NBC, love it. Your playoffs, man. Your playoffs need to be on over-the-air TV.
I agree. Don't get me wrong. I would like the president to be successful in this.
Yeah.
But then you weigh it against, free market.
And I get the free market. I'm a big free market guy, but I do think that the NFL really is a public service.
He's not happy about World Cup prices either. WFAA with the story, less than 1% of applicants for FIFA's World Cup lottery were able to buy tickets directly from the platform. U.S. lawmakers are now demanding answers about opaque pricing and artificial scarcity tactics that have pushed Dallas Stadium match prices above $1,000. So this World Cup thing is becoming
Crazy.
a problem here in terms of the prices.
I mean, like there's tickets for the final game, the championship. That's like over $1 million. And Gianni Infantino, or Gianni.
Who's that?
He's the president of FIFA.
Okay.
But you remember Gianni. That's the from Snooki. Snooki's guy. That's what she used to say. Gianni. But Johnny Infantino's like, hey, man, you buy this, I'll personally deliver you a hot dog.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that one. $2 million to get my hot dog.
Did you ever hear back to the lottery system?
I
filled it out, right?
I filled it out, and I did not get chosen. But I got a guy.
You got a guy?
I got a guy.
Wow.
I got a guy.
So there's a president saying he's not happy about that either. So you have that, and you have the NFL streaming. The most painful part of my monthly bills, number one, seeing what the water price is going to be. No, one is probably gas, because I haven't had to have the sprinklers on with the spring. Gas and water. Not even electricity, gas and water. The electricity, though, is solved with who?
Base power. It's been a minute.
Short circuit.
I'm on vacation. You've been on vacation.
With the short circuit right there. And then, what $20 a month bill am I getting hit from these subscription services? I feel like I'm being dinged. And I'm lost in the web to where I don't even know how to track down what it is, how to go about it. How much is my Spotify? Am I paying for the Spotify? Am I getting Apple storage? Otherwise, if I cancel that, they get you in this web, this weave.
It's a weave. It really is. People are saying on the fan text from the 903, the NFL is tax exempt, which it is, right? If you're tax exempt, then what's the kickback? If we're gonna pay as taxpayers for these stadiums, right, which they are, then we shouldn't have to pay to watch the games on TV.
It's The Red Zone, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. Here on Sean and RJ, pick up the new Sean and RJ blend if you can, and send us that social media photo. Let's cross-talk and catch up with the K and...
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Osuna struck out his first time on a fastball, and he swings here and grounds one to first base. There's a play at home. Josh Young slides, and he's safe. The tag was missed. Carson Kelly missed the tag, and the Rangers have a 1-0 lead.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece with RJ Choppy back from the Utah vacation here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt out last second sick. Good morning.
Hey, RJ.
Yo.
Did you really just randomly come across people that you'd randomly come across on a different trip 3 years ago? And do you think those people are stalking you?
They're not stalking me. So you're talking about the picture. So that is what we met this couple in Cabo like 3 years ago. And the day before we were we went to that park, which was Bryce Canyon. He texted me, he said, dude, we're in Utah. We're gonna be in Bryce Canyon the next day. So yeah, that's how that worked.
That's weird. That's crazy.
It is. They were doing a golf trip in St. George, which is where Reetma's going.
Oh.
But part of the golf trip was they were going to do a couple of the national parks. So they drove down. They live in Boise. They drove down from Boise.
Utah, the new Key West? Is this what's going on here? Like, this is a new place to go do things.
It's pretty awesome.
Interesting.
Like, highly recommend.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's hard to beat.
Any mosquitoes?
No.
There you go. Everybody wants to go to a place where there's no mosquitoes.
I didn't notice any mosquitoes. No allergies. Although I found allergies. I somehow found allergies in the desert. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
My eye would not stop watering. It watered for like 3 days straight.
Then when you got back here, did the allergies smack you in the face?
No. Totally fine.
Okay.
Totally fine. But the altitude got me.
Mm-hmm.
I had my albuterol, my inhaler. 8,000 feet's no joke. Hiking 8,000 feet with a walking stick and oversized boots. Let's go.
Did you have to use the knife or the sword part?
I did not. I was kind of bummed. I was hoping. But we went to Colorado on the way back. We drove through Colorado. We went to this stayed in Breckenridge and went this hiking trail, and we saw what looked like mountain lion tracks. I was like, yeah, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going the other way. You keep walking if you want to. It's muddy.
Oh, that's a weird decision.
You had bear spray, and he walked away from the mountain.
We didn't have bear spray. She had pepper spray.
Oh, yeah.
She had her mace. She had a little mace thing on her.
What percentage of women who are adults do you think have pepper sprayed or maced somebody?
Good question.
She said it's never been used.
Okay.
So
it's
that's
not
good.
100.
Yeah, it's not 100%. That's for sure.
What do we think? 20%? 30%?
877-881-1053 if you've ever pepper sprayed somebody.
Yeah, that seems high. I put pepper spray like a notch below. I put pepper spray between stabbing and shooting.
Is that right? Man.
Between it?
Yeah.
What do you mean between?
There,
Nick. Like pepper spray is worse than getting stabbed?
No. Like the
aren't I interpreting that correctly?
Yes.
Stabbing is far more personal than shooting.
Yeah, I'm saying the frequency of use.
Oh. Yeah.
More people get stabbed.
Wait.
That also feels like a weird order for me.
Yeah.
It was like I might stab you, but if not,
if my choice, if I'm a one like my choice of I'm going to shoot you first, then the second one's going to be the pepper spray, then the third I'll stab you. That's the
three
third.
S's.
Oh,
Yeah.
option
3.
Never stab someone.
No,
I can't even imagine.
You think you could shoot somebody then?
I think it'd be easier to shoot than stab.
Okay.
I mean the act.
I got you.
I mean I like the ease of the act, but like putting a knife into someone, that's tough.
Being up close and personal with them.
Do you think you could pepper spray somebody?
Hell yeah.
Have you ever pepper sprayed somebody? Okay, just wait.
I'm a man. Man can't use pepper spray.
No.
What?
You got to fight
What
to
if
the
that's
death.
the only weapon you have available?
You got a bear stick.
Yeah, I got a stick. I got a
All right,
shiv.
but what if somebody comes at you with a knife?
Yeah.
You have no weapons except pepper spray. You wouldn't be like, pepper spray.
Watch Bruce Lee movie.
Have you ever seen someone pepper spray a dog?
You do that move.
No.
There's videos out there of people like dogs, people are on bikes.
Oh,
and the dogs
that's
come
awful.
up. Dogs running. No, dogs are running up.
See the dog people.
Yeah, but
the dog people came after me last week.
If the dog is running up to attack you, you just pepper spray them. Like they go away.
Oh, goodness.
Is that okay, Peyton?
No, you just say stay down. They'll obey
okay,
you. Come
Caesar.
on. Yeah.
They do karate chop to the side of the neck.
Bruce Lee movie. There you go.
How does he do that? By the way, he karate chops the dog, and the dog just.
He hitting the right nerve.
Yeah.
Yes.
The 1-inch punch.
What's coming up?
Right out of the gate, we get into the Rangers, how we thought everything was over on Friday, but then the Rangers completely turned it around for us. And then all the options for the NBA lottery after yesterday.
Mikel Brown.
It's Mikel.
We know him.
You know him?
Yeah,
Kevin
do you want me
does.
to get him on the show?
Kevin does.
Let's see what I can do.
Yeah, they're tight.
He said Dallas is his favorite city.
I saw that.
This is exciting.
I think falling from 8 to 9 could cost you him, but that is also where that end of the first round pick could come in handy if you want to move up to 8 or 7.
Who is on your realistic wish list at that spot? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so I think the person for me, and I was just kind of going through.
Bonsa.
Let's get him. Let's let him drop. Yeah, we need
Burries.
We need a good Laramie Tunsil situation with
Burries
him.
is the guy for you.
If you stay at 9, I know other people really like Nate Ament, Yaxel Lindeborg. I need to look more at Kareem Lopez because he wasn't playing in college. He was coming over from Mexico.
Right?
Yeah, so I haven't seen I've seen highlights, but not like actual games of him. So Kareem Lopez, if you really like Mikel Brown or whoever else, Kareem Lopez is somebody to watch at these workouts because I think he has the potential to move up the board. And if that's the case, then that would knock Mikel or whoever down a spot, hopefully to you.
Lindeborg is interesting to me because that dude right there is I want to win kind of guy.
Man. He's a grown man.
He's physically imposing.
For whatever it's worth.
He was like, if you have to cut my leg off for me to not be on the court for this thing. So, I want somebody that has that kind of mentality, not somebody that's going to be like, I might have a tummy illness today, and I don't know if I want to play.
Are you buying the creatine? Choppy, Mr. Creatine? Let us know. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Why do I feel like there was a...
you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Did somebody get in trouble with that?
No. Darren Peterson said that
for the cramping,
the creatine locked him up.
I don't know. I know creatine keeps water in your muscles.
And it was so funny. Drew Holiday, yesterday I'm watching the playoffs, and there's a Drew Holiday creatine commercial as Peterson is saying it scared the heck out of him. He was crying out for pain. Did not want to have it happen during a nationally televised game. So whenever he started feeling it, so what? The Kansas doctors, no one could figure this out.
He got some bad creatine. You got to get the pure powder. Let me take a sip right now, and I'll let you know if I cramp.
Does it happen that fast? And his coach didn't help him out either for, I can't remember which game it was, but he's like...
Who, Mr. February, Bill Self?
Yes. And he was like, I don't know how I'm feeling right now. And coach was like, well, I either need you to tell me if you're going to go or not. Yeah, what's happening on that TV, RJ? And he's like, I don't know. And then he goes, then hit the bench. You're out for this game. But do you wonder at all if he'll turn it up for the pros, or are you mostly concerned this is a Ben Simmons situation?
I want to buy it as an excuse, but I have a hard time believing Kansas didn't run him through the blood work that he said he got a new round of. So I'm firing my medical staff at Kansas if this is the case. But he said, I never took it before going to college. After the year, I took 2 weeks off. They did tests, which showed my baseline level was already high. It said when I dosed, it must have made the levels unsafe. First, his legs started, stomach, back, arms, hands cramping, eventually whole body. I made it to the training room and just started begging them to call 911. They're trying to get a vein to get me the IV, get me back hydrated. I was cramping so hard they could not get a vein. I thought I was going to die on the training table that day.
Yikes.
That's what he said. This sounds good to me. If it's PR, if this is reasoning here, because he knows he has to get this solved before all these pre-draft interviews.
Is it weird to you at all that we didn't find any of this out or a solution during the season?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very weird.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it in hockey where they hide it from you until after the season and do an
upper body
presser?
injury.
Yeah, this is kind of wild.
That's why he's not going to go number one.
It does explain his, I guess, I'm going to use the word immaturity still again, but in knowing how to hydrate on top of that, because that's like part of the creatine process as well, is making sure you're having a high electrolyte intake and all the proper fluids that go along with it.
There's salt in this.
It is important for that part too. So that's just another learning phase for him. If it was that extreme, because that doesn't happen to many people.
Can you all text if this creatine cramping is a legit excuse?
I'm not saying it's not.
It's a very rare occurrence.
But you've heard of it?
Yeah, very rare though, because mostly it is because you either didn't do the loading phase correctly or you are not hydrated enough to go along with it. You're right, Chop. It does bring water into the muscle fibers and help it stay there, but that also takes away, I guess, a little from your blood. But you got to make sure that you're still hydrated. On top of that, you're a high performing athlete. You should be drinking water.
He should have a gallon by noon as an athlete. Every day.
Yeah. And again, learning phase of being a young athlete, maybe.
I mean, did no one in Kansas tell him or high school to drink water?
You would think you would.
What are we doing here?
I would be stunned.
Did he have these issues in high school? I don't remember hearing about that.
Right.
No, because he had to get paid. Then you get right. I mean, that's the thing. You get to Kansas, you already got your $4 million or whatever it is, and say, all right, I'll wait for my NBA contract. But I mean, I'd be stunned. I'd be stunned if, like, every NBA player isn't dousing water all day. Like, that's just like, professional athletes, that's what they do.
And this will most likely cost him one. I can't imagine he falls below 3.
Because he should, if you just go based on talent,
he would be one.
I think he should be one. Just based on talent alone, he is so good.
I agree, but this is a loaded class. I will assume it'll go DeBonsa, then Peterson, then Boozer.
And then Wilson, and then probably Acuff.
Probably, but who knows? That's where the workouts could throw some things up in the air.
Were you guys okay with the Wemby ejection?
Yeah.
Elbow somebody.
I think
That's part of
so.
it. But he's tall. Like, anytime he throws an elbow, it's going to hit somebody in that area. That's one of those things with a tall dude like that.
I hadn't realized until it happened that he'd never been ejected from an NBA game before. That's the only thing that pushed me to the other side, where I was like, oh.
What about him not knowing what a flagrant 2 meant? Did you see that? He's asking Harrison Barnes, what does this mean? And Harrison's like, you got to go.
Yeah.
You're out. Did not know. Now, we've heard NFL players and other athletes not know the rules of their sport, like how overtime works.
Yeah.
But a flagrant 2, you didn't know?
Yeah.
You weren't in a game this year? I wondered if the Spurs, in his career, have they not faced an opponent or had someone ejected in any of Wemby's games? Has no one left with a flagrant 2?
To have happened, right? And that cost them huge. They would have won that game.
I thought they were still going to win.
Yeah, I kind of did too. But they would have won that game. Now you're up 3-1 going back home, and instead it's look. We talk about it obviously. The longer Minnesota can prolong this series, hopefully get it to Game 7 for them. Then you got to think, hey, we can win this thing.
Were you guys privy to Bobby buying the new computer in real time, as he did end up with the new computer? Was it done in here?
Yes, it was.
He didn't seem very excited about it.
No,
he seemed like he was like, I don't know, I just have to do this.
Yeah, he has to do it. I mean, I guess, do you get excited over buying a new computer?
No.
New computer versus new phone excitement? This phone clearly the top?
No, I think the computer for me, because it's like,
really?
I get a new phone. Well, like the last computer I had before this one, I bought like 10 years ago. So it's like a 10-year upgrade of technology.
Yeah.
Versus the phone, it's like a year, 2 max, right?
The great thing about the computer is all the excitement about the things that you can do with the computer that you never actually do. It's like, oh my gosh, I can do all this stuff. And then you're like,
you're thinking about making movies and documentaries and stuff, and you're like, it's never gonna happen.
I use my phone for far more things, but I do think I get more excited about the computer.
He seemed more focused on the amount of money, and he was like, well, now this money's gone. That sucks.
What did he say, 1,000?
Ooh,
12,000.
I don't remember.
This is a very important computer.
I do not recall.
What ours was it 1,900?
9 something, yeah, right there.
Budget.
About $1,000.
Yeah,
we got a deal. We got a deal. Costco, baby.
Oh, what's the most you would spend on a computer?
Right, exactly what I just spent on it.
I think Adrian spent $1,400 on hers.
Dang.
And then she was going to start her own business, and then some things happened.
Probably a Sandlot write-off.
And then I stole it.
Oh,
so
man.
actually, this is
Charity
it was
money.
way before that.
Whoa.
It was during COVID.
Yeah.
It was during COVID.
Investigate. Yeah. Well, Just Love Coffee going to Sandlot Charity. Let's go. So it was a joke. All right, we're back tomorrow. We'll see if Bobby makes it with his new computer. It's the KNC. What?
I like the disdain with. We'll see if Bobby makes it.
I am disdained. I was so irritated.
It's 5:15.
I'm so irritated. 5:15, and as Peyton says, he's the only one who can go to sleep healthy and get sick while sleeping.
It's also inefficient use of your prep. Like if I'm going to, the whole point of not coming to work and calling out sick
not prep.
is not prep.
Yeah.
Like it's inefficient. He already prepped.
Like I don't doubt that he threw up and was feeling sick, but you also know with him, like how much is mental, you know?
Do you think, what are the odds he'll be here tomorrow?
70.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say 70.
Yeah. But I'm not texting him throughout the day. How are you feeling? The KNC masterpiece is next.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. Let us know.
Kevin, I am excited about the 1240 segment today.
Okay, great.
1240 segment I'm really looking forward to today, the Mother's Day Report. So we'll get into that one at 1240. But also, man, this is a good show.
Okay, great.
According to the ratings. And we really appreciate the Tolos out there for sticking around for it, even though sometimes I get it. You know?
Oh, me too.
Yeah. Alec, do you get it too?
Oh, yeah. Whenever the dad jokes come out strong.
I also want to point.
Really?
No, don't see. Look here. He's like, I got 3 or 4.
That's how it's gonna be, Mr. Medford.
Right,
Look at me like that.
I also want to say that one of my favorite things, I've said this on Twitter, one of my favorite things Alec Medford does is say that somebody's a sicko in a good way. Like when you talk about somebody and he's just like, no, they're a sicko. And you understand that means that they are just dedicated to their craft.
Yes.
And that's that's the good word that Alec uses. So anybody out there that uses it from here on, know that you stole it from Alec.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay. If you're a sicko. All right. Got it. Alec, you're doing well, other than you need more jokes.
No,
I never once said that, but I appreciate you trying to read the inner machinations of my mind. That's a talent that you do have at times. I will admit, sometimes you read minds very well, Kevin Hagelin. You're a sicko in that regard. And when it comes to the jokes, you're a sicko. When it comes to planning, you're a sicko. So you know what? Maybe T-shirts. I think that's the next step, Corey. I think that's the next step.
Yeah, probably so. And when you say planning, that's interesting that you talk about his sicko personality because he also plans fun time when they go on vacations, which I think is
planned relaxed time.
You go on vacation, we have a schedule, we have an agenda.
Yeah.
Danny Tanner made that agenda on their trip to Hawaii.
Yeah.
But then you also have to plan relaxed time.
Look, if you've ever wondered, am I the type of person that goes on vacation to relax? Wonder no more. I am not.
What if you like can't wind down in that relaxed time? Like, what if you have if I need another hour before I can relax? Then how do you handle that?
Well, the part of me that wants to stick to the schedule usually overrides that. That's how we get these dark circles under the eyes. Is maybe we don't always get everything exactly the way I want. All right, and from the 903, this wasn't the first text, but this is the first text I choose to read. We need more dad jokes.
No, we don't.
Okay.
No.
Well, seems like Alec wants that too, so I
never said that.
I bet we can make that happen.
Kevin's saying if you want it, you can get it.
Oh,
Is that
my
what you just
goodness.
said?
That's hot.
Yeah. Do you remember when that Christina Aguilera song came out, Genie in a Bottle? Mm-hmm. And did you ever take that too literally? And then you found out like she was talking about herself and her body? And you're like, oh, I thought you were like talking about something else. Do you remember that?
Like she was actually a genie?
Yeah, or like something like that. And then you're like, oh, she means like her body. Do you remember that?
Mm-mm. You know how women are.
You know what, PJ Washington? I was really hoping that would save me, but I don't think it did.
From the 817, good job, Kevin, Corey, and Alec. The ratings are well from Baskey, so appreciate that one. That was really good.
All right. I like it. I appreciate that. And another different phone number, more dad jokes. All right, but let's start with this. Go ahead and give me cut number 4 because DeGrom was dealing.
3-2, swing and a miss. DeGrom goes back to the fastball. That one at 98. He strikes out Happ for a third time and records his 10th punch out of the afternoon.
It was a phenomenal performance. A lot of people kept using the term vintage DeGrom like they're Michael Cole or something like that. But let's talk about the Texas Rangers weekend that was, as we say goodbye to the Cubs, hello to the Diamondbacks. I have to admit, after Friday's game, I was like, oh, crap. Because not only did you lose, but for the second straight time, you got absolutely hammered. And because you got destroyed by the Yankees on your way out of town, and then the Cubs were on fire when they roll in. And so you're looking at those two games on Thursday and Friday, and you're like, okay, not only did we lose, we lost 16-3, and you did not feel, obviously, particularly competitive in them. And so I'm like, man, I am nervous about all of this. And now you're 4 games under 500, worst you've been all season long. I know it's just 2 games, but I was really worried that you were going to finish out that series with the Cubs and feel like everything was spiraling out of control. And I know those 2 games don't alone make or break your season, but man, oh man, getting those 2 wins and excellent pitching performances to get you not at, but close to 500 at the end of the 40 games that we talk so much about, we probably will again later, it helped me relax so much more.
Did seeing Josh Young kind of stay where he's been also help you out too? Because like him getting up to the plate, I just see a confident hitter right now.
Oh, for sure.
And so that's making me feel good that like if I know this can't last all season. It's hard to keep that up all season, but where he is, that baseline for him, if other people can just come up a little bit, that makes me feel more confident. But yeah, Kevin, we know the pitching is supposed to be solid. It's the rest of the things that can go into creating that. And the defense we've talked about the last couple of years since the World Series, the defense has been one of the other things that's carried these teams. And then the other night, as you said, Friday night, it was the when Corey Seager and Foscue run into each other, I was like, it's a clown show right now. This is bad. The discipline's not there anymore. And that's when I started getting concerned. I feel like maybe that was a wake-up call for the team.
Yeah.
And there was probably some talks after that game that were like, all right. And they turned it back a different way on Saturday and Sunday. Now, keep this up. You have a stretch here that's very important for you.
Didn't seem to be a wake-up call for Corey Seager, though, did it?
Well, Kevin, we might have to face a reality with him.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. And
I have concerns.
Okay, if you think this is another conversation for another day, we're 4th of the way through the season.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more excited about Josh Young, who, like, to your point, I'm not saying for sure he's going to hit 330 all season and win the batting title. I think right now he's second. But are you more excited about Josh Young or more concerned about Corey Seager? Because if we're talking about, hey, Josh Young has been phenomenal a quarter of the way through the season. Corey Seager, then a quarter of the way through the season, is hitting below 200.
Mm-hmm. It's poor.
And he was awful against the Cubs.
Yeah, I think you talk about the excitement for Josh Young. I might be more excited that Jock Peterson's contributing the way that he is the last few games. Like, there's part of me that's like, oh my gosh, that's happening. Josh Young is like, okay, I need you to play that way. That's kind of an expectation for me, is you should be hitting like that if you are a guy who won a World Series and is a starting third baseman in Major League Baseball. You need to be playing at that level. So the Corey Seager thing is the biggest concern, and the concern is where his head is. He's up there swinging to crush the ball. He has a hard swing, and he's not connecting, dude. And there's something about where his hands are right now that just isn't working for me.
Okay.
But also, Kevin, I'll also add in this. Your boy, Osuna.
Yeah, baby.
Providing some much fun spark to this team.
And I'm really glad that you said that, because the other thing about Osuna that I've really liked is, does it not feel like he's been involved, whether on the base pass or at the plate, and then also that one time in the outfield, in key plays that have kind of tipped the game? Now I realize that one in the outfield did not tip the game in the right dynamic whatsoever, but it feels like he's been around or up in a lot of these scenarios, and him and Jock Peterson over the weekend. They had some vibes going on where it was like, hey, let's keep driving you in. And that was pretty cool.
A couple things, you might know I bring these up from the game yesterday specifically.
Sure.
All right, yesterday's game specifically, disagreed with the Josh Young being safe at home.
Oh.
I thought he was out. But I understand how they're like, it was too kind of a close thing.
Bang, bang.
Also then disagreed with Danny Jansen being out at first. So I was like, both of those should not have happened.
But you make that trade because you're like, well, I know the one got me the run.
Yeah, I got the run out of one of them, so that's perfectly fine. But then the other thing, too, was when I saw that Jacob Latz went in for the 8th inning, I said, oh, it's our 2-inning closer.
Ooh, man.
That's exactly.
Oh, that is interesting.
That's exactly what I thought was. Oh, we're sending this dude in because what do you call him? The silent assassin? Is that what Skip called him the other day? When he went in, I was just like, oh, this is what Latz does. Get him in for 2 innings and shut this thing down. Let's go home. And that's where I am right now with my confidence in Jacob Latz. First off, that conversation we had with him at spring training really opened up with the way I see he thinks a lot.
Man, this is his second multi-inning save.
Yeah, and
fascinating.
And again, not like he had a 6-run lead.
Sure.
Not like he had a whole lot of room. He had to make sure he shut it down. That was awesome. But seeing DeGrom and the way that DeGrom handled business yesterday, that was one of those games that was it Ballesteros could not catch up with the high fastball from DeGrom, and DeGrom was like, I keep striking you out with it. It's awesome. Good pitching performance. Yes, a lot of confidence, Kevin, heading into this stretch of this schedule right now.
So Jacob DeGrom hit 1,900 career strikeouts in the second fewest games and the second fewest innings in Major League Baseball history, though he does not trail the same person.
Oh.
In terms of games, he's behind only Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson got to 1,900 strikeouts 4 games sooner. In terms of innings, he trails Chris Sale. Chris Sale did it 17 innings faster than Jacob DeGrom, but 7 scoreless. There's no excuse for not winning a game. Well, and luckily, you didn't have to make an excuse because they did win the game. But there's never going to be an excuse if you were to lose a game where you get 7 scoreless innings from your pitcher. Interesting thing that I learned, courtesy of Jared Sandler. Ever since Jacob DeGrom came to the Rangers, he has pitched in the rubber game of a series 6 times.
Okay.
In those games, I know it's an obscure stat.
By the way, for anybody out there that doesn't know what the rubber series is,
you have to make it really safe.
Nope.
Make sure.
It's not 100%.
Oh, it's a good point. It's when the series is tied and this is the decisive game.
Gotcha.
And that's why, Alec, I hold firm that at the newspaper, when Allen was playing Euless Trinity, and in the past 2 years they had split their matchups 1-1, that Eagles Trojans set for rubber match was a viable headline.
I agree.
My editor of the paper, he vetoed it.
Was that Mr. Rickman?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I understand why.
I think Mr. Rickman was wrong.
He's a smart guy, though.
He is a smart guy.
Not in that case.
But also, Alec, I will tell you, I did use some discretion because he didn't check our stuff. So I could have let it fly, but I was like, if I don't run this by anybody, I think I could get in trouble.
And if he ran it by me, I'd just be like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Do that.
Corey is not a good sounding board. He just encourages my worst instincts most of the time. But anyways, in those games, 6 of them, he's 5-0 with a 1.22 ERA.
So he's good.
He's unbelievable in these scenarios.
Yeah, and he had it cooking yesterday, dude. Like, he had every single one of those dudes guessing where he was, and even whenever they knew what it was, they couldn't get there.
Did you hear Schumacher's scouting report of him afterwards?
No.
It was awesome. He goes, that's what I remember when I faced him 10 years ago. He was on the attack, low pitch count, but high strikeouts. That's so hard to do. He was just on cruise control. It's as good as I've seen him this year. Maybe his best start so far.
Yeah.
I think he would agree with that.
He looked so comfortable, so confident up there. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, man. It was a beautiful game. If you're one of those that loves the artistry of pitching, this was one of those where you're about 4 innings into it and you're like, holy crap, I've been watching the masterpiece this whole time.
Absolutely. Josh Young, by the way, has back-to-back 3-hit games, and I want to take you back to Saturday for just a second. Justin Foscue hits his first Major League home run, solo shot. And I know it's only been 5 games, so it's a small sample size thus far, especially since I think he pinch hit in those first 2. But I was really happy for him, especially since, unfortunately, he was part of the collision. He has had really bad runs in Major League Baseball. So it was cool to see him have that moment. And then for the bigger aspect of the team, you would love to see more and more and more of it.
Yeah, and I would say, again, one of the reasons he's ever on a Major League roster is because of his bat, not his defense. That's been his history.
Yeah.
But being 2 for whatever so far, and like you said, I know some pinch hitting situations there. Let's get on base a little bit more.
I agree.
On base a little bit more. Give them a reason to not ever send you back again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We're the Can't-See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA Draft Lottery and all the options the Mavs now have. Next, right here on The Fan.
Policy Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Inside, call Pete. No, and Krivas reaches up over everyone, sets up Burries. It is gone. Burries with a corner three.
Is that the player that the Dallas Mavericks are going to draft in the upcoming NBA draft? I think there's definitely a possibility of that, perhaps a high possibility. All right, let's talk about the NBA draft lottery, some of the options that the Mavericks have as well. Was there any part of you watching this that thought it could be rigged yet again?
Like in favor of the Mavericks?
That's right.
Or in favor of Washington?
Oh, man. AJ DeBonsa looks sad when Washington got the top pick. But no, I meant more specifically for the Mavs.
No.
Okay.
No, it was always like we got our rigging last year.
Right.
And the NBA was like, that's good enough. It's not like we're going to do what we did for Cleveland, y'all.
Because then if it would have been Max Christie, Anthony Davis, Cooper Flagg, AJ DeBonsa, and a first-round pick out of
yeah, maybe this thing was actually working out. But you know, whenever it landed 9, that's whenever I thought it got rigged the other way. I was like, oh, now they're just putting us back in our place where not only do we not move up or stay, we got to get shipped to the back.
I mean, we only moved down one spot.
Yeah.
But
that's worse.
That's true. But I did see a lot of people freak out, and I was like, hey, this is our lot in
They're going to have to give up 2 5th-round picks to move back up to the one spot, like the Cowboys did.
There is not a 5th round in the NBA draft, and I don't actually know if we have our 2nd-round picks. So
you're telling me all drafts don't have 7 rounds?
No. Remember, the NFL draft used to have, I don't know, like 14 rounds or something, too. So can you imagine, hey, we're going to be at Pluckers for the next 85 hours for all the NFL draft. But I wanted to go through a couple of different things. Okay. So the Pacers. The Pacers feel like the most gigantic loser in this draft. They have the 2nd worst record in all of the NBA. But during the season, they had traded Ivica Zubac and part of that is they traded away their 1st-round pick. Their 1st-round pick ended up being pick number 5.
Okay.
So that's what they traded him for. And the team that had the 2nd worst record in all of basketball will not have their 1st-round pick.
How's that work?
Because they traded it away. Whoops.
Dumb.
And I think it was their owner, if not their owner, their GM wrote an apology letter to the Pacers fan base, and he was like, hey, I wanted to give us a shot, and
we took a risk.
Yeah, and it didn't work out.
So he admitted?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Admitted the failure.
He did. You got to kind of
you got to respect that, man.
Just a little bit.
of respect.
Yeah. Now,
how many other people would do that?
People do not like to admit their mistakes.
That's true.
If the Mavs...
This is the life we've chosen.
That's
true.
I don't understand. Why'd you play that dropout?
I didn't play it. He said it.
Okay.
That's a good point. Yeah. And that's a great example. So for the Mavericks, if they would have won the coin flip with the Pelicans, they would have been picking number 8. But perhaps more intriguing, had they lost their last game against the Bulls on April 12th, which they were victorious, 149-128.
What?
They would have picked at least number 8, and if they would have won their coin flip with Memphis, which they would have gotten into by losing that game, they could have gotten pick number 3 because Memphis moved all the way up to 3.
All right, I understand. Like you're saying they tried too hard in the last game against the Bulls, and they should have just not tried. Alec, I ask you this. In a game where Kevin just pointed out they won with 140-something points.
49.
140, almost 150 points, which is basically the NBA All-Star game.
True.
They could not put any worse players out on the court. Who else do you want them to put out on the court to try to lose that game? The Bulls gave up 2.
That's a good point. The Bulls were also invested in losing, and Cooper Flagg played like 10 minutes in that game.
Yeah, I don't know that they tried to win that game as much as they just couldn't. I got 2 options here, Kevin.
Okay.
2 options. Instead of blaming it on the last game, What about the third game of the year? They were on a 2-game losing streak, all right? And they beat Toronto. At the moment when Ujiri was like, this is the team I want to go to next year. He was like, I see what they're doing to Toronto. Or
I don't think he was with Toronto then.
Exactly. That's what he was watching from afar. And he was like, any enemy of my enemy or whatever. It's
my friend.
My friend.
Yeah.
And so,
okay.
Let's go 5 games before the final game of the season. Cooper Flagg scores 45 points in a victory over the Lakers. After he had scored 51 points 2 nights before in a loss to the Magic. Why couldn't he have just scored a regular 33 points? They won by 6.
So if he'd just had a regular good game, they could have lost.
Let's have a great game.
Okay.
And so let's look. There's lots of time. Roger Staubach told you. It wasn't Jackie Sheridan's drop that lost us the Super Bowl.
Who?
I don't know why I'm
Jackie
talking
Smith?
about Jackie Smith. It wasn't his drop that lost the Super Bowl.
So
Lots
what you're
of things
saying
happened.
is you'd have lost any of those games.
Yeah.
You would have been in the coin flip situation. And if you won the coin flip, that was Memphis's pick. They went up to 3.
Yeah. And also, don't forget about the 5 out of 6 between November and December, where the Mavs really tried to convince us they were hot.
You lose 2 of those, no coin flip.
Yeah, and we
you
could
would
be
have ended up
higher
with the 3rd pick.
Yep.
However, Rolando Blackman is looking at this from a positive viewpoint. He goes, hey, I was the number 9 pick, so I'm not going to drag down on the number 9 pick, which makes a lot of sense.
2 things there. 1, when have you ever known Rolando Blackman to not be positive?
That is a good point. It would have been weird if he was like, this is some bull crap.
And 2, Alec, how do we do with number 9 overall picks? Are we all right here?
I mean, you mentioned Rowe.
We got Dirk!
That's a good one, yes. Dirk Nowitzki, some other notable 9th overall picks. Sean Marion, Amari Stoudemire, Andre Iguodala, DeMar DeRozan, Tracy McGrady. It goes on and on.
Oh, yeah.
There's been some good names there.
Can I tell you the exact opposite of that? So if the Mavericks, but for not our team.
Oh, okay.
So, hey.
Okay. Whew.
So look, the Mavericks have had success at pick 9, and pick 9 overall has had plenty of success. The Chicago Bulls got pick 4. Let me tell you a story about the history of the Chicago Bulls with pick 4.
Yeah, they lost to the Mavericks to essentially seal the Mavs' fate this year.
I mean, good point. But the Bulls should hope they had any pick except for pick 4.
Oh, no.
Here is their history with pick 4. I'd never even heard of this first guy. In 1968, they took Tom Boerwinkle. In 1980, they took Kelvin Ramsey.
Okay.
I don't know who that is either. Then in 2000 and 2001, they had the number 4 pick in back-to-back years. They picked Marcus Fizer and Eddie Curry.
Shot guy, the jab guy, right? Fizer.
That's a different. That's Puff Fizer.
Okay.
And then in 2020,
Eddie Curry, how did things go for him?
Not great.
All right.
And then in 2020, they took Patrick Williams, who has yet to materialize. And oh, by the way, in 2006, they traded down from 2 to 4 and took Tyrus Thomas. So at pick 4, they've taken Tyrus Thomas, Patrick Williams, Eddie Curry, Marcus Fizer, Kelvin Ramsey, and Tom Boerwinkle.
Hold on. You're telling me in 2006, they had the chance to take LaMarcus Aldridge at 2.
That's right.
And they said, we'd rather have
Tyrus Thomas.
All right. Sounds like they really struck gold with that Michael Jordan kid.
Yeah. But that was pick 3.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying.
What amazing and exciting ways are the Bulls going to find to screw this one up? All right. So we have a few different options
They got
here.
Elton Brand. That was a smart decision.
But that was a pick 1.
Yeah.
I'm
Rocket
saying
Man.
specifically that's Elton John.
Oh.
Tiny Dancer.
Very different people. I really thought you were going to say Tony Danza. In terms of their height and profession and other things.
You tell me Elton Brand can't sing and Elton John can't hoop?
I will tell you this. I think it is significantly more likely that Elton Brand could headline a concert at an arena than Elton John could go off for 25 points in an NBA game.
There's a man who's been successful at everything he's ever done, I think.
That's true, but isn't he also like 75?
Yeah, that's probably tough. Sitting at a piano is easier.
You could take prime athleticism, Elton John, and I'll still take Elton Brand in this Elton versus Elton competition.
Right, I don't know.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. So what can the Mavs do? So I thought this over, a few different scenarios for you. Now, some of them we might pick up tomorrow.
All right.
So you could take the number 30 pick and try to package it with pick number 9 and maybe move up to 5 or 6. If you think you could go up that high into the Acuff or Keaton Wagler range. More likely, I think that might just bump you up a couple spots, so 7 or 8 if you're thinking Flemings or Brown. And I'll pick up on those players tomorrow.
Okay.
In the meantime, I have 4 options.
I do like 2 of those players a lot.
Okay, good. I have 4 options for if you stick at pick number 9. Probably in the order that I might prefer them for now. Braden Burries. The first comp I thought of was Karis LeVert. He's similar to RJ Barrett with a lot of downhill physicality, but he has a significantly higher defensive ceiling. Some would say his defensive ceiling is more like somebody like Derek White. And I think we all saw, whether it was in the NBA Finals or just from watching basketball in general, that having somebody like Derek White is something that you would like. Hopeful ceiling, somebody like Jalen Williams.
Okay.
Obviously, the good Jalen Williams is doing really well. He's a really good rebounder for his size. The curiosity I have is he hasn't really shown the ability to run a team offensively. So this is not your next option at point guard.
Okay, so
now,
you're hoping Kai is back. Kai takes over the point guard role. This guy works alongside Max Christie and Cooper Flagg.
And then that becomes an issue of roster construction, and if you think you're already kind of set there.
Yeah,
but
seems like there's a lot of rotational pieces that are all the same there.
That could be the case, which is why we'll move to the next 2. Nate Ament and Yaxel Lendeborg.
Okay.
So for Ament, think Michael Porter Jr.-esque with a better defensive upside. However,
so a future star is what you're saying.
I was going to say upside, because to be fair, Ament is also very inconsistent defensively. So
Okay.
I'm not here to tell you that you've seen enough to be like, oh yeah, that guy for sure.
And he's what, 19 still?
Yeah, and we'll get to the difference with him and Lendeborg then, because Lendeborg is 24.
That's old.
By human standards, no.
Yeah.
By entering the league, yes. So some people thought Ament had star potential before the season started. He was a top 5 projection going into the draft. Probably more folks think he looks like a solid contributor now. He's a jumbo wing, but he's not a down-in-the-trenches banger. So you might look at his size, and you're like, ooh, maybe we can get him down in the post or in the block. And no, not going to happen. That is
in college, that worked.
But I don't think at the next level
I agree.
That's going to be the case. Does he?
That being said, there were times in the tournament when he was hurt and he was like, I have to go figure out a way to get points no matter what.
Right. I agree
he
with
was
that.
able to get to spots that he wanted to, and that was nice.
Okay, so that is an important thing, because the question I have at the next level is, does he have enough strength to create his own shots? But he's a tall shot maker.
Off the dribble from 3 or just around the basket? What do you think?
I probably think more inside the arc. Does he have the skill, quickness, or strength to create those shots? But, Corey, you were just kind of talking about it. He's a tall shot maker, which is always going to be desired in the NBA.
Yes, it will.
Now, let's compare that with Lendeborg. Lendeborg is 5 years older. He's very well-rounded.
I'm sorry. I was thinking Lendeborg when you were just. I'm sorry. That's who I was focused in on. My apologies.
No problem. He is very well-rounded. So kind of think Aaron Gordon, maybe Boris Diaw. But again, he's going to be 24 when the season starts. So, I mean, look, we just went over this a lot in the NFL draft. Do you have an issue with that? That will be for the team to decide. He's a really good rebounder. He's good defensively, shows a lot of versatility defensively, and has lots of energy. He's a hustle guy.
So is he Eddie? Or Eddie, is he that kind of hustle guy?
Oh, like Nahara?
Yeah.
Oh, with, you know what is interesting? I think the rebounding is kind of similar right there. He has a higher upside just because of the size.
Okay. That's what I was saying about him. He was the dude who was hurt in the tournament, still got to spots when he wanted to that were different from what his game was, but knew he had to. Kevin, I like this because of what our new GM said. And that was, our new GM said, we want to find a guy with high character, fits into our culture for the next 10 years. And this dude right here, from everything I read about him and everything I saw about him, has those traits.
Agreed.
And wants to be on the court. Cooper Flagg wants to be out the court and will cut you to get out there.
Sure.
He seems like that kind of guy, too.
I could see that. Now, here's what you need to figure out. And, Corey, I'll go directly to you because you bring up the idea of a contract year. Not a contract year for Lendeborg, but consider this. He really upped his three-point game this season. He more than doubled his attempts, and he shot 37.4% from three. And over his last 11 games, which included the NCAA tournament, he shot 53% from three.
Wow.
But my question is, do you think that was a fluke? Do you think this season or these last 11 games are an anomaly and he'll go back to the three-point shooter he was? If it's here to stick, that's an interesting thing. And then the other thing to tag on, is he a 3 or a 4? Because if you go with him at the 4, you're going to be playing a lot of small
undersize, yeah. And don't you feel like you kind of already have a guy like that in P.J. Washington who can play the 4 and 5 sometimes?
Yeah.
When Jason Kidd's like, that's our new center out there.
Which is what I would like to avoid.
But different version of it. You got a good point there. I'm going to go on. Yes, this was his opportunity to launch himself to a new financial category, but he's already getting paid pretty handsomely at Michigan.
Sure.
He had even more money offered to him from, was it Kansas? And he was like, I want to play for this coach specifically. I want to win. And so that's like, I'm hoping that that's the kind of personality that you have and that he continues to be that kind of three-point shooter.
Then keep an eye out. I mentioned this in Crosstalk. Keep an eye out on Kareem Lopez. His pre-draft workouts might change opinions on him a lot because he didn't play in college. He was playing in Mexico. But he kind of has that Andrew Wiggins or OG Anunoby defensive vibe, and he's very explosive and physical in transition. He's kind of like a bigger version of Barry's. So that's intriguing, but he's not very polished in the half-court offense. He's going to have to show some things, but I think of all the people that can move, like I think Burries, Ament, and Lendeborg could all be there for you if you sit at 9. For Lopez, I wonder if he could move a good little bit up, which would then maybe trickle down to some of those players. And we'll talk about those players like Michael Brown, Flemings, Wagler, Acuff. We'll do that tomorrow.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the game loses the childhood manager for a lot of us. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The payoff pitch. Swinging a drive into left center. That's a base hit. Duran over to cut it off, but 2 runs are in. Suzuki being waved home. It's a 3-run double for Michael Busch, and the Cubs have broken open here in the 7th and lead it 7-1.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, is Meatloaf more underrated as an artist or a food? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. And what was he talking about with that one thing when he said I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that?
I think that it was like just, coming back to the person after they broke their heart or something. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Maybe. Right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. And let's start in the no joke zone, you jokers.
Before we do that,
damn it!
I typed in what did meatloaf mean, and the rest filled in with by I won't do that lyric. So it's
Alec,
been searched before.
Do you think the Google search says what I said?
Honestly, I think there's a 50-50 chance.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I can't repeat it though.
That's what's up.
Oh, dude. Specific promises made in the lyrics. Primarily that he will never stop dreaming of his lover, never forget her, and never cheat on or abandon her.
Yeah.
Like, I'll never do those things.
That's great. You have to read between the lines. All right? What did he mean?
From the 8... I think you have to dump that. From the 817.
That was only to you.
Never have I eaten meatloaf. True story. I hate ketchup also. Wow.
Man, I did not know ketchup was what was on meatloaf. Then I had to boycott it. I thought it was marinara sauce. All right.
Hold on. You ate meatloaf up until that point, and then somebody goes, no, that's ketchup. And you're like, all right, that's it. I'm changing my mind. That's what happened?
Had a little bit of a weird taste, and I was like, that's it. I don't like it.
Gosh,
no dice.
Wow.
All right. Do you want me to ease you into the no joke zone? I feel like we're going to need to ease into this.
Yeah, we're going to have to take
much
a different
like
route.
the thing that Meatloaf said he wouldn't do. I just thought of that as I was talking. All right. The New York Mets. The New York Mets, they lost 5-1, and now they're 15-25. Over the weekend, they produced just 9 hits and 3 runs in 22 innings against the Diamondbacks' 3 starters. To make that even worse, Juan Soto and Bo Bichette went 0 for 20 with 3 walks. 0 for 20 with 3 walks in the series against the Diamondbacks.
That's bad.
But is it Cal Raleigh bad?
For how much money they have invested in those 2 guys.
That is fair.
And that's like when you... I don't understand this. When you invest that kind of money in 2 players like that, your expectation is they are providing the meat of the order. That meatloaf, if you will.
Do you feel like they're loafing?
But it sounds like they are saying they won't do that, and that has hit the ball.
That is unfortunate for them. But let's also talk about Cal Raleigh, because holy smokes has he been awful. In his last week or so, he's 0 for 32 with 15 strikeouts. He has a 580 OPS, which is bottom 10 among all AL hitters who are qualified. So Cal Raleigh has just been horrendous this year, which obviously makes you wonder what in the world was happening last year, or maybe he's just sad that he didn't win the MVP.
This is a sad quote, Kevin.
Oh.
And I think he's like, the best I did, best I could ever do, still not good enough to get MVP. That's what he's saying. But no, here it is. I'm trying to get up there. Honestly, it's not been great. It's been really ugly. I'm trying to do my best to just compete up there. Doesn't that sound sad? Like, I don't know what else I can do. I'm Eeyore right now.
Oh, man. So let's go into the no-joke zone.
He also said it's the mental side of him right now.
I mean, and that makes a lot of sense, right? It would be so weird if he just forgot how to swing the bat and play baseball. So that makes a lot of sense. When you were growing up, I know we all loved the Rangers, obviously, first and foremost. But did you ever feel like Bobby Cox, who passed away over the weekend, was like America's manager?
Yeah. I mean, everybody knew him because if you had TBS...
Yeah, for sure.
You were watching the Braves a lot. And that's why names like Andrew Jones, all that was new to me. John Smoltz, Greg, all those names stuck out because we were around it all the time. And Bobby Cox was part of that for sure.
Right. I'm with you.
Yeah, that was tough, man.
He won more than 2,500 games. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2014. Obviously, a huge part of that 14 straight division titles, 5 National League pennants, and the 1 World Series that they won in 1995. That, I mean, I know he was 84, so it wasn't shocking or anything, but a little part of my childhood baseball love kind of died with that because he just felt like America's manager.
No, he absolutely was, man.
Now let's talk about a manager right now. Craig Albornoz. And at first I was like, wait, what? But I almost forgot about the rest of this. He is wearing a catcher's mask and a glove in the dugout.
Okay.
He is the Baltimore Orioles manager, but if you remember, this is the same manager who got hit in the face. And
shortly after the Colorado Avalanche coach got hit in the face with a puck.
Yes.
It was a weird week.
And so he had another close call yesterday. And so now he then put on a catcher's mask and had a glove and everything like that, which is probably smart because he shouldn't necessarily even be back in the dugout yet, because if the ball were to hit him again, that could just re-shatter his face, which could be catastrophic.
Yeah, I'd probably be one of those that requests a Pope bubble situation in my dugout area, and I'd just be like, yeah, I want to see it this way.
Yeah,
and that's going to protect me. But yeah, dude, it is amazing. And again, one of the reasons you got to have your head on a swivel while the game's going on, be in touch with the game. I know, the fans, they put nets up for that purpose, but if you're a player, if you're a coach, and I'm not saying anything against him, sometimes it just happens. But isn't it amazing how many of these injuries should have happened over the history of baseball that haven't?
For sure.
It's wild. And my dad always called those ugly finders.
Oh.
So if it hit you, you were ugly.
Oh, my goodness.
It was a joke, Kevin. Not really.
Ooh, in your face, Orioles. So the Cleveland Guardians acquired 2-time Gold Glove winning catcher Patrick Bailey from the Giants for the number 29 pick in this year's MLB draft.
There you go.
And Tom Wilkinson, whose nickname is Tugboat. For the Dodgers,
why?
Blake Snell, don't know. Blake Snell is set for his season debut as Tyler Glasnow hit the injured list. And then real quick, Jacob Mizorowski. His first 10 pitches in the first inning on Friday night, all of them were at least 102 miles per hour. He topped out by hitting 103.6 and had an average pitch of 103.1 miles per hour.
How did that do we know how that inning went?
He only had to throw 10 pitches.
Jeez.
It went great.
Can you imagine being in that lineup that day though? And I know you're a very good team, but you're in there and you see this dude's chunking 102 miles an hour and you're just like, we got to deal with this today?
Yeah.
Oh.
And in case you're wondering, the rest of the game went pretty well too. He threw 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 walks, no runs, and struck out 11.
Somebody hit him. That's probably the amazing part.
He was probably throwing his 98-mile-per-hour changeup or whatever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, wankers and winners of the weekend. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I will not go into what we discussed off air so we can keep our job. All right, let's go to winners and wankers of the weekend, but I will tell you this. If you come see us at the Dallas Card Show on Friday, off air, I will readily discuss the Oscar-winning versus Bear conversation that we had. We can do that. We can talk about any number of things.
Which was brought up because of a ridiculous scenario that I put you in.
Yeah.
So,
which I feel like I answered pretty straight away.
Like that's kind of what we do.
We can talk about the forest. We can talk about meatloaf. And whatever you want. Dallas Card Show on Friday. Now, wankers and winners of the weekend. 877-881-1053. Would you like to start with the wankers or the winners?
Let's start with the winners, Kevin.
All right. Let's talk about the Dallas Wings. Cut number 7. The Dallas Wings are victorious in the season opener.
Beckers bounces in. Shepard back to Beckers. The fake, the take, and the hit. What a poised possession.
Paige, that is, had 20 points on 8 of 10 shooting. Paige Beckers becomes the third player in WNBA history to have that many 20-point games on 80% or better field goal percentage through a player's first 2 seasons. This was the first game of her second season. So it stands to reason at some point this season, she will break that record as the Wings beat the Fever 107-104.
A, she owns Caitlin Clark. That's just history right there.
Too small.
And B,
that's true.
This is also starting to become the Wings are going to be good. They're proud. They're a stacked guard team. They brought in some big help this offseason as well, and we can discuss FUD at some other point. But like they did the right things this offseason to make themselves a competitive team rather than just saying we're going to run and see how this thing goes with our last number 1 overall pick. They said we got to build a team around her. Paige is an alpha.
Yes.
Get to know her. She absolutely is. Awesome job to start this season.
Now, normally, I would say that perhaps that was the number 1 winner in this segment. And maybe you still think it is. Or maybe we can go to cut number 8. If you remember, we had Super Sammy Sarver on the show last week.
He said burn the boats.
He just scored his first goal. We came to an agreement that perhaps if he scored another goal, that's the KNC FC Dallas bump. I take you to cut number 8. It's 2-1. FC Dallas has the lead, and I'll let the audio talk from there.
It may break now for Sarver. He's got the bit between his teeth, and it's a foot race. It's Sarver off to the races around County Scott. Sarver puts it to bed. Game, set, and match.
FC Dallas.
That's a tennis term.
That's true. Yeah, come up with something
Doing,
different.
bro.
But that did secure the 3-1 victory, and we have now confirmed with FC Dallas, Sam Sarver will be back on the show tomorrow instead of Wednesday because they have a match on Wednesday. But I do think we should give him some grief for that. We talk to other athletes when they have games that day. But I'm just saying, Sam Sarver, goal scorer, will be back on the show tomorrow.
Dude, congratulations to him.
That's awesome.
That is really cool, and congratulations to FC Dallas on that as well. This is one. I wonder. This is my first question to him, Kevin. When you scored that goal, were we on your mind?
Gotta be. Because you know what else? You know why I think we were? Because then he also celebrated in the stands, and you would ask him about, hey, your coach did that.
Yeah.
So.
You like celebrating in the stands?
So,
there we go. I think this interview is going to be awesome. Can't wait.
Let's stick with soccer. Lionel Messi. This is astonishing to me. So Lionel Messi had a goal and 2 assists as Miami beat the crap out of chump Toronto. He's the fastest player in MLS history to reach 100 points. or 100 goal contributions. He has 59 goals and 41 assists.
Dang.
He did it in 64 matches. The previous MLS record was 95. He broke that record by 31 games.
Dang. That is
Ronaldo
extremely
couldn't do that.
You don't think so?
Hell no. Messi over Ronaldo all day, baby.
I've always been that way. 877-881-1053.
And
I'd love to see the split here.
And I bring that up a lot because all the kids in our refugee group are Team Cristiano Ronaldo. So I troll them just the same we troll each other.
It is fascinating. I look at the skill that Messi has, and I know that like Ronaldo has this power and the size advantage and everything, but I just watch the skill from Messi that I'm just very impressed with.
It's ridiculous.
They're both phenomenal players. We've been lucky to be in this generation.
He looks like your neighbor, the accountant. And then you put him out on the pitch, and you're like, holy moly, that's freaking amazing. All right, couple more winners. This is a great weekend for winners. UCLA's Megan Grant. She set the single-season Division I softball record with, what do you think the record is for a single player? Most home runs in a softball season for D1.
In a softball season, I'll say 22.
38!
Dang.
The previous record had been set by Laura Espinoza from Arizona, who had 37 in 1995.
Wow.
So this record has stood for more than 30 years. But yeah, Megan Grant, 38th home run of the season. Incredible. Then we go to Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland won the UFC middleweight title, defeating Khamzat Chimaev in a really close decision on UFC 238, and I apologize. I frequently say his last name a little bit wonky. Now, Khamzat wants to move up to light heavyweight because he's like, this weight cut is brutal. First loss of his career. It was a really, really fun fight. If you like the UFC, you want to hop on Paramount Plus, go back, watch that again. But congratulations to Sean Strickland for that.
In the history of you watching MMA, Kevin.
Yes.
Does the first loss for a guy usually mean it's a downturn for their career, or are you always like interested in the bounce back behind that?
For sure, and especially with Khamzat, the fact that I think he's going to move up weight classes, then I think you'll get a better idea of how he bounces back, because he had dominated people over the years. But you're right, it can be either way. And it's not even just the first loss. Sometimes it's the first loss in a long time. Mm-hmm. So like when you saw Chuck Liddell, it wasn't his first loss ever, but when he lost to Rampage, it was kind of the beginning of the downward slide. But sometimes, like you see George St. Pierre when he lost to Matt Serra, then he went back to kicking people's asses for years and years and years after that.
From the 858, we really are currently in the best generation of sports, period, they said. Soccer has those two. LeBron's existed in our time.
Right.
Brady, Ohtani. Like, we have seen some spectacular performances and careers from some very special and unique players in our lives, where, you know, the Michael Jordans are always going to have their place. The Wayne Gretzkys will always have their place as the great ones. But I also will add in the amount of talented athletes at this point, too, is pretty insane as well.
It really is.
The competition is just so good.
No, you're right about that, which, believe it or not, is going to kind of...
So we're winners of the weekend, Kevin.
Ooh, I love it. Losers of the weekend or wankers of the weekend, still the NCAA. Feels like it's always going to be the NCAA. And no, I'm not even going back to talking about the NCAA tournament. The NCAA Football Oversight Committee, cool, has put together a proposal to give conferences flexibility to choose a 5 and 7 team that has met certain academic standards to fill bowl games if there aren't enough teams that are just 500. That's where we've gotten. It used to be the cutoff. You had to be 6 and 6 or whatever. All I need you to do is be 500. I'll put you in a sad bowl game on December 15th. Mm-hmm. But now they have too many bowl games that people don't really go to. And they're like, well, we can't find enough 500 teams. So they're like, hey, if you're 5 and 7, Don't get me wrong. I like the idea that they would take the smart kids schools and the smart kid teams over anybody else. But I really wish
to really prove that academia is part of it.
Student athlete.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I just want to make clear. I believe in the concept of a student athlete. The NCAA does not. They just see giant dollar signs walking across campuses.
So part of me is like, hey, we need to come to a fixed number of bowl games and say that these are the ones that matter. But I also like, if the schools can benefit financially from being in a bowl game, that's really good, and I want that opportunity for them. They deserve that as well. But for us that like are looking at where does it matter, where does it stop mattering, how many bowl games in, Kevin, do you get where you're done?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
13?
If that. And I was going to say, what I think would be way cooler is if they took that money and they're like, all right, if Bowling Green qualifies for this bowl game, every student will receive $200 off tuition next month. Because they're going to take some of that money, trickle down economic style, and they're like, we're going to give it back to the students. But that, of course, would be to try to pretend that schools are not for profit.
You're showing up.
Oh, yeah,
right? You're
dude.
showing up for that. If that happens, and you're like, all right, $25 ticket, that's all you got to do, and you're getting $175 back.
Exactly.
You're showing up for your team.
Now, I need to know, is this on the MLS? Is this on Fox Sports 1? Who is the wanker in this situation?
Okay.
So, the Nashville Soccer Club, if you recorded their game on FS1, well, guess what? Ran over its allotted time slot. So it got pushed to FS2.
Too much stoppage time?
I mean, maybe so. Or sometimes they do the hydration breaks and stuff like that. But I'll go to the Nashville SC Twitter account to really deliver it the correct way.
Okay.
The start of our match can be seen on FS2 rather than FS1 due to pickleball running late. Yes, pickleball.
So they're suggesting that pickleball wasn't as important.
Do you think the pickleball match, in its conclusion, should have moved to FS2 as opposed to the MLS match? Or do you feel like this is a humbling moment for the MLS?
All right, here's the thing, Kevin, and I don't know how in real time those TV ratings are.
That's a good question.
Because if you're sitting there and you're like, dude, everybody is locked in on this pickleball match right now, you shouldn't leave it because you've been watching this pickleball tournament for a long time. But you don't get ratings in real time like that. So I would presume as the producer, you're like, I want to keep this going, but you need to go to probably what's going to receive the highest ratings right out of the gate in the beginning of that match.
Yes, I would agree with that. And then, this makes me a little sad, but it has to be done, is AZ Fudd, one of the wankers of the weekend. She came off the bench in her WNBA debut, played 18 minutes, and scored 3 points. That was the fewest points.
She had a three-pointer. I think she was 1 for 2 from 3.
Okay, I didn't know if she shot a free throw or not. That is the fewest points.
Shooting 50% from 3, Kevin.
In a number one pick's debut in 20 years in the WNBA.
I will go back to... This is going to be tough for them as a team to find rotation minutes for her because their guard situation is very good. And they're going to have to... Now, listen, we know injuries happen throughout a season. That could change things. But whenever you're the number one overall pick, you're expected to be on the court pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And that was a moment where... Maybe they still have some things to figure out there. What's she, 18 minutes, you said?
Yeah. I would like both sides to concede just a little bit of ground, Alec. Because I saw people like overreacting. It's like, that's why you should have taken bats. And I was like, okay, calm down. But then I saw some WNBA or Dallas Wings beat reporters and be like, hopefully people will act reasonable about this. And I'm like, I think it's reasonable to be like, whoo, fewest points in 20 years. That's not a great start. That doesn't mean she won't be awesome for 15 years. But you are allowed to say that's a bad start.
It's interesting because the Wings put themselves in a good position while having the number one pick, where it felt like they had quality players at every position. So, the bigs conversation went away so quick, and it was like, okay, how about a guard? They go and sign a guard. It's like, okay, well, it's kind of top-heavy right now. So it's a good problem to have, but people are going to overreact.
I mean, after one game, that's all you have is those overreactions.
That's right.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus NIL by any means possible next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind you today, we've got a couple of different giveaways. We've got an FC Dallas ticket giveaway for their match on Wednesday, and then also we'll be giving away Rangers Astros 4 packs of tickets. That's right, 4 packs!
You want me to do that now?
No, because now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus how Boise State is getting NIL funds by any means
Oh, yeah, I love this story.
It's kind of cool, but it's kind of ridiculous at the same time. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but we go to the National Day calendar, gentlemen, and today is National Technology Day. National Technology Day. So we're going to do this a little bit different. I'm going to set up the question. I'm going to let you ponder, and then I have something else I really need to get to.
Okay.
So I will let you ponder while I get to said thing.
Okay.
So the question of the day for National Technology Day, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube, want to hear from you as well. What is a very underappreciated technology? What is a very underappreciated technology? I want you to think about that, because right now, I want to pay homage. I want to pay homage to a program that these fellas still exist here. They're on the Gag Nation, but they used to be known as the Nosebleed Seats. And back in the day, they were on nights, 7 to 11, just like the Fan After Dark now. And the great Reginald Atatula would produce. And they had a segment that they would do called the Carmelo Anthony Update. And I would like to bring that back, but not about Carmelo Anthony, because Kevin, you suck at covering this athlete. So it is time for the Angel Reese Update.
And a jump ball here between Hillman and Coffey. It's controlled by Miles. 3 seconds to go. Sheds, dumps under the basket, layup blocked by Reese. And Minnesota, we will let ourselves out. Dream come back from a 17-point halftime deficit, and they start the season 1-0.
That is right.
Block shot by Angel Reese.
Great
Angel
job,
Reese.
fake Mark Followell.
Angel Reese in her dream debut, 11 points, 14 rebounds, 3 blocks, including the game-winning block and 2 steals. Reese is now the fastest player, Kevin Hageland, to 50 double-doubles in WNBA history. And that is your Angel Reese update.
I just want to point out how Alec is doing the true work of importance here.
I hate
You've
you,
ignored
Alec.
it for too long, and thank you. Thank you for finally giving the coverage where the coverage is due.
Why the hell are we not doing our show at the Wings Complex tomorrow? They host the Fighting Angel Reese's. Why are we not doing our show there?
That's definitely on me, dude. No one's on me. I'm sorry about that. I didn't set it up.
Kevin, I've often said that my goal for this radio thing is to be in as many Hall of Fames as Chris Arnold. But
might be impossible.
I think my new, shorter term goal, some way, somehow, we're going to have Angel Reese on the show. I don't know how I'm going to make that happen.
For you.
I don't know why she would come and do an interview on a Dallas sports radio station.
So what am I supposed to do? Ask her about her own trade?
Yes.
Did you hear about when you got traded?
Yes. Because we didn't cover it enough, so we need the full story.
You know what? I swear to God, that game tomorrow better be standing room only, turning hundreds of people away at the door at the rate that all of you MFers seem to care about this so much.
Here's the thing that I'm interested to know. In this game that you're talking about, which is obviously going to be packed.
It is a near sellout, by the way, as of yesterday.
Yeah, it better be a full sellout.
Will there be this almost hatred for Angel Reese, or will there be cheering for Angel Reese because of the trade situation? Because this is, you got to battle. You got to battle against a team like this. They're 1-0 too.
Mm-hmm. They're perfect.
So hold on, just 1 second. If they were 0-1, would you be like cakewalk?
Yeah. They can't win. They would have proven it at that point.
All right, well, let's freaking text Pam and be like, can you get Angel Reese on the show tomorrow?
I'm hoping there's going to be a time, maybe in the holiday season, where Angel's going to be doing a PR tour for like some charity event or something, and we're going to make this happen.
This is valid, though, from the 254. Y'all better not get Angel on before Steve DeBerg. She's become our Steve DeBerg.
Yeah. Pretty much.
That is a very good point there.
Pretty much.
So maybe we get a double interview. We get both of them at the same time.
That's my peace-a-thon goal. I'm getting both of them.
Yeah, coming up next, we'll be talking with Angel Reese and Steve DeBerg. What project are they collaborating on?
And then we ask them, they're like, hey, you guys realize y'all have been basically a bit on our show for all this time. And they're like, matter of fact, I am popular because of this bit. Thank you very much for continuing it.
I might walk out the door if we start and she go, are y'all the show that always talks about me or never talks about me? And be like, I'm done.
Exactly. Be like, you're the one that refuses to acknowledge any transactions involving me and any good doing. And guess what, Kevin? That's not the last time you're going to hear the Angel Reese update on AM on the FM. It will be back.
Of a gun.
It will be back.
I hate it.
Shout out, Reggie. Okay, question of the day in case you missed it. National Technology Day. What is the most underrated and underappreciated piece of technology?
That was the thing we had to get to.
Yes.
It's the GPS in your car or on your phone. I think we take for granted how magical it is that you can just push that button and figure out where you're going. Or what I actually kind of wanted to follow up with you guys about is, do you always pull up the route, even if you know exactly where you're going, just to see if there's traffic issues or cops or whatever?
All right, so no, not always. But every single time I leave the Globe Life field, I do, even though I know where I'm going.
Right.
But it is, or if I'm leaving an event, I had to use the map to get there, and I know once I get out of that little area and I'm on the highway, I know where I'm going from there. But I leave it on after that. But you're right, dude. Like, I remember times having to call my dad and be like, Dad, I am at this bridge looking at this thing right now. And he'd go, okay, I know where you are. And then he'd pull his maps, go out, and he'd tell me, you need to take a right here, here, and here. He was it for me back then, before we had all of this. It is so much easier than having to go on Yahoo Maps or whatever, maps.com, and printing out. Or you had to print out the entire instructions on where to go. Now you just have some Australian lady going, turn right at the frontage road. That's more British than Australian, but you know what I'm saying.
I was about to say. I definitely do. If it's past a certain mileage or just time. Like, if it's somewhere in Dallas, living in the GP Mansfield area, then yes, I'm going to map it every single time because I have 14 different ways I can get there, and I want to know which one is the quickest. I know how to get to this studio. We've been coming here plenty enough for me to know every route. I just want to know which one has less traffic every morning. And if there's a wreck or something that pops up, it'll update me and be like, hey, you might want to exit early, or you might want to go and take this route. It'll change you mid-route. So I just want to know the quickest way. I always do. I do every single morning and on the way home. I know exactly where I'm going. The good thing is we get out of here before the rush. So usually it's the same way home every single day.
I will say this. I am surprised at how amazingly accurate the Google Maps is on the time that you're going to be there. They say you're going to be there, and you're like, I'll show you. I'm shaving 15 minutes off this trip. You never do. You always arrive at the time that they told you.
Right.
You'd be like, I'm pulling into my driveway, and it's the exact time. And I'm like, how did you know? How did you know I was going to have to sit at that light for 4 minutes? How did you know that? And they're like, we control you. That's why. For me, Alec, it's Hotmail. Hotmail is very underappreciated, and a lot of people continue to act like Hotmail's a joke for old people using emails. Hotmail still exists, y'all, and you know what? They've upgraded it on a variety of ways. and I still love Hotmail to this day. All the things that I can do with it, I can send emails, I can receive emails.
That's right.
I can move to other inbox. I can move to other folder. I can tag for archiving. I can tag for unread. There's a calendar part on Hotmail that I never use, but if I want to start using it, I can. So the way that Hotmail has just given me more options over time since I feel like 1999 is when I started using it.
Don't you hate that judgment that you get, though, when you're at a place and you're like, oh, yeah, what's your email? And you have to say at Hotmail. And
Do you always follow up with, yes, I still use Hotmail? Because I do. And it's always the young girl that laughs. And I'm like, yep, that got a laugh out of her because she thinks I'm an old boomer now. Am I a boomer? I'm not a boomer.
You are.
What do they call us?
Because you like Oklahoma.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
That's smart. I think Kevin and Corey are the only people keeping Hotmail in business at this point. I literally don't know.
There's got to be others, right?
Carter Freeman said, I'm a bigger onion mail guy.
Son of a...
I forgot about that.
What a callback. I also
forgot about that.
I also forgot about that. And then somebody said they map it just to see if they can beat the time.
I'm telling you.
And I saw a meme once, and it was Vin Diesel pulling up in Fast and the Furious, and it was like, when I beat the Google Maps by 4 minutes. And I was like, that is what you feel like.
Yeah, you try, but it's tough, man.
You tell your spouse about all the cool driving things you did to get there 3 minutes faster. She doesn't care.
Not at all. 940. It's Bluetooth for me. Use it so much. Dude, my eyeglasses are Bluetooth now. Like, there's so many different things you can connect to so many other things that you didn't know that you needed, and then you experience it, and you're like, this is awesome. I can never live without it again. And then from the 903 hookup apps and at-home STD testing kits.
Oh, my goodness.
That took quite a turn. But hey, better safe than sorry.
Can I ask an app question?
At-home technology is dope.
Yes.
Not having to leave your house to get certain things is really cool.
What's the darn it? Now just fell out of my brain. What was the one app that was supposed to be just a hookup app, and now people are like, I'm looking for a relationship.
Tinder?
Yes.
Is that what it's happened?
I don't know. I thought that was just the banging out site, and so they're trying to change their reputation. I don't know.
Well, what I do know, Kevin, is Shams is saying that the Milwaukee Bucks are open for business on trade calls regarding Giannis Antetokounmpo.
He can't stay, right?
No, he can't.
Shams also saying no further discipline on Wembanyama.
Good.
You did not think he should have been kicked out to begin with?
No, he probably should have. Okay. But I just want to see Wemby play.
Oh, for sure.
I'm selfish. I'm greedy.
Yeah.
If I'm not gonna hate watch the OKC Thunder, I'm gonna love watching one of the best athletes on the planet Earth right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I want him to play. I don't want the Spurs to succeed. I just want to watch Wemby. Guys, NIL by any means necessary. The Boise State football program, they are laying down new blue turf at Albertson Stadium in Southwest Idaho. The old turf is being auctioned off to boost the NIL budget. Fans can purchase a piece of the field for as low as $40. Many are spending much, much more. All profits go into the pockets of the Broncos athletic department. And I even saw somebody on Twitter that somehow got the entire 10-yard inscription of the turf.
Awesome.
So they were able to get that entire chunk of turf of just the number 10 on the sideline, which is that's awesome to me. And imagine, they have the Albertsons logo on there. Imagine if you could get the entire Albertsons logo in turf. That would be crazy.
I think this is so cool, but also I did see for a certain price, they'll just come and install it in your house.
That's awesome.
So it's like a one-stop shop. So they're like, all right, Corey, if you're willing to spend this amount on this much blue turf, we'll come put it in your house. I'm assuming you're single, or because I don't see how just my wife would let that fly.
If you have a room that is dedicated to that.
The Kevin room.
Would it be called anything other than the blue turf room, though?
Yeah, I would. That's probably what I would call it. Let's go to the blue floor.
Okay, we need to talk about this at some point in the show. I don't know when it's going to be. We went to a grocery store on the way to Paradise on Saturday, and it was carpeted.
What?
And I just thought that was...
The store?
Yes.
That's insane.
The grocery store had carpet.
Yes. We'll
That's
talk about it. I
insanity.
thought it was so
name
freaking
where is
weird.
this
I don't even remember because I told Jess it looked bootleg going into it. But she was like, they have all the regular stuff.
And carpet.
And carpet.
So hold on. I have questions.
Okay.
The grocery cart wheels work too?
Now,
all right.
That was my first thought as well. I got kind of a derisive response to, well, it's not shag carpet. And I was like, it's still weird to have carpet in your grocery store.
Yeah, what if something spills? What if you have a cleanup on aisle 9 and the pickles break?
I don't know.
You got pickle juice all over the floor.
Yeah, and somebody's going to step on glass. Yeah.
Why do they have their shoes off, though?
That's a fair point. Maybe it's the Von Erichs.
Good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
So
on
dumb.
The most shoeless
105.3
people we
Fan.
know.
Coming up
Outside of
next.
Joe.
Man, that is a great point. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the schedule releasing has begun. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, we'll
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Off in the gun. We're back.
Carr, lob out of the backfield, fakes the defender miss, and scores! Touchdown Notre Dame! What an incredible spin by Love!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It sure is. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And we start with perhaps the smartest man in the NFL.
Thank you.
And that could be Corey or Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love said he's not going to touch any of his $53 million rookie contract, most guaranteed money, by the way, ever for a running back. He said, quote, "I live in the era of NIL. I'm pretty well off already. I really don't need to touch that money."
Kind of hate hearing that. I'm pretty well off already. Like, you did good for yourself. That's awesome.
Right.
But you also do appreciate somebody saying, well, I can live off of this.
Yeah.
And then use that
I
for
definitely appreciate
other things, especially investments, especially when you have they have people they can trust. Because how many times, Kevin, have we seen the story of, I trusted this person with my money, and now my career is all for naught because they took advantage of me. Hopefully you use the right people.
Yeah.
But it sounds like he's got a good plan.
He was the first ever millionaire.
That's true.
Wow.
That is a true thing.
Now, the Chargers agreed to terms with former Browns tight end David Njoku. They gave him a 1-year, $8 million deal. And we might talk about this just a little bit more tomorrow. The Vikings have said that they will host a true quarterback competition between J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray. But let's talk about the schedule.
Ooh.
So the Dallas Cowboys are going to have the first Sunday night game of the season, September 13th. It'll be the Cowboys at the Giants. The Cowboys went 7-9-1 last year. You probably already knew that. Doesn't matter. As we were discussing before the show, in the last 25 years, Alec, if you had to guess, in the last 25 years, how many times have the Dallas Cowboys opened the season in a noon game?
It feels like 45, so I'm going to logically guess 16.
In a noon game?
Oh, in a noon game.
Noon game.
Give me 10.
One time.
One.
Whoa.
Uno.
In the last 25 years, they've opened as the noon game one time. In the last 17 years, they have been either in the Sunday night football opener or the very first game of the season 12 times. 12 of the 17 times it's the Dallas Cowboys. Because while the Dallas Cowboys don't necessarily equal wins, they certainly equal ratings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And hopefully they can equal wins this year. Like, that's the hope, right?
Do you think they will?
I want to believe in Shoddy. And when I say Shoddy, I think that starts, and that's the whole program this year. I want to believe that this year is going to be a good year. I think we're still a little ways away from being a contender, but I think they can get into the playoffs with this defense based on what they have this year. So that's where I am right now.
And by the way...
Oh, no.
No, I think this person is right. This might have been the one we went to. There's a grocery store in Decatur that has carpet floors. It's called Lowe's. I think that's right. I think that's where we went because Decatur is right by Paradise.
That is
It's a different...
hardware.
Yeah, but they have...
lumber.
They have a yellow box with fruits and vegetables, so it's a food place.
I'm looking this up.
It is. Just like Fry's was an electronics store here, but in Arizona, it's like the biggest grocery store they have. I didn't, that.
Like Sony. Wasn't Sony something else before it turned into what it is? Or am I thinking of somebody? Y'all tell me. Is it Yamaha or Sony? Something was something else.
Okay.
And then they focused in on other things. Trust me on
so,
this.
Alec, just type in something with something else and let us know
Sanyo? I can't remember.
What kind of report you get from that. By the way, I don't think this is going to happen, but Taylon Green, the Browns rookie quarterback who ran a 4.36, he said, I really don't think there's anybody like me. And now I would love for him to win the starting quarterback position just to throw the Browns into even more chaos, even though I don't actually think that's going to happen.
Dude, hasn't Cleveland been through enough? First off, they had that song, It's Cleveland, about them that kind of exposed all the dirty secrets about their water catching on fire and stuff. And now here you are just desiring for them to be through more quarterback controversy. They have been through 900 quarterbacks since the year of 20. On 2-20-0.
Well, let's bring up one of those quarterbacks. Johnny Football. Johnny Football is about to make his boxing debut. Do you think that Johnny Football could be the Cowboys or the Pauls of boxing in terms of people want to watch to hopefully watch that person get their head punched in? Because he will make his debut May 23rd at the UFC Apex against Bob Maneri, who's somebody who does social media that I've never heard of.
I mean, I always kind of want to see a Paul be taken down.
And Dana White made a bet, I think, against the social media creator that he would back out. And so...
Really?
Yeah, that bet's for $10,000.
Interesting.
But yeah, since you were talking about Cleveland quarterbacks, I just wanted to
Johnny Football,
throw out that Johnny Football is going to box. Don't you think...
I want to see him win.
Do you?
I do.
Okay, I do too, but don't you think a lot of people want to see him get his face punched in?
Why?
Because they...
Dude, Johnny Manziel, when he has been a winner,
for sure,
has been the most exciting winner there is.
For sure.
The unfortunate thing is he kind of, was a bit of a con man all along on some things that he did, but whenever he was winning, it was more fun. Everything was more fun.
Okay.
Don't you remember those times?
I mean, I do.
I was there.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of success over the years. All right, let's go back to scheduling. There is going to be a doubleheader on Saturday, January the 2nd. First game will start at 3:30. Will be on NBC and Peacock. And then just so people can go ahead and start complaining ahead of time, the 7 o'clock game will only be on Peacock. So it could be a throwaway game, could be a game that actually means a whole lot for the playoff setup. And so I just wanted to throw that out there early so people can get upset right now. Let's go from that to the Steelers. They're redoing their stadium. I don't know if it's because Bane blew it up or what the story was, but because of that, they're selling 22,000 old seats from their stadium. Single seat can be bought for $399. Pair of seats, $599. So good deal if you buy two. Would you be interested if it was your team's home stadium? And then also, would you sit in those seats at your home?
I absolutely would. In the living room, though? Do I have to put it in the living room?
You can put it wherever you like. What son of a biscuit. Sorry, Meatloaf.
Jeez.
By the way, if you're like, I don't know, buying a whole seat is pricey, you can buy the back of the seat for $199 or the seat bottom for $149.
Whoa.
Those are real facts. I know on Friday it'll be twisted into this other thing, but those are real facts. Whatever.
Was it Panasonic?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's one of the companies that it was wild. They used to do something else completely, and then they turned into like something else completely. It was wild. I got to figure out which one it was, though.
I did find the carpeted grocery store.
It's Lowe's, right?
It's Lowe's, yeah. They got like a Fruit of the Loom kind of logo going.
Yes.
What kind of carpet?
It's just like super gray. It's not like super fluffy.
It was depressing.
Oh, so it's an old store.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
It's kind of depressing looking, but it's kind of nostalgic.
It looked like they converted it from when just wagons pass through that street. It does. And that's why when we walked in, I told Jess I didn't want to go to that grocery store because they weren't going to have real stuff. And they're like, see, they have real stuff.
You're like, yes, this was real cornbread mix back in the day.
Yeah. But, like, it wasn't the Hydrox cookies and stuff. They had regular stuff.
Okay.
We're the Can't-See Masterpiece. You're welcome. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, progress report for the Rangers after their brutal 40-game start to the season. Next, right here on The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to get to the Rangers in just a second.
Something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
I could not wait for that.
I guess now we'll win a 4-pack of tickets to go see FC Dallas play Vancouver on Wednesday. That's this Wednesday at Toyota Stadium. The tickets are courtesy of FC Dallas. You can buy them from FC Dallas, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Also, Chris Boswell has agreed to a contract that I believe is identical to Brandon Aubrey's. He signed a 4-year, $28 million extension. I haven't seen the amount of the guaranteed money, but the rest of that is the same as Brandon Aubrey.
Good for the Boz.
That's different, but sure, why not? All right, so we have talked about this a lot. We talked about it before the season started. We've talked about it throughout the first month and a half or so, that this first 40 games was always going to be brutal for the Texas Rangers, just in terms of like what the schedule looked like. Mm-hmm. So, for example, and it turned out the schedule held about how we thought. Of the Rangers' first 40 games, 27 of them have been against teams that are currently have a winning record. So a little bit like right at the edge of 2/3 of their games have been against teams with a winning record. And so on the flip side, I have positive news for you going forward. That was the highest composite winning percentage in all of Major League Baseball, the teams that the Rangers have played. The rest of the way, per Elias Sports Bureau, the opponent win percentage is .471. That is the lowest in Major League Baseball, which is a pretty shocking dynamic of first quarter of the season, absolute best. Last 3 quarters, the composite record right now is the worst in baseball.
Yes.
Although some of those teams obviously could change their fortunes clearly along the way.
I immediately went to our power rankings guru, Kevin.
Okay.
Regarding strength of schedule played and strength of schedule in the future. And yes, the Rangers had the hardest schedule to start the season and currently have the easiest schedule to finish out the season. And that being said, guess who's next on the most difficult schedule so far? Arizona.
Oh, and so
are they that bad, or are they exactly where you are, and maybe their schedule's been really tough?
Well, because their record's either the same or like half a game off.
19-20, I believe.
And so whenever people say, because I'm sure you've seen this a lot. We've gotten this text a lot. Franklin, Drew Turney text line 877-881-1053 is, should the Rangers be ready to give up? Should the Rangers be looking to sell? I'm not here to tell you that they've looked like world beaters along the way, because they certainly have not. But you factor that into your thinking, do you not? Like, I was honestly hoping they could be at least 20-20 at this point. They fell 1 win short of making that happen, but they're not too far off of what I thought could be the pace now.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. The thing I just don't know yet, because I've said this is what's going to happen. The schedule's going to get a little easier, and then you're going to convince yourself by trade deadline that you're a contender, but because nobody in your division is good, and so that's going to be another factor in this. I'll go look at that strength of schedule part again, also on the opponents in the AL West, because maybe that'll factor in as well. But I want to be fooled by, okay, the difficult schedule said that you weren't good,
right?
You were a middle team,
right?
And then the easy schedule says you're good, and you start believing you're better than you are, and then you get into the playoffs. Not that I don't care. I want to be in the playoffs. I don't care if I get smoked in the playoffs. I'd rather be there than not. But I don't want to be fooled that I might be a better team. That is the thing about this, Kevin, is I think that the next 10 games, you could still be a 500-ish team and not go on a 10-game win streak. I don't know that that's what this team is.
Yeah, and that would be really concerning to me, because you're looking at, you have a series against the Astros. The Astros are terrible this season. So are the Rockies. Those two teams have a combined 32-50 record. So, yeah, the rest of the month, Arizona, they're not good. But then again, they're in the exact same spot as you. So I'm not here to argue that we have been good whatsoever. But you also play the Angels, who are also 16-25. You finish up the month against the Royals, who they have a sub 500 record as well. So take a look at the rest of the month. Right now, though it could change because the Diamondbacks are close and then the Royals are close. You do not have another game the rest of the month against a team that is above 500.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And so that's my concern, Corey, to your point. If you don't take advantage of that, then do I have to kind of accept, kind of like what you were saying, is like maybe there's just a 500 team schedule, be damned. And I'm hoping that's not the case, but I can't rule that out.
Because what's going to happen if, let's say, somebody said the offense just flat stinks. If you liven up on offense against bad teams, does that mean to you, the offense is fine, or no, we still need to add to this? What would that tell you, Kevin? Because I think if with Chris Young, he'd go, well, he'd kind of look at it and say, look, I know I need something, but I can't get it. And I'm going to have to convince everybody that this is good. Like, what we're doing is good, but I still need to be able to add a piece. And then, or maybe it's the cure-all. Maybe it's the confidence, and that's all they need. They start getting those swings in, start believing that they're that good, and they get all the mechanics back in place.
To your point, I am worried that the time comes and you show those flashes to get the thing, and your owner's like, I think we're okay. But if you don't show those things, obviously you're not going to get it.
Oh, yeah, and then you start having other conversations that nobody around here really wants to have right now. I will say this, Kevin, the Rangers having the easiest continued strength of schedule. The Athletics have the 4th easiest.
Okay.
And the Mariners have the 5th easiest.
Okay.
So it doesn't feel like there's any true advantage here.
I got you.
As it's even that narrow of a margin. So you are going to have to continue contending and competing the way you have, but you're going to have to be on the other side of the positive side a little more often.
There are 19 games the rest of this month. So 19 games in 21 days. Is it 12-7? If you can go 19-0, great. But what's a realistic record that you feel like you need to finish out this month at in those 19 games to be like, okay, maybe it was just kind of the schedule that was crushing us down and we're able to expand it out a little bit. 12-7 was popping.
12-7, I feel like should be the baseline. Like if I go 12-7, I'll be like, I should have gone 12-7.
Okay.
If it's going to change my mind about what the team, I'm going to need to see about 15 wins out of this team. This pitching is too good.
Sure.
The bats are going to be the thing that changes my mind. And if they're not scoring, if they don't score, let's see, more than 2 or 3, where are we at right now with runs per game? I feel like they're 3 to 4 runs per game, and I feel like you should be 4.7. You're going to be one of those contending teams. So I feel like that's where I kind of feel on this team is I need more of that. But yeah, I need 15 wins out of this team in the next 19 games to be like, okay, this is changing my mind.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're doing what you should do against bad teams.
Okay. All right. Now, somebody said, don't forget the Angels owned us last year. My counter to that would be, don't forget Seattle has owned you for some time, and that has not been how the beginning of the season has played out against Seattle. So I'm not gonna say that I think that's going to be the case whatsoever. But yeah, Colorado, the Astros, and the Angels right now, all 3 of those teams are 16-25.
Okay.
You have 4 series in a row against them. So I'm isolating the May the 15th through May the 28th for you. That is 4 straight series because you play the Astros twice, once here, once on the road, that you have against teams that right now are a combined 48-75. So that is staggeringly terrible. So, you know what? I might kind of get where you're coming from at 15-4.
The 4.69 Chris Young would just trade for another pitcher.
Watching the Bobby meltdown on that would be something.
I will say this. Look, I completely understand wanting to add a bat. It is weird, though, that we went from our entire lives as Ranger fans, Kevin. You've been a Ranger fan since you can remember. what a baseball bat looked like.
True.
And our entire lives, we've been like, if we could just have 3 good pitchers.
Oh,
and the Rangers are like, let's have more. Let's have
Yeah.
as many good pitchers as we can get. And we're like complaining about it. That's not what I'm used to.
Even this year, Lats against Rocker. It was weird if you're a longtime Rangers fan to be like, hold on, somebody has to win this job?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not. Well, obviously, Lats and Rocker will both be able to be starters. Could we find another one off of these non-major league invitees?
Yeah.
And so,
Can we get Tanner Shepard to get out there and start in our first game, please?
So that is a weird thing. By the way, I do have a pitching update for you, and it's not great.
Update.
Josh Spores. So I don't think I'd heard of this term, or at least it described like this. Josh Spores has been deactivated from his assignment at AAA Round Rock to go through a mechanical maintenance program designed to allow him to better retain velocity with less wear on his arm. So here's the issue. And you go all the way back to the shoulder surgery at the end of 2024. His velocity, 94, 95 miles per hour, just a little bit below where he'd been after or before the injury. But the issue that he's run into is, especially coming out of the bullpen, if he had to throw on back-to-back days, there was a significant dip in velocity.
Okay.
And so I realize not all your bullpen pitchers are going to be available every single day, but it's probably not a great idea to have a bullpen pitcher up that you're like, well, he cannot pitch
not at all.
back-to-back days under any scenario.
Yeah, well, I mean, was Chapman like that? Where you didn't want to pitch him on back-to-back days because...
You didn't want to, but you could?
It just seemed like anytime you did, you were like, okay, that was a wasted inning.
Yeah.
But this is... I don't know the mechanics of it. Like, they're going to change his mechanics or...
tweak them?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what they're going to do here, but this is important, man. Yeah. And I don't know, man. Maybe Spores never finds it again.
I mean, you can't rule that out right now for sure.
Maybe that's the what ends up happening. He'll always live in infamy in Texas Rangers lore, though. You know, like he'll always have that. And that's why I think a lot of us want to continue giving this dude as many opportunities as possible to come back and be that guy again, because that was a glorious moment and love to see you have a career here and end it in a good way.
And then just keep an eye out on Jake Berger. Could be back in the lineup today. I don't know if that's been released yet. But he sat the last couple of days. He was hitting 130 with an OPS of 366 over his last 18 games. That gave Foscue the opportunity on Saturday, and obviously he hit a home run, but Berger's OPS has fallen to 604 for the season. And you think about it, what's crazy is, dude, he was the guy at the start of the season. Him and Jake Berger have gone in complete opposite directions. Did I just say him and Jake Berger? Him and Josh Young. Sorry, that would be confusing otherwise. Him and Josh Young have gone completely opposite directions. Josh Young started the season looked lost at the plate. Now is clearly your best hitter, whereas Jake Berger started out like a house of fire and now just has been awful as of late.
No lineup for today as of yet, Kevin.
Okay, all right. Because I'm curious to see if he goes back in today.
We'll keep an eye out.
If they're going to wait. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we will have another giveaway, this time Rangers Astros, but also what are your expectations for the Cowboys defense now, and also the Mother's Day report. Did you crush it or fail the important women in your life, and why? Next on The Fan.
by the on-time experts.
Off in the gun, back on his right. They're going to blitz off the edge. They're going to run into the middle of it. Montgomery shreds the line, still going to the 20. Oh, Montgomery's going to stroll in. Touchdown Lions. Missed sloppy tackling, 35-yard run for David Montgomery.
You tell him, Brad Sham. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to move into the Expressway where we got a ton of content, and I love that sound effect. We're going to talk about Mother's Day. We're going to give away Rangers Astros tickets, but we're going to start with what are your expectations for the Cowboys defense now? Because, man, I've seen people all over the board. Some folks are like, yeah, it's not enough. You can't do it in one offseason. They're still going to suck. I've seen other people like, obviously, they're going to be top 10. The answer probably lies somewhere in the middle, but that's why I wanted to pick both of y'all's brains and see where are you at this moment with defensive expectations, given that obviously we still have to go through the mandatory mini camps, training camp, and they could still make some moves, everything like that.
I don't know if you have like real details on this, Kevin, but how many games do you feel like the offense cost you last year?
One or two.
One or two? You feel like the defense then cost you the rest?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like this new defense will win you at least two more.
Okay.
And won't look like that Bears game was miserable, and your offense almost made a comeback in that one,
right?
Even though they were bad, like they had to be bad because they didn't expect for the offense or the defense to be that poor.
Yeah.
So that's I'm looking at it thinking they should be able, like the offense alone won you games last year.
Oh, for sure.
And kept you in them, and then you couldn't stop anybody late in games to be able to do what you needed to do.
Yeah.
Now that Eagles game's a weird game.
The very first one?
Yeah, where they came back
I think the offense holds.
Well, actually, the second one, where the Cowboys came back, the defense stopped them multiple times. The offense was able to produce. That's what you needed. So as far as the defense goes, I think you upgraded in a couple of key areas. Safeties being, somebody said one safety alone, a rookie safety isn't enough. They also added Jalen Thompson. That's a good addition there.
We like a lot.
That's a very smart addition, especially with what they want to do with this defense. Adding Downs as a rookie, he's going to have rookie moments, but the dude is going to play at a higher level than I think a lot of people are expect him to. But you still, in my opinion, have a lot of people who have inexperience in the linebacker room. Just the amount of games that Overshown's played isn't enough still. He's an electric athlete, but there's nuance that comes along with it that just you learn as you're on the field more often. And D. Winters is a nice addition, too.
I did
take
like
full
that
advantage
move.
of that. So I got questions about this thing. But I do think that a full year with Quinnen Williams is another positive. Full year with Kenny Clark, understanding what he's doing is his best thing. That's what Christian Parker thinks, at least. That's what he's telling us. And then I kind of look at the idea that I got to be realistic with Christian Parker. He's calling it for the first time. I think the dude's smart. I think he has a great vision for what he wants. I think he's a detail-oriented guy, and to be successful in these leagues, you have to be very detail-oriented. But now application is going to be a completely different thing. If you can get that message across, and those guys can receive it too. That's the difference, Kevin. A lot of times you talk about how great of a teacher somebody is. Well, communication just isn't one side of it.
Sure.
Communication, that static in communication comes somewhere in between if one or the other can't do it. Evidently, Eberflus couldn't teach it, and the defensive players couldn't learn it. Well, if you have Parker, who's really good at teaching, but the defensive players still can't learn it, that's a problem. We'll find those things out this year for sure. But I do think, just based on what I understand of Christian, we don't know, what I understand of what Christian Parker's history is and what he wants to do, the design, the disguise, the creativity will be a lot better than what we saw from Eberflus last year.
Is there any concern that you have strictly from the talent part that one of our philosophies was, hey, we got a lot of people?
There was, and I think you'll kind of see that get cold a little bit during the camp. Maybe you got a bunch of cornerbacks because you're like, I don't know. If all these guys are going to fit. But I need options.
Worst strategy, yeah.
I need options at least, and in camp we'll start seeing which ones belong here and which ones don't.
Okay.
Rather than going into camp and being like, you'll find out with you have more darts, right? Just like the draft, you have more darts to throw at the board, you have a better opportunity of hitting. So I think that's the smart decision. But you're right. You want the high-end talent.
Sure.
For sure.
All right, Alec, I'm going to go to you. I'm going to use a couple of sources to just kind of feed into this. CBS Sports had said that a reason for optimism for the Cowboys season was that they used both free agency and the draft to bolster their defense. Now, I know there's a lot that goes along to it, but it's interesting to hear defense and optimism used for the Cowboys. And then on DallasCowboys.com, one of the questions that came in via the mailbag was, I keep reading that the Cowboys can have great success with an average defense, which I think is a very fair opinion. But with all the work, to your point about roster, coaching, everything else, are the expectations too low? Why not a top 10 defense? So just wanted to kick some of those ideas out into the world, then go to you, Alec, and then we'll come back around on this.
I think your mentality going into the season at most should be average for the defense, just because a lot of this stuff is theoretical still. You know, we're still kind of projecting Caleb Downs to be, the slot corner on almost every rep. We're still projecting what the combination of Jalen Thompson and Malik Hooker playing alongside each other is going to look like. We're projecting that Malik Hooker is even going to be starting necessarily.
Right.
A lot of this is still just kind of trying to have an idea of what it's going to look like going into OTAs and into training camp. So for now, I think that's the furthest I'll let myself go, but I think it's fair because of some of the changes that you did make. Obviously, the defensive coordinator needed to go because the communication was not good. I mean, I go back to it, not that he was going to save the defense or anything, but when I asked Jerry why Logan Wilson didn't play a single snap towards the end of the season, and he straight up says, yeah, somebody didn't get the memo that he was supposed to be in there. You have problems.
Yeah.
You don't just have bad players. You don't have bad luck. You have problems. And that's from the top down. They address that. So the biggest elephant in the room is addressed. But I like that they went and got Jalen Thompson. Corey and I talked about it at length. The show has talked about it at length, that was probably the smartest defensive addition you could have made in free agency, pure free agency. Obviously, everybody wanted Max Crosby. But in pure free agency, that was the no-brainer. You give him the contract that he is asking for, and you build your defense from there. Because, again, kind of like we talked about with Caleb Downs, he fixes more issues than one. He's a good communicator. He's good in coverage. He can support in the run game. He does a lot of different things. You can move him around. So you needed some versatile pieces that could come in and answer a couple of questions. Then I think you absolutely nailed it in the draft. I think you had an awesome draft that is going to help, especially in the rotational phases of your defense. Some of the pass rush, I think, is going to be better on second and third downs where you don't have your premier pass rushers in there. Your Donovan Ezrakus are not in the game, so on and so forth. The D. Winters trade, again, I feel like if you're going to make a move to add a linebacker, you looked at the draft, you said, where we are picking does not make sense to take one, so let's go get a guy who's played in the league before. You did pretty much all of the right things. You got outbid in free agency a couple of times. That's not really your fault. They gave it the effort. They gave it the attempt. So I think that you're going to be probably at least average going into the season. That's where my expectations lie.
From the 817 top 20, from the 940, D will be between 14th in the league and 22nd, in my opinion. And then, I like this, from the 817, expectations better than last year. Is that enough? I mean, it can't get any worse, right? And then
I'm really kind of hoping 13 to 17 would be my goal. Some might say that's too low, but I'm hoping that they can be there in year one of this thing.
And so that would be on the higher end of average. So you'd be talking about average to above average. And I was thinking a lot about your question. Last year, you were essentially 7-8-1 because nobody gave a damn about the last game. All right. So if your defense could flip two of those games for you, Now all of a sudden you're 9-6-1, and that last game feels really important. If your offense could flip one more of those games, I think about that very first, the season opener, or that game against Arizona are the ones that immediately come to mind that I'm like, just not good enough. So then could you be 10-5-1 going into the last game or something like that if you've improved your defense? But on the flip side, there were things that went your way as well, like that Giants game that you think about that you had no business really winning that game. Or do you feel like you lucked into a tie against Green Bay that they could be pulled back the other way?
One of the things, somebody texted in, and I think this is a good conversation because I think we can all agree here. They said, still have no pass rush to me. And I can't argue that they do. Like, I can't argue that I think Ezraku will be better this year, but I can't argue and guarantee that.
Sure.
I know coming out of college, he was a very well-positioned pass rusher for the future. That was the idea, but a lot of people had higher hopes, started drinking that Kool-Aid a little too early on him, and I said, let's pump the brakes on this, and then Bobby lost his hair. And so I get it. But one of the things Bobby has been adamant about, and we heard Christian Parker talk about this, and the more, Alec, that we've seen these other successful defenses do this and emulate it, it is the difference of you can pass rush, and that's how you change a quarterback's clock, or you can change what he sees.
Okay.
And what we've been watching, the videos we've been seeing, is more defenses are manipulating what a quarterback sees when he gets to the line as soon as the ball snaps, and then when he gets into his drop back. Dude, you get a guy under center, and now he's turned his back to it. You can really manipulate what they're seeing and what they've seen. And I think that's what Christian Parker is going to try to do more of. And what ends up happening there is quarterback holds on to the ball too long, trying to make a new decision. Your clock shrinks, and now you're like, oh my gosh, you panic, throw interceptions, throw the ball away, dead plays altogether. Or you hold on to the ball too long, and now there's a sack on the way. Seattle was top 10 in sacks this year. Mike McDonald was brilliant at this.
Brilliant.
The Chargers were number 11. Jesse Minter was really good at this same stuff too. So the defenses, and the Denver Broncos had 68 sacks. They led the league. They're brilliant at that too. So what they do in the secondary is really hopeful to help what this pass rush is.
All right, question about the pass rush. Specifically, just one player. I'm not saying he's going to change the defense or the world or anything.
James Houston.
But not that, obviously. Okay. I did think that was going to happen. But is it weird to you that Rashawn Gary never, ever comes up in any of these conversations? He had 7.5 sacks last year, 7.5 the year before, 9 the year before that. Now, I'm not saying he's ready to take over the world, but you look at even his low after his rookie season of 6. If you're going to add a player who can get you 6 to 9 legit sacks on this team, that feels like a good deal for the team. But I feel like he does not come in conversation whatsoever.
I'm curious to see, because I believe Christian Parker's first few years in Green Bay, he was a defensive end. And I'm really curious to see how they use him, because he also swung around to like linebacker roles and in and out of those things. So I have a lot of questions on how they want to use him, stand-ups, be in the ground kind of things. But, Kevin, I think you're right. Like, if you look at the collection of sacks rather than the individual sacker, like Micah Parsons can get you 13.
Right.
Is that how far away is that from 68 that the Broncos had, though?
Yeah.
Like, as a team, what is your pass rush?
Yeah.
And so I agree with you. Like, I don't know how they're going to use him or what their plan is, but if he can be part of a group that can get to the quarterback, that's really all that matters to me.
Do you think he'll start off the weak side? Like ahead of Barham?
I would like to say that I could predict that.
I don't even think the Cowboys know that.
I can see him swinging around in that left side of the defense a little bit, though. That's kind of where I see him at the moment. Although he's played some really good right defensive end, right outside linebacker stuff. So, yeah. Somebody said Clowney and Gary feels like the same swap. That's why. And I felt like Clowney got a couple of gimme sacks late. It was nice, and it padded things to look a little bit better. But maybe you have a version of him that's a little bit younger at 28 and can be a little more active within this defense.
And the person
and also familiarity with Christian Parker too, I think.
And the person who said he's going to get cut by Green Bay, but that's a financial reason, not strictly a play reason. And for the person who said,
but do you have when he comes in, are you like, oh, saving the defense, or are you like, I have questions? I think everything is still I have questions.
Not saving the defense, but it feels like it's gone too far.
Oh, gotcha.
Of like, he doesn't matter whatsoever. I don't think that's the case either. Like if you're
right now, he's forgotten for sure.
If you're looking to piecemeal your pass rush together, he seems like an important cog to be. If it's not Ezraku on this one, maybe we can hit you with Gary on the other side.
I'm with you.
And like that feels relevant. By the way, if you think it couldn't get worse than last year, I have to admit, I was astonished to learn that the Cowboys were only third worst in yards per game. I assumed they were worse by a good 20 yards. They were only third worst. Now, when it came to points per game, which is what we really all care about, yes, of course, they were in dead last place. So 30th in yards, 32nd in points. I guess technically it could get a little worse, but it feels like it can.
Are you forgetting about all those times where the Cowboys got to midfield and attempted to kick a 58-yard field goal?
That's
and then
true.
It turned around and you're like, oh my gosh,
So
what are
the
we
only
doing?
reason the other team didn't get that extra 30 yards per drive is because we just set them up in a position where you're like, no, don't worry, you don't have to go as far.
Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought we made that pretty clear, but thank you very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to transition into Mother's Day? Because what I want to know is, give me your Mother's Day report. Did you crush it? Did you fail the important women in your life? And why? Either way. Or was it a mediocre experience? Let us know. 877-881-1053. And I mean crush as in succeeded.
Oh, not
I
smash.
saw the text that's like, I crushed Mother's Day last night and again this morning.
Yeah.
I get what you're doing.
Gotcha.
I did not, for the record, before those texts start coming in.
Yeah, this would be a good weekend for him to clean up.
Oh.
You know, single mom weekend.
You know, what? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Single mom Mother's Day weekend for the single moms.
Okay.
And that's Alex, like, that's his forte.
See, I'm fascinated by that fallout, kind of like the bridesmaids who aren't getting married at the wedding might feel sad and make poor choices. Is the post-Mother's Day run sad for...
Or even like Valentine's Day when a girl or a guy don't have a connect, like a boyfriend or girlfriend.
Yeah.
They're just like, you know what, you'll do.
Interesting. All right.
Did that ever happen? Valentine's Day for
and
you?
he could be building up to several months away, but still you could be building up for Bangsgiving.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
What is going on?
That's where everybody gets bangs cut into their hair.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
It's mostly a women's holiday.
But you give it. Yeah, you give
Well,
the
I can
bangs
qualify. I got long enough
haircuts
hair.
to everybody.
I do not. All right.
Oh.
Do you want to go to the text? Do you want to go? Alec, do you want to go?
I got this.
Okay.
All right. My mom's out of town, and she's going to be out of town for a while. Said, what's up? Happy Mother's Day. She said, I'm at the beach. I said, you enjoy your beach day.
Did you text her or call her?
Texted her. Why would
Oh, man.
she
Because
doesn't
she
want to
gave
talk to me.
birth to you.
She doesn't want to talk to me while she's on the beach.
Oh, I thought she'd want to break up her boredom.
Plus, what do you mean? The boredom's... No! She loves the beach, too. My family loves beach, all right? That is a history thing with our family, is we love beach.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be on the beach with her in about a month. So we're going to be hanging out.
With your mom at the beach?
Yeah.
Oh.
She gets the house down in Galveston, and the whole families get down
You guys
there.
like frolic in the water? Do you read a book? Build a sandcastle?
Kind of depends.
Okay.
On the day. You know, how much red I have on the shoulders.
Okay.
You know, because if you don't want to be...
I was also confused, Alex.
But yeah, sometimes you go hang out in the water and just talk, chat, have a good time, watch the kids. Carter likes to fish, so he walks out there and deep sea fishes from the land. I don't know if that's called land fishing. I don't know. But everybody kind of has the things that they want to do. And we have a couple extra families going with us this year.
Okay.
So last year, really smart job. But yeah, did send her the text and was like, you enjoy your day, let me know.
How long was the text?
I said, Happy Mother's Day. And she said, nothing like being at the beach. I said, damn right. That's all we need, bro.
She got 5 words yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many does she need?
I don't know. Could have thrown her a bone with
Now, with my
else.
kids, a little bit different because I told Adrian, I said, your Mother's Day present was air conditioning in your car. So that's kind of where we are right now.
How did she react to that?
She said, you're right.
Because that's more expensive than you would have spent on any regular present.
She said, you're right. Thank you very much.
All right.
And I said, so, like, big significant gifts, probably not are where we're heading with this.
And also,
she's gotten
she's
plenty
not
of
your
those.
mom.
Yeah, exactly. So I did tell the kids. I said, you guys are responsible for showing your mom how much you appreciate her this year.
Yeah.
At which point, they asked, Mom, what do you want for Mother's Day? And she said, I want y'all to hang up my clothes. That being said, that closet is work. All right? That closet is some work. Lucy, we're in the car on the way from Avery's piano recital on Saturday night, and she goes, Dad, what are we doing for Mom for Mother's Day?
The day before?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I said, y'all are going to hang up all of all your mom's clothes in her closet. And she looked at me and she said, no, Carter's doing that. And I said, no, all of you are. Y'all are working together as a team. And she goes, I'm a busy girl and I have things to do.
Yes! Put the foot down.
And you know what's even funnier
But that's
about this?
her mom.
Is Kevin, it's funny too because as she's looking at me, she's like looking at me above her glasses and like kind of head tilted down, and I was just like, this is hilarious.
I've
She cracks me
always
up,
thought
dude.
the number one reason to wear glasses is probably eyesight. Second reason, the dramatic expressions that you can make with them, whether it's the
you let people
looking
know
over their glasses, or you take off the glasses, perhaps you chew on one end of it or think about it for a second. Feels like it brings a lot of gravitas to what you're about to say.
That being said, her and Lucy did go get their nails done together. Her and Carter went to go see a musical together. And then Avery spent a lot of time just hanging out around her and being with her. And she said, I got to spend a lot of time with my kids today, and it warmed her heart.
Okay.
So
I'm noticing you're
decent job, kids.
Yeah. Okay. Decent.
Decent.
You're going to like this one. I crushed it because my mom lives in the Caribbean. And so the most I can really do is give her a phone call. And do you agree, Corey, that every Mother's Day needs a Mother's Night?
I don't understand what that means.
That's from Mother Lover, perhaps the greatest digital short of all time. From the 903, sent my mom some cookies, took my girlfriend and the daughters to eat hibachi. Question about that. I'm guessing they were her daughters, but I don't know that to be the case. But if you have a kid.
I have a kid.
And you're just dating somebody, and that is not their biological kid, and y'all are just dating, are you responsible for Mother's Day activities then?
How many motherly activities does she do during the year? Does she pick the kids up for you? Does she change diapers or give baths? You know, those kinds of things. Obviously, when the dating process, I don't like, hey, you know, the bath part. But you understand what I'm saying? But
yes, no, I do.
How many of these things do they do? Because if that's the case, then hey, we really appreciate your time.
Okay.
Maybe put a ring on it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, from the 214. Man, accelerating those relationships today. I killed it. I got my mom a cast iron griddle set.
Nice.
Granted, she requested it, but I threw in 2 bags of her favorite chips. That might be a separate conversation. Did the gifts mean less to you when you had to say what you wanted?
No.
Okay.
I do think that I want, if you want to get me something that I want,
right?
You can ask me and I'll tell you what I want. I usually don't know. I feel like I have things that I like and I don't really need a lot of things. But I don't think that like asking me is a bad idea. Now, if you get something that connects with me on a level that I'm like, wow, I never would have expected this. You know me. That changes things, though. I will say that does take it up another level.
Okay. From the 817, knock Mother's Day out of the park. Crawfish broil and prime New York strips were a hit on Saturday that I made fajitas on Sunday. What, Corey, if you had to guess, what kind of fajitas do you think they made?
Chicken.
Okay.
Beef.
From the 214, I had beef tenderloin ready for smoking to make my pregnant wife in an amazing dinner. We spent the day at the emergency room because she has a hernia in her stomach and couldn't swallow food or water.
Oh, no.
I hope you're okay since you're texting and listening to us. But then again, one of our buddies, very young, he had a heart attack. He's listening to us in the hospital, even when the doctors were like, you need to turn that off.
He texted in today.
That's
And
amazing.
said, 47 years old, I'm still listening.
Should we suggest that he does turn it down when the doctor needs to tell him important medical information?
How do we get the ratings from him if he turns the volume down, Kevin?
We still get the ratings. It's on.
Turn it on, turn it up.
Okay.
Totu.
I agree with that philosophy, except maybe in the extreme case that a doctor is telling you an important medical update.
Or that'd be tutu. Totu. One of those two. Look, what if the doctor's like, this is my favorite show too? Let's do this together.
From this is from the 817. Kevin better have done wonders on Mother's Day the way he's judging. Oh, my bad.
First question I asked Kevin when I got in was, I said, did you Mother's Day so hard? He was I did.
Ooh, I did. Even got a text. Thanks again for an awesome weekend. I am one lucky mama.
That's nice.
Boom. She didn't say boom, but that's how I talk. Alex,
is that from your mom?
No, that was from Jess. But I knew I did well with my mom because my mom called Jess. One of the things that she wanted was to not have to do anything on Sunday. So just me and Noah went over to see my mom, and she sees my mom like all the time, like every single week. And so my mom called Jess to say the lovely boys and everything like that.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
What happened?
Update. She's okay. She can't have surgery on the hernia until she recovers from having the baby.
Oh, man.
My mom recently had hernia surgeries. Like, it was making her very sick. That's terrifying when the stomach kind of that's scary. Have the baby in October. That's how long they have to wait.
Oh, crap.
She can't eat again until October.
And I hope that's not, okay. But also, that's tough. Your reward for right after having the baby is another surgery. Do you think?
Or maybe they can just do it while they're there.
See, I was just thinking that. I don't really understand the human body quite. But I was wondering, if you had like a C-section, could you just like pop that hernia back in? I kind of view the hernia as the little, what are the little things that you pop the bubbles up and down? You know what I'm talking about? The little popper.
Pop-it, yeah.
A pop-it, yeah. I kind of view the hernia as like a pop-it. You just go, bloop.
I remember the doctor telling Adrian when she had the C-section, he was like, we're going to just give you a little tummy tuck after. And she was like, well, that's nice. And I was like, I don't know how this works. And I still don't know how it works. She looks great.
Yeah. From the 469, I can only call my mom because she lives in Richardson and I live in Rowlett.
It's very far.
It's not that far.
That's Mike texting in.
Yeah.
That's true. And Mike's like, well, my mom lives 18 minutes away. Not going to happen.
I saw a picture of Mike's mom and Mike's wife together on the Rangers broadcast.
That's nice.
It was nice. It was sweet. Because I know both of those people.
You do? Man, God bless Mike's mom. Alec, did you have any Mother's Day extravaganzas?
I hit up our friends at Wild Fork Foods and got some bacon-wrapped fillets, cooked those to a perfect medium. Internal temp. It was amazing. So I've kind of gotten to the point in life where I think the best form of showing appreciation is food. Like good food, quality food. So that's been my gifting lately, especially for the other, like the grown adults in my life, since all of my friends are adults at this point. Like the grown people, I try to do nice dinners or get them foods or gift cards to nice places or to places where they can buy their own food. I don't know why. I appreciate it so much when people do that for me. So I'm like, you know what? I feel like they got to appreciate it too. So that's what we did. One cool thing though, I went and did my grocery pickup at HEB. And I did the curbside. And the lady that brought out my groceries to me, she pulled up the cart to the window, confirmed that it's my order and everything. And she was like, hey, you're not a mom, but I bet you have somebody important in your life that is. So give this to them. She gave me a $10 gift card.
That's nice.
And I was like, That's the coolest thing ever. Just unprovoked. She was like, "You're clearly not a mom." I'm like, "Yeah, you got that right." But you probably have one in your life somewhere. So give this to them whenever you see them. And it was a little Happy Mother's Day card, and it said, "You're what makes us important." And I was like, that's really cool by HEB. I like that.
I love that. Now, this would have killed that vibe, but was there any part of you that considered saying, "How dare you assume my gender or fertility?"
Oh my gosh.
Just to make it weird. I just wonder if that would have been funny. From the 940, took my mom to WinStar. I gave her $300. She lost, but I won $800. Okay. So realistically, you offset your Mother's Day present, or more than offset it. That's pretty awesome.
I told my wife I got hit on.
Oh, did you?
I think I did.
Okay. What happened?
Well, I was at the store and this lady said, "Do you run Mr. Majors?" And I was like, "No." And she was like, "Your calves are fantastic." And is that getting hit on, or is that just somebody who likes calves?
Was it choppy?
It was not choppy.
Then you were getting hit on.
Oh, wow.
Because if it was choppy, he would have just been like, respect.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah, probably so.
It wasn't, so.
Because of diamond calves.
Yes. So I think that you were being hit on. Do you find that
was I not supposed to tell the wife?
I don't know. You've been married significantly longer than I have. Do you find that telling your wife that other women have been hitting on you, what does that do?
Creates competition, and competition creates success in the world.
Okay.
Kevin. So iron sharpens iron.
Wow. Okay. Man, I like the idea that Corey just nitpicks little things he wants his wife to fix and been like, "Oh, yeah, man, I met this really hot lady. She never needs the air conditioning replaced in her car." Like, that's what you're doing. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
So much air conditioning.
Yeah, right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see your Texas Rangers play the Houston Astros as part of the Silver Boot Series. That is going down Monday, May 25th. Presented by TXU Energy. You can buy tickets at Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, C Block.
Let's do this thing next on The Fan.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Dolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on that Rangers-Astros giveaway, we will be doing that all week long. Right now, it's a daily staple. It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I wanted to get to this real quick. Did not get to it on Friday, and my apologies. So this is a shout-out from Friday.
Okay.
That I am allowing.
You are the arbiter.
Thank you very much. Corey, my brother, this is from K Twizzle. Can I get a Friday shout-out? You and Hagee are my dudes. Remember 4 years ago when the love of my life, Jamie, passed away from breast cancer? You both were amazing and helped me get through it. Well, yesterday, pinnacle of my life happened. Jamie's daughter, my stepdaughter, Katie, just walked the stage in Austin and graduated with her bachelor's degree from UT. I thought she should deserve a shout-out. I appreciate you. Love you guys very much. She graduated last Thursday. Congratulations to her. And that's one of those really cool things is like when you get to see somebody that you care about get that accomplishment, it feels great. I'm looking forward to this because here at the end of the month, Avery, my oldest kid, is going to walk across at high school. And like that's a moment that I've never experienced of somebody that I love that much going through that in that stage. Like Adrienne, I got to watch her walk across the stage in college. She got to see me do it. Obviously, I already had multiple kids at that point, so that was a wild situation. Just kids, you know. Whew. So that is this is really cool. Congratulations to Jamie and K Twizzle. You know we love you, bro. All right. I also accidentally butt dialed a Tolo through Twitter in the bathroom a moment ago.
You can make a phone call on Twitter?
I did not know. Yeah, I looked down at my phone and I'm just talking with this. I'm like, what's going on? He messaged me. I was like, question marks? And I was like, I don't know. I have no clue. But now I'm looking at this. There's a little video cam and phone thing up there.
What?
Oh, look at this. Boom, right there.
Oh, so don't have your phone out in the bathroom.
I guess not. So he said keep up the good work. So we really appreciate it.
Probably not with that phone call, but I got you.
I got a clip of audio here, Kevin. The UFL. Have you ever heard of the UFL?
I have.
It's a football league.
Yes.
And
Renegades, mount up.
You like it?
I do.
Is it your favorite football?
No.
It's working on it. The UFL is now interviewing referees.
Really?
After questionable calls.
Oh.
Here's the audio.
I have some conversations with Ricky Prohl about a penalty or not a penalty with these contested throws, especially to Hakeem. How do you judge that?
If there's a back shoulder and I'm looking at that and, there's no material restriction, I'm just going to leave it alone, to be honest with you.
So if the throw is not where it should be, if that throw's not there, you're not going to reward a poor throw on something like that?
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
Okay. I kind of feel like he should have owned that a little bit more at the very end.
Okay. This is Gabriel De Leon, by the way, the referee of question.
I knew it.
First question. Do you want the NFL to interview referees after questionable calls?
A little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
You want them to have to be like, look, this is what we saw.
Yeah, and I get it. The level of accountability out there for a ref is way low. They get to put out like a pool report later, and they're like, oh, yeah, I thought about it.
I think the other thing, too, is like in this moment, there are 2 or 3 players standing behind the referee while he's being interviewed about this. And I kind of
want to know.
I think it'd be awesome if the NFL did this and you got like a cornerback over there and he's standing there with his arms crossed listening to the interview. He's like, that's BS. No, F that. And he just kind of loses his mind. And then I started thinking about this. Do you feel like referees in every sport should be more face front?
Yes.
Characters in this whole thing, or should be non-existent? Like just you don't matter.
Saying.
You're just in the background. You're just part of it. Because this brings referees to a whole new stage. Now, this is, again, the UFL. But sometimes NFL will say, we're going to start trying some things, too. I just don't know if their union would be into that. But
I mean, probably not, or though maybe that's one of the concessions they had to make.
Yeah.
Was the NFL's like, hey, Jack Nuts, we're going to hear from you starting
us more.
now.
And they're like, no. All right. So, do you want to, do you think referees and umpires should be more important in the vision of the game, the characters of the game?
Not really. I would love it if they just, you didn't know any refs' names or trends or anything like that because everything was like by the books. But I understand the logic of, hey, if you're going to make a call that's going to change the way a game goes, you need to be responsible for it, or you need to be able to answer for that.
Yeah,
you know,
so the accountability part of it, and it does. Yeah, that pool report after games and stuff like that. Sometimes that's interesting, but with baseball right now, it's the umpires becoming less and less relevant.
Sure.
I mean, to the point where we're like, can we just get the robots?
Yeah.
Like do it like like I said, aesthetically, I want to see the umpires out there, but I mean, you could pretty much call a baseball game without having an umpire on the field.
There are people who want to push it all the way there.
Hell, have y'all ever been to a YMCA game where the umpires didn't even show up and they were just like, screw it, just let some parent call it from the stands?
I feel like that could lead to problematic chaos.
If just that one parent gets voted on it, it's a democracy. Kevin.
Yeah, because if you've noticed anything about youth sports, it's how readily everyone agrees on things.
Yeah, it's a game for kids, y'all.
Oh, man,
Chill
they
out.
do not view it that way at all.
Yeah, that is different. And I would like to say it's because you spent $300,000 on your kids' baseball
you might be right.
I've been to games where it costs $100 for the season, and that's it, and people still lose their mind and get in fights.
It's so weird. Like, do they all think their kids are going to go pro?
They do.
Okay.
But, Kevin, if you get more characters from the refereeing, you get more Tony Brothers trying to fight a whole basketball bench. And that happened over the weekend.
Why was he doing that?
Because when referees think they are that important, they believe they have control over things, control over all sorts of outcomes, and control over you. And that's that's where I think this thing right here, if you start interviewing, you can't just say we're going to interview you and you don't matter. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
You're going to get some dudes who are very charismatic and people are like, I like that guy. Some dudes that suck. And you're just like, don't care for this one. Please don't let him he's going to be interviewed all day after all these questions.
Right.
How many questionable calls would you make if you want to be on TV more? I'd be like, dude, watch this. I'm making 10 questionable calls today.
Oh, man, I didn't even think about that
Put that underdog bet in.
Oh, and they're like so-and-so Hollywood because he's always going to make a call that's going to get you. And he's like, I knew you'd be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's not really what I want either.
Yeah, so UFL, fun idea. Let's keep it in the UFL.
Okay.
Not in the NFL.
Okay, got it.
But we still got to figure out ways to hold referees accountable.
Agreed.
You have a better solution, Alec?
No,
Not yet. It's okay.
No, I was pondering for a second because I saw an argument for the Tony Brothers thing real quick.
Okay.
That was actually intriguing.
Yeah.
They said, especially in a playoff game, I'd rather him do that than start handing out technical fouls because his feelings got hurt.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And you could even see the players like Kyle Anderson. He was laughing whenever he saw Tony Brothers. Like, he heard what he said. He got a huge smile on his face like, oh, wow. Like, okay. And everybody, it seemed like they kind of respected it more than him just handing out the tee and saying,
You're
what,
right.
free throws, and now that's going against your foul count. Your game strategy is changing. I kind of would rather the refs just lay back into the players in a playoff situation like that. I kind of like it.
Okay.
I kind of like it.
From the 832, can I make a graduation shout out to Q? She graduated from East Texas A&M with her bachelor's this past Saturday, summa cum laude. Congratulations.
Nice.
Hey, it's what's referred to as Maycember. Have you heard this?
I heard you say that earlier. I have never heard that in my life.
So is your busiest month mostly December?
Probably.
Okay. I've never heard it either until Adrian put it on our calendar for this month. She printed out a calendar for this month, put it up there, and it says Maycember.
Okay.
And she was like, is that funny? And I was like, yeah, there's a lot to do. With all three of these kids, every single one of them have some sort of after-school activity. Most days this month, we have 2 to 3 after-school things that we have to get done.
Okay.
Like recitals and all sorts of stuff. Tonight, this entire week, I don't have a night off. After school has got something going on. And so Teachers are calling it Maycember. I did not know this either. Guys, we move on to the next story, though. What is your must-pack item every time you go on a trip? I know clothes and stuff like that, but that one thing that probably nobody else is packing that you pack. Here's why. Nate McKinnon taking advantage. He plays for the Colorado Avalanche against the Minnesota Wild, who are down 2-1 right now. Game tonight, by the way.
Ooh, are they going to change their goalie? Oh, look at that.
Nate McKinnon at the hotel in Minnesota wearing goggles and flippers, which he packs for every road trip so that he can take advantage of crushing it in the hotel pool. And also...
Hold on. Pause.
The foot flippers, yes.
Okay. Well, for the hotel pool? Mm-hmm. Was this like the most badass hotel pool you've ever seen? It's Olympic size.
It's a square with steps in it, dude. Like, it's literally...
Why does he need his flippers for that?
I don't know. I didn't ask the questions to Nate. I just saw the video that's circulating around there.
Okay.
And first off, I don't think I take full advantage of the hotel pool whenever I go to hotels.
Huh.
I don't spend enough time.
Hold on. What are you shaking your head about? Do you also not take advantage of the pool, or do you not love germ machines?
Huh. No, I don't take advantage of
those
it.
people?
No, because usually I'm going somewhere else to swim on a vacation, so I don't think about that. But I should probably use my amenities to my advantage.
Yeah, it's just how much time do you have in the day? You know, got to get an extra day in.
I mean, if you're at a hotel, you might have some time, right?
Maybe, unless you got to plan that time for casual.
I agree.
Rest or whatever it's
relaxed
called.
Time.
From the 214 Ziploc bag of spaghetti, cannot leave home without it.
What?
Another 214, my CPAP machine.
Oh, yeah.
From the 903, why is dude so weird talking about Nate McKinnon? He's an
weird.
Interesting fella, but he's like, let me put my flippers on.
So he's just like, what does he think? He's Aquaman, and he's like, I'm swimming under the water.
The 972, having flippers for a hotel pool is like needing a Ferrari for a parking lot. Yeah, it is weird. I don't even remember the last time I was telling Kevin, I remember trying on those little plastic flippers that you would get with the set of like your goggles and snorkel and being like, these things don't work. But then one day I was at a friend's pool and he had a nice sized pool and he had some flippers. I was like, let me check these out. Dude, I was cruising. Like 2 paddles, and I was like, shoom, across the pool. Those things are amazing. They're heavy. You'll sink, but you'll get back up real quick.
So you support his flipper
I don't understand why he needs them.
Okay.
Just swim in the pool, bro. You're making it easy on yourself. What are you doing right now?
All right.
Doing all these laps with those flippers on. Also, how much space do you have in your bag that you can fit flippers and goggles in?
The team probably is like, hey, give us your extra bags and stuff.
That's probably valid. He didn't have a carry-on.
Can you imagine, like, that's one of your jobs? Ugh, McKinnon forgot his flippers. I got to go buy some. And you're like, wait, what?
Always bring my backbone, a gaming controller for my phone. That's like Colby. From the 469 Valentina hot sauce, a box fan. So I just want to let you know there is an app on your phone called Box Fan. So if you don't want to actually take the box fan with you for the sound.
They just do it for the sound?
For white noise. Oh. You know, I need some white noise while I'm trying to sleep. From the 972, there's something called chlorine in a pool, Kevin. Okay, I understand this, but
I don't know.
The E. coli levels in pools are pretty high.
Yeah.
Because not all people wash themselves before they get in your pool.
What?
And the chlorine.
And they probably pee in there too.
I'm not worried about that so much, but it's the E. coli from the bottom. Yeah, that's the concern. That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Kevin.
Oh, I feel like we learned a lot today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL Playoff Super Segment. Next right here on The Fan.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kolek from the left wing. He throws an alley-oop to Jeremy Sohan, and that might as well be the exclamation point on a no-doubt closeout game from New York.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Would you like to start with the NBA or the NHL?
Let's start with the NHL, where we are now either rooting for or against Nate McKinnon.
Okay, so I was just thinking about that. It's wrong if I root for the Wild to win now just because of how stupid Nate McKinnon looked with those flippers.
I just showed him the video.
He showed me the video. He was lounge swimming. Like, he was just like, la, la,
He didn't
la.
use his arms.
Yeah.
He just kicked his little flippers.
What does he need those flippers for? I thought somebody be out there with a stopwatch, like getting his laps, his half laps. No, he's just like, doo.
They threw a shark in the pool and he had to get away from it.
It was stupid.
Yep.
Maybe it's just a comfort thing.
All right. Well, then my question is, am I allowed to root for the Wild now? Because I was so put off by that ridiculousness.
What?
Is it just a question?
How
I can't
dare
believe
you?
this.
Why would you even consider that?
I'm offended.
Me too.
Because I was rooting for the Sabres, and now they're losing in their playoff series.
Oh,
so
no.
I thought maybe a reverse effect could be
Root for
happening
Carolina.
here. I mean,
pull for Carolina, dude.
Carolina's halfway there.
You got Stanky Leg on the team?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so you go ahead and root for Carolina, dude.
So Avalanche,
Carolina and the Knicks. Those are the two teams I think you should be rooting for right now.
I'd root for the Knicks.
Yeah.
So the Avalanche and Wild, Game 4 tonight, as what has been an already very strange, very entertaining series. Now you're looking at, there was already goalie questions for Minnesota. Now there's goalie questions on both sides, with obviously Colorado's coach saying, hey, not afraid of moving Wedgwood out of the lineup and moving him back into the lineup later in the series. So I'm really excited to see how that game plays out. For the other series, the Serie, if you will, Montreal and Buffalo will get back after it tomorrow. Montreal leads that series 2-1. The Golden Knights and the Ducks will also get back after it tomorrow. That series is at 2-2. But I want to talk about the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
And also ask the question, has the NHL done a terrible job of scheduling? So remember, I just told you that the Sabres and Canadiens, their Game 4 is tomorrow. Carolina is already in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay.
So, let's say that series goes all the way to Game 7 for the Buffalo-Montreal series. That game would be in a week. So the last game would be in a week. You could find yourself in a scenario where Carolina is sitting around for 10 days, as they have started off this playoff run with a historic run.
Should they have lost some games then in order to keep from getting rusty?
You know, it's funny. Normally I would be like, that is preposterous.
Allow for the gentleman's sweep.
If you have to sit around for 10 days, maybe. But the Hurricanes, they're the first team with a 4-game sweep in each of the first 2 series since the NHL switched to best-of-4 rounds.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dang.
So the only team who has a longer winning streak than them to start the playoffs is the 1985 Edmonton Oilers. But that's when that first round was still only 3 games. They won 9 straight to start the playoffs and ended up losing a total of 3 games in the playoffs. And obviously they won the Stanley Cup. But Carolina, since they changed the format in 87, so we're talking about 39 years, they're the first team to go 4-0-4-0 to start. Do they have to be, because of that, your default favorite to win the Stanley Cup, or do you still lean towards a team like the Avalanche? Because the betting line says the Avalanche, they're in the midst of a 2-1 series in the second round. I already know Carolina's in the Final Four.
Don't you feel, though, that it's always kind of been a understanding that this conference, the Western Conference, was tougher?
For sure.
So no matter what their record, it was going to be a difficult
You're
way
right.
to get there.
No, you're right. But on the flip side, even if the East isn't as good, man, if you're trucking teams the way they are, I would have to think they're the favorites. But alas, they are not the favorites right now.
Well, thanks a lot, Vegas.
That's true. By the way, go ahead and give me cut number 12. Do you have any concerns that this team will end the Canadian Stanley Cup drought?
Has it back from Caulfield. Flips it toward the net. They score. Tapped in by Slavkovsky. Another power play goal. It's 4-1 Montreal.
And Montreal would win that game 6-2. And yes, you did hear it, Slavkovsky, which is obviously an amazing hockey name. And his first name is Juraj. The only way that could have been better is if it was Juruj. And it was, is that a palindrome? No, that's not right.
Yeah.
Okay, when it's the same backwards and forwards, like zero res. I think that's the only way.
Backwards and forwards, it spells the same, like tenant.
That would have been super cool. But yeah, are you worried at all that Montreal will get past Buffalo, then have to play Carolina, that they could break the Canadian no-cup streak?
No. I think the Canadian no-cup streak is very well intact, Kevin. Like, the only way I'll ever believe it is if I see it. Until then, I won't worry about it at all. It's just every time there's been an opportunity for it, it's just gotten put down.
Yes.
So no, I have no concerns about it, Kevin.
And apparently somewhere along the way I said Carolina Panthers. My apologies.
I was waiting for the moment where you told me about the scheduling conflict with the Panthers and the Hurricanes. So I was like, I'll wait
Hurricanes,
it out.
The Carolina Hurricanes. My apologies for that. All right, let's go over to the NBA. And you asked me this question off air this morning.
Tony Brothers.
Not the Tony Brothers thing, but yes. By the way, Chris Finch called out Tony Brothers and
Nice.
was like, it was disrespectful of you to confront me because Tony Brothers didn't give him a timeout for 3 seconds. And so he was like, timeout. And just think about what that's like in real game time. So he goes, timeout. And then he got the timeout. That's how long it was.
That's 3 seconds of a shot? Is that what that is?
Yes, and then Finch went out there to say something, and that's when he bowed up and everything like that. But you asked me before the show, could this be the last game of LeBron's NBA career? I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I guess, I mean, if this is his last season, they're down 3-0, and they've been getting their asses kicked in these games, and they're 11.5-point underdogs once again, which, by the way, the Thunder, they haven't lost a game yet in the playoffs either. They're the first defending champion since the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2017 to start the playoffs 7-0 after winning the NBA championship. Do you believe this could be the last game of LeBron's career?
I kind of want to. It just hasn't gone. It seemed like there's been more drama than there has been, fun for him the last couple years, honestly. And the whole way that LA put more drama into the whole situation earlier in the year with the story that was about him and all that. And I wonder where he is welcome next and what fan base is like. Yes, we are in franchises like we are willing to do this. He still carries a lot of star power. So I can totally see like people are like, yes, you will fill seats in this arena. I can see that. But I just don't know that what else is driving him at this point? What else other than maybe trying?
Just legacy, right?
I guess so. And what is he adding to it at this point? Like, what is he adding to the legacy, other than the final numbers of his career? But I guess when we look back at Dirk, this is where I wanted to get to it. Dirk gave up because he was like, it took too long and it was too painful for me to even get on the court anymore.
Right.
And I don't know
that doesn't appear to be the case here, though. Right?
Exactly.
So I think about legacy of. You win the 5th, Kobe has 5, and then maybe he would think that gives him another
feather in his cap.
Or gets him closer to Jordan. I don't know. The issue with that has been, like you ask, what team would take him? if he was willing to say, I already have all the money in the world, obviously I would take him here with the Mavericks in a heartbeat. But that's been one of the issues, right? Is he's like, I still need to be the highest paid guy or one of the highest paid guys. Then a team can't pick you up as a mercenary. Like, let's just say you wanted him on the Mavericks. Well, you can't pick him up as a mercenary if he was like, I need to be paid at least $53 million. And you're like, well, we don't have that money. But if he's like, I'll take league minimum because I want to win a title, then I think most teams would be like, yes, please. Yes, please. Like Giannis, they said his market right now is 10 teams. Because you have to obviously trade something match salary. If LeBron was going around saying, yeah, I'll play for cheap, I'll play for the exception, or whatever, I feel like at least 25 teams would be like, please come here.
Yeah, and I just don't know that he'll ever be that.
Yeah.
Because he understands his market value.
Sure.
And he understands what it is to those teams, and it's been that business since he got in the league.
You are right. I would argue, and I would argue feverishly to him, the value of you winning a fifth title with a fourth different team or just winning a fifth title is worth more than whatever salary you would get paid, like at going market rate.
To him or to his financially in the future?
Both. I think to both. Like, what's his goal right now? You said, what's his legacy? To be Jordan, to be better than Jordan. All right, well, a fifth championship clearly gets you closer than a fourth championship would. You can get that if you circumvent the market or kind of manipulate the market. And I also think it'll be better for his brand. Be like, I won everywhere I went.
I see the appeal of that for sure. I also do wonder if you go as the dude who took that low price and aren't the best player on the team, does that one get looked at as the KD one?
Do you think the argument he would have is, I'm still the best player. Cooper's not. I'm just using the Mavericks as an example. Cooper's not there yet. Kyrie's coming back. I hear you, but the issue with KD is he never won anywhere else. Like where LeBron can say, whether it was the Lakers, going back to the Cavs, or with the Heat, I was the best player every single one of those spots.
And Jordan was the best player
for sure,
wherever he was,
for
too,
sure,
in all those titles. This is one of the reasons, Kevin, I know some people hate LeBron. He has been the most fascinating character in our generation of this era of basketball because of the arguments, the discussions, how good and talented of a player he is, his own arguments about where he stands in the legacy against Michael Jordan. And it's just been a fascinating thing because most of the time, wouldn't you say, let's wait until his career's over to see?
Sure.
And it's been from the day he stepped on the court, will he be the next one?
And I've said this many times. And I know there are people out there, probably a lot of people out there, who do not like LeBron James. LeBron James had the most hype of any athlete in the history of sports, and he surpassed it. That feels impossible. He surpassed the unbelievable amount of hype, and that's a fact. Like, if you don't like him now for any number of other reasons, we don't have to get into that, but he surpassed the hype, which is amazing to me. Now, keep an eye out on, I know they're not playing tonight, they'll pick it up tomorrow, Timberwolves and Spurs. That series is now 2-2. Wemby got ejected for the first time in his career for elbowing Naz Reid, who frequently has signs up about him at WrestleMania. Steve Kerr agreed to a 2-year extension with the Warriors, which I have to admit was pretty surprising. I thought he was just going to be done with the situation. He's like, nah, we're not in championship mode anymore. I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and retire or whatever, but he's back.
Nice. Good for him.
And then
he's very important to the team.
I mean, he is. Yeah. And then keep an eye on
he
this
saved Michael
tonight.
Jordan's career multiple times, I believe.
Oh, Detroit up 2-1 on the Cavs. Watch for this tonight. Cade Cunningham. One of the things he talked about, he committed 3 turnovers in the final 3 minutes of Game 3, which they lost. He had 8 turnovers overall, and 58 so far in the playoffs. That's the most of any player.
It's not going to win you games.
No, it's not. And Cunningham, I love the attention to detail here. He said, just careless turnovers. I wouldn't even say careless. I care about it a lot, but just bad plays where we could have gotten shots on rim.
Okay.
I like that he stopped and was like, I care a lot.
Yeah. Does it change? Does he become more conservative, though, and that's a problem? or does he need to play that way a little bit? But if it's different than what he was doing in the regular season, you're just up against better competition. You have to be more secure with it.
Yeah, he might play that way just a little bit. And by the way,
and you got to have to know too that your competition, not that it's just better, but they have 7 games to pay attention to you.
Yes.
And get the little tells that you have and go force you into things. You have to set them up and abuse them.
By the way, if they win, waiting on the other side, the Knicks. The Knicks scored an NBA record 11 three-pointers in the first quarter in front of a crowd that felt like a home crowd, even though it was on the road. They scored 144 points. They became the 5th team in NBA history with multiple 140-plus point games in a single postseason. So even if scoring is down in the playoffs, it's not because of the Knicks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did Bobby make it?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And here comes the pitch. A swing and a shot deep down the left field line. Hooking in the corner. It is history. A home run for Justin Foscue. How about that? The Rangers lead by the score of 5-0, and Foscue has hit his first major league home run.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of ground to cover right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. So let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. And for people asking, Corey, what is the program that is playing in the background of these TVs?
An amigo intimo. And I don't know exactly what that means, but it looks like there's a prison. There's some cartel stuff involved, and that girl has 13 on her face. So it's interesting. It kind of looks like Orange is the New Black in Spanish.
I kind of looked at I thought she was throwing down the Jackson Dart eye black look. Like she was going vertically
right down the face,
Yeah, what was up with that?
Yeah, trying to make the cross like he does.
There's nothing else on. Is that what we're learning today?
You brought us.
Also, this is streaming.
I'm very adamant.
Every time we were going to change it, it was like next episode coming up when we're in the middle of a segment. And
we have two different episodes on two different TVs, but I've been very adamant about this. Every time I try to change the channels in here, I end up turning the volume up, and then I just turn the TVs off. So I have no clue how they work.
All right.
And I'm going to need a class in order to learn this.
So I'm with you. Can I join?
Yeah, or bring a 12-year-old in here and tell them to show me how to do that, because I have no clue.
Don't mark that.
Show me. Yeah, I got like Jet Nelson to help me the other day. Like, young Jet. Can you help me?
I like that. All right. Now, Mavericks, they get the #9 pick for now out of the draft lottery. What are you guys thinking? Have you looked into Braden Burries, Nate Ament?
Burries is the guy that my NBA buddies like.
Oh, I mean, I
this was at a Burries convention this weekend. He's a big Burries guy.
I was dressed up as an Arizona Wildcat basketball player.
Oh, my dear God.
In the mascot outfit. He wore the hell out of that thing, man.
Now, if you went Burries, that would mean you're keeping Kyrie, because Burries is not running the ball.
Yeah, but everybody the three guys I talked to were all telling me
the entire league, gang of three.
I got more football dudes than I do basketball dudes.
But you're doing a hell of a job with the NBA stuff, man. It's like year over year, you start to just build a repertoire. Going to those conventions helps.
Yeah, but. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there. But they're saying for the Mavs. They're saying for the Mavs, this is the guy. Yeah, they're like, listen, this is guy kind of the toughness. Handles the ball well, shoots well, plays really good defense.
Defense for sure.
Yeah, so that they were really excited about him, and they like the Arkansas guy.
Acuff?
Yeah.
Which is interesting if you compare those two, because
totally different.
Yeah, Burries could project defensively like Derek White, and Acuff could project defensively to me if I was in the NBA.
Damian Lillard.
Just a cone.
Yeah, so like a turnstile thing. Now, I'm not questioning that Acuff could definitely be the best offensive player.
They say he might be the best
draft.
They say he might be the best player in this draft.
And that is an interesting thing, because I think
scout dudes.
I think you can make an argument for obviously the top three. I really like Caleb Wilson. I think Acuff is in the mix. So I think you have 5 legitimate players, and then maybe depending on what you think about somebody like Flemings, that
I like him.
Could be the best player in this draft.
Your Duke guy's got the high floor, they're telling me.
Yes. So Boozer is the safest pick in this draft. I cannot see any way in which he is not in the league for 10 years. But is he in the league for 10 years as like, oh yeah, he's a good player.
Good player.
Versus, Peterson, DeBonsa, like we were just talking about, Acuff, and then those guys have like star potential. Like you could be the best player on a really good team, or you could be the second best player in a championship team. Where I just don't know. Boozer wins and puts up numbers everywhere he goes, but I think. That's why I think he's the Caleb Downs of safe, and I think he will be good. Will he be great? Don't know. Whereas I do think Caleb Downs is going to be great. But just from a safe perspective, Boozer is very safe. I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Very good skill and athleticism and size. Can put it on the floor at that size. There's so many ways he can win. I think in evaluating this class, though, being outside the top 5, like pick 6 through 10, I think there's a step down from that. I think there's a step down from DeBonsa and Peterson to Boozer and beyond. Okay. And then I think there's another drop where you go 6 to 10. And people are talking about this thing like, well, you're inside the top 10. You got a great chance of getting a generational. I mean, you got a pretty good chance of getting a guy who can make a couple of all-star teams, but you also have role player and just like average starter in here. So for me, Heggie, the takeaway after you land at 9 is who can you trade it for? I think it's more valuable as a chip than taking a player.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you still feel that way if I could move you up 3 or 4 spots with your other first-round draft pick? Now, I do think it's more reasonable that you would move up to 7 as opposed to 5. But if I can move you up a few spots with that other first-round pick, does that intrigue you, or is that still outside your zone of, like, these are the dudes?
It could. I think the most likely players to go ahead of you. This is a situation where you'd have to wait to see what was available to you at 7 or 8.
And hope Kareem Lopez is awesome at the workouts.
These guys were telling me the Clippers are the team to watch for moving. The Clippers.
Okay.
Moving out.
Oh, moving out.
Moving out, yeah. The Clippers. I think they hold Utah's pick. Is that
they have pick 5.
Not Utah's.
Pacers.
Pacers pick.
Yeah.
Pacers pick.
Pacers. What a sweet deal that was by the Pacers.
Yeah.
And that could be interesting because if you think that it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Wilson, I would assume, then that would put you in position to go pick up Acuff, or if you think Flemings is the dude, or Wagler's the dude, or whatever. That would
when I watched those 3 guys, I thought Acuff was clearly the best between him, Wagler, and Flemings, but teams might see it differently.
Yeah. The Wagler, he's from Illinois, right?
He is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, they're like, where did this dude come from?
Yeah.
That's what they're kind of like.
He was not on the draft radar at all.
And then all of a sudden, they watched him play in the tournament, and they get to the Final Four, and they're like, man, they're the reason why Illinois is in this spot.
And he would be a great fit next to Kyrie. He would be a great fit.
That's interesting.
Next to Kyrie.
But they talk about him higher than 9. They're talking about him 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I think he'll go
that's why it sounds like there's a lot of good options.
Yes. And that's why
this thing stretches.
I was bummed you moved down, but I actually really like Kingston Flemings. And so that's, I think, somebody who could be in your 7, 8, 9 mix and maybe achievable for you to grab. But
he's Louisville, right?
Houston.
Flemings is Houston. Michael
I'm getting all these red and white
Louisville.
uniform things screwed up on here. Okay.
And the fact that so many of them are guards or combo guards. And
they're all point guards, right?
I think when
only
it
a few
shakes
true
out,
ones.
I think they're more combo guards or 2s than point guards. But you have some good options, but I'm also intrigued by the potential of a trade. So are you on the Giannis bandwagon maybe?
Yes, I am, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
And I think in today's show, maybe in the rim session at 4:40 or at the end of the show at 6:20, I'll tell you why I'm more convinced than ever that the Mavs are going to try their damnedest to trade for Giannis.
Okay, looking forward to
more
that.
of an Angel Reese trade.
Oh, son of a...
We have CY today, too, don't we?
Huge.
CY 420?
We do.
Yeah.
All right, so I feel like...
gold as always. Thanks for that.
That's what I need to know. I might call in sick tomorrow, like Bobby did at the last minute, so I don't have to talk about Angel Reese. We'll see how it goes.
Do it 45 minutes before the show starts.
Sean was mad.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, he was.
I was listening this morning. Bobby, what happened to him?
It was like 5:15. Couple of throw-ups. Can't make it to the card.
That seemed to be the thing that made Sean the maddest. He was like, I can't even make it to the car.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, that seemed to kind of set Sean off.
Thought he was being dramatic.
All right, yes. Roll home with the Gag Nation. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's see if Bobby shows up for the morning show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Take us with you.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We have 4.5 hours of sports conversation coming up here for you. General at your service, Addies. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup and Master Control here at 75 and 635. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Aiden Butler coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And what a sports weekend, boys. Welcome in. How we doing? Everything good?
Glorious, man.
Had a great.
Wonderful Mother's Day. Hopefully everybody else out there partaking had a great Mother's Day as well. And for those mothers that are no longer with us as well, we remember you, we love you. But it was great. Awesome weekend. It was a bummer, though, watching the draft lottery, I will say. Yeah. I was really thinking, okay, can we get lucky 2 years in a row? Tankathon put out the tweet, got me going. Final simulation. Mavs moved up to number 1. I'm like, holy hell, is this going to happen? Do they know something? No, didn't work out that way. Dropped to 9. But it could be worse because just limited research on this draft. It sounds like it's a hell of a draft class. I'm excited about the possibilities that could be there at 9. I'm also excited about the possibilities, maybe packaging 30, move up a little bit, or maybe what you're going to sell us in fantasy trade world land here, Gal.
Oh, yes.
I'm excited for all the possibilities.
And whatever way that the brain trust of this Mavs team wants to take it, I think there's gold to be harvested. Do you want to go young around Cooper Flag and use your picks and just say, we'll see you in the playoffs when we get there? We're playing the long game. Or do you want to try to squeeze one in here? I'd be trying to squeeze one in.
I know you like to squeeze them in.
The bar is lower than it's ever been to win an NBA championship. When the Mavs won theirs in 2011, you had to be great or get incredibly lucky that there was not a great team that year. But almost every year of our lives, like it was Jordan or it was Duncan or it was Kobe and Shaq.
Eric would say it was an incredibly daunting task to win a championship. Now, not so daunting.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, dude.
So, you look at what it's going to take for the Mavs to be champions, and in your estimation, in your NBA brain, you're like, well, it's probably not good enough. They weren't even a playoff team. They're a long, long ways away. I would say contraire. There's been a different champion, and I think whoever ends up being the champion, they stayed the healthiest, or they're experiencing a very brief moment in their timeline when their young players haven't been become expensive yet, and they're about to have to pay those guys and let a bunch of veterans go, just like the Celtics. The Celtics, when they beat the Mavs, Horford, Porzingis, Drew Holiday, those guys are gone, and even if they were healthy, they wouldn't have been the best team in the East. So it's weird. And right now it looks like the New York Knicks might be the best team in the East.
It's amazing what they're doing this 7-game. I mean, it was a heater. I know Joel Embiid obviously getting hurt certainly tilted it, but the Knicks, it looks like things are coming together to at least make the finals. When they're there, it's probably going to be a big L to OKC, or San Antonio. We'll see that series at 2 now. I think San Antonio probably still comes out of this one with Wemby not being suspended, but it is amazing watching what the Knicks are doing right now.
Okay, Cowboys will reportedly travel to the Giants in primetime September 13th, the first Sunday night football game of your NFL season. John Harbaugh making his Giants debut against the Cowboys, along with Arvell Reese and Francis Mauigoa, DJ Reader. They've had a busy offseason. I don't know if they can bounce back. I don't know what to expect from the Giants right now, but I do know it's been, 14 years of ineptitude?
For them?
15 years?
Yeah,
they've been pretty pathetic since winning those 2 championships in a 5-year period.
Yeah, they've been turning and burning coaches left and right in a way that you don't expect the Giants to do that. Like post Coughlin, it has been pretty rough. Besides you think of the 1 year where they got Daniel Jones just running around on everybody, and they snuck into the playoffs, and then they got waxed.
Yeah, it's just barely pocked with a couple of successful seasons for the last 15 years. And when I'm looking at an organization like that, I'm not going to believe that you're going to bounce back. They were a 2-win team going into Week 17, and they got to play the Raiders and the Cowboys, whatever that was, in Week 18. So they end up with 4 wins, but this was one of the absolute worst teams in the NFL last year, and they have Jackson Dart, So I'm expecting Dak dominance of the Giants to be reborn week 1. Is that why you're so excited about this matchup, Old Chuck?
Oh yeah, they're going to smoke them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think usually when they start the season against New York, it sets up for a good season. You're going to be feeling good about yourself. You're going to be 1-0 coming out of that. Also, just kind of based on the schedule, yes, Brian and I will start with a 1 a.m. post game, but you get to enjoy the entire lead up of Sunday Night Football into that with watching all the other games, and then we kick it off and get a dub. So look, Dak to me in a meaningful football game, they're counting that Week 17 loss against him, or Week 18, whatever it is now. So that counts as an L against the Giants. Otherwise, he's money. He doesn't lose to the Giants. So I'm looking at this as an early dub. Can't wait to see Caleb Downs. I'm fired up. I just get like weirdly geeked about the schedule release stuff. I think it's a problem that I have. So any type of sneak previews we get, it just gets me really excited. I'm crotch first.
It'll be interesting to see. There is some familiarity for your new defensive coordinator, as far as some of the players, or actually from the offensive standpoint of things. But
common opponent,
but different staff. So if you're thinking of some maybe a little bit of an advantage for Christian Parker, at least when they put personnel out on the field, he might have an understanding of the players. Scheme might be different.
It's Nagy.
Yeah, the way things are kind of to shake out. So
it's Matt Nagy.
They might not have neighbors.
What's going to be interesting for me,
right,
is the fact that you got Giants. We need to figure out who's in week 2, and then you travel for the Ravens.
Yeah.
I'm kind of that week 2 game will be a home game.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why you don't have a week 1 home game is because I think of some concerts.
It's the concerts, going on. Yeah,
with
the Usher, Chris Brown concerts.
So I'm fascinated to see how the first 3 weeks play. Who gets that home game.
Yeah.
With the Cowboys in that week 2.
I mean, Baltimore could be tough in week 3, but week 2, who's the opponent going to be, and how is this defense coming together? I think that's a really good point. It will mark the 8th time since 2012 the East rivals will square off in their opener. The Cowboys won 6 of their past 7.
I think I saw where Dallas has not had a Sunday noon game in 25 years.
I think it was the Browns a couple of years ago.
Was it?
Even that was a 325er.
I thought that was a late day.
You're right. It was.
What
was this?
We got
tweet I
crushed.
saw. It was like 25 years is what they said.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. They don't put the Cowboys at noon on an opening Sunday.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where the Cowboys might not have had a good season the last 2 years, but they are still the premium television product in the NFL. 214, Gavin, I'll bet you a lunch that the Giants win in week 1. I'll bet you that. I'll DoorDash it to you. You can DoorDash it to me. We'll do whatever we need to do there, but I think this Cowboys defense has a very legitimate chance of being significantly better.
Oh yeah,
and
no question.
If you watch Jackson Dart in his rookie year and you're like, oh yeah, we got something going here, here's your sign. I wouldn't believe in Jackson Dart. I think it's more likely the Giants are looking at finding their next quarterback at the end of this season than they are even a playoff team.
I'm with you because here's the thing with Dart. Even if he plays well, I don't think he's going to be healthy. I just think the way that he plays and the comments that he made last year, he doesn't care. He's not going to learn to go ahead and not sacrifice his body. That's just This is how he plays. And look, I respect it. You don't want to be overthinking when you're playing the game and like, oh, I've got to now go ahead and change the way that I'm running around and doing some of this stuff because the second extra effort things are kind of how he generates big plays. But man, I just don't see him being able to last throughout an entire 17-game season, and I'm not believing in him.
All righty. Mavs will pick 9th. We've already talked about that. They lose one spot. Didn't have the good luck happen, but they're in a great position. And at least you're not the Pacers. Kevin Pritchard, their GM, had to apologize to fans on social media for the trade that he made mid-season, anticipating that they were going to be so bad there's no way we're going to fall out of the top 4. They protected it top 4. They end up conveying that pick to the Clippers, so that's hurt. And it was for Zubac. Because he felt like they needed to have a center for when Halliburton returns next year.
Oh, man, that is such a gut punch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the biggest L of the draft right now.
Yeah.
When it comes to the lottery. Those balls betrayed you.
Man, and it's cruel. That lottery is cruel. Mavs are well aware of it for the first 30 years of that lottery. It never did them a solid till last year. Wemby Wemby ejected last night. We're waiting to see if there's going to be any follow-up punishment from the NBA.
Doesn't look like it.
Wolves beat the Spurs 114-99 It doesn't look like it?
No, the league said, I believe they issued a statement already today and said that it's not happening. He won't have any further punishment.
It totally hijacked your morning sports news cycle, and it was annoying, right? Because I like to tune in to see what is the hottest sports stories of the day. But unless you went to the NFL Network, you weren't hearing anything about football today because this story was dominating. And there were a lot of think pieces and hot takes about it. And I don't know, I guess for me, yes, Wemby is immature. Yes, it's unacceptable. But I don't think his character is such that it's going to continue to be a problem. I think it's probably a learning moment for him.
Right.
But more than that, as a Spurs fan, we're not losing this series. It's tied 2-2. Great. We'll beat you in 6 or 7. I am thrilled that he's got the dog in him.
Right.
He was clapping. He was laughing. He didn't seem remorseful. He was like, what? Let's do some more.
Yeah, you guys want to push me around?
Let's do some more.
You want to try to bully ball me because I'm 7'5" and I'm kind of gangly?
I thought we were letting the fouls go.
Yeah. So, I mean, when that elbow came back, I was like, holy crap, that's ugly. That's not something you would expect. He's definitely out of the game. I think if Draymond Green did that, it's a 4-game suspension, because of the track record. Yeah. Probably not 4, but maybe 1 or 2 at least. But from a Spurs fan perspective today, I'm like, sweet, this guy is not going to get pushed around. And now we're grabbing these clips that are going viral on Twitter of him saying stuff to different people, like Russell Westbrook last year. You're not going to hit me in the head, bro.
Yeah, you're standing up for yourself.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with a French guy, you're dealing with a skinny guy. Those are two things that could make you mentally soft and bullyable in basketball. And if you get bullied in hoop, go ask the 2006 Mavs. It's not going to go well for you. If for whatever reason your teammates see it, it sucks the energy out of you. Your opponents see it, it amplifies them, and it's a terrible place to be. So, I guess congrats to Wemby for sticking up for himself last night would be my take, because he's getting pushed around, and it's dangerous. I mean, you saw in the opening round how his center of gravity is so high that if he starts falling, he might end up banging his chin on the hardwood. Yeah, and it's a great strategy for Minnesota. You have Julius Randle, who's a beefy guy, and you have his Frenchman Rudy Gobert. So yes,
and Naz Reid.
Yeah, whenever he goes into the air, we're trying to get under him and bump him. Whenever he brings the ball down, we're coming down with 2 hands trying to knock both of his arms off the ball at the same time. And I get it. There's going to be, for the next 10 years of Wemby's career, a Jordan rules component to his playoff experience, and this is just the first one. But I mean, at that height, it's going to be a losing battle, even though this is tied at 2. San Antonio is going to win this series, and I guess at this point I won't be surprised if they're able to beat Oklahoma City because of how much gravity that particular player has. Okay, went to see FC Dallas Saturday night with Abby. Wanted to send them a shout out.
Nice.
They beat Salt Lake 3-1. Nice job all around. The goalkeeper is really good. Having Musa in the middle is really nice. But the show was Diego Luna, and it was exciting to watch him play for Real Salt Lake. U.S. national team guy. He broke out last summer in the Gold Cup. Remember that?
Yeah.
He had a brace, I think, against Guatemala or something. But he's only 22 years old, and you can see the talent, the strength. I don't know. Is he
another player we're going to sell?
Is he 5'7", 205 pounds? I mean, the guy is just a freaking tank.
Let's go.
And he's very fast, and he plays these deft touches while running at high speed and under pressure. And I was just very impressed with Diego Luna. Can't wait to see what happens for him over the next 4 to 8 years. Heck, maybe this next World Cup he could be a factor at wing or 10 or something. And that'll do it for our opening segment. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day champ coming up on the other side. We got Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Happy National Eat What You Want Day. The top 10 foods people crave the most next in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan.
is mid, and he might be on an international level. He might just be a mid player, but I guess on Saturday night he was clearly the best man on the pitch, if you ask me. Maybe that's a reflection of everybody else, though. We got the top 10 here in just a second. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup for the Champ segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Lucius with your Champ.
Now, this was not supposed to win. This was not supposed to be a winner. This was a throwaway. It was a Friday when I played this.
I blame Broadus.
I had the Nosebleed Boys in here, and I played it just for them. I played it for them. It's their brand of humor, if you know what I mean.
It sure is.
I say that respectfully, too, though.
We like our own brand.
Okay.
Like monsters, right?
Hey, man, lean into it, dog. Yeah, Broadus. Astros gave a warning to your old lady to kind of turn down the radio for this moment.
She thanked me. She said I was listening, and I appreciate Lucius let me know.
Sweet. We got a fake plumber right here walking into our hotel lobby, talking to the people at the front desk about an emergency.
Good. I got a call that there was a big old meaty fudge dragon I needed to come unclog.
Be a little bit more professional, please.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Who are you with?
I'm with OBS Productions, and I got a call from corporate saying that there was a big old girthy fudge trout. Yes.
Is there a clogged toilet?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the appropriate terminology.
All right.
Not meaty chocolate fudgy things.
I mean,
I understand you want to have fun with your job. That's great.
Yeah, it's my profession. I'm trying to make light of it.
Right. I don't appreciate it.
Oh, jeez.
It's our profession.
Sorry. So is there a big meaty fudge dragon somewhere?
You to stay right there and stop saying those words.
What, the meaty or the fudge?
All of it.
All of it?
All of
it.
Sounds like they might need a new plumber.
And it's more than just him. It's her reaction that makes that a winner.
Man, is there any way I could get that guy's info? Because if I ever need a plumber, I'm pretty sure that'd be the dude I want to ring up.
Yeah, to clean this fudge dragon.
You want to reach out to OBS?
Yeah, get some viral content out of this deal. I mean, and he did make it a little bit more professional when she asked. He said fudge dragon. He changed it to fudge trout.
He did.
You know?
Trying to clean it up.
Yeah.
I do not appreciate this.
We used to call it the brown trout, which is an actual species of fish. So it had kind of a double meaning. I'd appreciate that. All right, here's Wolchuk's top 10 of 2.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to get to cravings here. What's the thing you crave the most? 877-881-1053. It's National Eat What You Want Day. What'd you say?
Attention.
You do crave attention.
Probably cinnamon rolls.
I smell cinnamon rolls. Really?
Yeah.
Number one for you, the cinnamon roll.
They are so good, man.
They really are. Good. So good.
And then pizza.
Yeah, pizza's going to be high on here.
Rice.
You do love your rice.
Bread.
Just anything carb related?
Yes. Bagels.
Giant pretzels.
Giant pretzels. Seriously, if it has something to do, bread, rice, those are big issues for me.
Yeah, and I hear you, man. I mean, those are all the delicious things in life, all the carbo loads. Actually went and picked up bagels yesterday for Mother's Day, Saved by the Bagel in Plano. Good little shop. First time I popped in there. Love the name.
What'd you buy the smears? What'd you buy?
We got chive and onion. We did French onion.
Well, I bet you guys had some breath in that family.
We got plain, and we got berry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just a good little mix.
They give you a stick of gum and some Listerine on the way out.
Who brought the dentine?
Mother-in-law usually has that one covered.
Yeah. So are you guys doing onion bagels and breakfast?
No, we got a mix of
it's like a lunch bagel, right?
Sesame. Yeah, I mean, like it was pretty much. We had like a brunch spread, so we did have like eggs and sausage, but then there was also
lox on this
salmon
thing?
and lox if you wanted that. Just and whatever.
That's a meal in itself.
If there was something for everybody, basically on this spread, baby. So
everything bagel.
I went everything bagel. Big upset, Eric. My dad is not an everything bagel fan.
What?
She had the tribe covered, huh?
I know.
That's the biggest upset of 2026.
I found that out because I did get quite a few everything bagels. I just assumed most people are going to say that is their favorite. It wasn't. So luckily, I went with some sesame seed, poppy seed, and plain. So my dad was covered.
Hopefully, he doesn't have a drug test today.
He does have a doctor's appointment. We are concerned about some things. I'll report back later when I get more information.
Best of luck to Mr.
But thoughts and prayers, certainly with
he punted on the heaters, didn't he?
A few years ago. Yeah, he did.
So he's been clean. I mean, lungs are probably rocking.
But I think it's just, family issues. We got, hereditary problems. I feel like him and I were probably destined for some sort of Alzheimer's or dementia.
Damn.
Okay.
Hey, when your doctor asks you, do you smoke? How do you respond?
No.
I say no. Or do you ask, what do you ask?
What do you ask, what type?
Cigarettes, question mark?
I love a cigar.
Yeah.
Do love a good cigar lounge.
I like a good stogie.
So, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Could you define
Smoke
smoke?
what?
Yeah, smoke what?
Cannabis? Or,
Be more
What are we
specific.
referring to?
I want to be honest
I wonder
with
if
you.
that's something new on the thing they ask you. Do you smoke?
Yeah, you got to clarify nowadays.
The other. You put the other on there, right?
What do you smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the vapes now. And
Briskets.
All of the above. Yeah, briskets, vapes. Yes. What do you got? So I don't mean to pry here, Wolchuk, but are you suggesting that maybe your dad was having some memory lapse over the weekend?
Yeah, we've been trending in a bad direction with that. We have, unfortunately.
Yeah, thoughts with you on that
but it's okay. It also might just be we
I
need
tried
to
to turn the wheel, bro. I tried.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah,
You did a
I
good
tried.
job.
It's
You did a
awesome.
good
Your
job.
stash?
Dark,
We'll
so
see.
dark.
Sorry?
Is he getting into your stash?
No. Maybe that would help. You know, we'll see what the doctor
I'll tell you
says.
what, it's strange. Like, my dad's got the same issues, but he's like, he could tell you what happened in 1961, but he can't tell you what's happening right now.
Yeah.
That's weird. Like,
It's scary.
He could tell me, that Lance Allworth played in that Arkansas. He was really good flanker. I think he got 14 catches again. I'm like, hey, Dad, what'd you have for lunch? Michelle made something. I can't remember what it was. And you're like, God.
Everything
dang.
bagel.
Yeah. This 901, this Giants fan is just so upset because we took shots at the Giants.
It might be good.
Well, they almost beat the Cowboys in their first game. If Brandon Aubrey doesn't hit that 70-yarder, the Giants win. They didn't. They lost the
Cowboys
damn
were
game.
terrible last year.
The Cowboys stunk. Yeah, you almost did. You almost beat the Cowboys when they had the worst defense in almost NFL history last year. Okay, congratulations. They've lost 16 of the last 18 games to the Cowboys. The one team that I can proudly talk as to during this 30 years of dysfunction is the Giants. We own you. The Cowboys own you. Dak Prescott owns you. Yeah, he was a fourth-round pick. So what? He's still better than Jackson Dart, and he had a better rookie year than Jackson Dart. I'm glad you're defending the Giants. They suck. And the Cowboys are going to kick their ass week 1 again. Top 10 most craved items. Lucius, did you want to get in on this? No, I don't want to get in on this, you rude mother bleeper.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
He almost cussed.
Yeah, he almost cussed. The boneless cookies, boneless chocolate chip cookies, the real soft joints.
Yeah.
I can eat those all day. And I know I'm not supposed to, but I can. And the pecan pies from Tom Thumb. They see me coming, bro.
Yeah.
They can hear my shoes squeak when I hit that door.
Lucius,
Squeak, I'm coming for you, dog.
How many?
Michelle and I were on a mission this weekend because we were trying to find your lime Topo Chico.
Yes.
That stuff is gone.
It's harder to find, bro.
We went to two of with the Fiesta. We went to a couple of Hispanic markets and stuff, thinking that they had it. And they looked at us like, nah, you ain't getting that. They've got the flavored ones. Like the blueberry.
But you want that lime.
Yeah, the blueberry, and then they got mango. And Michelle's like, tell Lucius to drink what's the other Frenchy water?
I got some Pellegrino or whatever it's called. I got peach flavored Pellegrino this weekend.
No, that's really good.
Didn't hit properly with the tequila though. It didn't,
okay,
it's good, but it just didn't hit like that lime.
What's the other French
Perrier?
Perrier. Perrier makes it with a lime.
Okay.
So Michelle's like, well, get that. I'm like, if I bring that, he's gonna laugh at me. He's
gonna laugh at me.
Yeah. He's like, what are you bringing that for?
What are you doing?
Yeah. But we went to 3 different stores because we were doing stuff, and we were just trying to look and see. And you're right, man. That stuff's gone.
I appreciate you for thinking about me.
Gone.
Awful.
Yeah.
Terrible. Hey, is this a fair mix-up? So Team USA posted yesterday for Mother's Day to all the hockey moms and moms who play hockey out there. Happy Mother's Day. We couldn't do it without you. But one of the pictures was of Charlie McAvoy, who was of the Boston Bruins, was part of the gold medal team for Team USA. And it's his sister that they mistakenly thought was his mother in the picture.
Oh, that's the sister's
now the
not going to
sister's
feel good
pissed
about
off.
it.
Yeah, the sister, clapped back at the Team USA social media post. So they quickly took it down. But it's honest mistake. Or is that a foul?
Well, did you see what the sister looked like? Did sister look like she had some mom qualities? Has age?
Yes.
I mean,
she doesn't look overly old, but I think it's a fair mistake. Like, I could think that this was a mother.
Overly old is crazy.
Overly
I'm not
old.
talking wrinkly like grandma, you know?
But she's a mom. She's not a grandma.
But she looks like she could be a mother.
Dang, dude.
Austin's about to give us a ruling.
Like, maybe she had Charlie McAvoy super young.
It's not going to sit well with the sister.
No, of course not.
No. Wow. I mean, she looks 50.
Right? Okay.
In this picture? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the sister, not the mom.
Maybe
She looks like she should be a grandma.
You do? Okay, so you're going worse than I did. What do you think there, Brian? As I'm
This
passing
much
this
older
around.
sister,
One on the
maybe?
left.
Oh,
the blonde
man,
on the
yeah,
left.
she's looking somewhat my age.
Okay.
Okay.
I think her bad attitude has probably aged her quickly.
Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Kind of weather beaten.
Yeah.
Weather beaten.
Like she stood out in a lot of cold weather.
I've never heard that phrase.
Hail
Just weather
damage?
beaten?
Squint in her eyes.
Is this,
I'm just saying, man, a lot of days playing outdoor hockey, weather getting on your face.
the tundra, like the Zimmer face.
Yeah.
You know?
No, mom is
Or
not
the
in the
Coughlin
picture.
face.
They're embracing afterwards after they won the gold, and so she's in the stands. She comes down to the front row, and it's the back of Charlie McAvoy, and he's embracing with what is his sister that they thought was his mother. I think this was an honest mistake.
I think it's honest.
and they should just apologize. But it's become a big deal in the hockey Twitterverse.
It can be difficult for some to age gracefully, and you start getting these signs that, hey, you're freaking old. Someone calls you Unc. Somebody calls you Pops. Are you going to react with anger? Be like, how dare you? I'm not a grandpa. Don't you know the facts?
Right.
Or are you going to be like, yep, getting old.
You can't be 35 calling me Unc, though, bro. I'm big bro, fam.
Yeah. There you go.
You got to relax.
There you go.
Yeah. I
got
heard
you,
that Unc
Unc.
the other day. Hey, Unc. I was like, say, man, you 35, though.
You watch yourself.
Yeah.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah, you got to be in your 20s, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Probably in your 20s to
Maybe
fire
even
off
like
an
a
Unc
kid,
at
like
a
a teenager.
40-something.
Yeah. Just disrespectful. All right, what are the most craved foods in America? Number 10, we've got cheese.
Yeah, cheese will do it, man.
Cheese, I mean, all of a sudden, you just get a brick of
Charcuterie
cheese.
board, my favorite thing in the world.
I love a freaking brick of cheese.
Okay.
With a knife, you're just taking along.
Yeah, and at first I'm like, maybe you just pick it up and just gnaw on it.
I do
Condom
that.
wants to be relegated.
Wow. I do that, bro.
Yeah. I didn't think Gavin would really appreciate that one, but yeah, get a cheddar or stick a Munster.
You don't have any problems processing that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I was just making sure.
You'll pay for that later.
All right.
But in the moment, gosh, it's
In
delightful.
the moment, it really is, dude. And you pair that with some crackers or some pepperoni or something, then you really elevate it. But even just the cheese by itself, good block of cheddar,
phenomenal.
Good block of Gouda. Come on,
Pretty
now.
dry. Isn't it pretty dry?
Smoked Gouda.
I need something.
Definitely will drink a little bit.
Yeah.
Some water, some red wine.
It's got to be part of something. Like I think the grocery stores are doing a real good job right now of like leveling up the Lunchable concept.
Mm-hmm.
You get back there in that section and like Sargento's is making one.
Sargento's extra sharp.
They've got-
Cheddar is really
yeah.
good.
They got the good mixes with like
Makes
some
a great
nuts, some
grilled
cheese.
cheese.
Yeah.
They got little cranberries in there and pieces of cheese and chips and little.
You guys are at a little
pepperonis.
social event. You got the cheese, like the little
cheese ball,
the little cheese cubes.
Ooh,
you know?
Yes, those work. Yes,
very nice.
It's just you're housing those things.
Are
man.
you just using the toothpick and grabbing two at a time?
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least.
I'll get
With
my hands
no
in there.
cracker.
Yeah, I
No
don't.
cracker.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I think you want the cracker, but I don't need the cracker.
Yeah. Number 9 is cakes. Cakes are a big time craving, popular sugary comfort food. 8 is your soda. Top beverage craving due to high sugar content.
Speaking of cakes, maybe Brian can answer this question for me. Made a Mother's Day cake yesterday. And this is the 4th time I've made a cake all the way through. I Googled it this time. Why do I get crumbs in the icing? Okay. They gave me some advice. They said start in the middle. They said put it in the fridge for 2 hours before you ice it. Still did. I'm putting the spatula or the knife down on the cake and spreading the icing, and it's just pulling up cake. It's pulling up cake, and it's now making the icing all crummy.
It's not presentable. It's still delicious.
Yes,
but it's just not. It's not passing the eye
not
test.
pretty. No,
yeah.
no.
Is your icing cold?
No, it's room temperature.
Okay. Because if it's cold, it's going to adhere.
Maybe I'm not cooking the cake enough. Maybe I'm undercooking the cake just a tiny little bit.
Do you like it a little
and it's
undercooked?
I do. I would rather have it.
You know the best way to tell that, Dawson? Take a toothpick and run it through the middle of it. And if it comes out clean, you're okay.
All right.
7 is cheeseburgers.
Hell yes.
American entree that blends meat and dairy.
Yes.
Number 1.
All day, dude.
Yeah, all
Every
day.
day, dude.
Yeah.
French fries come in at 6. Quintessential salty, crispy fried
Give me the
side
cheeseburger.
dish. Ice cream at 5. frequently top ranked in terms
He
of
said ice cream, B.
Cookies coming at 4, Lucius.
Yeah, boneless cookies, baby.
Boneless.
Yeah, it's real soft. Like you pick them up, they might just break apart.
Yeah, I think the softer the better.
I just had what I think to be the greatest cookie I've ever had. Where is it from? And it's even better than my mom's friend Patty Joe's.
Yeah, Patty Joe's a legend.
She's putting the marshmallows
Like a
in there a little
hockey
bit. Yeah, she was a hockey mom, actually. Good call. These are Maxine's Heavenly Oatmeal Cream Sandwich Cookies. So it's an oatmeal cream pie, but it's like Maxine made these in her kitchen.
There you go.
But you're buying them from the store.
Scratch?
Okay? Yeah, it feels like a from scratch, just an elevated oatmeal cream pie. And the actual, I don't know if you can get a little glimpse of that right there, dog.
Yeah,
So
is
that
ice cream in there?
It's not ice cream, but it's a different kind of cream. Yeah, and you could, it's not a whipped cream, I don't know, but I think if you put it in the freezer or something, it would probably feel like an ice cream oatmeal cream pie sandwich. I'm going to bring some up here for you guys, because I'm dead serious. I think they're the best cookie I've ever had.
I'm in.
I think they are.
Yeah. Sounds delightful. Number 3 is potato chips.
100%, bro. 100%. Or are you about to? What are you manning the chip right now?
I am.
You're side-eyeing the chip.
I am.
All right,
Lazy snack.
What? Yeah, dude. What I mean,
because I potatoes.
Because I didn't cut my own potatoes.
How do you stop eating them? It's like
you can't.
You
have to limit. You have to limit
your
the
potato chips from scratch. You're not making potatoes. I'm just telling you right now, boys.
Number 2 is chocolate.
Get the mandolin out and cut your finger off like I almost did.
Yeah. Boil them yourself.
Oh, God, Tottenham.
Oh, they had a chop. Number 1, though, most crave food in America on National Eat What You Want Day. It's pizza. Get the za. Thank yourself later. I love you. And including you, 910 or 901, whatever the hell your number is.
Does it matter what
Giants
kind
fan.
of pizza, though?
No,
Like
I think this was just pizza in general. I think whatever your favorite pizza is.
Go for it.
Nobody's complaining.
Gotcha.
Okay, Tolo texts in from the 817 to say I'm trying to put it on too thin, and I need to put a thicker layer on there, and then I'll just be be icing over icing instead of icing over the cake. We got a hodgepodge coming up, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I mean, grade this particular roster projection for the Cowboys. We laugh at an NBA superstar, and more disaster news for Rossini and Vrabel. That's next here in the nation. But first of all, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction.
straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in an all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football fix coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for Chiefs Hodgepodge. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. We got a little NFL, we got a little NBA, and hopefully some laughs here right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquakers. I'm stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Okay, we have an NFL projection model ranking all 32 NFL rosters following the draft. Okay, the dust is sort of settled. We'll see some late movement going on, right? A.J. Brown inevitably is going to become a Patriot at some point. We'll have some veterans get picked up. But by and large, these are the teams that are going to be walking into training camp as currently constructed. So you have Austin Mock of The Athletic. He's got a model. It's compiled all the rosters, and the model uses various metrics and assigns a projection to each player to show their impact on a single game. So I'm sorry, Broadus, there is some positional value here that is quite important, where the best quarterbacks are going to mean a little bit more than the best guard or something like that.
Sure.
But now you sum up the impact of each roster, and it's ranked from 1 to 32. Do you guys have a feel? Okay, where do you think the Cowboys would fall?
12.
Top 12 roster in the National Football League.
The number that jumped into my head is 18. I think it's because we're projecting these rookies are going to be great, but that wouldn't show up in the data.
Yeah, the rookie stuff makes it a little bit challenging. And
so the rookies aren't included?
No, they are.
But we're imagining it's going to be much greater than I think the computers would say for sure.
And I do think
that's the case, 15.
Okay, well, there's also something to acknowledge just in terms of the hope and the excitement factor, because you are depending on a handful of young guys, and if they really pop, man, you could all of a sudden you could skyrocket up a list like this. But as it stands right now, Walchuk, do you have a guess, or have you seen
14.
this? 14. Okay, you guys are actually pretty strong. And Broadus, you said 12?
Initially.
They're sitting at 13. Whew. So you guys are right there, man. You guys are right there. And they talk about the offense. Of course, the offense is dominant, but he says it's the defense that is sort of the problem. Like, imagine if the defense, if you knew what each rookie was going to really be bringing to the table right now, this could actually go up, because the offense is clearly doing a ton of heavy lifting right now, and they're still sitting at 13. So he says the model believes the Cowboys need a lot at edge rusher. Yeah, and that's because you have Ezeraku, who's off of an okay year. The pass rush is still a question. He's coming off an injury. And then it's Malachi Lawrence. Like, those two guys right there. If Ezeraku takes the next step and Malachi Lawrence can walk into the league and be like a 5 to 7 sack guy, you're like, oh, snap, this could be a different deal. He says the interior of the defensive line is great. And, of course, Caleb Downs is going to help the secondary, but there are still some major holes defensively. But even with all that, you're talking about, with still a ton of question marks on the defense, still sitting at 13.
The only thing I would add is, and yes, that is surprisingly high to me.
I mean, that's better than the Texans and the Patriots.
How much in the NFL today is winning about having the best players possible, or Plan Seattle, we're not going to have any holes on our team? Everything's going to be a 7. Cowboys have like 6 guys who are a 9, and then a bunch of dudes who are 2, 3s, and 4s.
And that's hurt them.
I mean, that's a really good point.
Part of the reason why they haven't been able to advance 100%. You want to try and spread that out to have as much of a complete roster as possible. I mean, looking at their wide receivers are probably helping them a ton. Javonte Williams coming back. They're probably looking at the offensive line and scaling that maybe better. Maybe Rashawn Gary, they're looking in this model as a better piece than we're considering now. I mean, I think Kevin was making a good point earlier today. I mean, you look at Rashawn Gary, he's had 9.5 sacks, 7.5 sacks. Like, we're not really talking about Gary as an amazing acquisition, but maybe he ends up being better than we're expecting.
So you guys want to guess the best roster in football?
It's probably Seattle or L.A. The Rams, they're not the Chargers.
They're 1 and 2. Yeah, Rams and Seahawks. And then
seems like the majority of rankings believe the Rams are better.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean those games were.
Oh, they could have gone either way.
They were the ultimate coin flip games, and there was 3 incredible games last year from the regular season into the postseason that really could have gone either way, and so that's why everybody's still a little bit like, why the heck are you taking Ty Simpson right now when you're right there? Why not get another guy in the first round who can really help you? But they do have the Cowboys being, I mean, extremely high in terms of the actual division, right? I mean, you're ahead of the Giants, of course. You are ahead of the Commanders. And, I mean, the Eagles, they do have at 5. So they do still look at the Eagles roster as like a top 5 roster, I guess, in the league. Now, will the A.J. Brown stuff change some of that? Probably. But the Eagles still have a top 5 roster in the league, according to this particular roster projection. Now, there was another clip. Another Rossini-Vrabel clip, dude.
Ah, jeez.
Man, this
is not going to go away, is it?
I don't think so. I think they're like slow playing this. I think they have like an entire, like somebody has an entire arsenal of stuff that they're just waiting. They're just slow release.
I'm kind of over it now.
Why would I drop this all
enough
whenever I could just one play, and then it's going to be the big shebang, Ray J, Kim K, right before week 1. Like that's what this is all going to crescendo.
Now it's just becoming.
That's how this is going to crescendo.
It's oversaturated now. It's like every day we got something else. I'm starting to get beaten down with it. Like there was another picture. Oh my gosh, she's hugging Vrabel by TMZ. Like stop it. All right, we know this thing got messy. It was dirty. They were in love. They had an affair. Find something else to talk about.
Do you think either one of them had a good Mother's Day yesterday?
No.
Is it even possible for either one of those guys?
I feel for
Rossini or for Vrabel to,
kids
in their respective homes, have a good Mother's Day.
What if New England had practice yesterday, had like a mini camp or something like
Vrabel's
that?
like, yeah, I'm going to go to work.
I'm going to go to work.
Throw something on the sked here. Yeah. But this is another installment. This is back to a Barstool game show. Everybody's zooming in. Vrabel and Rossini are playing together, and you'll hear Vrabel at the end. That's the voice you're hearing where he's talking about, I'm very excited.
Tell me something a man might do to get a woman in the mood.
Kiss her.
Kiss her. Do we have kiss her on the board? Who's up? Football?
I feel like this is good advice for you guys too.
I think I'm up.
I'm paying very close attention.
All right, PFT.
So excited.
Vrabel,
she's so excited at the end.
I'm paying very close attention here as Rossini makes that particular note. I'm paying very close attention, and I'm very excited. They were just like
put it out there,
hiding in plain sight.
They thought they were so clever. Like, nobody's noticing, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, we're good, man.
I'll just come up and give you a big hug and whisper something into your ear in this social setting. I think it was just incremental, gradually. They were like, we're not getting caught. This is fine. It's totally fine. Relax. We're overthinking it. Oh, yeah, we're overthinking it. We can totally go to this.
We're not doing anything wrong. We're in love. So, did you guys see LaMelo Ball had a baby?
Yes, congratulations. I didn't know that he was expecting.
How many now?
LaMelo, I believe this is his
number one.
Number one?
Yeah, I believe it's his first child.
All right, congrats.
Did you see what he named it?
No.
Oh,
so you
not
have
for his dad.
You have Lonzo, you have LaMelo, you have LiAngelo, you have LeVar is the dad, and the newest
you go with an L.
The newest member of the Ball family is LaOne Ball.
Okay.
LaOne Ball.
L-A capital O
but it's a girl.
N-E. LaOne. No, it's his son.
Oh, that's terrible.
His son is LaOne Ball.
Dude, he's gonna get
One
single
ball?
testy jokes.
The one ball?
Yeah, I guess how that's would.
Hey, it's
if
the
you put a
uniball.
little Spanish twist on it, you're the one ball.
What is that?
like LeVar's name, and you put the Spanish twist on it. It's to wash ball, right? And so this is LaOne Ball. I guess it's just crazy that parents can just decide whatever they want. I mean, you can just make crap up.
All right,
along the way.
What are we doing here? What are the odds?
Like
that
no
18...
one. There's not like a common sense person that's sitting there going,
At 18 years old, he changes his name.
Should we? LaOne Ball. I don't know the middle name, but LaOne Ball is the newest member of the Ball family, and for that we say congratulations.
And congrats to him for the name of mom. Mom's got a pretty badass name, Anna Montana.
Yeah, and she changed it.
Oh, did she?
Because she was born Annalicia Chavez.
Okay.
So she just dropped the H of Hannah?
And she changed it to Anna Montana?
Anna Montana, yeah. So it's LaMelo Ball, Anna Montana, and LaOne Ball.
Right on.
One big happy family.
Wow. I'll bet that kid can play here about 20 years.
Oh, yeah, he can hoop.
All right, we got a football fix coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
All right, we got the story of this great Cowboy, plus some new signings in the National Football League. That's next in the nation. But let's chat here real quick about Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJA.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a football fix coming up here in just a second. 940 coming in on text saying, I do have friends that actually call me one ball, and I remind them that I am now a 25-year survivor of testicular cancer. Congratulations to you, Mr. Livestrong. Do you think that could be Lance Armstrong?
It could be.
He's a North Texas guy.
He hates Plano.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he did not. I know he went to Plano East. He was not. Well, just watching that doc, I think they put out a 30 for 30 on him a few years back. Didn't sound like he really liked the area that much.
Well, if it is, salute to you, sir. If not, salute to you as well for being a survivor. 25 years. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Football Fix. Here's Zachary.
Let's do it right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
If you missed it for the 8th time in the last 15 years, the Cowboys are opening on Sunday Night Football against the New York Football Giants. Cowboys 11-1 record against New York in season openers. Yeah, baby, this is going to be awesome. Now, I did remember this in the Cowboys post-draft presser, and it has now started to circulate today, but did Jerry accidentally slip up and tell us? So we all should have known. There should have been no surprise. This is who the Cowboys were opening up against. Here was Jerry just a couple weeks ago.
Tomorrow. We've got these guys, we think there's enough players right there that they can be on the 53 and be helping us beat Giants.
And, Will, you guys have gone to the defense?
Oh, wow.
Jerry.
Snuck one in there.
Yes, he did. Now, I thought of it like, he does just kind of use the Giants. Like, yeah, we're going to kick the Giants' ass. You know, like, the Giants are just kind of his fallback team.
It's kind of brilliant because it's like, you know, they're going to play the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
You could just say that. But he knew.
He knew.
Did he give him a wink? Did you see the video? Did he give him a wink when he said Giants?
I was trying to like see Shoddy's body language right next to him. Like, oh no, did he make a face or anything? And I do think that he was trying to contain himself for not trying to give anything away. Like, crap, Jerry, really? Did you just tell everyone that we're playing the Giants week 1? But it does. Like, do you think, Brian? Do they all know the schedule already? Like, they've all got it. These teams do have it, and we're just waiting for Thursday for the public to know.
We would get it on the .com side the day of the release, really. Well, actually, the day before. And because then we were building out all the elements that, you know, like we always had this, we had the schedule reveal. You know, we had to.
Yeah, you got to make it.
You got to make it.
Video.
So there was a time where we were building out all these elements that they knew what it was, and, you know, but it not I don't think it was that early.
Okay.
But nowadays, it's like the schedule release is a big thing around the league.
Everybody's trying to one-up each other, these social media teams.
They're all trying to, the social media teams are absolutely trying to one-up each other.
How many little Rossini-Vrabel Easter eggs are there going to be in some of these?
A lot.
There's going to be a ton. It hasn't been the Chargers that have been the best in the business over the last few years. Their social team's pretty dialed.
The Chargers are the one that everybody's been kind of chasing here recently, yeah. They've done a nice job.
Creativity.
You've got to go back to Cowboys and Bucks opened the season. I think it was in 2003. It was a noon kickoff. That's the last time the Cowboys have had a noon kickoff, week 1. That is crazy.
I was still working for the team then.
Yeah, that was a home one at Texas Stadium. I actually went with my dad. We showed up. We rode the bus to get there.
How hot was it that day?
It was extremely hot, and we were late. The bus was arriving late. I missed the first quarter, and I was freaking fuming. The little me. But it was fine. Cowboys did win that day. So it was cool.
You got to see Quincy spin it?
We didn't have too many wins.
Yeah, no, there weren't a lot of wins. There were not a lot of wins.
We didn't win many games. That was, God, what a nightmare.
No, there weren't. But the Bucks were, you know, hey. They played season opener quite a bit, actually, when you think about it, like the Giants a lot. But they played Tampa Bay. They played the home and home, like they against Tampa Bay and Brady in Tampa. Great game. Yeah. Then when Dak broke his finger at home. And then I think they opened up the season with Romo one year in Tampa. and they might have gotten a win there. So yeah, I mean the Bucks are kind of a team, that's obscure that the Cowboys open the season up with a lot. But there you go, Cowboys, Bucks, and we know Cowboys and Ravens. The other thing that we got in Wednesday, we're going to get all the international games. That'll be as they're kind of slowly releasing the schedule stuff. But we did find out that Peacock landed a Week 17 Saturday doubleheader. So you're going to get a 3:25 game and a 7 o'clock game on Peacock, which President Trump is pissed about.
Yeah, I mean they keep spreading things out. Got to have 9 different ridiculous services to watch football.
Stop. I do agree. You shouldn't have to pay to watch the NFL.
It's the best way to get people onto your platform, though, is hijack their NFL team and say the only way you can watch us this weekend is if you have this, that, or the other thing.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
I feel horrible for those people.
Okay, the story of Ryan Flournoy. Now, if you listen to the Cowboys Hour earlier this season, Flournoy was on with Brad, and he told some of this. But this is incredible, and Flournoy is certainly one of these players that you're hoping takes another step this year. I mentioned this on the Stack with Brian last week, but I think Flournoy is going to be on a mission to prove, hey, you got George Pickens on a franchise tag. I can be the guy that steps up as a wide receiver 2 next to CD. You don't need to worry about this. And he made the most of all of his opportunities last year, but here's the story of Ryan Flournoy. Did you know anybody like this in high school that grew this amount in just an offseason?
Playing football, smallest on the field. My freshman year of high school, I was 5'3", 99 pounds. Playing football, smallest on the field. We having this meeting, a freshman meeting, and he asked the whole room, does anybody want to play college football? Of course, everybody raised their hand. He pointed me out and was like, but your size is unlikely. I'm not, being harsh on you. I'm just being realistic. My heart went to my stomach. For that, moment forward, I'm like, nobody can tell me what I can do because I'm the only person on that team in the NFL.
5'3", 99 pounds.
We had a church revival there.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, freshman year of high school.
I wasn't sure what he said.
5'3", 99 pounds.
Okay, so one of my best friends my senior year, and I know how much he weighed because we were always going to work out together, right? And he was like 140, 145 that entire year. By the time he was 19 years old, so this is a year and a half, 2 years later, he was 210. And it went up and out. He went from 5'11", 140 to about 6'2", 215, 220. I mean, and he's probably 250 pounds right now.
Yeah, what a jump. You're 5'3", 99. It's dude, yeah, you want to play in the NFL, good luck. And then all of a sudden you shoot up to 6'2". Amazing. Quite the story there for Ryan Flournoy. And that dude, he's driven to be great. And I'm a believer in his game, man.
Just late bloomer.
Yeah. Absolutely, probably a big reason why he was under-recruited, didn't go to a big school.
It's an incredible story. I don't know if he said that in the clip. I couldn't tell, but he said going into his senior year, the coaches were going around the room being like, oh, you can make it D1, you, and, well, not you, but everybody else. And he said it just hit him so hard.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, that's what it's just crushed him. But now look at him. On the Dallas Cowboys, only player from his school that's made it to the National Football League.
Did you see the video of this? Did you see where it was that there was just so much? It was just the most chaotic
post edit.
Yeah, they put that sound under there,
and they did a bad job mixing it.
Oh my,
awful mix.
Yeah,
doing way too much.
Yeah, because the actual interview was a good listen. The post edit here was terrible.
Yeah.
Not good.
Really, really bad stuff. But we love Flournoy, and you've been on Flournoy.
Flournoy's my guy. I love him.
You loved him over somebody else, right? It was, who was it? Was it Turpin or was it
Jigba?
No, he loved JSN.
JSN was wide receiver 1.
There was some wide receiver stuff. Maybe it was Turpin.
Lamb.
He just kept being Flournoy.
Mingo, Turpin. Yeah, Flournoy's going to be your wide receiver 3. Yeah.
You nailed that, dude.
100%. What are you giggling about?
I asked you him or Lamb.
You know the answer to that. It's CD.
For one more year.
Downplay my love for Flournoy because I'm not going to take him over CD or Pickens?
No. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba.
Oh, him or... Ooh.
That's why I said.
That's tough.
Do you believe if he was a wide receiver 2 for the entire season, he'd be what, 900 yards, 1,100 yards? What do you think Flournoy is?
I think 900
when and
is
if
fair.
Pickens moves on? Yeah,
I think 900 is absolutely fair.
Looked like it to me. That's within reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I don't know if you're going to have 2,000-yard receivers like you had last year, but I think that he's very capable of being a wide receiver. I mean, this year will be a lot. I think a wide receiver 3 is perfect right now, but I believe in him to be able to take that next step. CD or JSN is a great question. I think I'm still going to go with CD today. That could change after this year. Because JSN's really only had one amazing season where he's looked like a top 5 wide receiver. Now, some of that's not his fault, right? DK was there, and he was getting a little bit limited. They finally just let him unleash this season. But I'll still go CD for the time being. And maybe that's because I'm a little bit biased.
Maybe, dude. Just maybe. Not a guarantee.
Not guaranteed. Chris Boswell, man, congratulations. 4-year, $28 million extension. But he does not beat out Brandon Aubrey, okay? He ties Brandon Aubrey for the highest paid kicker in the National Football League. But I think that guy deserves it. Anybody that's kicking in Pittsburgh, that is a tough place to kick.
Very difficult. And he's done it. He's been pretty nails.
He has.
Isn't he a local guy?
He is a local guy.
Fossil Ridge or something?
I want to say Blake has an interesting story about Chris Boswell.
Oh, yeah, the Boz hopped in the ex-girlfriend's DMs or something like that.
Which, I mean, how old is Chris Boswell? I feel like he's an
up
older
there.
guy.
Yeah, I feel like
35.
He's definitely in his mid-30s.
He's older than us.
Yeah, but I think he went to...
And who was Blake dating? Like this, he had to have been punching way down. Like we're talking 12 years younger?
Yeah, Fossil Ridge High School. And then he went to Rice.
Good for him. Shout out to the boss. David Njoku has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Chargers. He's going to get $8 million. This is an underrated late offseason signing. This could be a great fit with the Chargers.
I was jarred. Like last week or the week before when I was looking at remaining free agents, I'm like, wait, David Njoku is still on the street?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how that happened. He just got a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
I wonder what the league knows that we don't, because on the surface it's like David Njoku, like, yeah, he's super solid tight end.
Man,
I know he was out in Cleveland because Harold Fannin, he stepped up as a rookie. It's like he's super solid. I get it. You move on, but I thought Njoku would have been a week 1 of NFL free agency kind of pickup. That's a nice move for the Chargers right there.
Yeah, and I mean, as another option for Herbert, obviously you got McConkey, Quentin Johnston. They said they're not going to trade him.
Gadsden,
so as of now,
Gadsden at tight end, right?
Yes,
he was the rookie last year that popped.
Yeah, Gadsden ended up being an absolute star. So that's a nice duo right there. They want to run some more 12 tight end personnel. They can do that. I like what they're doing. Maybe Marion Hampton can finally unleash their offense. If those tackles can stay healthy, Trey Harris was another good addition for them last year that they took out of Ole Miss, the rookie. If those tackles can stay healthy, maybe finally Justin Herbert can have playoff success. It's a big if.
Mike McDaniel's talking about, hey, I'm trying to make him the best quarterback in football.
Good luck for Mikey. We'll see if he can adapt, because he didn't do that in Miami. But maybe he's a guy that's just a really good OC, not a good head coach.
I mean, didn't he have the best offense in the NFL with Tua?
Yeah,
a couple years ago. Yeah, his first year there, they were really good.
Yeah. So I don't know. I could see this being the development that Herbert needs to actually, be great.
Yeah.
Not just a traitsy dude who's good.
I'm with you, dude, because Tua has so many limitations. And so McDaniel, there was only so much he could do with him. And he got the most out of Tua for that stretch. But now you look at Herbert and, like, compared to Tua, you're talking about a guy who there is really no limitations in terms of what you can do as an offensive coordinator. I'm sure McDaniel is just smiling every single day walking in there. Like, I'm not constrained by a guy with kind of a noodle arm and no athleticism.
Now, the thing about him, though, that I think maybe doesn't get all the recognition is how run dominant he is.
He's fantastic.
And how well that's going to marry with what Harbaugh wants and how much pressure that's going to take off Herbert. I mean, for most NFL defenses, you have a 60% chance of being right if you play pass. If you can bring it back to 50-50, the mind games that it plays.
Oh, 100%. And you're right. He's been able to do that, too, with not great offensive lines. So with the Chargers, who have dealt with a ton of offensive line injuries, McDaniel's going to be a good remedy to solve some of that. Speaking of running the football, congratulations to Adrian Peterson. Last week, you told us about his son, who's already getting offers as a freshman in high school. Now, Adrian Peterson has been named to the 2026 Ring of Honor for the Minnesota Vikings. So congratulations to him.
He wasn't in it initially?
No, I know, right? I figured like as soon as he retired, that would have been probably an easy move. But no, maybe some of the legal stuff, maybe they wanted to take a step back. But that 2012 MVP season, 10 of his 15 years were in Minnesota. So now he will be part of their Ring of Honor. And we'll stay with the running backs. This is a sad story. Missouri running back Ahmad Hardy who is
he okay?
He's in stable condition. So yes, he is okay.
Right.
He is okay, but he was shot at a concert. And
he was awesome last year.
He's projected to be a first-round pick, possibly.
Oh wow!
He could be the best running back in all of college football. Hopefully, this does. This is an injury to him, and we're going to get more information. They're still doing an investigation on the shooting. But 5'10", 210 pounds. He transferred to Mizzou ahead of last season. Finished second in all of college football in rushing. Led the SEC in yards per carry. So he's going to recover from that, and then we'll see how that impacts his season. But that is one of the big names in the upcoming NFL draft, Ahmad Hardy from Mizzou.
We don't know where he was shot.
It was at a concert.
Oh, yeah.
Where the body?
Where on the body?
That might have come out.
Lower body?
I think I want to say it's a lower body, but again, we're getting more information out on this. I don't know how much they've released yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about exactly what the nature of the actual wound is.
Just that there was a post from Mizzou, and that we know that he was one of the victims.
Yeah, you had the Washington running back Brian Robinson a couple of years ago that was shot through the knee, miraculously didn't slow him down. Then you had the 49ers wide receiver last year, right?
Yeah, Pearsall.
But both those guys made it back during the season, That's
true.
Gunshot wounds sounds terrifying, and I'm sure last night was horrible for him, but doesn't have to be career-altering, apparently, which is surprising to me. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening. Get you caught up on everything else that's relevant for your football team here as our Monday afternoon continues. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6:30. Winners at 2 in a row now, so feeling pretty good. CY is going to join you in an hour and 5 minutes. We'll talk with Chris Young, but the C-Note's next year on the Fan. the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. We have breaking Cowboys schedule news, but if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. This is Ryan Fowler in Philadelphia.
Yep, NBC Sports Philly, saying the rumor is the Cowboys will be playing the Eagles on Thanksgiving. So Philly at Dallas for Thanksgiving Day, which would be your typical 325. I don't know what network gets the Cowboys game this year, but that is Ryan Fowler of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
And I consider that a pretty significant advantage, Cowboys. I don't know about you guys, but like when you get a team you're going to beat on Thanksgiving, it feels like a waste of that advantage. Give me my biggest rival on Thanksgiving at home where they're pissed off they got to be traveling on a holiday and they're on a short week, hopefully.
Yeah.
And, Cowboys are in that 3-game and 15-day stretch or whatever it is. Is it 3 games in 11 days or whatever? But
3 games in 12 days, isn't it?
I think 12 sounds right.
Yeah, but Eagles on Thanksgiving, that makes it more fun.
It does. And no matter what the records are, right? That one's always going to be a big game.
What day is, what week is that for the season? Usually week
13, I want to say, but I could be
13?
wrong. Let me look.
All right, Eagles depth chart wise, Chief had the news for you about 45 minutes ago. They are the 5th ranked roster in the NFL right now, but I expect that to change. Maybe that's naive, but I felt like what we saw last year is a deterioration of that offensive line. But they went out and got Grenard, didn't they? They went and got Grenard, and they still have the great secondary. They lose their defensive coordinator, but I imagine losing the strength of their offensive line. They were one of the best offensive lines for a decade. That changed last year. I don't see that snapping back into form as Lane Johnson is older and Landon Dickerson had the injuries, wasn't the same player last year. The loss of Jason Kelsey is really starting to be felt. My bias going in is I'm thinking the Cowboys are going to win this division.
I'm with you.
You agree with that, Brian?
Yeah.
Brian, are you going to pick the Cowboys to win the division?
Let me see the schedule.
Okay.
Seriously, let me see.
And the Eagles
schedule.
have the 7th easiest schedule in football this year, and you have the 4th hardest.
Yeah, let me see how this.
Really?
Yeah,
That Warren Sharp article we did. It is weird. I don't understand how that all works out. They won the division. Like what?
It is strange. And yeah, I'm not expecting either team to be like a world beater. I'm thinking 10 wins can get you the division. But I am expecting this defense to take great strides. And if this offense does not regress massively, this should be a team that is pretty darn solid and competing in the NFC. So, again, this isn't looking ahead to any type of postseason success for Cowboy fans who are like, screw you, whatever. I do think they can win the NFCs this year. The Eagles broke the streak of the repeat champion. Mm-hmm. To me, they are so just – they could implode at any minute, and it's felt that way for years, and they still have success. But A.J. Brown getting traded, how much of an impact does that have, if indeed that ends up happening? Barkley another year, health-wise, how's he going to be? And Jalen Hurts, this is such a show-me year, prove it for Jalen Hurts. Their offense with a new offensive coordinator again, I don't know. I'm not really buying into the Eagles having an amazing season to just run away with the division.
That is amazing, though. 4th most difficult to 7th easiest, just because of the difference in your divisional opponent or the difference in your conference opponents based on where you finished in the division. Mm-hmm. They're going to get Chicago, Carolina, Seattle. Cowboys will get Packers, Tampa, Rams. Their extra game is the Steelers. I believe the Cowboys' extra game is the Vikings. It doesn't make sense, and that's why I don't think you can take this stuff to the bank.
Is it
it's
the extra
Ravens.
game you get? Extra game you get an AFC team?
I think it's the Ravens.
Oh, that's right. So the Cowboys' extra game is the Ravens. They're the Steelers.
Yeah, that is tough. For the Ravens is definitely I would say the tougher one.
I mean, the Steelers beat the Ravens last year, but I guess the Ravens were so injured.
And anytime Aaron Rodgers is playing the Cowboys, that's never easy.
Okay, Blogging the Boys did 3 veterans that make sense for the Cowboys right now. I think they should go get all 3 of them. You got Bobby Wagner, Von Miller, and Joe Mixon. If you could only get one, guys, which of those 3 would help the Cowboys the most right now?
Oh, okay. It's Von Miller, it's Bobby Wagner, it's Joe Mixon. Nobody's going to bring up Joe Mixon here. It's either Von Miller or Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, it's probably Bob. I'd probably go Bobby Wagner, Joe Mixon, Vaughn. I think Mixon would give you more than. I don't think Von Miller's got anything left now. I think you'll have a couple of games. But I feel like I remember last year thinking to myself, we need to retire the Von Miller conversation now.
Well, 36 pressures. 9 sacks.
Okay.
He had 9
that would have led
sacks
the
last year?
Cowboys. And I don't know. Maybe if you watch the film, 6 of them were.
He had 9 sacks?
Yeah, he did. He did. So
in Washington?
He did. Yeah.
Wow.
36 total pressures, and that's not elite, but it's he probably only played half the snaps or so.
Yeah, I mean, just in a designated pass rusher role, Von Miller. I mean, especially when you still have questions about the overall pass rush for this team.
You
now,
don't know.
Is that more than Bobby Wagner, though?
No, Bobby Wagner probably play every down. I mean,
Bobby
he'd
Wagner
start.
would help you a lot.
Well, Bobby Wagner would play rundowns. I don't think you want Bobby Wagner
No,
on
I
the field when
don't.
they're throwing the football.
But you also, right now, with your linebacker situation, he's probably going to have to, unless Barham's really able. And Barham's not a cover guy either. Overshown, what's his health looking at? I mean, that's just kind of, in a perfect world, yeah, sure. I just don't know that you have much better options.
Okay, A to Z Sports, this is a perfect segue into what they wrote today. Is a top 10 defense possible? And in the C Note every day we talk about what people are writing about your football team. And I just, based on what you just said right there, if you sign Bobby Wagner, you'd be forced to play him on passing downs. If your plan is anything similar to that, I just don't know how you could imagine having a good defense. Like, that middle of the field was so vulnerable last year, and the worst defenses in the NFL have that in common because it's an easy out for good quarterbacks. I don't know how you could be serious about it. I think your goal right now would be, can we get in the top 20 of defense? And if we get great answers with Barham and D Winters, then I'll be willing to reevaluate what I think this defense is capable of. But I thought that was a ballsy, like, peak offseason clickbait headline. Top 10 defense? Are you freaking kidding me?
No, I think that's a stretch. I mean, if you could get top 15, I'd be ecstatic. Now, I did D Winters. If Overshown's healthy, you could probably rock, because you'll just play 2 linebackers, because you go big nickel on passing down, so you'd probably go D Winters and then Overshown. But that's just the thing that's scary about Overshown. If he's hurt, maybe Barham could take that over. Maybe it's Shamar James. Maybe Justin Barron gives you something. But if not, then you probably are forced to keep Bobby Wagner on the field. But the addition of D Winters might help limit that. Out of those 3, I still would lean Bobby Wagner.
Is D Winters a passing game linebacker at all?
He's definitely better. He's the best one on your team, yeah.
Yep.
Well, from my understanding, that's going to be very crucial for Christian Parker. So maybe they feel like they want to get into the offseason, get into training camp, maybe get through that first preseason game and see how Overshown and Winters look, and maybe they could get through this thing by the skin of your teeth. But if I'm in that building today, I'm going up to the Joneses and saying, guys, we're actually pretty close. But if we have this big of a hole on our defense, and we're talking about one of the cheapest positions in all of sports. What are there? There's like 3 off-ball inside linebackers making over $20 million a year. We could drop between 8 and 12 in the trade market, or free agency here. Maybe Wagner's 5 or 6. And fortify this group significantly. Okay, Blogging the Boys wrote, what's next for George Pickens and the Cowboys? I feel like we're locked into this experience in 2026, right? George Pickens is going to show up at some point, probably mini camp so he doesn't get fined, then training camp so he doesn't get fined. Yeah. But it comes down to, do you think one more great year of George Pickens will really change the league's mind about him? And I don't, So at this point, I anticipate that when we get to next year, it will be up to George. Would you like to sign like a 3-year, $90 million contract to get some certainty? 4 years, $120 million contract? Or would you just like another year on the tag? So I think only George Pickens can answer that right now. But if this year didn't satisfy the league to a complete extent, 31 teams, we're good. Right. We don't want George Pickens. 12 months isn't going to change that. Once players get reputations like this, it usually does not go away.
I mean, I don't know. I think if Pickens has, what if he has an even better year? Year 2 with Dak, year 2 in this offense, more time to put plans together if you're Clayton Adams and Brian Schottenheimer, and it feels like by the end of the season, everybody's talking about, man, George Pickens was your most productive receiver this year, more productive than CeeDee Lamb. He's 1,500 yards. He's 9 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And especially when you consider the age, unless you get some weird off the field or he's constantly being benched to start games like you saw a couple times last year.
Yeah.
Like if that stuff's not happening and he's doubling down on his production and actually leveling up and he's hitting the market as a 25-year-old bona fide number one wide receiver, I think teams will.
Do you think the Cowboys would let him? You think the Cowboys will let him go?
Yes. I don't think they're going to pay 2 wide receivers.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
They already are. Aren't they right now?
$27 million. If he ends up getting 30 plus, and that's just for a 1-year thing. And I think they're in on that for this year. They're trying to maximize, smartly so, this like 3-year DAC window, which could be extended, especially if the defense gets fixed. But I think that I just keep going back to what Steven said during the presser, and that's basically we don't want to pay 2 receivers is what I got from it.
But it is weird because like you're taking a $27.5 million cap hit on your cap right now this year. Like that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
When you give them the long-term deal, you're spreading that out, and the cap hits aren't nearly as much.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, Dawson. In regards, like you are paying them, and you're paying them all of it right now this year. I don't think CeeDee Lamb hitting you for $27.5 million on your cap this year? I would have to look.
I doubt it, but I can pull it up.
Like probably not. So it is a weird deal.
But Dak's numbers are going to get big here soon.
Oh, yeah, they just continue to get more and more astronomical. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got a Christian Parker question for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com, and here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one. I was sitting here thinking about the Cowboys schedule, and I'm going to get into that because I have some questions about these road games, and I kind of understand now why. I don't remember a road schedule is maybe as difficult as this one, but we'll get into that. I do have a question for you guys about Christian Parker, and I was thinking about this weekend, and because there's been a lot of kind of going back and forth, a lot of expectations about Christian Parker. Everybody's a super smart guy, he knows what he wants with these players. He's building this group the right way. I like what he's doing with the coaches, well-spoken, all these things. I want to ask each one of you this question that I had. Where do you think Christian Parker is going to be the best at? Is it during the week or is it on game day?
I would imagine now all the information is flowing towards during the week, coaching guys up, building a game plan, studying what the other team does, finding their weaknesses, and then teaching your guys how to get the best of them on game day. So we don't know play calling wise, but there was a story after he was hired about how he has been trusted by his DCs. And maybe it was Fangio, maybe he was a different guy.
I think it was
Pettin to consult mid-game. Pettin was leaning on him.
Yeah.
To interpret what the opposition offense was doing and give him answers. So he does have a track record and the ability to gain the trust of great coaches. So it wouldn't surprise me, but I just think right now the thing I can say for sure is I believe Monday through Saturday is going to be really good.
Yeah, because you never know when the lights come on and now you're the guy and you're handling all things at once in real time. You see it with head coaches having to juggle all the things that they juggle, and that can create some blind spots. Even like a guy like Mike Pettin is like, okay, the in real time adjustments, I might need a second pair of eyes for. Because I'm handling all these things, and I don't know, I think, is Christian Parker a guy who's usually been in the booth? Is he now going to be on the sideline? A little bit of a different vantage point. I think you probably get better in real-time adjustments probably from the booth, but now you're the defensive coordinator, you're on the sideline, you're making the calls and all this kind of stuff. You probably want that second pair of eyes in the booth. Hey, what are you seeing from up there? So I do think he's unique in that he should have some level of understanding on the real in-time adjustments, but I think everything else leading up to it is probably what he will be embracing the most.
He hasn't cracked once. There isn't a story about how Christian Parker lost it, because the pressure of his jobs got too much. This is a big jump up. And, first-time jobs, people inherently feel a need to prove themselves. Sure. And that can manifest in a lot of ways, and people doubt themselves. That's like imposter syndrome is real when you're taking a big leap up to something you could never imagine. Now you're really there. Some people think this isn't me. I'm not supposed. I don't think that's Christian Parker, but until he does it, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking the week leading up to it, and that's also because of the guys that he's learned underneath. I can't really think, like game day, do we look at Fangio as like, oh my gosh, he makes great in-game adjustments.
Yeah.
The same thing with Pettin. Like they kind of have, this is our defensive game plan, this is what we're going to run. But I don't have anything to really fall back to on like a game or scenario where, my gosh, they really, and maybe there is, maybe they did. I do think there will be, as the season progresses, game day, him and Caleb Downs, and Downs being on the field, them communicating, what do I see? And them being able to marry that into adjustments during games, I think could be special. But I think the safe answer is probably the week leading into it until we really kind of see with our own eyes what he's able to do on game.
Is that the biggest question you have about him? Is that he's just never been the guy that's called defenses?
100% for me,
yeah. Yeah, that would probably be it. And from what I know about him, it seems like his focal point has been in the secondary.
Right.
Because he spent time as a position coach anywhere else other than the secondary. So just like marrying everything together, would maybe be a question. But I think just the fact that he's never called plays as a defensive coordinator has to be the number one thing that we're all waiting to see and questioning a little bit.
Yeah, and then the next thing would be like, how good are you at the front? We know he's a secondary genius, and Shotty gave him credit for that.
Can you marry the front to the back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And can you coach those guys up? Was Marcus Dixon the right hire? Hopefully. We thought Aaron Whitecotton was the right hire last year.
Oh yeah. I was just
brought us a big fan of him.
I think they got worse with him. I don't know. Maybe the players were bad. But I didn't think he did it. I don't think he was worth a damn. I know everybody talked about him and this, that, and the other, but to be honest with you, I'm kind of glad he's gone.
Yeah, I would have loved it if Eberflus had blitzed more. Maybe those defensive linemen get to make more plays. But I thought the defensive play calling really let him down, and Aaron Whitecotton brought a hell of a resume. Like Solomon Thomas swore by him, Quinnen Williams swore by him. I don't think he's a bad coach, but I think last year he didn't make a good impression, and I just wonder how much of that was due to Eberflus's.
That might have been the players too.
Yeah, everything was just so incompetent from the top down.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I will be gone though. I go on vacation Wednesday, but I'll make sure you have.
You doing something big?
No, not at all.
Staycation.
Yeah, actually,
handling stuff.
Actually, Michelle has got to go to Jamaica for some time.
Nice.
So I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna take care of my dad. Is what I'm gonna do. So so it'll be fun. Be watching bull riding on YouTube. My dad's totally into bull riding. So it's kind of fun to sit down, and he gives me the scouting reports on the Bulls.
Okay.
He knows the Bulls and the Cowboys and stuff, so he's fun to watch.
Bodacious.
Yeah, Dad knows them all. He goes, this Pegasus, Brian?
Yeah.
I'm telling you. he does. He goes, I'm just telling you, Brian, this Pegasus. And I'm looking at the Bulls, and they have a Bull score. They have a score for the Bull.
They sure do.
Yeah, they give him points for throwing the dude into the fence.
Like Bushwhacker, I believe that was one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good name.
Yeah, that's a hell of a good name.
These Bulls, they're like rock stars. They're rock star Bulls. And so, but yeah, Dad's like, this Pegasus, I'll tell you what, this Brazilian cowboy, he's a good one, but he ain't riding this one. Dad's giving me the actual, and sure enough, like 5 seconds in, that Brazilian cowboy's going over the top of the. And these dudes, I'm gonna tell you what, Lucius, there's very few of them now that wear the hats, just wear the regular cowboy hat, like back in the day, like.
No, it's none of that now. Now it's all protective gears.
Yeah, like they wear these hockey helmets, and I'm telling you what, there would be a lot more carnage watching this thing if they didn't have the hockey helmets. These guys' faces are slamming into the back of the head of the bull.
Yeah.
They're getting stepped on.
These guys are savages, dude.
They're wearing vests, and they're still getting trampled.
And they're like 113 pounds.
Yeah.
5'8".
Dudes get thrown, literally
Tough
get
as hell.
thrown into the fence.
Size 22 waist, just a little britches on.
Yeah, they don't wear. They go for these belts. They go. They have the belt. The belt buckle's the big thing. But none of them wear belts with their pants. I guess you don't want a big buckle while you're riding, like you're getting bounced all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
These guys have like little ropes they wear around their pants to keep their pants
safer.
up. Yeah, because the buckle will, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've gotten into bull riding.
Do they measure the hang time of the riders getting flown through the sky?
They land like the medical crew is very much. I think I could be on the medical crew because you walk over and you kind of bend over and you ask if they're okay, and then the dudes get up. They literally get thrown and land the most awkward ways you can land.
No flopping.
No flopping. They hit the gates. They hit the dirt. The cowboy guys that help them, like the clowns. They're not clowns. They're helper guys.
Oh, no.
Bullfighters. They're like the bullfighters. They get thrown. This sport is wild.
Yeah, that's a different breed.
Yeah, Big Larry
dudes.
gets in it. All right, I got into that. I'm sorry.
Bushwhackers, by the way, the GOAT. He's the Jordan of Bulls. Bodacious in 95 was the previous GOAT, considered the most dangerous bull in the world.
There's one, what's the Voodoo Child, the Jimi Hendrix song.
Yeah.
That's fun.
My dad used to watch the hell out of bull riding. I had no choice but to become a fan.
Dillinger, that's a hell of a name.
My man, Ty out of Dallas.
Ty Murray?
Yeah.
Yeah. That these guys, I'm swear, there's one of these famous bull riders that his career got ended by one of these bulls recently. His career, he could, no longer.
And that's the one you want to ride so you can boost your clout.
Well, you know what happened? The company gave him the bull. Like the bull ended his career, and the breeders gave him the bull. And they're like best friends.
He was on Arctic Assassin.
It's
and
another badass name.
He broke his neck in 2023.
JB Moody?
Yeah, JB Monty.
Monty.
Mauney.
Yeah. The company gave him the bull. Hey, it's here.
It's yours.
It's yours. And they're like best friends. He walks out in the field and the bull walks up.
I'm glad the bull's still there.
Scratching his neck,
The bull that broke my neck. I don't know if you give it to me.
That's what I'm saying. He's doing
you can pick it up later.
Video. He's doing this video with the bull.
Have a damn barbecue.
He's doing this. He's like, hell, well, hey, this is the one right here. This is the one that ended it. He's up there talking, and the bull's just scratching his neck, and the bull's just kind of sitting there.
Wow.
But yeah. It's wild. Okay. Oh, geez, I have about a minute.
We do have Rangers news.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nathan Eovaldi has been scratched from tonight's start. He's got left side tightness. So we're going bullpen day. Right. We got Jacob Junis is going to open. I guess we can ask CY about this over at 420 when we have him on. Hopefully this isn't anything serious with Evo.
Yeah. Oblique. When I hear side, I think oblique.
Maybe.
And I can get away from it.
Standing next to our guy over there.
Langford.
Getting
a little contagious.
Stay away from that. I'm sorry about it. I'll get into the schedule stuff tomorrow, what I have about this away schedule. But, yeah, check out bull riding. It's actually very cool.
And the text loves it. The text absolutely loves it. They say it's pronounced Mooney, but it's spelled Monty.
It is a great video of him. He's with this bull, and he's talking. He goes, right here. This is the one. This is the one. His big old thing's like a dog. He's scratching him, and the bull's just sitting there. And they showed the video. That thing, all four, 1,200 pounds, just off the ground.
So is he in a wheelchair there with the broken neck?
No. He survived.
He's good?
Yeah, he's good. He
just couldn't continue his career.
He smoked cigarettes. I mean, these dudes are tough. Tough guys. But
yes, a lot of them were named Tough. Or Tanner.
Yeah, they've got great names. No, they got great names. They do. And Clint. By the way, South America has some of the best bull riders in the world. They really do. So.
Okay. Thank you, man. Krusty's Corner every afternoon.
Off the track there.
3:40 here in the nation. I enjoyed it. What are we doing next, Chief?
We got Sounds of the Sports Day highlights from the roast last night. Plus, a potential Maverick likes the idea of coming to Dallas. That's next year in the nation. But Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It doesn't have to be running, probably a total eyesore in your driveway right now, but you could change a kid's life by donating that vehicle to Cars for Kids. And here's the deal. It's so easy. All right, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama was ejected after learning what a flagrant 2 means for elbowing Naz Reid in the chin. The Spurs actually led the Timberwolves with about 3 minutes left in the fourth. Anthony Edwards scored 16 of his 36 points en route to Minnesota's Game 4 win to even up the series at 2 games apiece. Despite that, it was Rudy Gobert, Ayo Dosunmu, and Naz Reid who were instrumental in the Timberwolves sealing the Game 4 win. Game 5 is Tuesday night in San Antonio. I'm Adam Abdallah.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
May in Texas means one thing. Your AC is about to work hard and your energy bills are about to go up. Don't wait for that first brutal heat wave. Right now, the pros at Window Nation can upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows, and their Buy 4, Get 4 free sale is live. That's half your windows for free, and you can get 0 down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. Custom-built windows from Window Nation, measured 3 times, installed in a day or less, backed by a lifetime warranty. Over 45,000 5-star reviews online at windownation.com. Hurry, sale ends soon. Is your testosterone where it should be? For over 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping men answer that question and helping them feel like themselves again, including me. While you'll be amazed at how quickly you start to notice results, this isn't about quick fixes. With precise biomarker analysis, they get to the root causes and create personalized plans that focus on hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain, and sexual health. 5 DFW locations, Saturday hours, and insurance accepted. Get dialed in today at menstclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com. Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
The 2026 PBR World Finals Unleash the Beast returns to Fort Worth, May 7th through 10th at Cowtown Coliseum, and May 14th through 17th at Dickies Arena. Ready to beat Cowboy? Tickets at PBRWorldFinals.com. It's bowl time.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your show.
Hey, Tolo's Choppy here. If your business is still living in the dark ages, it's time to get off the sideline. Is your company finally ready to automate with barcoding or RFID? Then call the heavy hitters, Texas Barcode Systems. These guys are local based right here in DFW, and we're talking about a name that over 6,000 companies have trusted for the last 30 years. So whether you're starting fresh or you need to refresh that clunky old equipment, they got the best roster in the game. Zebra, Honeywell, Datalogic, Sato, and Printronix. Do it right the first time. Texas Barcode Systems. Check them out online. TexasBarcode.com.
Well, if you've been putting off some much-needed painting, don't wait. My friends at CertaPro Painters are ready to take care of you with their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. And you never have to wonder about what's next. CertaPro Painters gave reliable updates and communications throughout my entire process, and they will do the same for you. Check them out at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Lone Star Park at Grand Prairie, your exclusive home for betting in North Texas.
From the outside, sweeping to the lead.
Join us for the Preakness Stakes Day and Crawfish Boil on May 16th, including live music with JB and the Zydeco Posse, all in the Courtyard of Champions. Visit LoneStarPark.com/tickets to make your plans today.
The horses are ready. Are you?
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We're 20 minutes from Chris Young. CY is going to join us, give us the latest on this baseball team. Winners of 2 in a row against the Cubs. That was an awesome Saturday and Sunday. And we do have Evaldi news, though. He has been scratched from today's start with a side tightness type of deal. We'll get more details, hopefully, from CY here coming up in 20. Time now for Sounds of the Sports Day, and here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We had the Kevin Hart roast last night. Did anybody get to appreciate that? I know Lucius was on it. I know Walchuk was on it at least a little bit.
Saw clips.
Some clips.
Yeah. Tom Brady was active in that, I think.
Tom Brady made a surprise cameo in the beginning. We'll hear from him a little bit here. And I thought he did a nice job in that opener there. Lucius, how'd you think Brady did?
Yeah, I like that. I like what Brady did. I'm not mad at him.
Yeah, overall, and I know you're like probably halfway through it, Lucius, but I don't know that it hit quite the same as the Brady one did a couple years ago, but it was still a ton of fun.
It was great so far. So far, so good. They really went there, too.
They did,
They went there for everybody.
I'm like, man, I think there might have been some real beef between some of the cast of comedians that were all roasting each other.
They were coming for Kill Tony.
Oh yeah, Tony
Hinchcliffe was coming for him, Phil.
No doubt. Chelsea and then Shane Gillis seemed like they had a lot of real animosity there. There was definitely, between the comedians, I'm with you. It seemed like, this is funny, and everything's, hey, nobody's safe, but it's also like we got some real venom here. There's some pent-up anger.
Yeah, and it was a big weekend. So we have some NBA lottery. We'll hear from Michael Brown Jr. here in just a second. But we also had Friday night driving home from the ballpark. We get a little bit of a delayed start. What was Kamar Rocker thinking here with the white sleeves, delaying action? Like, was this just a total brain fart for him?
He probably didn't know.
He just didn't know that as a pitcher you can't rock the white sleeves.
I didn't know.
And it's like, okay, we'll just... And nobody said anything about it? We're going to wait till he gets on to the bump before it's like, wait, what are we doing here? We're going to slow things down? I don't know. We want to ask CY about that, right?
I think you might have, yes, that's a good point, but you might have seen the first time of the season where you really missed, Mike Maddox being your pitching coach.
Yeah.
If you weren't already thinking that with the ERAs of some of these guys.
Yeah, he would have ripped.
Got really
Rocker
good stuff.
for sure.
He just shut out the Cubs back-to-back. I mean, they're looking good today. Today's a good day for the pitching.
Today we need the bullpen to step up in a big way for sure. All right, CY coming up here in a few minutes. Let's hear from the Louisville guard, Michael Brown Jr., who is one of the handful of names that we feel like is realistic for the Mavericks now that we know where they're slotted at pick number 9 in the draft. Yeah, the Locked On Mavs crew out there for the lottery shenanigans, and Michael Brown Jr. was there, 6'4" guard, 20 years old, out of Louisville. Listen to him talk about Dallas.
It's surreal because I think Dallas is the best city in the country. It's my favorite city in the country.
Let's go.
So, it'll be great. I just love the vibe of Dallas. I have a lot of family in Texas as well, so that would be great. But, every time I go to Dallas to play, I just love the city. I love the vibe. I love the people, the fans.
Yeah, he's an Orlando guy. I think for people from the South, especially Florida to Texas, like there's a real similar vibe and everything you get with it. Obviously, we don't have as good an ocean, but there's a lot of similarity. That's interesting, though.
I know Tim Cato saw the video and was like, man, this guy needs to travel a little bit more.
Yeah.
I know he's played at Dickies Arena. I know he's played at SMU, but this is definitely one of those guys that is going to be a name that we talk about here and lead up to the draft as a potential option for the Mavericks, a guy who could really be a point guard for you. He is 6'4", so he's got the requisite size that you would like to have. You just watched the T-Wolves last night where it's like, here's Anthony Edwards at 6'5", whatever, 6'6". You got McDaniels at 6'10". Like, you do have some of these guard combos that can get real big on you. You don't want to be super undersized. Michael Brown Jr., he's had some unbelievable flashes. Like, he dropped 45 points with 10 made threes in a game versus NC State. Then he followed it up with 29 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds against Baylor. 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists against SMU. So maybe that's part of the reason why he likes playing in Texas a little bit. But I mean, this is a guy I think we'd all be pretty excited about. If you're able to land a guy like him at 9.
Yeah,
I'd be pumped, man.
He'd be a candidate to be one of the top 2 picks in a lot of drafts. That's what I think about his traits, but his athleticism, his skill set, the passing, the vision, the handle, the shooting, it's like all there. So I would actually prefer him over Wagler and Flemings.
Okay.
But there's what, five point guards in the top 10. So
yeah, just some like limited. Hey, I just went into the YouTube rabbit hole. This guy, because everybody was mocking him to the Mavericks. He's kind of like the sexy name that's taken over the internet right now. Yeah, I mean, the dude is fun to watch. I mean, the finishing at the rack, his athleticism.
Well, they say downhill player.
Yeah, really strong. But I guess with the back stuff, that does give you reason to be like, ooh, okay, we got to kind of dive into this.
Yeah, he had the back issue. He did say he feels great now. He's taking some time off, and he was playing in he was playing in constant, real competitive basketball for an extended period of time, even before the actual season. But that is going to be one of the big knocks on him. Like, you're 20 years old and you were just dealing with a back issue. You're going to want to get to the bottom of that. How serious is it? But he is a highlight machine.
Yeah, incredible.
And the other guy is Braden Burries, who is another 6'4" guard, more of a combo guard. I don't know if he'll be a true point guard, but he's out of Arizona, plays some great defense. I know, Broadus, you had a nice little report on him from around the league.
Seemed like a good 3-and-D type of guy.
Yes.
Yeah, and how much are you considering position and play style here right now with your backcourt? Like, are you leaning strongly towards let's get a shooting guard, or are you leaning strongly towards we need a Kyrie Irving replacement?
It's a good point. Like, do you want somebody that Kyrie can maybe groom for a year, assuming he's on the roster, which I think he will be, or somebody that can help play off the ball? I think I'd probably go with who can be your heir apparent to Kyrie.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, the shooting guard position is less important than it's ever been in the game, and your small forward and power forward are giving you a lot of that. I like Max Christie. I don't love Max Christie. So I would highly prefer to go point guard over the shooting guard. But if you do the eval and you feel like this guy can be an elite defender, like all league defender, you would have to heavily, consider that as well.
For sure. I think that's the big upside with Burries there, is you think you are getting a lockdown defender and a guy who can do some scoring for you, just maybe not be that true point guard with the handles and being able to run the show. But it'll be interesting to see what Ujiri and company identify as the thing that is the biggest priority here for them. And we'll try and get to the bottom of it here over the course of the next few weeks. Now, we'll dip back into some sounds here before we get to the roast. This is a bit of a roast right here. You have Josh Hart of the Knicks, and the Knicks just pummel the Sixers.
BTA.
Bounce them out. And they do it on Philly's home floor. And after the game, Josh Hart was asked if he was surprised of just the Knicks takeover in Philadelphia.
Nah, man, because everybody was begging for Philly to not sell the tickets and all that stuff. So, man, I used to think Philly was a sports town. I don't know if it is anymore.
Dang, dude. That's not going to sit well, but I do love it. I do love it. You have the Flyers and the Sixers
both
at the same time swept. At least the Flyers put up a nice little fight. Like, they went to overtime a couple of times. They did try.
I think this is actually toxic Philly sports fan, though, saying you want us to make sure Knicks fans don't get this ticket. Hold my beer and watch this.
I love it.
I'm going to put this thing on StubHub for $20. Come and get it, Knicks fans. We don't want to watch this trash.
That's true. They will turn on you pretty dang quick.
Yeah.
They get upset enough at their own team and their own players.
I mean, and you could probably make some decent cash with those New York fans coming down. You kidding me? I don't want to go watch my team get swept. If I could legit get $200 or $300 in this economy.
Yeah, in this economy, man, it's daunting out there. Now, let's get to a couple of the roast clips, and they all feature Draymond Green in some way. That was a bit of a surprise, seeing Draymond a part of the cast, and he was getting roasted all night, but he got his opportunity to get to the microphone. We will hear from him last, but we start with the host of the proceedings, Shane Gillis, throwing some shots there at Draymond.
Now we're going to talk about Draymond Green. Draymond Green is here. Yeah. Draymond Green has 4 NBA championships the way Ringo Starr has 11 #1 albums. Draymond's always taking credit for the accomplishments of his more talented friends. See, Jeff, it's not just you. Draymond is the first player to make 4 All-Star teams for just setting picks. Thought that would get more. You guys, you don't know ball.
So yeah, Draymond was he was taking some shots throughout the night. I liked this here, and if you're really up in the sports news in real time, I think it hits even harder. This was Tom Brady when he made his appearance, basically right from the start of the show.
Draymond's here for now. He'll probably get thrown out in the next 10 minutes. You know we're not roasting Steve Kerr, right?
I thought that was a great bar right there. After Draymond comes out last week talking about how Steve Kerr held him back. Yeah. That was a nice little nugget. If you are an NBA fan and you follow that, to me, I loved it.
That was terrific. I feel like at the same time we found that Tom Brady is actually good at another thing. He's good at quarterbacking. He's good at being interviewed by Jim Gray, and he's pretty good at roasting.
He is.
He's so good at being interviewed by Jim Gray.
The newborn Knicks jersey that he gave to Kevin Hart.
Yes.
Does this one fit?
Yeah, and Lucius, I was wondering because it was a lot of Kevin Hart. You're small
jokes, bro. You got to get a little bit better than just a short joke. That's right there. Let's get a little bit smarter. You guys are seasoned comics.
Yeah, and a couple of them were, hit a little bit harder, a little bit more creative.
Yeah,
in the way they went about
it. Oh, Cat Williams was great.
Yeah,
Cat Williams was great. Man, what was that? Kevin Hart's dad. Kevin Hart came from a watermelon seed in the sense.
Yeah, there were some really good jokes, but there was a ton of roasting Kevin Hart for his size, and a handful of them were pretty creative. Now, this is Draymond. Okay, I think this was probably Draymond's best joke, and he even acknowledged, I don't think he was writing any of these. He was just, hey, get up there, read the teleprompter, and just try and execute, okay? Because we are gifting you these jokes.
Which is already impossible to do.
Yes.
If this is not your lane, this is really hard to do.
No question.
Deliver a joke, wait on the timing, find out when the audience is done with the joke so you can introduce the next one or whatever. It's impossible.
And I think he got up there and he was a little bit, you could tell he was out of his wheelhouse there for a second.
Yeah, when he first got up there, I was like, oh, come on, Trey, you better have some jokes, bro. Yeah. All you do is just insulting folks, but there's no punchlines.
It takes a second to settle into the pocket there a little bit. But here was Draymond roasting Chelsea Handler.
I never have and never will smash Chelsea Handler. I'm Draymond Green. I don't hit threes.
Top tier.
She was getting bubbled last night.
Brady had a good one on her, too.
He did.
Where's Nikki Glaser? What happened? You look like bleep. Oh, it's just Chelsea Handler.
It's Chelsea.
Oh, wow. Yeah. She had the McGuffies out, too.
Aggressive. It was aggressive last night. And if you're into that, I would encourage you to check it out on Netflix.
When did she lose her fastball, you think? Did she ever have a fastball, Chelsea Handler? Lucius, you were a fan back in the day, weren't you?
Yeah, I still like her.
I think she's probably a fan of you, Lucius.
Look at this guy. Yeah. from the jokes, I got a shot.
Yeah. You are right there.
Yeah. I mean, she might still be in her prime. She's only 51. You know what I'm saying? All right. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got CY set to join us. The Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, joins you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
But first, fellas, I want to tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. And we're in the midst of storm season right now. It is ridiculous. We've had storms every week over the last few, and some of them were not your typical hailstorms either. We're talking tennis ball to baseball size hail, and that kind of impact doesn't just ding a roof. It compromises your entire home. Roofing, gutters, windows, siding, everything. And here's the mistake people make after a storm like this. They let the first guy knock on their door take control of the situation. Please don't do that. Damage at this level requires real experience. someone who understands full scope restoration, not just patchwork. And that's why I tell people to call my friends at Greystone Roofing. I would save this number in your phone right now because you are going to need them at some point over the course of these next couple of months. 469-202-7205. The Vining name has been trusted in construction across North Texas for decades, and Greystone was built on that foundation. They know how to assess your damage properly and deal with the insurance the right way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is extremely unique, and it'll make life very convenient for you throughout the entire process as they handle a project of this size from start to finish. So if your home's been hit, this is not the time to guess. Call Greystone Roofing today, 469-202-7205, and get the right team on your side before this gets worse, or check them out at greystone-roofing.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
How many of you want a home equity loan, but you want to close fast? With TexasLending.com, we can close fast for many reasons. One of them, we do automated appraisals on many of our home equity loans. That means you can get an appraisal done for a fraction of the cost at twice the speed, closing your loan when you need it. Fast. Call TexasLending.com for your home equity loan today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Academy Sports and Outdoors doesn't sell meat. We do sell the things that make meat meat. Grills that make steak sizzle, smokers that melt brisket, and chairs that make you say, let's sit and eat meat. But that meat didn't come from us. The shade you're under, spice you're tasting, and American flag shirt you're wearing, that's us. Cherry wood and charcoal, yes. Corned beef, no. Cornhole, yes. Canopies, yep. Canapes, I don't know what that is. Meat, no. Everything but the meat, yes. Academy, fun can't lose.
Everyone has a horizon. The line you can't see past. Before it, the familiar. Beyond it, the unknown. Enter the Lexus GX. It's designed to be capable. It's designed to be luxurious. But most of all, it's designed to get you past your horizon. And the nice thing about horizons is that once they're crossed, there's always another, patiently waiting its turn. Live up to it. The Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
If someone broke in tonight, would your camera stop it or would you just watch it tomorrow? That's the old way. Record, replay, regret. Remote video monitoring powered by Alarm.com from DFW Security is different. Live agents intervene and, if necessary, issue a visually verified police dispatch not after the loss, before it. The new way with DFW Security is powered by Alarm.com. Detect, deter, defend. DFW Security. Stop crime before it starts.
DFWsecurity.com. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's, helping over 40,000 customers every year. Clogged mainline? We'll clear it for just $89 with our 123-day clog-free guarantee. Big savings on the things you need. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
M37968.
All right, here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for our Monday conversation with the Rangers boss. It's brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today as the president of baseball operations of your Rangers, Chris Young, joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm all right. Thank you. How are you all?
We're doing well. You know, team played well over the weekend. We are wondering what to make of the Evaldi report of him getting scratched for tonight's start from last hour.
Yeah, it's obviously been a little bit of a fire drill in the last hour and a half here, trying to work through it. But Evo came in and mentioned that his side was relatively tight as compared to how he normally feels. Our trainers took a look and decided the prudent thing to do is to scratch him. This may be something where he just needs a couple extra days. We are going to get it checked out to find out exactly what's going on, and hopefully later this evening we'll have a more definitive prognosis. But at this point, we are going to scratch him tonight, not take any additional risk with somebody who's super important to our season, and putting him in harm's way. Let this thing calm down, and hopefully, it's just a few days and we avoid an IL stint. But at this point, I truly can't tell you where we are.
How's he doing, man? I imagine he had to have been on cloud 9 after those 2 games against the Yankees.
Yeah, this one caught me off guard a little bit. Normally, when a player gets scratched like this, you have some indication that there's something physical that's not quite right, maybe just nagging issue, but today this sort of came out of the blue. So I can't. He was feeling really good. I think he came out of the start in New York where he pitched great, feeling very good. My understanding is he had a great bullpen session, and I don't know the first time he felt this. So, but obviously we're just not going to take any risk with it. And my hope is that given how good his work week was leading up to this, that it's not too serious, and another few days will be fine and he'll be back at it. But I truly don't know yet.
Well, it was a heck of a weekend, really. 2 of 3 against the Cubs. Yesterday, vintage Jacob deGrom. What did you see from deGrom during that deGromination session?
Yeah, it was so fun watching Jacob. I mean, I think that was his best start of the year, in my opinion. The fastball had so much life. He was just attacking with his heater, and then his slider was so good. They took some really bad swings, and I thought it was, similar to what you described, vintage Jacob deGrom. And really, the back-to-back wins, I think it really shows, our starting pitching is key for our success. And when our starters go out and they put up zeros and we are able to get the lead, we're set up to win, and we were facing the hottest team in baseball. Certainly, it was no small task trying to defeat them this weekend. Friday night, they really beat us pretty good. And then I thought the group responded really, really well with 2 great victories and against the hottest team in baseball. And, so I think it's a good thing to build off. I think it shows that this team can be very good. But it starts with our starting pitching. And when we get performances like we got this weekend, Jack wasn't his best, but he really, really battled, put up zeros. We were able to score 6 runs that day and get a somewhat comfortable win. And then yesterday, 1-0 game until the bottom of the 8th when Evan opened it up, made it 3-0. But really, really clean baseball, good baseball this weekend. And like I said, I'm looking forward to us building off that.
Hey, CY, it's interesting the way with Justin Foscue and the way, and I'm going to ask this question in a way, and I hope it's okay. Was he at a crossroads with the team? Was this one of those things where, when you brought him up, it was like, okay, here's the one last chance, and things seemed to work out well for him this week?
Yeah. I wouldn't call this specific time his last chance. What I would say is that it is I believe his 3rd year on roster, and at some point when you've been on roster long enough, you have to show some level of big league success. Yes, and so I think in general, this year is a big year for Justin. But in fairness to Justin, he's done everything he possibly can at AAA. I mean, he really has gone down and played very, very well. He's had a great attitude. His work has been tremendous at multiple positions, and he's kept his head down and really hasn't gotten frustrated that he hadn't gotten his chance. And then, he got his chance in Yankee Stadium, and he got 1 at bat, and then we needed to pinch hit for him, and I'm sure he was frustrated with that. And then the next day he responds with his first major league home run. So it was really a great thing for Justin. Again, I don't want to say that this specific call-up is a crossroads for him, but I think it's a big year for Justin. And, we believe in him. We see what he can really do against left-handed pitching, and I think just him getting some runway and getting comfortable at the big league level is going to be important. And, the door's been open for him to get playing time, and my hope is that he can take advantage of that.
What do you remember about your first and only big league dinger in 2008 for the Padres?
Well, I remember I called home that night, and I told my wife, now I get why hitters celebrate home runs, because that felt really, really good. So that was my main takeaway. But it was a fun night. It was in Washington, and for a long time I didn't have the video, and recently our video coordinator was able to find the video and send it to me, which was great. So I could actually tell my kids that I did get a home run. They didn't believe it until they saw it.
Yeah, I got to prove it. Now, did you like hitting as a pitcher? Did you enjoy the competitiveness there, or was it a deal that you felt like you just wanted to get through it, get back up on the hill?
No, I absolutely loved it. I loved it. It kept me engaged in the game. It kept me mentally on my toes. It made me think more as a pitcher, both at the plate and on the mound. And I thought there was a great strategic element to it. I really, really loved it.
It's Chris Young here with you on The Fan. Now, I saw the Rangers did have the most difficult schedule in the first 40 by win percentage, but it's about to become the easiest schedule the rest of the way. We've asked you a couple of times about it, but is it a relief now that you're through that first 40?
Well, maybe to a degree until a few hours ago when we had to scratch Evo. But, the reality is, and I have said this all along, the schedule is what it is, but every team has to play a difficult portion of their schedule. And, you try to hold your head above water. I think we did okay with that. I do think that, offensively we didn't perform at the level that we needed to. There is another level for us to get to. Our pitching staff did fine, but I think there's another level for our pitching staff to get to, and our defense certainly can improve. So I wouldn't say we've played our best baseball, in my opinion. And while the schedule was challenging, if we play our best baseball, and in the games we did play our best baseball, I felt like we could compete with the best teams in the league, and that's my takeaway from this. So there's a lot of room for improvement. We can't make excuses for what the schedule is or has been. We just need to continue to focus on us, continue to do the things that we need to do well. And in the end, if we do that over and over, the schedule sort of takes care of itself. And my hope is that this team will be in a good position come September. But there's a lot of room for improvement. But I also think that we, going against some really good teams, we saw some really good things too.
So you get Jacob Junis filling in for Evo tonight. Like, what would be the plan for him? How far would you like to see him stretch it tonight?
Yeah, I think, this is strategically, we had to huddle up pretty quickly here and talk through it. And just looking at the Diamondbacks, and it's a really good offensive team, and looking at kind of the best matchups and understanding how we may be able to keep them off the board or get through the early innings and give our team a chance to jump out to a lead. We felt like Jacob was the right fit to start the game, and then from there we'll kind of see where we are in the lineup and match up. I think everybody is going to be available, minus maybe Cal Quantrill, who threw 70-something pitches on Friday night. But even Cal came in and said he's available to pitch, but we certainly don't want to put him in harm's way after a heavy workload a couple days ago. So it's all hands on deck tonight. We're going to match up. And we've seen this year a couple teams go bullpen days against us, and we didn't hit very well in those games. So my hope is that we can replicate that and do the same and really make them adjust to what we do and dictate throughout the game tonight.
How are some of your other arms coming along? Cody Bradford, Chris Martin, Garcia?
Yeah, probably the closest on that front. Chris Martin is doing very well. Through a live BP a couple days ago. We're going to get him a rehab outing and then evaluate if he's ready to rejoin the team, probably by the end of the week is the hope, assuming everything goes smoothly. But Chris is doing wonderfully. It's exciting to see him getting back to form. Robert Garcia has taken a little bit longer. Just the residual soreness in his shoulder has lingered longer than we anticipated. He is making progress, but we're not close to a return yet. And then Cody Bradford, he had a little bit of a setback after his first rehab outing. We took him off rehab. We've needed to give that a few weeks there to calm down. He's resumed throwing. He feels great, but we still have to kind of build back up now and get him back to the spot he was. So we're still at least several weeks away on that front with Cody. But, Chris Martin is doing really well, and the other two a little bit further behind.
So our guy Sporzy there, I guess he needs to change his mechanics to make him a little bit more durable. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the idea of making him more durable. It's really trying to recapture his old stuff. And, we have a pretty good idea looking back at the 2023 season before he was hurt of what the best version of Josh Sborz looked like. We have a lot of biomechanical data that helps us understand, where he was then and compare it to where he is now. And there's some mechanical changes that we need to make to help him recapture kind of the best version of himself. And while he was throwing okay with the current version, it's probably not going to be, as good as he needs to be to compete at the big league level. And so we want to help him get back to being the best he can be. And so we're going to take a couple weeks here of just doing some mechanical work out of competition. And we've done this with other pitchers in the past. We did it with Kamar Rocker last year, Jack Leiter the year before, and we do it with many others in the minor leagues that really you never hear about. And with Sporzy, we're shutting him down right now, getting him out of competition, going to work on some delivery issues and hopefully iron those back out. And then my guess is that we'll see an improved performance when that happens.
When it comes to what you're looking to improve there, is it more the stuff or the command?
Well, it's a combination of both. It's the stuff, it's the command, it's the recovery, it's everything. We want to take less stress. We want to put less stress on his arm, take some stress off his arm. We want to help him execute his pitches, and we want the quality of his pitches to improve. So it's all three things combined, and it's I always sort of compare it to like a golf swing. And if you're just a little bit off, you don't hit the ball as far, you don't hit it as straight. And so we want to make sure that we dial both those in and help him, maximize his ability through honing in on his mechanic. And if we get his mechanics right, then the hope is that the stuff and the quality and the recovery and command all sort of fall together, in concert with each other.
CY, with Josh Young and the way that he's been, his at-bats, is it as simple as him not chasing pitches? I know he works extremely hard, and you can see him going back to the dugout after at-bats and kind of looking and trying to get ideas just to get better and be better the next time. But is it really as simple as just don't chase for him?
Well, no, it's not, because I think that's oversimplification, and I think that's the complex part of the game. And we can sit up in the in our baseball operations suite or in the front office and say, we wish Josh wouldn't chase as much. And the reality is, there are reasons that he's chasing. And so there's a number of variables that come into play with that. Josh, behind the scenes, is doing an incredible job on his preparation. He's meeting with our analysts day in, day out, going over the opposing pitcher. He's really committed to a game plan. He's preparing. He changed his preparation. He's preparing in a way that he hasn't done in the past. That's the first thing. So Josh deserves all the credit on that. The second one is he did make a mechanical change, and we were just talking about what a mechanical difference can do with somebody like Josh Sborz. The same is true on a hitter. He's in a better position to hit. He's in a better position to see pitches to where he does not have to commit as early. Therefore, he's going to lower his chase rates because he's seeing the ball better. And so mechanically, he's in a better spot, and he made that commitment to changing. So, again, the credit goes to Josh on that. And then the third one is just the execution. I mean, it's one thing to prepare. It's another thing to make a change. And then it's a third thing to really go out and apply it all. And Josh has been able to do it. So it's been great to see. He's having a wonderful season, and it's really, really fun to see him kind of bounce back and be the player we saw in 2023. He's been carrying us offensively. I mean, he's been phenomenal.
Sure,
and it's a key to our season that he keeps this going, because if we get, Brandon Nimmo's been great. We get Brandon. We're going to get Wyatt back at some point. You got JJ going well. You got Duran going well. We all know Corey Seager is going to hit. He's going to come on strong at some point, and somebody's going to pay the price for this slow start for Corey, which is going to be a lot of fun to see. Evan Carter's doing well. I mean, that's a good core group right there. Jock is coming on. He's had a great homestand thus far. So, there's a lot of positive things that we can point to, and optimism in my mind with the offense. But JJ's a key part of that. And if JJ keeps doing what he's doing and these other guys get going, I do believe we can be a very solid offensive team.
Well, thanks for the updates and so much of your time once again. Sir, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thank you. Let's get a win tonight.
Shoot, yeah, there he goes. Chris Young, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Sands is coming up at 5:20. Okay, we'll get more Rangers baseball there, but hoop next, Chief?
Yeah, let's crank open a rim sesh. We have Giannis, Embiid, and Wemby all in the news, plus the biggest lottery ball L of the weekend next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, would you want the Mavs to move up for any of these players? Plus, we'll talk Rangers Diamondbacks and what's one improvement the Rangers need to make, and perhaps a very special Masterpiece Theater. Join the show 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
You finally decided to take that long overdue family vacation or business trip. You apply for a passport, and then you find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
The law offices of Namath and Flores will help you get your life back. We have been right here in North Texas for over 25 years helping taxpayers resolve their IRS issues. We focus specifically on helping people like you resolve IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, and even unfiled returns. The first visit is completely free and confidential.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today. Texas tax attorneys at 972-484-0TAX. That's 972-484-0829. Or go to myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat books for Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro hockey futures market, Carolina the favorite to win it all, plus 155. Colorado up next at plus 180. And I know Carolina's been unbelievable, 8-0 in its first two playoff series, 2 sweeps. But the fact that Colorado's a longer price, I think Colorado's way more likely to win it all. I like Colorado plus 180. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. that make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
If you're spending $400 to $1,000 a month on weight loss injections without getting the body you want, then you need to go see the team at Souza Clinic. Their transformation program combines natural weight loss, advanced treatments that target deep, stubborn belly fat, and skin tightening so you don't just lose weight, you reshape your body. You can get all of those treatments at Souza Clinic for about $350 a month. Visit weightlossfortexas.com. That's weight loss, the number 4, Texas.com. Souza Weight Loss. Real results, no shortcuts.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Polo's time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate. And when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did, schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning. Always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the center of everything they do.
He's been in the war room running a draft. And now
he's the centerpiece of our NFL draft coverage. Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. Afternoons with Gag Nation right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for an afternoon rim sesh, and here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the Gag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
All right! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you're not the Indiana Pacers today. And for us, we are not the Indiana Pacers today. So we can celebrate. We can all be upset, which to some extent we all are. Like, why are you going to go out there and play well, score like a $149 versus the Chicago Bulls in the final game of a meaningless season to go ahead and lose your opportunity at a top 4 pick? I get that, okay? Fair to be frustrated. But if you're a Pacers fan today, you're breaking stuff. You're going to one of those crash out rooms where you can just throw glass against the wall and scream at the heavens. Why?
Was like Utah the best tanker team? Did Utah tank better than anybody?
I mean, I thought
they
was
got the second pick.
It was an all-time tank off. I mean, I think there's
Washington had the best odds, but I mean their talent was less,
but
so
like,
they just naturally sucked.
But Utah,
to your point, Utah probably pulled it off the best.
Utah just basically said, "Hey, we're not going to win a game."
Remember that time the Mavs beat them in back-to-back games?
Yeah,
and like in January.
Yeah,
that stings.
Yeah,
that stings on a day like today. But nothing stings more than the Pacers, man. I mean, what they did, where
their GM apologized, right?
Yeah, he had to come out. He's had to come out and literally apologize. Kevin Pritchard, he says, "I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. Surprised the lottery balls did weird things. Thought we were due some luck," he says. "But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient." That center is, of course, Mr. Zubats from the Clippers.
Good player, but man, 5th overall pick, that's a lot.
The Pacers' first-round pick had to be conveyed to the Clippers after it failed to land the top 4 pick because it was protected. So now you have the Clippers basically getting a haul. They get a bunch of different players, a future second-round pick, but they get the number 5 overall pick now because it was only top 4 protected. And the Pacers end up with the 5th pick thanks to the lottery balls, and now they're without one. It was a terrible season for them.
He is a great GM. This is a fireable offense. Like if momentum had been going against you, and you hadn't been in the finals 15 months ago, 12 months ago, yes, you'd be done for. But, interestingly enough, it's not Kevin Pritchard's worst draft night decision on his resume. He is the man that took Greg Oden instead of Kevin Durant.
I mean, that right there should be enough to...
It did ultimately get him fired in Portland.
For sure.
Yeah.
But then even to have a second chance at life in a decision-maker's seat for a franchise. Dang, dude.
He had done a lot of good stuff other than that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's. I mean, listen,
and
they
built
went to
a hell
the
of a
finals.
Pacers roster.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised if they're back in the finals and Pacers fans, have a consolation prize.
But that's a huge blow. That is a huge blow, and so for Mavs fans who are frustrated picking at 9, I get it, but at least we're not the Pacers today. Now, elsewhere around the league, of course, you had the Wemby ejection, and he's not going to face any further discipline. He elbowed Naz Reid in the face. It was pretty violent, for sure, and he was extremely frustrated. Apparently, he feels like he's been on the wrong end of physicality and not gotten the calls and the respect. He kind of just he put his foot down. He's like, I'm not going to get pushed around in here. You guys aren't going to be able to bully me. If I need to go full Ron Artest, Draymond Green on you, I will. So just be ready for this 9-foot elbow to club you over the jaw. or like in the throat, basically. It
was
nasty. Is what that ended up being.
I mean, doesn't that matters? That's going to impact how people defend him in the future, isn't it?
I do think it's probably a big picture, good tone setter to just let the people know, like, hey, do you want this elbow? Like, this is the boniest elbow of all time.
The slow-mo of Dylan Harper's reaction is incredible.
His face. He was like,
oh, it's so good. Like, oh no.
It's the type of thing you see like in an octagon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that's a throwing elbow right there. So he gets ejected out of the game. He acted like he didn't know, even though Mr. Cerebral, Victor Wembanyama, knows all the rules. He's telling you the All-Star game rules. He knows everything up and down, but he found himself surprised that he got a flagrant 2 and was ejected out of the game. Of course, the Spurs go on to lose that game.
Wasn't he also kicked out of the All-Star skills competition with Chris Paul for trying to game the system? Remember, they didn't do like 2/3 of it. They just ran to the end and said, "Hey, does this count?"
Yeah, it was. They had to like do dribbling drills.
Yeah, dribbling and passing.
Yeah, and they just kind of skipped.
Yeah,
they took the penalties.
They said, "We'll take the penalties. We're just going to gamify this."
Yeah.
That's smart.
It was.
Victor Belichick.
You're right about that, Dawson. Yeah.
But I wondered if he was getting a bad rap for that last night, because I think he was reacting to, they gave me a flagrant 2 for that. I think that was the consternation.
Oh,
not like, I'm getting kicked out.
Okay.
What? That's the rule for a flagrant 2? It's like, they gave me a flagrant 2 and I'm kicked out for that?
Gotcha.
You know? He was probably in denial and embarrassed.
Sure.
Sometimes you get ticked off and you hit somebody and you're like, I didn't really want to do that. I just kind of...
Yeah, you see red for a second and you're like, dang it.
Why did I do that?
Yeah. Well, his coach wasn't too frustrated by it. Basketball guy of the day, who knows the first name of the San Antonio Spurs head coach?
Brick.
Popovich, yeah. Greg.
I think I've seen it 3 times
Becky
today.
Hammond.
Yeah. Greg.
Mitch.
It throws you off.
Sean.
Sweeney. It throws you off every time. You're just expecting it to be Pop.
Big Mitch Johnson.
Big Mitch Johnson. What has he done? He says the amount of physicality that people play with him.
What is this really? Is it Mitch?
Mitch Johnson.
Mitch Johnson,
Yeah,
okay.
Mitch Johnson.
All right, yeah.
He says at some level you have to protect yourself, so he wasn't too upset. I
What,
will
are you
say,
mad at Wemby? Are you going to, can you...
well, listen, you just got yourself kicked out of a playoff game. Your team lost. You go on to lose this series. Revisionist history, man. If Wemby doesn't crash out, we win that game, we probably end up winning the series. If they lose the series because of this, there is going to be a little bit more retroactive backlash.
I see what you're saying.
But they probably feel like, hey,
it's hard to get mad at Wemby, right?
For sure.
Of course.
It's a strategic move as a coach.
I would get
It's
mad.
a big picture play of we had to get this done, so that hopefully things change here a little bit moving forward.
I'd get mad at the DMP that I didn't put in the game the other day. You know what I'm saying? I'd get mad at that guy.
Oh,
the DMP down there at the end.
Player 15 on the bench.
Yeah, the guy who didn't take off the warm-up.
The guy who walked onto the bump with white sleeves when he shouldn't have.
What are we doing there?
They won't even let you have a white patch on a glove.
Yeah, some of those rules are just kind of ridiculous.
Did you see the Cubs pitcher has a blue heart on his glove?
No, I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
No, you said that, Wolchuk. You said it right there with that mouth of yours. You said the Cubs pitcher has a blue heart on his glove.
Appreciate you.
And you brought us right in the eyes when you said it.
Appreciate it.
You said, remember who said this? Me.
I said this, Brian.
Well, Broadus is just making crap up over there.
You did say it already?
I might have said it.
When did you say it?
He has no idea.
Don't even worry about it, all right?
I apologize. I really wasn't listening.
I just need my espresso pick-me-up. I'm drowning.
Oh, really? You need that?
I'm starting to fade.
5 o'clock hour, man. Let's get it for
It's
you.
at 5 o'clock.
It looks like the Bucks are open for business on Giannis here, so we'll see how that plays out. They want to get it done before the draft.
Do we believe it this time?
Yeah.
Is this going to be the biggest offseason in the history of the NBA? Shams, where are you? Shams!
We need to bring Woj back.
Shams is the one reporting on this.
I'm telling you, man, we need Woj.
And Joel Embiid said, I don't even know if I might be done here in Philadelphia. He said that after the series. But you have Brian Windhorst giving us the reality check of, well, here's the deal. He's owed like three more years at $192 million. Believe me, Joel Embiid is back with the Sixers next year. So we can calm down on Embiid being on the move. But Giannis certainly could be available, and I think Dawson wants to make that swing.
I strongly feel like this is the Mavs' plan A for this entire offseason. It's been that way for a long time, and I'll explain more on why I feel that way coming up at 6:20.
And then you have to ask yourself, is this the last time we see LeBron James tonight?
No.
Just saying.
It's
But yes, it's possible. I mean, you got to watch and enjoy and soak it up. But I cannot see LeBron going out without a lap. Retirement lap.
I would rather go out not knowing that's my last game. I think it would just mess with me. It'd be emotional. I think it's more like,
unless you're Dirk or Kobe, who embraces that and just freaking goes scorch.
Yeah,
right.
LeBron deserves the retirement tour.
But some guys,
and he wants the retirement
some guys are
tour.
different.
All right, we got to run. Football's finest actually coming up as the Chiefs going back-to-back for the third show in a row, bro. Where are you taking it?
Should the NFL adopt this from the UFL next to the nation?
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you're running on empty, you're stuck in low gear. How do we change that? How do we get back to you being the younger, more alpha version of yourself? It's simple. Men's T Clinic. Do you know what your testosterone is? Is your testosterone where it should be? If you're feeling down in the dumps, probably isn't. And for over 10 years, Men's T Clinic has been helping men get it figured out. Answer this question. Where is my testosterone? Is it high enough for me to feel good and have good health? If it's not, we live in a great time, a very particular and great time where the folks at Men's T Clinic can get you optimized. Our Tolos have described their therapies for over a decade now as life-changing. That includes me. I love them. They are my ace in the hole. Very busy, as most of us are as family guys. You're working a job, raising kids, and doing all this stuff. It can be exhausting. What is my secret weapon? Men's T Clinic. Tap into that pour of energy with me. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Go to mensteclinic.com. You're going to be amazed at how quickly you start to notice results. It's not a quick fix, though. Precise biomarker analysis. They get to the root causes and create personalized plans that focus on hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain, bedroom wellness. They do it all with 5 DFW locations at mensteclinic.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia became Madison Square Garden West yesterday after the first quarter as the Knicks outscored the 76ers 43-24 on their way to a Game 4 win and a sweep of Philly. The Knicks returned to the Eastern Conference Finals, where they lost last year to the Indiana Pacers. They face the winner of the Pistons and Cavs, who play in Game 4 tonight in Cleveland. Detroit leads that series 2-1. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And, of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist-owned store right now. Take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, one of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler, Dodge Ram Jeep.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Dolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got Sands coming up in 20, the most can't-miss Ranger segment of the day when Sandler joins the G-Bag Nation. That's coming up at 5:20. Here's the Chief with your finest.
Okay, lots to get to. A little Cowboys schedule action, and should the NFL adopt this particular rule from the UFL right after this?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, so we all got for breakfast this morning the news that Week 1 Sunday Night Football, Cowboys-Giants collision course, not at AT&T Stadium. It's going to be a roadie to start the season. All good. Always feel good when you start off versus the Giants.
Yeah, that's 1 o'clock in the morning for me and the Wooly Bully.
That's right. That's right, that post-game show.
Sounds like you got 6 of those this year. 6 primetime games.
That's what we're looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, that's pretty much it's kind of the Cowboys standard.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Dawson, is the networks? Are you getting that as 6, is what you're saying?
That's not confirmed.
Oh, okay.
That's not confirmed. That was
your math.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we
sounds about right usually. I mean, they'll have a Monday Night Football.
I read a story about it earlier.
Yep.
But, it was one of those. This is probably what's going to happen type deals.
Yeah, I think get 3 Sunday nighters. There'll be a Monday nighter. And then who else? Probably one Thursday nighter.
You get the Thursday nighter after Thanksgiving is usually the Thursday night prime situation. So, and I think what maybe you were referencing earlier, Broadus, about the Cowboys. Was it from Albert Breer, where the Cowboys, they're still the NFL's biggest brand. They've opened the season at noon just once over the last 25 years.
Right.
And over the last 17, they've opened on NBC either in the kickoff game or the Sunday Night Football opener 12 times. So the league is always pushing Cowboys, especially early in the season. Let's get the Cowboys out there. So we knew that earlier this morning, just a little reset. And then over the last couple of hours, we got word that it is going to be the Eagles coming to AT&T Stadium for Thanksgiving. So
first time since 2014 they've played on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and the Cowboys won that game 33-10.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Great Cowboys team that year.
Yeah. Or wait, was it the Eagles winning that game? I think we might actually be in a bad situation when the Eagles come to town. For Thanksgiving. Let's check that because it was an Eagles guy, that Ryan Fowler fella, who sort of broke this news earlier today.
Yeah.
He's saying W's, but I think he's referencing the Eagles in those games. So the Cowboys need to get off the Thanksgiving schneid versus Philadelphia. But I like them coming in on a short week, and it's going to be, it's always a huge game. I mean, Thanksgiving's always big, and then the implications for the division and for the playoffs and everything. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun out there. In the pregame, Broadus, shouting out the Tolos.
Mark Sanchez lit you up for 217 and 1 touchdown. Romo threw 2 picks, and you lose 33-10.
Okay, so it was Eagles win 33-10.
Murray couldn't get going.
Disgusting.
Golly.
It was their last loss of the regular season, though. That dropped them to 8-4.
Okay, so it was a nice turnaround after that.
Ordered.
Nice little.
Sean McCoy had a hell of a day.
I'm laughing at just you talking about this, how excited you are just for the food.
Oh, well.
I mean, no one gets.
Listen, it didn't matter who was coming to town on Thanksgiving.
You didn't really care.
The food was going to be incredible.
You just knew that you were going to have a lot to eat that day.
Gonna be a lot on the plate that day.
Yeah.
So
usual. When you wake up on Thanksgiving, is that the most exciting thing? Is it football?
I think it is for him.
Yeah.
I think it's the food at the Cowboy game.
It's usually food. Yeah, I mean, Thanksgiving's just a special day. It's my favorite holiday.
Yeah, I mean, they're so intertwined.
And
the football and the food
the
is
questions
it's like
he asked Brad Sham of the two. most exciting things for football.
I think for me, my entire life,
this year.
it's been I don't have to go to school or I don't have to work. That's number one. And then it's football, and then it would be the food. I mean, I think it's a pretty mid meal. If you ask me.
Oh, I hate you so much.
What do you get? You get rolls and potatoes and turkey. We eat that all year long.
It's dressing, bro.
No, we do not.
Yeah,
the dressing,
Thank you.
The dressing, the pumpkin, the pecan pie, whatever other pie that you want out there.
The cranberry?
Sweet potato casserole, sweet potato pie, the cranberry sauce with the ridges from the
endless amount of deviled eggs. They're just endless.
Deviled eggs, if you want to deviled egg it.
I've joined Team Devil Egg.
Maybe you can go lasagna if you want to. Big ziti.
Idiot.
I've gone over to the dark devil egg side.
Mashed taters, green bean casserole.
Somebody's bringing those, they don't care.
The best thing might just be the family vibes.
That's a great day.
Yeah, you get the family vibes cooked up. I mean, that's going to be awesome.
I just love
it. If you feel like in your life you've kind of like the meals, they're just kind of it's been so basic that that's why you have food. The way you talk about food, and I'm not saying in any, like.
You saying it's on the cook?
I think he's talking about the childlike palate of Dawson.
No,
I think that's what he's doing.
Though,
but you'll do some badass barbecue stuff.
Did you grow up eating pretty basic food? That's what I'm asking.
I think so my parents were from the Midwest / South.
Okay.
So we had a lot of,
like 5 years ago, he would be MFing me right now.
Rhubarb pies.
Seriously.
What the hell are you saying, Brian?
What the F you talking about over there, fat boy?
You talking about my mom like that?
Yeah. But no, he's going to give me an answer here.
No,
I've come a long way.
I don't think it was that. It was pretty bland.
Okay.
It was pretty bland now that I think of it. Yeah. It wasn't seasoned that strongly. But I think it was good. It was good Midwest Americana fare.
See, but that's what I'm saying.
My mom's good. Meatloaf, you know, pork chops, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Tacos with ketchup.
White people taco night.
Rural Indiana.
Okay. Okay. I'm good.
It's fantastic. You're good? You feel settled on that?
I just, seriously, 5 years ago, Dawson would be losing his damn mind on me right now.
I kind of wish he would still.
It's like, what are you damn talking about?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean over there? What are you trying to say? My mom can't cook?
Why
and I'm like, no, not at all. I've just wondered if you just had kind of basic meals that's kind of made you have basic meal thoughts.
Basic meal thoughts.
That's a new podcast opportunity for
Basic
you, bro.
meal thoughts.
I love it.
Welcome to Basic Meal Thoughts.
Post about some thotties, too. There's got to be some thotties hosting.
A little fast, bro.
A couple little fast girls.
I just think like my conditioning has evaporated, and America conditions you to believe Thanksgiving is amazing. I am a free thinker. That is basic ass food. Get me a freaking prime ribeye. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Why are we trying to reinvent what they did 400 years ago while they were starving? Right. The Native Americans saved them with a pretty basic meal, right? And it's a great story. It is a great story. Thank you for saving us, right? But this land has been ravaged. It's the winter. This is the best we can come up with for you right now. Turkey and potatoes.
Well, if you do get yourself a credential, come to the Cowboys press box. I think they do have a little prime rib action there for you.
They do.
I mean, they give you that opportunity.
They'll get the tomahawk chop. They'll give Chief the whole.
I'll take the whole bone, man. I will. And I'll be as happy as ever. I'll wield that thing like a Wemby elbow. Watch your face, bro. Watch your freaking face. Okay, so
you got a fight coming though, Brian.
Yeah, I can sense it, dude.
No, man.
No, he's pissing me off too.
Who, me?
Yeah, just your general aura.
Oh, smoked turkey is incredible, says the 682. You go to Hurtado? Can we get that turkey for Thanksgiving?
No,
there you go.
My goodness. And the turkey at Pecan Lodge is really good too.
Yeah.
They're doing it well at these barbecue joints.
But that's like $40 a pound turkey.
Yeah.
That's like gourmet master turkey.
Well, that's what we're going for on Thanksgiving. We want the best possible turkey money can buy.
I just felt bad. I didn't, Mrs. Dawson, if you're listening, I didn't mean you're cooking poorly, ma'am. I just
You were just wondering.
I was just wondering if your like lack of love for the Thanksgiving meal is because it was a basic meal in your life.
It was a huge presentation, and my dad actually nailed the candied yams every time. The sweet potatoes, that was one of my favorite things.
You can take that out of the yam.
Play by me.
There were some good items. The rolls.
Yeah, the rolls are solid.
Showing the rolls a lot.
The rolls are solid. Yeah,
the first thing out of the gate
going back to the rolls.
I said the rolls, bro.
To crush the rolls. That'd be the best tasting thing on that table.
For 20-something years, I ate dry-ass turkey, all right?
They did overcook the turkey. They did. They needed a meat
that'll
thermometer.
put you off.
Yeah.
Well, the turkey's an easy thing to overcook, man. You can get away from it.
Back in the day, they would say you got to leave that in
there. Did you say anything at the table like who cooked the turkey?
I didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. I just thought that's how turkey was.
Hey, but we can all agree Thanksgiving is a great day.
Yes, it is.
To crush the birds.
I love it. And we're going to beat the crap out of the Eagles on Thanksgiving.
Amen.
That's right. Screw you, Philly.
Looking forward to it, man.
I think a disappointing post-game, bro.
Dude, it better not be.
Hey, listen, last year's Thanksgiving, I did. I did, and we partied hard.
Last year, Philadelphia,
beat
21 points, start the game, not one after.
No, that game was. Those were the two best games all year.
Two best games.
We didn't know that Thanksgiving was the crescendo for the whole season.
Yeah, that was our Super Bowl, man. Yeah. Don't let it be the same way this year. Okay, so the UFL added a new little wrinkle this weekend. Did you guys see this?
Game.
No,
this is great.
Nobody
This
has.
is great.
This is the most UFL I've watched. This 30-second clip is the most UFL I've watched all season. I'm not sure where in the season
coach
they
fight,
are.
If you haven't seen that clip, you got to see the coach fight, the pushing.
That was
great.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But
pushes.
No suspensions, bro.
No
suspensions.
No fines.
No nothing.
No statements from the teams in the league. Just forget about it, dude. It's the best thing that league's done. So they did an in-game interview with the field judge, the referee, after there was a no call when the offense thought it should have been pass interference. Okay, so then you get the Fox Sports sideline reporter.
That's Brock Heward.
Yeah, it's Brock Heward.
Yeah.
He's bouncing over to the field judge, and in real time, while the game is taking place, he's interviewing him, asking him why that was a no call. Okay, and I didn't edit this. I want you guys to feel how this feels because this guy's still having to ref the game in real time. Okay, wow. So he's like being interviewed, but he's also kind of like peeking around to try and see what's going on. So this is how it sounded.
De Leon had some conversations with Ricky Prohl about a penalty or not a penalty with these contested throws, especially to Hakeem. How do you judge that?
There's a back shoulder, and I'm looking at that, and, there's no material restriction. I'm just going to leave it alone, to be honest with you.
So if the throw is not where it should be, if that throw's not there, you're not going to reward a poor throw on something like that?
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
Yeah. How difficult is that call? Is that pass interference versus a contested catch?
I'll be right back.
Okay, so it gets cut off because I'll be right back.
Interested.
I have a freaking job to do, okay? And you can tell the ref's not super polished. He doesn't really know how to explain why it is he didn't want to make the call.
Did he catch this guy by surprise? Or
is everybody
on the field open to interview no matter what?
I don't really know what the regulations are of who is open to be interviewed. I don't think this was some sort of sneak attack necessarily. I would imagine that
the referee sounds like he's surprised I'm getting questioned here.
He's probably never been put in this position before.
Who has?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So he can't act like he's been there before because he hasn't. I do think he was probably made aware that this could happen at some point during the game, and then bang, here it is. He's still trying to ref, but
is this Brock just doing a great job of seeing the dude standing over there?
If this is just Brock Heward taking it upon himself to go stick a live microphone on television in front of the referee, then it's one of the headiest plays of all time.
Yeah.
I would imagine this was sort of pre-planned to some extent. You don't know when or who exactly it's going to go down.
That person deserves a raise, though.
Yeah, that person deserves a raise. This is kind of cool. Like, I don't think the NFL would ever actually do this, but maybe they could take something from it where they're actually, it seems like they're trying to hold these guys more accountable based on the report you gave on Friday,
or
Dawson.
give more entertainment and information for the audience. Like, you're going inside the mind of a ref so he can explain why he did that. Mm-hmm. I don't think in-game is the right move, though, because it sounded like he was trying to get to the next play.
Right.
That was like these in-game interviews.
At the next timeout, don't throw it to break. Let's talk to the refs for 2 minutes.
Oh, but now you're going to eat into our commercial ad.
We need the advertisements.
Revenue, Maybe you can do the side box. You can side box that thing, right?
It is the best
side box.
It is the best content you're going to have for those next 3 hours. So we'll make room for this because I think it's that good.
How about coming back from the break? We had a chance to talk to.
Yes.
You play your commercials.
Sort of like a pre-recorded thing that you just did.
It's like in golf. It's a little bit of a tape delay. You see a guy make a putt. He made the putt 3 minutes ago.
Those, you know what? To that point, those coach interviews are like that. They come back. The game's going on. The coach is talking. That happened at the break. break. There's no way the coach would be willing to get, maybe in baseball where the game's moving so slow, it's kind of more doable. But yeah, I think this is a huge opportunity for the NFL. I just want to see how they're going to try to integrate this if they are.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if even like after games, you could have just like everybody goes to the podium after the game, coaches and players.
The
could
officials.
You get the head official to the podium, and you have multiple reporters.
Yeah, they call
in them with questions.
The pool
they do the pool report, but we need something that's they're actually there in front of everybody.
We see it, we hear it.
How about if there's a controversial call, like Mike Pereira gets to beep in, he gets to ask the question. Let's go to Mike Pereira, and he's going to talk to.
Yeah.
So whoever the rules official guy is for NBC, I think it's Terry McCauley.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so if there's a controversy for the game and we need to know we're watching the game, we just had Terry McCauley had a chance to talk to, here's the reason why they made this call.
That's genius.
And
maybe more
that
they didn't
that
make
way
the call.
it's ref to ref kind of a thing.
Yeah, I like it.
I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we got to run. That's football's finest most every afternoon, 5 o'clock. Sandler's going to join you and talk to you about tonight's Rangers game and the breaking news we had about an hour and a half ago coming up next on The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And when it happens to you, call the Frankles, 214 or 817, the nothing but threes, 333-3333. I'll give you that number again before we get out of here. But the most important thing with the Frankles is they make sure that you don't settle for less. And settling for less is unfortunately quite easy to do. You might be on medicines that are dealing with the pain. You're laid up. You can't get to work. You just want the whole thing to be over with. But this is going to impact the rest of your life. So the Frankles make sure you don't settle for less. You could be looking at pain and suffering for decades. You could have the need to change careers. You might need career re-education. That can be 6 figures by itself. You've seen the price of education these days. So, yes, 6 or 7 figure settlements are quite common, actually. So, hurt not your fault, especially if an 18-wheeler hits you, commercial vehicle, rideshare company, something like that. And any commercial vehicle out there, they have different kinds of insurance policies, and, those can work to your benefit. So, hurt not your fault, just by anybody. Call the Frankles, but especially commercial vehicle, forget about it. Call the Frankles immediately. Scott and Mark, defending victims of negligence here in North Texas for over 3 decades. Go to frankelfirm.com, 214 or 817, the nothing but threes. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Tolos, if you're thinking trucks this spring, I've got a guy, Tony, at East Dallas Diesel.
We've got the best custom trucks in DFW. Lifts, wheels, tires, built right with quality parts.
Check us out at eastdallasdiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Sean and RJ's 2026 Firehouse Tour rolls on. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind Tolo item. Where are we going to be this Friday, Bobby?
We'll be in Rockwall at Firehouse number 2 at 920 Rockwall Parkway. And Sean, our one-of-a-kind giveaway this time is a Tolo-themed collectible t-shirt. Huge thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Branch and Dillon Law Firm for supporting our local firefighters.
We'll see you this Friday morning in Rockwall with Peyton Russell for our Firehouse Tour with the Fan.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When you think mortgage,
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at texaslending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call texaslending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Get Texas-sized savings on Nolan Ryan Angus 85% lean ground chuck patties. 4-count packs are $7.49 each with your card. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S T. Men'sTClinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
Men'sTClinic.com. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Men's T Clinic.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic. They have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today. All right, we're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day and 17 minutes from LA Live as Jared Sandler joins you now. It's time to hit the expressway. It is brought to you by the on-time experts. Rangers, Cubs tonight. Pregame's coming up at 6:30, Sands. Good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm great, guys. Hope you guys are doing well.
We are. We were hoping that Eovaldi was going to pitch tonight. What do you know about why he was scratched?
Me too. I was looking forward to it after his last couple starts, but left side tightness. I actually had a chance to speak to Nate, and he thinks that it's just, trying to be smart. They're going to get imaging, but, I've told you guys this before, especially when it comes to pitching injuries. It doesn't matter what, the initial thought is. Like, it's great, that he feels good about it until the imaging comes back and tells us a story, and then until there's a plan to get him back on the mound, you just don't know. But when I chatted with Nate briefly, he seemed to be a little upbeat, and he's, for whatever it's worth, I mean, he does not like missing starts, and so usually he's a little more down. But again, getting imaging, and sometimes you get imaging and it tells you one story that you didn't expect to read, and hopefully we get good news with the imaging and he's able to make his next start as soon as he's able to.
We've talked a lot about the depth of this starting group and bringing in Montgomery and all that, and I guess now if he does have to miss a start, we'd look at who would be filling that spot. Sands, what would you expect?
Well, the Rangers have some options already on the big league roster, and Jacob Latz. I don't expect them to go that route. but he is someone who, if it was just for a start, maybe. Tyler Alexander, same thing. If they felt like an IL move was necessary and, thus opening a roster spot, well, now it might be time for one of your young pitching prospects to come up and give it a shot. And, I think a guy like David Davalillo is someone who would make sense. Again, I don't know that he would come up unless an IL move was necessary, but he's 24 years old. He's the pitcher of the year last year in the minor league system. He's been in AA Frisco and has pitched well. I'm sure they'd love for him to, really graduate from Frisco and then get to AAA. But, it just might be that, he's the right guy. And he's a guy that I think would be exciting to see. He's probably not a finished product yet. So it's not like you got a guy who, if you do see him, the guy you see is, going to be anywhere close to the guy who you would see if he just had a natural progression and didn't come up because of injury. But, he's someone who has really impressed a lot of people. And he's someone who I think, his name would make a lot of sense if an IL move was necessary.
How's the bullpen set up right now for tonight against this Arizona team?
Well, with DeGrom going 7 and Latz going 2 yesterday, the bullpen's, in pretty good shape. Jacob Junis is going to start. And then, again, a guy like Tyler Alexander's probably someone you'll need tonight, someone who can eat multiple innings. But, yeah, I think the bullpen's in decent shape. And I think the question maybe will be more about tomorrow, if they can get through. But, a night like tonight, and we've seen this having been on the other end of bullpen games here recently, it's so important that these relievers complete their assignment. So if the thought is this guy's going to be a one-time through the order guy, or this guy, we're going to use him for 2 innings, whatever. When that assignment isn't completed, then it sets off a domino effect that really can, make things a little more challenging. So, it's super important that whatever these guys' assignments are, especially the first 5-6 innings, that they get completed, because then that allows you to really have a smoother run with some of the bullpen decisions late in the game, and then also probably protects you a little bit better for the next day.
What can you tell us about the Diamondbacks?
Weird team. You look at their lineup, and they should be good. They should be good offensively, but they haven't been scoring. Ketel Marte's really struggled. That doesn't help. They had Alec Thomas. They DFA'd him to call up Ryan Waldschmidt, who's one of their top prospects. But they're a group that on paper should be a lot better offensively than they are. They're middle of the pack overall, but here recently they've struggled to score runs. They're under 500, a game under 500. Mike Soroka's pitching tonight. He's a guy that really burst onto the scene with the Braves years ago, had an Achilles injury, and then just kind of had a number of injuries. But he's had a really, really nice year. He's striking out more than a batter per inning. He's had 2 double-digit strikeout performances already. And then last year with Washington, he shut the Rangers down. And so not going to be an easy test for the Rangers. Hopefully they're catching the Diamondbacks lineup at the right time because of some of the struggles they've had recently. But Mike Soroka's been pitching well, so they're going to have to disrupt his path here recently.
Final question before we let you go, Sands. What needs to happen for Jake Berger to get dialed back in?
Well, he needs to hit the ball over the fence, Gavin, because that's his party trick. Everyone's got their identity. Not everyone can be Shohei Ohtani and just kind of do everything, right? Some guys are big on base merchants. Other guys, they're power dudes. And, some guys obviously can do both, and then the best do both really, really well. But, Jake's not going to be a super high on base guy unless he hits, over 320. He's a guy who you have in the lineup because he's going to hit the crud out of the ball and he's going to run to second base or maybe circle the bases. And so, that's what they need. His aggression is something that, he works in his favor at times, but can also be, an enemy at times. And so, when we see Jake, going through rough stretches, it's when he's really expanding and not demonstrating strike zone discipline. And so teams know that, and they're going to challenge him in that way. So he's just got to be disciplined. When he swings and pitches in the zone, he tends to have good results. So, putting himself in a position to succeed is going to be important.
You're the man, Sands. Have a great night. Pre-game's coming up at 6:30 with the Diamondbacks in town. Have fun. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
Yes, sir. Yes, the 2023 National League champion Diamondbacks. I love seeing them on the schedule. Just puts a pep in your step. And hopefully this weekend was a turning point against the Cubs. Back-to-back shutouts, scored 9 runs combined on Saturday and Sunday. Maybe this is the week where things get head back in that 2023 type of direction. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Rachel.
G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. How you doing? That's Lucius Alexander. Has nothing to do with the city. It's just my initials right here. All right, this piece of audio is going for 2 today. It was not supposed to win at all. It wasn't supposed to win at all. I played this on the Friday as like a little throwaway and a nod to the Nosebleed boys over here because I know they like this type of humor. But it won.
Not bad.
It won. We have a prank. Fake plumber walking into a hotel lobby trying to talk to the people on the front desk about a problem you got. Plumbing problem.
Good. I got a call that there was a big old meaty fudge dragon I needed to come unclog.
Be a little bit more professional, please.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm with OBS Productions, and I got a call from corporate saying that there was a big old girthy fudge trout. Yes.
Is there a clogged toilet?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the appropriate terminology.
Toilet?
Not meaty, chocolate, fudgy things.
Yeah.
I mean,
I understand you want to have fun with your job. That's great.
Yeah, it was my profession. I'm trying to make light of it.
Right. I don't appreciate it.
All right. Jeez.
Great.
Sorry. So is there a big meaty fudge dragon somewhere?
You to stay right there and stop saying those words.
What, the meaty or the fudge?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Meaty fudge dragon.
I've literally never heard that before.
Ever. Yeah. I know once I heard it, I'll hear it again, though.
And I really feel like it's more the paper products that have clogged this up.
Yeah.
Just a technical point.
Probably the wipes.
I don't know if any dragons or trouts have ever clogged it by itself. Maybe a rather large gentleman. Maybe Andre the Giant could.
Yeah, I think my son did it one time.
Really?
Yeah, it was super long. Had to go in there and break it.
No way.
Yeah, it was really embarrassing. For him, at least. You had to tell somebody, hey, man. Dad, this is going bad in here. Just to let you know.
Got a fudge dragon did this, Dad, I'll be honest.
There's a real fudge dragon in here, Dad.
Yeah.
A friend came over. This fudge trout's really trying to swim.
Mr. Dawson, have you ever heard of the Portland Sea Dogs?
Is that a baseball team?
It's a baseball squad. It's a baseball squad.
I think they came to town after I left.
Okay. Well, the Portland Sea Dogs, they got a broadcaster. The guy hit with a foul ball. Yep. Live. It was live.
The 1-1 coming towards me, and it just hit me in the stomach. That was quite unfortunate.
Time to call Portland Glass.
I am all good. Don't even worry about it.
Terry, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay down there. Thanks, guys. Some ushers checking on me. That will leave a bruise tomorrow. That came at me so fast, I actually had no time to get out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah. She handled it like a G.
She did. Unfortunate.
Ain't right at her.
Coming towards me.
Oh, yeah.
And it just hit me in the stomach.
That's an athlete right there because you could tell right as it was coming in, she flexed her ab muscles so it didn't knock the wind out of her. Yeah.
Me.
Sound like a catcher.
And it just hit me in the stomach.
Yeah.
I got another one for you, Mr. Dawson. I thought about you.
She sounded amateurish, though, didn't she? Can I just say that?
It's minor league.
She sounded like she was a high school student.
She's calling games for the Fudge Dragons.
But she
Fudge Dragons.
But she called the game.
I'm scared of that game.
Yeah. Here come the Fudge Dragons.
Oh no, please God.
That's gonna be my fantasy team this year.
It's gonna be 7-0 Fudge Dragons.
Yeah, but the Red Sox called her up to call a game last year so they could have an all-female team.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Sound like a kid to me.
Yeah.
Coming towards me, and it just hit me in the stomach.
In the stomach.
In the stomach. All right, now this one right here is for you too as well, Mr. Dawson.
Oh, Spittle saying that's Portland, Maine.
Oh.
Yeah. That's his wheelhouse, man.
Oh. Well, I'll be damned.
That's his part of town.
Oh. Well, I'll be damned.
When you said the Red Sox called her up, I was kind of going,
Yeah, that's a weird affiliate out there.
Portland,
Blew her out,
Maine?
man.
Well, appreciate you, Mr. Spittle.
Did you mean the Mariners?
Smoking that.
Appreciate you catching that.
Yeah, the Portland Beavers left like right as I was leaving.
Now they're
And now they got a team called the Hillsboro Hops.
Nice.
So, never seen that.
Choke him up. That's the boss telling us to smoke.
Choke him up.
Yeah. That's
right on cue.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Zoom court right here. We have a heated exchange inside a Michigan courtroom. A man cursed at the judge. The judge's name is Judge Michael McNally.
McNally.
Yeah, it happened during the Zoom court. I'm telling you, the audience is going to go right into him cussing, okay?
You. You mother. Who said that?
I think that's Mr. Bogus, and I think he
Yeah, it's
found the
Mr.
unmute button.
Bogus. You mother gonna cut me off?
Ooh.
Who do you think you are?
I am.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? I want to know what kind of a punk would do that. You are not going to swear on Zoom.
With you.
You are not going to. I'll tell you what, Mr. Bodges, you're going to come up here now. You're going to come up here in person. You talk to me like that, you'll be in lockup for 30 days. You want to act like a punk? I'm going to treat you like one. You get up to the courthouse now. You got it, Mr. Bogus, Mr. Tough Guy?
Yeah.
You must have fought Muhammad Ali and beat him, huh, back in the day? Come on up. You're coming up, Mr. Bodges. You want to talk to me like that? You're going to end up in lockup, Tough Guy. You got it?
Oh, sir. No, sir.
Good. Good. He's coming up here. He doesn't come up, I'm defaulting him. I'm giving you half an hour to get here. Shut him up. Half hour to get here, Bogus.
Bogus. Get up here, Bogus. Half hour to get here, Bogus. Hurry up.
Sounds like there will be a DUI waiting for him.
Well, I just want to. All I was just saying. Yeah. Now, hey, this isn't one. But this broadcaster, he was in the moment. It's all about being in the moment. We go to college baseball. Kentucky versus Florida. The Kentucky pitcher, he let it get away from him. It slipped out of his hand. The ball.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it went way out the way. Nowhere near anybody down there by that home plate. But listen how this broadcaster handled that moment.
Defensively against the Gator shortstop. 0-1. And he sails to the backstop. Just a bit outside.
Yeah. Let's talk about being in the moment right there. Yeah. All right. And yesterday was your church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Doctor, Pastor, and politician, Mr. Freddie Haynes over there at the Wild Wild West in Oak Cliff. We have an assistant pastor that loves grinding with the head pastor.
Way. Our lead pastor, he's a grinder. He grinds. And I love grinding next to him day in and day out. And here's one, I'll let you guys in on a little secret.
No, we're good.
You already have, sir.
That's enough.
Yeah. Left us on a real cliffhanger there.
Yeah.
Oversharing. Gone wrong at the church. Alrighty, we got the champ with the plumber prank.
Hey, is this real? The announcer for the Sea Dogs is from Richardson, Texas?
She's Bill Mercer's granddaughter.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
The legendary great Bill Mercer, the first ever voice of the Texas Rangers, University of North Texas Hall of Famer.
He's a wrestling announcer.
It's in her blood.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Clearly one of the greats.
Dawson over there hating, bro.
Jeez. Can we clean that up? Is it too late to dump that? Yeah, I saw she was from Richardson, and I was like, oh, this is really getting away from me.
Yeah.
With the Sea Dogs being in Maine.
Yes, sir.
This might be a worse faux pas than Sandler a couple of days ago.
That girl's got great stuff, man.
Yeah, that's my vote for the Portland Sea Dogs play-by-play gal, Emma. She's doing a hell of a job.
That's my vote.
Michigan courtroom, just a bit outside, or the grinding pastors? Yeah, I'm voting for Emma, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I'll go with the Zoom court.
Alrighty. Lucius?
Yeah, I guess I'll do that too.
Zoom court's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Wolchuk?
I'm sticking with Fudge Dragons.
And Brian?
Zoom court.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Zoom Court, and it's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has some LA Live.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live, right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a smoke.
It's groovy.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
phone my boss, and I'm like, hey, look, I'm not going to make it in today because I got food poisoning. Says me, oh, really? Have you been throwing up? I'm like, yeah, a lot. It's really, really bad. He's like, oh, well, what did you eat? I'm like, 17 beers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think one of them must have been bad.
Oh, man, hope you had a good weekend, yo. This is LA Live for Monday, May 11th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in. Hey, shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. The vibes here is I'll just go over some things I've seen or did over the weekend. All right. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope everyone had a fantastic Mother's Day weekend. I hope you did. You guys have a good one?
Yes. It was really good.
Yeah?
Solid. Good.
It's always a weird one for me because I don't have a mother.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always. But I did take the mother of my child out and treated her right. You know, filled up her gas tank, which is a luxury item nowadays.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I did that by surprise too. She didn't even know that was happening. You know what I'm saying?
Nice. You're going all out.
I went all out. I got her a great steak dinner.
Me too.
Yeah, great steak dinner. Nick and Sam's. We had a good time, man.
Look at that.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Didn't even go Salisbury on it. Hungry man.
Yeah. no.
Potatoes with the Peyton did. But they got the brownie, honey. It's going to be fine at the end. That brownie's going to be so good.
A little fudge trout. I did it right. Did that bang bang broccoli. Did it right.
That bang bang broccoli's damn good.
Let's see the weekend. Did y'all see the Baltimore Orioles had a Tupac Shakur bobblehead night?
No. Friday.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa, what a hell of a giveaway, man.
It was amazing.
Yeah, last Friday night they gave away 20,000 Tupac bobbleheads. And because Tupac once lived in Baltimore for maybe like 4 years. He went to school out there. I think that's where he met Jada Pinkett.
Oh.
I'm not mistaken. That's where he met Jada Pinkett. Tupac's sister threw out the first pitch. It's pretty cool. She did a great one, but they let her like go halfway. To the they did.
She's smart. She didn't try and throw off the mound.
She didn't try to do too much. The Tupac bobbleheads are going for $200 on the aftermarket right now. So that's pretty cool, man. We need a bobblehead down here. Who we have as the Texas Rangers bobblehead? Like, do we have any hip hop things we can do here?
I mean, Big X the Plug has gotten so big
X
now.
The Plug one, yeah. I can see they had a big tuck bobblehead night.
Who did an ice cream paint job?
Duro
bobblehead night.
Of course, we'd vote for Fat Pimp here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Chris. What up, boy? Hey, some of the Tupac bobbleheads made it to Dallas, too.
Oh, cool.
Some of the Tupac bobbleheads made it to Dallas. Shout out to this good son. We go to Fox 5 in Baltimore. This is a great son.
So my dad actually sent me down here from Texas. I live down there in Frederick, Maryland, but he wanted me to go get him this bobblehead. I guess he loves Tupac, collects bobbleheads all the way for the Dallas Cowboys. So he sent me down here. He texted me this morning. He said, you remember you got the Orioles game today? I'm like, man, I'm busy, but I guess I'll make it work. So me and him made it work. We came down here to the Orioles game, and we enjoyed the game. Now we came down here, got 2 of them bobbleheads. Yeah, we ready to go home.
Dallas, Texas.
You flew to Dallas, from Dallas.
From Dallas, Texas.
Why, Nancy?
Well, it's Tupac, He's an artist. We love him. We have a business also, West Side Wings. West Side.
All right, I don't know about West Side Wings or anything like that. Shout out to the advertising and sales department. I don't want you to get mad at me for playing the West Side Wings, but I had to let you know there was 2 people that got some Tupac bobbleheads here in the DFW. Shout out to y'all, bro. Shout out to y'all.
Looks like you could jump on eBay and get that done.
Oh, yeah, the Post Malone bobblehead.
Post Malone? Okay, I can see that
one's blowing up on the
Well, that's going to be a dirty one.
Yeah.
It's going to look nasty, bro. I'll tell you what.
Selena Gomez.
Like a Garbage Pail Kid version. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Mr. Broadus.
Yes, sir.
There will be no Triple Crown.
There will not. We're not going to race.
Not going to race.
Not going to race.
The Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, will not run in the Preakness.
That's a shame.
It's not going to happen. They're going to give the horse some rest.
Yeah.
They are preparing for the Belmont Stakes, though, in June.
A little further trip.
Yeah. Golden Tempo is the 3rd Derby winner in the last 5 years to bypass the Preakness?
I think it's 6 out of the last 8, to be honest with you, too, Lucius.
Really?
Yeah.
They just don't want to ruin their brand.
They just do not want.
They know they're not going to win it.
They just do not want to hurt these horses. They think the turnaround is too quick.
Oh, it's the turnaround.
Oh, so it's not the Preakness.
Yeah.
I feel like the Preakness is like Will Smith. Like, nobody wants me, man.
Yeah. They
just need to extend it out a couple more weeks, give them a little bit more time.
There might be some thought about when you actually run it. Yes, to try and give the horses an opportunity. But a lot of trainers will tell you the turnaround is too quick.
I thought maybe they would just preserve the legacy of I won the Kentucky Derby and
for stud rights.
Yeah, for the stud rights. Yeah.
You could do that. You don't want to get the horse hurt, but they just say that
you don't want to get them exposed either. Longer race.
A lot of these trainers are just they're pretty adamant about they're all about the horse. If the horse didn't, that was a hell of a run to come all the way from the back of the field to win that race.
Yeah.
But, the turnaround is really, really tough. You'll see a completely different field for the Preakness.
Someone ran across the
Yeah.
You seen that?
You seen the infrared? Oh, you talking about I thought you were talking about the airport stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Denver airport.
Dude. You see the infrared on that?
Yeah, I did. I seen a whole lot of stuff.
That's crazy.
It's really wild.
It's crazy that, and like they're starting to play now some stuff that evidently there's other airlines that have been talking. Like they were other planes on the ground were talking to each other, not during this time, but other times. There's like, this is Delta 187. We've got somebody on the runway right now.
What is that? Is this a thing now?
They've been talking to each other and then other airlines are left seven. Yeah, get people out there. There's somebody out on the runway right now. I mean, this is happening more than ever.
Looks like a death wish.
Yeah, it's pretty
gone viral.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
But the infrared is wild.
But I think committing by jumping into a jet is one of the most insane things.
Yes.
That turbine.
You think?
Did you hear? Hold on. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear it.
Hold on.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's instant.
You would think that's bird strike, wouldn't you?
Something like the last time I sharded, actually, but it's neither here nor there.
Wow. How recent?
But yeah, it is terrifying actually because of what Brian just said and why are we not watching this closer? Yeah. How are people getting there? Right?
Yeah, that's wild to me.
If you want to do harm to America right now, aren't you thinking, wait, I can jump the fence?
You shouldn't be able to hop a fence and get over there in 2 minutes.
No.
That shouldn't be able to happen.
No.
That is a big airport, too.
Anybody tripping because it's a Denver airport and he's got all those conspiracy theories with it?
Don't know about those.
What are they?
Oh, it's like a Illuminati airport.
Illuminati airport, yeah. There's all kinds of signs in it and stuff like that.
Then we had the UFO drop, you know what I'm saying? And then next, this guy, I don't know.
Yeah, but they've had some problems. Some videos have come out about pilots talking to each other on the ground. Like, hey, we need to get flight ops. We have somebody on the field. Need to get over there. Kind of a thing. And
there's some airport security out there.
Yeah.
New jobs coming. Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, were you going to say something?
No,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
All right. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday.
Good reset, by the way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you. I watched the roast of Kevin Hart Sunday night. It was a hit in my house. Even though it was Mother's Day, I had my little mama laughing. That was a good thing. It was 3 hours.
Was it funny throughout?
Yes, but I haven't finished the whole thing. I was 4 margaritas deep when I started. So I ended up falling asleep halfway through. Right after Kill Tony went on up there. And before Miss Cheryl Underwood, who, speaking of offering yourself, doing the Lord's work on yourself.
Yeah.
Her husband did that.
Ooh. Yeah, and
everybody took shots at it up there.
No.
Yeah, bro.
Nothing's sacred up there.
So uncomfortable.
Nothing is sacred.
Nothing is sacred up there. I'll play a few clips for you guys. I see you had this one lined up, but I'm gonna play it too if you don't mind. Tom Brady has some jokes for the Cowboys fans.
Oh yeah.
And it looks like we actually have some real Eagles fans here. Yeah. Not like Kevin, who only shows up at the big games when the Eagles are playing well. Kev, we actually have a name for those people. They're called Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
Weak.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
I mean, if we had any big games. I'm sure we'd
What's
show
his
up for it.
Naeem Lynn? Naeem?
He was the most anonymous dude. Nobody knew who this guy was.
He's from the Plastic Cup Boys.
He's like one of the Kevin Hart's best friends.
Yes.
Writes for him, does stuff, but he's not prominent.
Yes. He did a good job, I think.
He
Especially
did.
for nobody knowing who he was. He is one of the Plastic Cup Boys, but nobody knew who he was. And he got on Draymond Green pretty good.
What the is Draymond Green doing here?